Chapter 171. Third Person's POV. As Spider-Man and the others landed, they immediately began cleaning up the mess they had caused. Ghost, Firestar, handle the situation with his blood, Spider-Man quietly instructed, ensuring the military wouldn't overhear. We'll keep everyone else distracted while you both take care of it. They both nodded and discreetly made their way toward the college, which was mostly deserted due to the damage from the fire. Arya, without needing further instruction, scanned the area and highlighted a back corner of the building. There, I'm detecting a large concentration of blood. If I had to guess, it belongs to Bruce Banner, she informed them. Sneaking their way through the college, Ghost Spider and Firestar found a lab with multiple vials of blood. Though some placeholders were empty and a few vials were broken, the blood samples were still secured. Without hesitation, Ghost Spider and Firestar began destroying the vials. Ghost froze them until they shattered in her hands, while Firestar heated them until the blood evaporated into steam. Suddenly, Ghost Spider tapped the side of her head, sensing someone attempting to make a telepathic connection with her. There's a small crate of blood being extracted by the military, Scarlet Spider relayed through the mental link. Asterisk, they're taking the samples slowly to avoid detection. Peter has a new plan, have Lizzie cause a delayed explosion to wipe out the remaining samples, while you sneak in and retrieve the crate. Asterisk. Asterisk, Scarlet Spider, what did we say about using code names? Asterisk, Ghost Spider reprimanded. Asterisk, this is a spider-only telepathic link. No big deal, asterisk, Scarlet Spider responded casually. Asterisk, we agreed to be cautious. Even telepathic links could be compromised. When we're in costume, it's code names only. We don't want another Spider-Cat incident, do we? Asterisk. Asterisk, ugh, fine. You're right. I'll be more careful, asterisk, Scarlet Spider sighed. Asterisk, just because Spider-Man gave away his identity earlier doesn't mean we can be reckless. If anything, we have to be more vigilant. Asterisk. With the plan in mind, Ghost Spider turned to Firestar and relayed the updated orders from Spider-Man. She then sneaked out of the college, activating her camouflage to become invisible. She quickly made her way toward the military staging area, where trucks were being loaded. Ghost perched on a lamppost and tapped the side of her mask, scanning the area. A few crates were highlighted, showing vials of blood inside, hidden in what appeared to be ammo boxes. The military personnel guarding the crates were on high alert, weapons in hand. But Ghost wasn't concerned. With her new camouflage abilities, she smirked. That's it, she thought, as an idea formed in her mind. She fired her webs, which turned invisible due to the upgrades her camouflage underwent. The invisible webbing flew toward the crates, she watched as they vanished from sight, her web cloaking them, passing the camouflaging effects from her body through her webs. Smirking again, she pulled the crates toward her, unnoticed by the soldiers. She froze the blood inside until it shattered like ice. Ghost systematically destroyed every sample. As she finished the last one, an explosion erupted inside the college, causing panic among the soldiers. Meanwhile, nearby civilians looked on with sorrow, seeing the devastation of their homes. Spider-Man, observing their expressions, had a thoughtful look. I should start Feast and have Aunt May and Uncle Ben run it. After a few minutes, Spider-Man and the others finished organizing the rubble so it could be recycled. News crews that have long since arrived were filming the heroes' efforts. One reporter spotted Firestar, the newest member of the team, and called out to her. Firestar, realizing it was still the day of her debut, she smiled and officially introduced her hero name. Firestar, let's go. Nightwing called from above. Coming. Duty calls. She winked at the reporter before blasting off into the sky. Spider-Man and the rest of the team followed suit, swinging away and disappearing from view. Back at the Weaver, they found Bruce and Betty seated in front of a hologram of Arya in her spider costume, glaring at them. Arya, what are you doing? Spider-Man asked with amusement. Watching them. She replied, dramatically pointing two fingers at her eyes before pointing back at Bruce and Betty repeatedly. Her hologram flickered away. Well, she's lovely, Bruce said sarcastically. Betty chuckled, finding the exchange amusing. Bruce then turned serious. Look, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but can you just tell me how you're going to help me? Peter nodded, removing his helmet as he sat down in front of them. How do I explain this in a way that would be easier to understand? Let me put it this way. The Hulk is something unknown to you, and when humans are faced with the unknown, they fear it. They try to eliminate what scares them. No, I understand the Hulk perfectly, Bruce countered, shaking his head. He's a violent creature driven by nothing but anger and destruction. Whenever he surfaces, people get hurt. You're proving my point, Bruce, Peter said calmly. If you think that's all there is to the Hulk, you really don't know him at all. I'm sure Betty can tell you that the Hulk is capable of more than just rage. There's kindness, compassion, and so many other emotions within him. How is this supposed to help me get rid of him? Bruce asked, looking at Peter in confusion. Peter's shoulders slumped as he sighed. Honestly, Bruce. You're annoying. I can see why the Hulk doesn't like you. Wah. If you'd just let me talk without interrupting every few seconds, you'd know what I was planning, Peter said, irritation evident in his voice. Right, sorry, Bruce mumbled awkwardly, while Betty turned away, covering her mouth to hide a laugh. I'm not trying to get rid of the Hulk. I'm trying to help you learn to live with him. Okay, so I see I'm wasting my time. For the love of God, Bruce, shut up. Peter snapped. Oh, Peter snapped, Felicia teased, clearly amused. I don't think I've ever seen him lose his cool like this before, MJ said, equally entertained. Peter hates it when someone interrupts him during an important explanation. It's one of his biggest pet peeves, Gwen added with a chuckle. Jesus Christ, Peter muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Bruce, honey, you need to let him finish, Betty said, rubbing Bruce's back sympathetically. I know you're impatient, but we're not going anywhere if you don't let him explain. You're right. I'm sorry. Patience isn't one of my strong suits, Bruce admitted apologetically. I'm sorry for yelling. I shouldn't have done that. Just don't interrupt me again, Peter sighed, then cleared his throat. As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, he said, giving Bruce a side eye, there's more to the Hulk than you understand. The Hulk is a part of you, a manifestation of all the anger you've bottled up over the years, given form by the gamma radiation. Whether you like it or not, the Hulk is a part of you. You just don't fully understand what he is yet. Peter continued, now, when people fear the unknown, the way to move past it is to understand it. The unknown becomes the known. Getting rid of the Hulk would be like getting rid of a part of yourself. And as a scientist, you should know that's not a good thing. The Hulk is your inner demon, so to speak, and the most effective way to deal with inner demons. You learn to live with them. Peter looked directly at Bruce. The only way to stop your suffering, to stop your fear, and to control the Hulk is to understand him. Once you do that, you can learn how to live with him. Bruce sat in silence, not saying a word. The awkward quiet stretched on, causing Peter to frown. Why aren't you saying anything? The last time I said something, you screamed at me. What are you, a child? I'm done explaining. I'm waiting for your input. Bruce sighed and leaned back in his seat. On paper, what you said sounds good, but I don't want to understand the Hulk. I just want him gone. And the Hulk doesn't seem like the type to cooperate. How can I understand him without putting people in danger? Honestly, Bruce, what other choice do you have? You've tried everything to get rid of him, and nothing's worked. This is literally your only option. And don't worry about communication. Back in my lab, we have a VR capsule we use for training. If we connect you to it, theoretically, both your consciousness and the Hulk's would be transported into a virtual world. You could talk, get to know each other. And if the Hulk goes on a rampage, we'll just create a simulation for him to destroy. Let him vent all his frustrations. You seriously have something like that? Bruce asked, surprised. Of course. After all, who's the smartest guy alive? Peter smirked, glancing at his friends. Reed Richards, they all said in unison. Come on. Where's the loyalty? I thought you guys were on my side. Peter said, feigning shock at their betrayal. Reed still holds the title. If you take it from him, we'll say you, Harry teased with a grin. You're all fake friends. Every single one of you, Peter grumbled. Suddenly, the ship jolted as they descended. Peter turned to Bruce. Look, we're back at our hideout. So, are you up for it or not? Bruce sighed deeply. Like you said, what other choice do I have? We all have to confront our demons at some point, right? Chapter 172. Third Person's POV. As the Weaver landed in the lab, Peter began walking backward with his arms spread wide. "Welcome to the Spider Cave," Peter said in a dramatic, deep voice, a huge grin on his face. Bruce and Betty stepped out of the jet, both wearing astonished expressions as they took in the vastness of the space. "Now that's what I call a grand debut if I do say so myself," Lizzie said, happily marching beside Harry. "Not yet," Peter called out, pointing a finger at her. "What now? What could I have possibly missed?" Lizzie asked in exasperation. "You missed jumping from the tallest building in the city. It's tradition. Just because you can fly doesn't mean you get to skip it." "We did it, so you will too," Peter said with a smirk. Lizzie groaned. "You are so annoying." "Peter's right, Lizzie," Gwen chimed in. "He and I did it when we started, and we made those three do it too when it was their turn," she added with a grin. "Fine, I got it," Lizzie sighed, slumping her shoulders as Harry patted her back affectionately. Peter then turned to Bruce. "You ready to get started?" "No, but let's get this over with," Bruce replied with a sigh. As Gwen walked away, she discreetly pulled out a vial of blood she had collected for later study, intending to store it in refrigeration. Betty raised her hand slightly toward Peter. Confused, Peter gave her a high five. "No, no," Betty laughed, "I just had a question." "You don't need to raise your hand. Go ahead and ask," Peter said, waving her off. "When Bruce goes into the VR world, could I follow him inside? You know, for emotional support." "I was planning on giving them a moment alone while we secretly spied from the outside," Peter teased, "but it's up to Bruce." Bruce pondered for a moment. "We don't know how safe this is, so it's better if I go in alone first. I need to talk to him one-on-one, without being spied on," Bruce said, giving Peter a pointed look. Peter grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Don't worry, we'll respect your privacy." Behind Peter, Felicia and MJ exchanged amused looks as Peter crossed his fingers behind his back. "But before you go in, you'll need something to wear," Peter said, eyeing Bruce, who was struggling to keep his pants up. "Come with me." Peter led Bruce to a changing room and introduced him to the unstable molecule fiber suits. "Can I buy a couple of outfits made from this material?" Bruce asked. "Do you have any idea how much I've spent on clothes that rip every time I transform into the big guy?" "I'll have a set ready for you after your session," Peter promised, giving Bruce privacy to change. When Bruce emerged, he looked down at his new suit, impressed. "Wow, this feels great." Peter led him to the VR capsule room, where the others were waiting. Betty was running her hands over the capsules, her eyes wide with amazement. "These look straight out of a sci-fi movie." "Pick whichever one looks the comfiest, and let us do the rest," Peter said, gesturing toward the capsules. Bruce sighed and glanced at Peter. "I'm trusting you with this. Don't let me down." Peter winked. "You can ask the ladies. Disappointment isn't really my thing." Bruce gave him a wary look. "He's going to kill me and everyone I love. I just know it." "Just get in," Peter ordered, his expression deadpan as Felicia and MJ slipped out of the room. Bruce opened the capsule, releasing a white mist. As he stepped inside, Peter signaled Betty to close the lid. As the capsule sealed shut, green liquid began filling the chamber. Betty and Bruce exchanged confused looks, prompting Peter to explain, "It's a nutrient solution to sustain your body if you stay inside for an extended period." They nodded in understanding, and soon, Bruce's eyes grew heavy, his consciousness slipping away. His eyelids fluttered shut, only to snap open again, glowing green. Peter froze momentarily before exhaling in relief as Bruce's eyes finally closed for good. Everyone else let out a collective breath they didn't realize they'd been holding. Felicia re-entered, carrying a stack of chairs, while MJ followed behind with a tray of snacks. "We brought food for the show," MJ announced, striking a playful pose like a waitress. "I thought we were respecting his privacy," Betty asked, her frown deepening. Peter sheepishly held up his crossed fingers. "I may have bent the rules a little." He handed her a chair. "You're welcome to leave if you want. No one's forcing you to stay." Betty hesitated for a moment before grabbing the chair. And miss this? Not a chance, she said with a grin, her frown melting away. Arya, set the time dilation to 1:1 and show us what's going on inside, Peter ordered. Bruce's eyes fluttered open, finding himself in a vast, empty white space. As he scanned the room, he turned to see the Hulk, who mirrored his movements. They stared at each other for a tense moment. So, you're him, huh? You're the Hulk, Bruce said, starting to walk in a slow circle, sizing up the towering green giant. Hulk began pacing as well, his eyes locked on Bruce. You. Puny Banner. Hulk doesn't like Puny Banner. Well, I can't say I'm a big fan of yours either, Bruce replied with obvious displeasure. Puny Banner weak, Hulk rumbled. Bruce's irritation flared. Can you stop calling me that? It's annoying. No. Puny Banner is Puny Banner. Puny Banner weak, puny, pathetic. If I'm weak, then what does that make you? Bruce shot back. You're a part of me, aren't you? If I'm weak, then so are you. No. Hulk bellowed, his voice booming. Hulk is strongest. Hulk always saving Puny Banner. Puny Banner would be dead without Hulk. I never asked for your help. I never wanted you in my life. Bruce shouted, fists clenched. Hulk growled, stepping closer, his massive frame casting a shadow over Bruce. You think Hulk wants to be inside Puny Banner? Puny Banner always sad, always blaming Hulk for everything. Hulk is not problem, Puny Banner is. Bruce's voice rose. You are literally the reason the military is hunting me. Every time you come out, I lose control and people end up dead. Roar. The Hulk let out an earth-shaking roar, blasting Bruce with a gust of hot air, his voice thundering through the white void. Bruce stood his ground, though his hair was blown back, hands bracing against the force. Don't scream at Hulk. Hulk bellowed. Hulk doesn't like being hunted either. Hulk just wants peace but isn't allowed. Hulk doesn't want to hurt people, but Hulk has to, or Hulk dies. And if Puny Banner dies, Hulk dies too. Hulk doesn't want to die. Hulk wants to live. What is wrong with Hulk wanting to live? Bruce stood frozen, staring up at the Hulk, his heart pounding in shock at the sudden raw honesty in Hulk's words. I never thought about it like that before. Have I been selfish? After the gamma radiation incident, my life isn't just mine anymore. Bruce took a deep breath, his voice softer now. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live, he said, his tone almost conciliatory. But you're out of control. There's no stopping you once you get angry or excited. I can't stay in one place for too long because the military will find me, then you'll come out, and more people will end up hurt, or worse. He glanced down, frustration evident in his posture. Living with you isn't easy. I can feel you, always inside, just waiting to come out and destroy everything around me. You can call me weak or puny all you want, but I don't want to live a life where my existence causes nothing but pain and misery. Bruce's voice wavered as he continued. I had to leave behind the most incredible woman, the woman I love, just to keep her safe from you. And now, I'm always running, never able to stop. That's not a life. Hulk's eyes narrowed, and he let out a low, almost contemplative rumble. Hulk would never hurt Betty, he growled softly. Hulk likes Betty. Betty is Hulk's friend. Bruce looked up at him, surprised. Well, would you look at that, something we agree on. Never thought I'd see the day. I like Betty too. Back in the real world MJ wiped her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Whoa. I didn't think I was going to cry today. Me neither, Felicia agreed, fanning her eyes carefully to avoid ruining her mascara. Especially when Hulk said he just wants to live. I didn't expect him to have such deep emotions. It's really getting to me. You're not the only one, Gwen added with a small smile, glancing toward Peter, who had a pensive frown on his face. Peter exhaled, then turned to Betty. Would you look at that, looks like you're one of the main reasons Hulk and Bruce might actually learn to get along. Betty, blushing at Bruce's earlier words, smiled softly. Lizzie clasped her hands together excitedly. Oh my God, that's so cute. The power of love solved everything. That's, like, so romantic. Betty's face flushed a deeper shade of pink as she realized how much Bruce had revealed about his feelings for her. Back in the virtual world *. Bruce studied the Hulk for a moment longer, feeling an odd sense of calm settle over him. This towering, seemingly mindless force of rage had now shown a side Bruce had never considered before. Bruce glanced down at his hands, reflecting on the inner struggle that had consumed his life. Living with my own inner demons. Bruce let out a deep sigh, then looked back up at the Hulk. Why don't we start over, he suggested, his voice more sincere. Get to really know each other. You've been living inside of me for so many years, and this is the first time we've had a proper conversation. Hulk huffed, his breath heavy and filled with his usual frustration, but he let out a small growl of agreement. Fine, he rumbled, Hulk agrees. A smile crept onto Bruce's face as he extended his hand. Hello, I'm Bruce Banner. Hulk, after a brief pause, reached out and gripped Bruce's hand in his own massive one. Their eyes locked, green meeting brown as the Hulk spoke. Hulk is Hulk. Chapter 173. Third Person's POV. Date, May 12, 2035. Location, New York City. In a large mansion, a boy no older than 15 was doing push-ups in front of a mirror. He had striking blue eyes and silver hair, his toned body showcasing strength far beyond what any kid his age should possess. His face was set in a serious expression as he moved up and down, focused entirely on his workout. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open, revealing an older woman with long, wavy silver hair. She stood with one hand on her hip, looking at him sternly. Felix Parker, I know damn well you heard me. Get ready for school. You're already late, and your siblings have left you behind, she snapped. Sorry, I overslept and had to get my exercise in, Felix replied, not breaking his rhythm. 1. You always oversleep. You need a better excuse. And 2, I still don't understand why you work out, you have super strength. What's the point? It's not about getting stronger, Felix said, standing up and dusting off his hands. It's about discipline. By doing something pointless, I train myself to do the things that matter without complaining. You wouldn't understand. Whatever. Wash your hands and come eat. You might as well fill your stomach since you're already late, his mother replied with a sigh. Felix got ready quickly, throwing on a black leather jacket over a white shirt, with a silver chain hanging around his neck. He grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder, making his way down the long corridor. With a grin, he slid down the stair railing, landing gracefully at the bottom. As he entered the kitchen, he found his mother setting a plate of breakfast for him. Felix reached for a waffle and waved it in her direction before trying to make a hasty exit. Unfortunately for him, his mother grabbed him and made him sit down. Eat properly, young man, she said, her sharp, feline-like eyes daring him to argue. All right, geez, he muttered, stuffing some food in his mouth. So, why didn't the others wait for me? You're really asking me that? You know how you oversleep. No one can wake you, and they're tired of waiting. I blame your genes for my sleeping problems. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, you big sleeping cat, she teased with a smirk. Once Felix finished eating, he stood to leave, but once again, his mother stopped him. With a sigh, he leaned toward her, his shoulders slumped. She grabbed his chin and kissed his cheek repeatedly. Bye, honey. Love you, she cooed. Love you too, he muttered, cheeks flushing red as he hurried out of the house. Watching him go, she smiled and picked up her phone. Call hubby. The phone rang briefly before a familiar voice answered on the other end. Hello, love. Hubby, he finally made it out of the house, she said with a chuckle. Ha. So it's that time, huh? I still remember it like it was yesterday. Of course you do, you've got an eidetic memory. Meanwhile, Felix was casually walking toward school. I don't get why the others always rush. I enjoy taking my time, *. His thoughts were interrupted when his watch beeped, and he groaned in annoyance. Ducking into a dark alley, he flipped it open, revealing a small holographic figure, a baby white tiger standing on its hind legs, arms crossed. We've got trouble, partner, the tiger cub said proudly. Felix sighed. This is New York City, the city of heroes. Why am I always the one getting called? Can't they get someone else? Sorry, but you and your siblings have a unique way of handling things. He's part of your rogue gallery. The Time Lord is back. Ugh, why did I get stuck with him? He's so damn annoying, Felix muttered, leaping into the air and landing on a nearby rooftop. His sideburns began to grow, and his skin turned white. His teeth sharpened into fangs, claws extended from his fingertips, and his clothes shifted, seemingly absorbed into his body. He tossed his bag aside, dropped to all fours, and fully morphed into a white tiger with black markings and a long tail. His eyes, now tiger-like slits, crackled with electricity that spread across his entire body. Time to go hunting, Felix growled as he bounded from rooftop to rooftop, leaving a blue trail of energy in his wake. Eventually, he started running through the air itself, defying gravity. When Felix arrived on the scene, he spotted an old man wearing a monocle, a green suit, and a top hat with a clock embedded in the center. The man was draining a green light from another person, who was rapidly aging as the Time Lord rejuvenated himself. Felix let out a powerful roar that froze the Time Lord in his tracks. The villain dropped the men and turned to face the charging white tiger. Well, if it isn't the White Fang. I've absorbed enough temporal energy to make this interesting. The Time Lord made a hand sign, freezing time around him as he opened a portal behind himself and began to retreat. Despite the time freeze, White Fang moved effortlessly through it. Winston, call Uncle Strange to help the guy. Felix commanded as he leapt through the slowly closing portal. On the other side, he found the Time Lord waiting for him. As I thought, not even frozen time can stop you. Where are we, Time Lord? White Fang growled, eyes narrowing. The now youthful man spread his arms, gesturing to the liquid-like, gray surroundings. Isn't it obvious? We're in the stream of time, our new battleground. Felix's claws crackled with blue electricity as he slashed at the air, sending arcs of plasma toward the Time Lord. The villain calmly held his top hat, freezing the attack midair. Here's something you should know, young cub. In this place, I am the strongest. Here, surrounded by time itself, I reign supreme. Felix, in his White Fang form, glared at the Time Lord, feeling the weight of the temporal stream pressing around him. The eerie gray liquid that composed the flow of time rippled as the two adversaries faced off. Felix's plasma-charged claw marks hung suspended in midair, frozen by the distortions of time. The Time Lord chuckled, confidence radiating from his rejuvenated form. You're impressive, cub. But in the stream of time, I see everything you will do before you even think of doing it. You can't win. Felix's fangs gleamed as he smirked. Then I guess I'll have to stop thinking and start acting. Without warning, Felix lunged forward, claws glowing fiercely with plasma. The Time Lord raised his monocle, warping the space between them, slowing Felix's movements to a crawl. But Felix had been expecting this. Instead of fighting the distortion, he let his instincts guide him. His heightened senses, honed from years of training, allowed him to synchronize with the fluctuating flow of time itself. The Time Lord, expecting an easy victory, took a step back, ready to freeze Felix in place once more. But to his surprise, Felix blurred out of the distortion, phasing through the warped space. He appeared behind the Time Lord in an instant, claws sparking with electricity. Surprise, Felix growled, slashing downward with a powerful strike. The Time Lord barely managed to conjure a temporal shield, blocking the plasma-infused claws. The force of the strike, however, caused cracks to form in the shield, and the Time Lord stumbled backward, eyes wide. You're disrupting time itself, the Time Lord gasped in disbelief. Felix landed gracefully, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. You think you're the only one with tricks? Before the Time Lord could recover, Felix pressed the attack, moving with blinding speed. He twisted through the air, dodging and weaving around the temporal distortions, as if he could see them before they formed. His tiger instincts allowed him to predict the changes in time, adapting faster than the Time Lord could react. Frustrated, the Time Lord slammed his hand into the stream, causing the surrounding gray liquid to ripple violently. Enough, he bellowed. The time stream collapsed around Felix, bending past and future together, warping reality itself. Felix felt the crushing weight of centuries bearing down on him, memories and moments from countless timelines swirling around him like a chaotic storm. But he held his focus, claws crackling with energy. You think I can't handle a few bad memories? I've seen worse. With a roar, Felix unleashed a burst of raw electrical energy, sending it surging through the time stream. The shockwave disrupted the Time Lord's control, sending ripples through the gray liquid. The Time Lord staggered, clutching his monocle as his hold on the time stream faltered. Felix saw his opening. In a flash, he pounced, claws glowing with charged plasma. With one decisive strike, he shattered the Time Lord's temporal shield and sent the villain flying backward into the liquid walls of the time stream. Not letting his enemy escape, Felix leapt after him, diving into the swirling stream. He swam through the gray liquid, trying to track the Time Lord, but soon lost sight of him. Before Felix could react, the time stream rejected him, spitting him out. Date: May 12, 2008. Location: New York City ****. In the shadows of a back alley in Times Square, a swirling temporal portal opened. Out of it shot a white tiger, tumbling toward the ground. Felix shifted in midair, landing gracefully on all fours before morphing back into his human form. Breathing heavily, Felix stood up and looked around, confused. He glanced down at his wrist and tapped his watch. "Winston, what just happened?" His AI companion's voice crackled to life. "You were ejected from the time stream. It appears you've been deposited at a random point in time." Felix's eyes widened. "What year?" "According to my investigation, the year is 2008, the year your father first became Spider-Man, and your mother started as Spider-Cat." Felix groaned, rubbing his face. "Oh no. Dad's gonna kill me." Chapter 174, Moving In. Third person's POV. The hatch of the VR capsule opened, and out came Bruce, with both his and Hulk's consciousness back in his body. "So, how was it?" Peter asked, looking at Bruce with amusement. Bruce just stared at all of them sitting in chairs with a blank expression. "I'm sure you all already saw how it went. Come on, don't be like that. We want to hear your opinion," Peter continued to tease. "It honestly went better than I expected. It showed me a new perspective on things." "Thank you." "Truly," Bruce nodded graciously toward Peter. "Okay, now you're embarrassing me," Peter muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Betty simply stood up and hugged Bruce. "If you ever need someone to talk to, or help processing how you feel, please come to me. I'd be more than happy to lend an ear." Bruce hugged her back, inhaling her scent. "Thank you. Get a room, you two. You've got people watching," Felicia scoffed in fake disgust as she picked up her chair and began leaving the room, with the others following behind her. Peter then walked alongside Bruce. "I think you saw pretty well how the Hulk is. He's no different than a child. He's your responsibility, Bruce. You'll need to teach him along the way." "I'll try, but it's easier said than done." "It might take years," Bruce muttered wearily. "Small steps, right?" Peter said confidently. "I suppose you're right. Right now, I feel like I just took a giant leap with the Hulk." "Hey, I know this might seem weird and random for me to bring up, but if you need a place to stay and hide out, why don't you stay here?" Peter asked. "Are you serious?" Bruce asked, looking at Peter strangely. I know, it's weird since we literally just met and I'm asking you to suddenly move in. But it beats constantly moving around and always being on the run. Not to mention, it's free," Peter nudged him. "I do like free things," Bruce muttered before sighing and shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't do free. It feels like I'd be taking advantage of a kid. How about paying me back with your brain?" "Excuse me. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg of the things created here. For example, want to know what I use to power everything around here? A dual sun core reactor." Bruce practically snapped his head toward Peter. "What? You managed to combine the theories of power from the core of a sun and a fusion reactor? Are you crazy? If that went wrong, it could have caused, wait, the VR world." Bruce immediately realized. "You're using the VR world to experiment before bringing your creations to life. That's really smart, genius, actually. It's the safest place to conduct experiments without any real consequences. Kid, your proposal just became a lot sweeter. So what, if I stay here, my rent will be my inventions and theories. You wouldn't steal them, would you?" I can sign an NDA about everything I learned from you, if that'll make you feel better. Bruce stood and turned toward Peter. I don't think that'll be necessary. You've shown me that you're someone I can trust. You're more than just a kid, you're a man with honor. I trust you completely. So, are you staying? Bruce rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're seriously making this harder than it needs to be. All right, I'll stay, but only until I find a secure place for myself. No, Peter said, shaking his head. Excuse me. That kind of thinking is why you'll end up single. It's not just a place for you anymore, it should be a place for you and Betty. She clearly cares about you. If you truly love her and are planning a future together, you should consult her and ask for her opinion too. Communication between partners is what keeps a relationship alive. So, don't make any major life-changing decisions without her. Bruce blinked, staring at Peter strangely. What? It's a bit disturbing how mature you are about everything. Peter walked with his hands behind his head. Well, I kinda have to be. The moment you choose to be a hero, your life isn't your own anymore. I'm responsible for the lives of a lot of people. A single mistake on my part could cause many deaths, so I have to be mature about a few things. Bruce patted Peter's back sympathetically. He's a really good kid. Bruce thought, and for the first time in a long while, he thought about the future. I hope that when I have kids, they turn out like him someday. Betty. Bruce decided to stay here, so that means you will too. If you guys are gonna have sex, make sure to clean up after yourselves. Peter yelled, cupping his hands over his mouth. Bruce stood still, staring at Peter. I take it back. I take it all back, he said, shaking his head in exasperation. Peter asked, tilting his head in confusion. Ha! Felicia laughed loudly, overhearing what Peter yelled. As things settled down, Peter and the others realized how late it had gotten. One by one, they began heading home, leaving only MJ, Peter, Bruce, and Betty behind. Peter then showed Bruce and Betty to their room. I'm not sure if you guys wanted one room or two. One is more than enough, Betty said before blushing, realizing how it sounded. Oh. Okay, like I said, if you guys are going to have sex, there's a washing machine down here so you can wash the sheets. Peter, please stop talking, Bruce pleaded. MJ soon returned, handing Peter 2 pens. Here. Thanks, Peter said before showing them to Bruce and Betty. These are for when you want to go out and stay undercover without being noticed. Peter held the pen to his face, and his appearance changed before returning to normal. Both Bruce and Betty were flabbergasted. Where the hell were you when I was running? Bruce teased as they both took the pens. Good night, and don't make too much noise, Peter teased. They promptly closed the door in his face, causing him to laugh in amusement. MJ shook her head in amusement. Come on, I think you've bothered them long enough. Are you sure? I still have a few extra teases left in me, Peter replied, reluctant to stop. MJ slowed her pace, letting Peter walk ahead before jumping onto his back. You can use them on me, she whispered close to his ear. You naughty, naughty girl. Peter murmured back, carrying her toward his indoor garage. After securing a helmet on her head, he started driving her home. MJ stood behind Peter on the motorcycle, her arms resting comfortably on his shoulders. So, are you staying over tonight? MJ asked curiously as they rode along. Is that even a question? Peter smirked, his eyes focused ahead. When they arrived at her house, MJ took off her helmet and kissed his cheek. I'll be waiting for you in my room. Be quick. Someone's impatient, Peter teased. He quickly got ready and sneaked over to her room, where he found MJ lounging in her underwear, posing provocatively with her head resting on her hand. She wiggled her fingers at him, beckoning him forward. Peter's eyes widened as he took in the sight. He tossed off his shirt and climbed into bed with her, grinning from ear to ear. The two playfully tossed each other around, giggling under the sheets. Their legs tangled together as MJ cradled Peter's face, kissing him repeatedly. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her face against his with a content smile. What are you doing? Peter asked, amused by her affectionate hold. Nothing, I just love you. I think this is what they call a sudden love surge. You're so cute and sweet, do you know that? Peter said, his heart swelling as he basked in her love. Or so I've heard, MJ replied, her smile brightening. She shifted on top of Peter, cupping his face as she kissed him deeply again, reigniting the spark between them. The next day, MJ and Peter were entwined together, both trembling as they reached their climax. MJ, on all fours, bit into her pillow to muffle her moans while Peter pressed against her, releasing everything he had. When they were done, they collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily and gasping for air. We didn't get any sleep last night, MJ muttered, though her satisfied expression said otherwise. She sighed in mild annoyance. Why do we always have to do it in my bed? I'm always the one who has to clean up. Peter chuckled, gently pulling her hair out of her face. Well, my walls are thinner, we can't do it in the spider cave because, well, you know who is there, and you don't like public play. He grinned before adding, I could reinforce my walls, make them soundproof. How about we try it at my place next time? That sounds good. Now let's get ready, you know, school and all. MJ said, rolling her eyes but smiling. Before leaving, Peter gave her one more kiss. Love you. See you in a bit. After getting ready at his house, Peter joined Aunt May and Uncle Ben for breakfast. Please come home for dinner once in a while. It gets lonely without you, Aunt May teased. You're right. I'm sorry. Peter replied apologetically. But he froze as Uncle Ben switched on the news. Tony Stark, owner of Stark Industries, is reported missing after a deal gone wrong during his trip to Afghanistan. It's starting. Peter thought excitedly, though he felt a pang of guilt. I know I shouldn't be excited about the trauma he's going to experience, but I just can't help it. Both Aunt May and Uncle Ben stared at the news in surprise. Peter discreetly grabbed his phone and texted Arya, buy all of Stark Industries stocks when they hit rock bottom. Once he finished breakfast, Peter hugged Uncle Ben and kissed Aunt May on the cheek as an apology for missing dinners, then rushed out. He picked up MJ on his motorcycle before swinging by to get Gwen. All three arrived at school just as Harry pulled up on his bike, with Lizzie clinging to him from behind. Felicia soon arrived, glaring at Peter and Harry while flipping them both off. Thanks for picking me up, guys. I really appreciate the walk, she said sarcastically. Peter and Harry laughed awkwardly as the group made their way to class. From afar, a boy with silver hair and striking blue eyes watched them with a small smile. I thought you'd ride with Peter, Harry said, scratching the back of his head. I had both Gwen and MJ with me. It wasn't my fault, but next time, I'll grab the car, Peter promised, joining his hands together and looking at Felicia apologetically. Felicia scoffed, ignoring them as she walked ahead. The group laughed and followed after her. When they sat down in class, the homeroom teacher entered and cleared his throat. Settle down, class. I have a big announcement to make. Everyone glanced at the teacher curiously. We have a transfer student joining us for a short while. Come on in and introduce yourself. The door opened, and a boy with silver hair and captivating blue eyes stepped into the room. He wore a leather jacket with a silver chain, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Sup. The name's Felix Pettersson, he said with a casual nod. Immediately, many of the girls were taken by him, while some of the boys grew envious. Felix glanced at Peter and his friends, noticing their lack of reactions. Good. It looks like my ability to suppress my presence worked on their spidey senses, he thought with satisfaction. A smile crept across his face as he overheard Peter mutter, Hey, Felicia, I think we found your long-lost twin brother. Chapter 75, Relations. Third person's POV. After his short introduction, Felix sat in the back of the class and immediately fell asleep. The class turned toward him in surprise as they heard him begin to snore. He's got guts, I'll give him that, Flash remarked, glancing back at Felix. Harry leaned toward Felicia and whispered, Do you think he might be related to you? Felicia rolled her eyes. Not every guy with silver platinum blonde hair is related to me. Plus, he's got blue eyes. As far as I know, no one in my family has blue eyes. Peter leaned over to Gwen and, in a voice only she could hear, asked, Did you pick up anything unusual about him? No, did you? Gwen replied, eyeing Peter as he shook his head. Deciding it wasn't worth overthinking, they all shrugged it off, assuming Felix was just a normal kid. The class carried on, though the occasional snore from the back row made some of the girls glance back to check him out. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Don't forget, everyone, parent-teacher conferences are at the end of the week. Make sure to tell your parents, the teacher called out as students began to pack up. As everyone started to leave, they noticed Peter lingering behind, checking his watch. What are you waiting for? Harry asked, confused. Peter simply raised a finger, signaling them to wait. Moments later, when the hallways emptied out, Felix finally left the classroom, blending in with the crowd. As soon as he did, Peter swiftly grabbed him by the ear and dragged him away with a serious expression. Peter. What the hell are you doing? His friends asked, staring at him in shock. Dad. I'm sorry. Stop pulling my ear, it's like you know my weak spot. Felix pleaded in pain as Peter dragged him toward a secluded staircase. Everyone froze, mouths agape. Dad. Peter finally set Felix down on the stairs, arms crossed. Talk. Now. They all stood there, looking between Peter and Felix, utterly stunned. Dad, they repeated, still processing what they had just heard. Gwen pushed through the group, gripping Felix by the shoulders. Who's your mother? Felix nervously glanced at Felicia, then awkwardly turned back to Gwen. Hi, Mama Gwen. Everyone immediately snapped their heads toward Felicia, who pointed at herself in disbelief. Me. Like I said, talk. Now, Peter repeated firmly. Whoa, wait. Peter, why are you being so aggressive? MJ asked, her eyes filled with concern. Peter sighed, his voice heavy with worry. If a kid of mine shows up from the future, that can only mean two things, and neither of them are good. Either the future is falling apart and he's here to fix it, or someone important dies and I end up a shell of a man, failing as a father. It's nothing like that, Felix interrupted, rubbing the back of his head. I'm here by accident. Peter's shoulders sagged in relief. Jesus Christ, you scared the life out of me. I thought you said you didn't detect anything unusual, Gwen said, looking at Peter quizzically. Well, that's half true, Peter explained. My spidey senses aren't flaring up, but I can sense his life force, though faintly. It's probably some kind of technique. His bioelectricity is similar to mine, but different. And those eyes, they're like mine when I use my electricity, but his seem to be permanently charged. Peter then smirked. And seriously, Pedersen. You couldn't come up with a less obvious last name. Suddenly, a voice emerged from Felix's hand. Told you that name would give you away. Not now, Winston, Felix muttered. I thought it was funny at the time. Felicia, still in shock, exclaimed, Wait, can we go back to the part where I'm his mother? Felix sighed. Yes, you're my mother, the one who birthed me. There's Mama Gwen, Mama MJ, Uncle Harry, Aunt Lizzie, and of course, dear old Dad. He addressed them each in turn, offering a two-finger salute. Felicia clasped a hand over her mouth. Holy shit. Gwen shot Peter a sharp look. Nice going. Gwen honey, quite literally not my fault this time, Peter sighed. Felix then turned back to Peter. Do I still have to do your test? Because I really don't want to. The others looked at Felix in confusion, but Peter's face lit up with a grin. Oh yeah, you're doing it. Test? What test? Gwen asked, curiosity piqued. Without a word, Felix removed his jacket, sighed, and assumed a martial arts stance. Peter followed suit. Wait, are they about to fight? Here? Lizzie asked, bewildered. Both Peter and Felix locked eyes, their spidey senses crashing into each other. In that moment, they saw visions of their future selves, locked in intense battle. Their movements became synchronized as they mentally countered and engaged, each predicting the other's attacks with deadly precision. From the outside, it looked like Peter and Felix were standing completely still, though their fingers and muscles were twitching ever so slightly. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and for a moment, Peter's expression flickered with surprise. But it was clear neither of them was done yet. What the hell is going on? Felicia asked, confused. Suddenly, Felix slammed his jacket to the ground in frustration. God damn it, he yelled, while Peter pumped his fist in the air in victory. That's BS, and you know it. Felix snapped. I'm from the future. I should be stronger than you. You played dirty, old man. Harry raised an eyebrow. So, care to fill us in on what just happened? Peter smirked, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulders. It was a test I came up with just in case a kid claiming to be mine from the future ever showed up. It's like mental boxing, using our spidey sense to predict each other's moves and counterattack. Only my real kid would be able to keep up. With a proud smile, Peter ruffled Felix's hair. He's legit. He's my kid, all right. Felix batted his hand away, embarrassed. Don't do that. Lizzie shook her head in disbelief. Am I the only one freaked out that he's from the future? Felicia blushed, crossing her arms. How do you think I feel? He's supposed to be our kid, with Peter. Peter's expression shifted as he looked seriously at Felix. I know you're not supposed to reveal much about the future, but I need to ask. Am I a good father? Everyone turned to Peter in surprise, even Felix seemed taken aback by the question. Really? Out of everything you could ask me about the future, that's what you choose? Peter's gaze held an unusual vulnerability, and Felix softened. You're serious, huh? He paused, then nodded reassuringly. Yeah, you're a great dad. We all see how much effort you put into being there for us. Peter exhaled, as if a heavy weight had been lifted. That's always been one of my biggest fears, he thought, being a bad father. Harry, curious, spoke up. So, how did you end up here? Felix sighed and flicked open his watch, revealing a hologram of the Time Lord. The Time Lord, he's part of my rogues gallery. I followed him after he opened a portal to the time stream. I was winning the fight and almost had him, but he threw himself in, and I followed. I ended up here, but I don't know where he is now, or when he'll appear. Until then, I'm stuck. So, I did what I was taught, came to you for help. They all heard Gwen mutter under her breath, why couldn't it have been my kid that came from the future? Ignoring her, Felix continued, I tried accessing the satellite until I realized it hasn't been built yet, which makes everything a lot more complicated. Is the Time Lord already here? Harry asked. Felix shrugged. That's the thing with time, it's tricky. We might have exited the time stream at different points, so I don't know if he's already here or when he'll show up. He then lifted up his hand, revealing Peter's watch. Hey, big sis, can you work with Winston here to see if you detected anything unusual? Peter blinked in surprise. Wait, how did you even take that without me noticing? Felix smirked. A skill Mom taught me. Felicia puffed out her chest proudly. He's definitely my son. As the others stared at Felicia, a hologram of Arya, Peter's AI, appeared. She smirked, pretending to pat Felix on the head. Don't worry, kiddo. Big sis has got your back. Felix gave her a weirded out look. Wow, you're tiny and adorable. MJ, hesitating, pressed her fingers together shyly. Do. Peter and I have kids in the future too. Felix smiled, holding up 4 fingers. Yeah, 4 so far. Everyone stared at Felix in shock before turning to MJ and Peter. MJ blushed, covering her face in embarrassment. Harry grinned. Damn, you two are gonna be busy in the future. Peter waved a hand. All right, enough. The more you say, the more you risk messing with the timeline. Felix nodded, tossing Arya back to Peter. Fair enough. I've got class to get to, anyway. He walked off with a peace sign over his shoulder, leaving the group still reeling from the revelation. Chapter 176, Teasing. Third person's POV. It was soon lunchtime, and Peter, along with the others, including Felix, were sitting at the top of the empty football bleachers. So, what am I like in the future? Felicia asked, looking at Felix with hopeful eyes and an excited smile. Felix leaned forward, resting his arms on his legs and covering his face with one hand. Smothering. If I had to describe you in the future, that's the word I'd use. Okay, is that the good kind or the bad kind? Felix sighed. I thought I wasn't supposed to answer questions about the future. Am I a bad mother? Felicia asked sadly, noticing Felix's hesitation. Don't worry, honey. Our son here is just too shy and loves you too much to answer that question, Peter said teasingly. Ah. Is that right? Honey? Gwen asked with a raised eyebrow, while MJ gave Peter a curious look. I'm just joking, Peter said, raising his hands in surrender. I'm curious, Harry interjected, if Peter and MJ have 4 kids in total, how many kids does Peter have in all? Do not answer that question, Peter said, his tone serious. Relax, old man, I wasn't going to, Felix retorted. We're the same age, don't even go there, Peter said, rolling his eyes. Peter then turned to Felix with confusion. During our little mental sparring match, I saw that you could turn into a tiger. What's that about? I thought you'd have spider powers. I do, Felix said, showing Peter his wrist with the spinnerets. I have 2 sets of powers. In my human form, I have all the powers of a spider. When I transform into a white tiger, I lose those powers. That's so cool, Felicia muttered, causing Felix to smile to himself. I would have loved to see her reaction if I said I gained those powers because of her, Felix thought with a smirk. Gwen leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, staring at Felix, making him feel awkward. Yes, Mama Gwen. Felix asked. Don't call me that. Sorry. Tell me honestly, do I really accept the concept of a harem with Peter, and am I not just miserable? Am I like that vindictive stepmother who makes your life hell? I'm calling you Mama Gwen affectionately, aren't I? I suppose you're right. Gwen mumbled. I'm still not liking this. In fact, I hate it. I can tell. Sorry. Gwen sighed. It's not your fault. It's his, she said, glaring at Peter. I'm sorry for being so attractive, it's a sin I'll spend my entire life trying to correct, Peter said dramatically, as if he were the victim. This earned him a smack on the shoulder from both Gwen and MJ. It's nice to see your narcissistic behavior is still present in the past, Felix muttered in annoyance. Harry looked at Felix with a raised brow. He doesn't change in the future. Felix rolled his eyes. He won't shut up about how our good looks come from him. Peter pointed a finger at him. And don't you forget it. MJ, resting her chin on her hand with one leg over the other, smiled as she thought, even though he sounds annoyed, he seems to care deeply for Peter. I can feel the love and pride he has for him. She then looked at Peter, thinking he really will be a great father. And couldn't help but blush slightly. So, have you gotten laid yet? MJ put her hand over her face. He always ruins the moment. Peter, they all shouted. Come on, Dad. Felix mumbled, blushing. Seeing as you're blushing, you haven't, coward. I'm blushing because my dumbass of a father asked me that with my mother right next to me. I'm not talking about my sex life with you. Felicia scoffed. It's good to know you didn't inherit his shamelessness. Yeah, all of that went to my sister, which I shouldn't have mentioned. Damn it. As in, I have another child besides you? Felicia asked, pointing to herself. Felix zipped his mouth. Can we change the topic to something that doesn't involve the future? Well, I have a question that kind of relates to the future and kind of doesn't, Peter said. I'm sure that if you're really from the future, I would have cracked time travel by then. So why hasn't he? I appeared and taken you away before you could cause any damage. It's because of the rule you set for us, which our mothers hate. You believe in us having our own adventures, taking our own risks, and figuring things out for ourselves. You would only involve yourself if we personally ask you to, otherwise, you give us space to learn at our own pace. If I needed help, my father, future you, would have expected me to build a time machine communicator to contact him and get help. That sounds horrible, Lizzie said. I can see why you said we hate it, Gwen muttered. Yeah, I really don't like that. It sounds dangerous, Felicia said, looking at Peter with an unpleasant expression. That seems like something I would totally do, Peter nodded. Do you understand why I'm like that? Yeah, don't worry, we all know. It's one of the reasons I said you're a good father. You have complete faith and confidence in us. Although those expectations can weigh a ton, we all have super strength, Felix smirked confidently at the end. Peter leaned toward Harry and whispered, I bet you $20 he thought he looked cool when he said that last line. I take it all back. You are a horrible father who enjoys all of our misery with your teasing, Felix said, his expression deadpan. So, what are your plans while you wait for the Time Lord to show up? Felicia asked, steering the conversation to a different topic. I honestly don't know. I stayed in a hotel last night, but I can't stay there forever. My allowance doesn't really work here since I could mess up the economy by bringing money from the future. I had Winston take some cash from bad guys, but not too much, because if I take too much, it could affect the future in ways I wouldn't be able to undo, Felix explained. Why don't you stay with me, then? Felicia asked hopefully. Or he could stay at the hideout. We've got rooms, and that way, you don't have to explain to your mom why there's a random boy who looks kinda like you in your room, Peter scoffed. Oh. I just wanted to get to know him better, since he's, you know, my son. Then tell your mom you're having a sleepover with either Gwen or MJ and stay the night at the hideout with him, Peter suggested. Oh, that's a good idea. Felicia nodded, clearly liking it. Unfortunately, before she could ask Felix more questions, the bell rang, signaling that they had to continue with their school day. As they headed toward class, Gwen pulled Peter aside, letting the others go ahead. Once they were out of earshot, Gwen looked at Peter sadly. I honestly hate this. What's wrong? Peter asked, concern in his voice. Gwen rested her forehead against Peter's chest. I feel like the choice was taken away from me. Peter hugged her, and she returned the embrace. Of course you're going to feel sad and like something was taken from you if you look at it that way. But maybe seeing him was the answer you needed, the answer to your doubts. Didn't you say you were thinking about it? Gwen remained silent, so Peter continued, his presence just means you already came to that conclusion. And you saw how he looked at us, how he called us. There was no anger, only love. He even called you Mama Gwen affectionately, even though you're not his mother. Gwen looked up at him. Your words are very manipulative. Ugh. I really didn't mean for them to come out like that. I'm just happy. Of course you are. Your dream of a harem is coming true, Gwen replied, her expression flat. Or the dream of a big family, Peter countered, reminding her of their conversation on the Ferris wheel. I still feel like the choice was taken away from me. Gwen muttered. Peter gently brushed her hair away from her face. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? Gwen studied his face, trying to discern if Peter was manipulating her. But no matter how she tried to see it, all she saw was concern for her and how she was feeling in his gaze. He isn't trying to manipulate me into making sure his harem thing works out. He's just genuinely concerned about me. Maybe a kiss will help for now. Gwen said, her lips forming a slight pout. Peter raised an eyebrow. Are you sure that's what you want? Don't you? Without another word, Peter kissed her, making Gwen close her eyes and rise slightly onto her tiptoes as she leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Get to class. Stop making out in the hallways, one of the patrolling teachers yelled, causing them both to blush and quickly run back to class. Chapter 177, Flash and Peter. Third person's POV. Gym class was the last period of the day, and they were all jogging in their school gym uniforms. Peter and the others soon noticed more eyes on them than usual, likely thanks to the new addition running alongside them. So, do you get everyone's attention like this back where you're from? Peter asked, amused. Yeah. It's a hassle. What hurts more is having to turn down some of the girls. When I say no, they always look hurt, which I hate doing. Peter and Harry exchanged straight-faced looks. Then they all heard MJ's voice in their heads, except for Harry and Lizzie. Looks like future you raised him right, Felicia, MJ teased. Felicia smiled proudly, her ponytail swaying as she ran. Wait, do you even have a girlfriend? Harry asked curiously. I'm working on it. Felix muttered. They all looked at Felix strangely, surprised that someone with his good looks didn't already have a girlfriend. Just then, Flash jogged by. How do you do it, Parker? Do what? Peter asked, raising an eyebrow. How do you always manage to befriend the new kids so fast? First Felicia, now him. Peter turned around and started jogging backward, smirking with his fingers on his chin. Because I'm hella charming, can't you tell? Flash scoffed, rolling his eyes. It's probably just because you hang out with the cute girls. Felix looked a bit disgusted but hid it well. Nope, they don't interest me in the slightest. Everyone stopped talking and stared at Felix in silence. He looked at them, confused, until his eyes widened in realization, too late, as he saw Peter's grin growing. It's all right, we support you, Peter said, putting a hand on Felix's shoulder. I didn't know you swung that way, Harry teased. We're not here to judge, Felicia chimed in with a smile. She's right. If anyone gives you a hard time about it, come to me, Flash said, proudly pointing to himself. Felix's eye twitched as Peter's cheeks turned red, suppressing laughter. I'm not gay, Felix said flatly. Really? Bummer. Flash said. The group's attention shifted to Flash. Peter patted him on the back. So you finally came out? I thought it would take longer. That's not what I meant. I just meant it's a bummer because if he were gay, he wouldn't be competition for the girls. Huh? You're really not gay? MJ asked in genuine surprise. Why are you so surprised? Flash asked, astonished. Well, you were so obsessed with Peter that I thought, maybe you secretly had feelings for him but were too afraid to admit it, MJ blushed as she explained. Gwen and Harry burst out laughing. Flash stared at MJ in disbelief. Is that seriously what you thought of me this whole time? Can you blame me? You were always so intense with Peter. It seemed like one of those stereotypical, secretly in love jock stories, where you bully the nerd because you're secretly in love with him, MJ explained. Now it was MJ's turn to receive weird looks, even Peter was looking at her strangely. Tell me honestly, did you create a whole narrative about me and Flash? MJ blushed and muttered, no comment. Although my delusions didn't go as far as MJ's, I also found your obsession with Peter a bit weird, Gwen admitted. Flash fell unnaturally quiet, raising a few brows, until he finally sighed and admitted, I was jealous of him. Their eyes widened in shock at Flash's confession. You were? I mean, I'd be jealous of me too, just look at me, Peter said, masking his surprise with a bit of narcissism. Yeah. I'm not afraid to admit it anymore. I was jealous of Parker. He had good grades, was smart, had a beautiful girlfriend, and always seemed genuinely happy. I was jealous, so I bullied him to make him as miserable as the rest of us. They all stared at Flash, unsure how to respond. Peter was left speechless. What changed? Felix asked, smiling curiously. Well, it was mostly after he helped Felicia. I started to respect him. It's hard to bully someone you respect. And I'm going to go die of embarrassment for saying all of this out loud, Flash said, sprinting away, blushing furiously. There was a tense, heavy silence in the group. If anyone's freaked out or weirded out by what just happened, raise your hand, Peter said, raising his hand. The others followed suit as they watched Flash's retreating figure. Help you? Felix asked curiously, glancing at Felicia. He had never been told about any of this by his parents. You don't know? Gwen asked, a bit surprised. If I did, I wouldn't be asking. So, what happened? Felix replied. No, Peter interjected firmly. Felix looked at Peter in confusion. What does he mean by no? Picking up on his confusion, Peter explained, we'll explain later. It's not a story to share in public. Plus, it's her story. If Felicia wants to tell you, she will. If she doesn't, well, too bad. Felix nodded in understanding just as a sharp whistle blew, causing Peter, Gwen, and Felix to wince slightly. After the gym exercise, they were free to roam for the rest of the period. Peter grabbed a basketball and, in a low voice only someone with super hearing could catch, said, "Wanna play ball with your old man?" Felix rolled his eyes. How are you not embarrassed saying stuff like that? I get it if you don't want to. You probably don't want to get cooked in front of everyone on your first day, Peter teased with a grin. You're annoying. Felix muttered as he walked over to Peter. The others stood a little further away, watching the interaction. Is it just me, or does Peter seem happier? If that makes sense. Harry asked, tilting his head in confusion. It's honestly nice to see, MJ said with a warm smile as she watched Peter toss the ball to Felix, who tossed it right back. Peter then started dribbling the ball, his hands moving quickly and effortlessly. Peter rapidly bounced the ball between his legs, behind his back, and back again, while Felix crouched slightly, ready in a defensive stance. Gwen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, silently watching the game with a thoughtful look on her face. Meanwhile, Felicia stood nearby, lost in her own thoughts. So Peter and I really. This is seriously forcing me to confront these feelings I didn't want to. I was in denial, and I wanted it to stay that way. Damn it, it was just a small interest, nothing more, and I was planning on getting rid of these feelings. But then, boom, Sun from the future shows up. Maybe it's a sign from the universe, telling me not to suppress these feelings. MJ glanced at Felicia, sensing her uncertainty. She debated whether to step in or let Felicia figure things out on her own. After a moment, MJ decided to give her space to sort through her thoughts without outside influence. Peter, do I love Peter? Felicia thought, frustrated. No. I don't, but damn it, I really like him. Even after knowing him for just a few months, I can tell he's amazing. He's crazy smart, honorable, kind, strong, handsome, and hilarious. Honestly, he's like the perfect guy. But he's already dating Gwen and MJ. And I'm selfish, really selfish. If I want something, I want it for myself. But that's not possible with Peter. It's also why I'm put off by him. If I could steal him for myself, it would have been so much easier. But it's impossible, he loves Gwen and MJ too much to be stolen. And that's another thing that makes him great. Ugh, this is so conflicting. Felicia thought, scratching her head in frustration. On the court, Felix guarded Peter tightly, making it hard for him to move effectively. Every time Peter feigned a move, Felix didn't fall for it. Smirking, Felix said, "Want to know something about the future? All of our moms divorce you." What? Peter began, caught off guard. Taking advantage of Peter's surprise, Felix snatched the ball from his hands, spun around him, and sprinted toward the hoop, the ball bouncing confidently between his hands. Realizing he'd been tricked, Peter chased after him, but Felix was already in the air, dunking the ball into the net. He hung from the rim with one hand, sticking his tongue out at Peter. Just kidding. He jumped down and patted Peter's shoulder. You're gonna need to work on your mental game, old man. Peter narrowed his eyes playfully. Just wait till you're born. What? Felix asked, suddenly alarmed. What's that supposed to mean? After gym class, it was time to head home, well, for some of them. Others had jobs or internships to get to. Peter and Gwen, unfortunately, had their internship to attend. Should we walk? Peter asked Gwen, who nodded in agreement. Here, Peter said, tossing Felix the keys to his bike. I don't think I need to tell you where to go, do I? Nah, I got it. But where are you going? Felix asked curiously. Internship, Peter replied. With the Fantastic Four, Felix rapidly slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide in panic. The who now? Gwen asked, looking confused. Peter just rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed heavily. No one, Felix muttered hastily, hopping on the bike and motioning for his mother, Felicia, to join him. As soon as she was on, Felix sped off, trying to escape the mess he'd accidentally stirred up. Chapter 178, Daily Bugle. Third person's POV. Peter and Gwen were walking toward their internship when a fire truck sped past them with its sirens blaring. Both of them sighed, shoulders slumping. We're going to be late, aren't we? Gwen asked. I'll call ahead and let them know. Peter said, taking out his phone. They both ran after the fire truck, ducking into an alley, where they threw their bags against the wall and webbed them up before tapping their watches. Between two buildings, both Spider-Man and Ghost Spider leaped into the air, swinging away, with Spider-Man holding his phone to his ear. Peter. Is something the matter? Reed Richards asked. Yeah, we're going to be a few minutes late. You know, New York traffic. Don't worry, take your time. Thanks for letting me know, Reed said before hanging up. Spider-Man turned to Ghost Spider and gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, he doesn't suspect a thing. Meanwhile, MJ walked into an alley, tossing her backpack high into the air before tapping her watch and jumping after it. When Scarlet Spider appeared midair, she webbed her backpack to her and began swinging toward her internship, stopping to handle a few petty crimes along the way. She dove into another dark alley, landing in a roll and tapping her watch, transforming back into MJ as she ran toward the Daily Bugle. "Hey, Betty," MJ greeted as she passed by, heading to Jameson's office. "Hello to you too, Ms. Watson," Betty replied, shaking her head with a smile. Inside the office, MJ found Jameson alone, writing something down. "Ah, if it isn't my favorite photographer. I got the pictures you sent to Betty yesterday of those green monsters in Harlem. Good work. Even on your days off, you're working. You'll go far, young lass." So listen, I had this idea. Why don't we open an online page for the Daily Bugle?" "Why the hell would I do that?" Jameson asked, giving MJ a strange look. "So we can double the profit, obviously." Jameson narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "I'm listening, but that's only because I like you. So make it worth my while. No offense, but it's mostly older folks who read the newspaper. The Daily Bugle is all about spreading the word, right? But kids my age, they get all their info online. Nobody reads the paper anymore. Spreading the word is fine, but how does that make us money?" Jameson scoffed, unconvinced. "Two things," MJ said, raising two fingers. "Viewership and advertisements. With ads, the companies would pay us based on the number of people who see them. Say the rate is 1 cent per view. If 1 million people visit our online page, that's $10,000 in ad revenue. Even if only 100,000 people see it, that's still $1,000, on top of whatever we make from selling physical copies." Jameson removed the cigar from his mouth and leaned further back in his chair. "You're a smart kid. So what do you want? You didn't tell me this out of the kindness of your heart." "I want two things, to run the online side of the Bugle, and a 50-50th split." "And why would I agree to that?" Jameson said, snuffing out his cigar angrily. "Because it was my idea." MJ rolled her eyes. "I'll set up the site, well, not me, but I know someone who can get it up and running today." Jameson interlocked his fingers. "And what's stopping me from stealing your idea and making it my own? It's a brilliant idea. There's no way a high school girl came up with it." MJ smiled and ran her hand over her watch. "Gee, I wonder how the media would react to the owner of a major media company taking advantage of his high school intern." "I never touched you," Jameson yelled, slamming his desk in anger. "I didn't mean that kind of advantage, you sick perv," MJ retorted. "Oh." Jameson blinked, sitting back down, confused. MJ pushed her watch forward. "I meant I'm recording this conversation. So if you steal my idea, I can just post it online. A scandal like that wouldn't be good for business. I'd hate to see such a fine establishment crumble." "Are you threatening and blackmailing me?" Jameson asked, narrowing his eyes. "Puffed, me. Never. I'm just protecting myself from a scary corporate man. Can you stop wording things so weirdly?" "Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. Look, it's just insurance for my interests. As a businessman, I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from." Jameson narrowed his eyes. "You know, I meant it when I said you're smart. The problem is, you're too smart. That's going to get you into trouble someday. So, do we have a deal? I can't make you the owner of the website, but I can make you a reporter for them. As for the cut, 80 out of 20. 50-50ths. Jameson grumbled, 75 out of 25. 50-50ths. 70-30ths. 50-50ths. Do not test my goodwill, Jameson said, narrowing his eyes. MJ just smiled and mouthed the words, 50-50ths. 55-45ths is the highest I'm going to go. Deal. Jameson froze, eyeing her suspiciously. Being a reporter and getting 55 of 45 was your original goal all along, wasn't it? MJ smiled and shrugged. I'm too inexperienced and young to properly manage the website. My dream was always to be a reporter. I'm just starting small so I can build experience. If you want to give me a raise in the future, well, I'm not going to turn it down. She shrugged again. So, I've been played, huh? Jameson asked with an unpleasant expression. I get underestimated because of my age and gender, so I just use that to my advantage. You're not to blame, MJ said with a smile and a gesture that read, what can I say? Jameson scoffed and shooed her away. Go to Betty and get your money for yesterday's photos. The contract will be ready for you when that website's up. MJ made an okay sign with her hand. You should have the contract ready for tomorrow. I've had someone working on the site for a while now, and they said it'll be done by then. Jameson stared at her for a bit. Just get out of my office. Okie dokie. MJ saluted as she skipped toward the exit. Jameson scoffed, turning his back to her, but a proud smirk grew across his face as he stared out the window. As MJ stepped out of the office and closed the door behind her, she began to dance. Jackpot, baby, she said, swinging her arms and pumping her fist while shifting her legs. Snap. Ha ha ha, someone looks happy. MJ froze, hearing the sound of a camera shutter. Her eyes popped open, and she saw Eddie laughing with a camera in hand, looking amused. MJ didn't care, though. She wasn't camera shy and held up two peace signs like gang signs with duck lips. Guess who just got a promotion? Eddie froze. Are you serious? I wouldn't be celebrating if I wasn't, MJ replied as she happily walked toward Betty, who handed her an envelope. Eddie scoffed. Since you're getting paid more, you can take me out to lunch. Ha. The best I can do for you is a hot dog from the corner stand, she said, snapping her fingers and waving her envelope as she walked away. Better than nothing, I guess. Eddie smiled before heading inside. Felix and Felicia soon arrived at the hideout, where Aria gave them access. Felix scoffed, looking around with a smile. So, this is what the old hideout was like. When they said an abandoned subway station, they weren't kidding. Does this hideout not exist in the future or something? Felicia asked. It does, but it was remodeled before I was born and passed down to my firstborn older brother, Felix replied with a smile. Question, among all of Peter's kids, where do you fit in? Felicia asked. I'm the youngest, Felix said, scratching his cheek. Eh? Really? As they entered the hideout, they found Bruce and Betty about to head out. Felix tilted his head in confusion. Uncle Bruce. Aunt Betty. What? Betty asked, tilting her head in confusion. Uncle. Bruce asked, looking at Felix weirdly and tilting his head. Ah, right. Felix muttered in realization. Sorry about him, he's from the future, so don't worry, Felicia sighed. What? They both shouted as Felix awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. The foo. Yes. As in the foo. Yes. Felicia sighed. She then turned to Felix. Do you call everyone uncle and aunt? Felix looked up and sighed. It's not my fault. Blame my overly friendly father who makes friends with literally anyone he meets. I have so many aunts and uncles, I couldn't count them even if we used all our fingers and toes. Bruce and Betty were still reeling from the fact that Felix was from the future. Bruce glanced between Felicia and Felix. I can see the resemblance, but they could just be related. He muttered. And who's your father? Bruce asked curiously. Take a wild guess, Felix sighed. Peters, huh? I can kinda see it. Holy, you might really be from the future. That's insane, Bruce said, amazed. How far into the future are you from? Betty asked curiously, clearly excited to be meeting someone from the future. 2035. Oh wow. I would be an old man by that time. Bruce said, I'm 66 years old from where you're from. Isn't your presence here affecting the future? Bruce stopped and asked with concern. Felix sighed, that's what I'm about to find out. And how are you going to do that? Felicia asked curiously. Felix sighed once more, I'm going to call my dad, from the time where I'm from. I might not look like it, but I'm worried if I may have damaged the future with the words I'm saying. Chapter 179, DILF Peter Third Person's POV. You're going to do what now? Felicia asked, surprised but increasingly eager to see what future Peter might look like. Betty, equally intrigued, added, "We were planning to head out, but now I have to see this." Felix sighed, glancing around. "Where's the kitchen?" "Never mind, I can smell it from here." He disappeared for a moment and returned with a microwave and a blender, much to everyone's confusion. This would be easier with Aunt Lizzie's equipment and power, but since she's not here, we'll have to make do, he said, setting the appliances down. Bruce raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you doing?" "I'm going to use the microwave's radiation to manipulate gravity in the blender to help create a rotating field," Felix explained, starting to tinker with both appliances. "That should bend light and sound back into themselves, allowing us to carry both faster than their natural speed." Bruce nodded thoughtfully. "You're accelerating light and sound to communicate across time. Interesting, but how are you going to connect with your dad in the future?" Felix took off his watch, holding it up for everyone to see. "This. I'll use quantum entanglement to link my watch with my dad's watch in the future." "Wait, what's quantum entanglement?" Felicia asked, looking a bit lost. Felix smiled and explained, "It's when two particles, or in this case, two devices, become linked in such a way that, no matter how far apart they are, whether across space or time, changes to one instantly affect the other. It's like a bridge between the present and future." "Fascinating," Bruce muttered, feeling really glad he chose to stay. "Arya, I need you to focus most of the power source of the base into this," Felix said as he connected his watch to the contraption he'd made. The microwave began to glow hotter while the blender started to rotate at an unnatural speed. "Winston, call my father," Felix instructed. A hologram projection appeared above the watch. "Calling, my personal piggy bank." Winston's voice echoed. They all slowly turned towards Felix, who was hiding his face. Felicia had an amused expression as the hologram began to glitch. After a moment of static, a face started to materialize. It was a man, handsome, with long brown hair reaching his chin, a strong, thick beard matching his hair, and deep hazel eyes. He was wearing a black muscle shirt with jeans, lounging in a wooden chair with a glass of scotch in hand. Felicia covered her mouth in surprise. Bruce and Betty weren't much different, both looking amazed for different reasons. "Whoa," Betty muttered, causing Bruce to snap his head toward her. "Felix. Father. Need me to come get you?" "Nope." "Then bye." And just like that, the call ended. Felix turned to the others. "Looks like everything's all right." "That's a relief," he sighed. "That's it." Felicia shouted. "I want to see more of that Peter. Mama demands to see DILF Peter." She grabbed Felix by the collar, pulling him closer with intimidating eyes. "Bring him back. Now." "Jesus Christ, woman, what is your problem?" Felix yelled, trying to pry her hands away. "Did you not see how gorgeous that man was? You're telling me I married that? Talk to him more. He's your father, for crying out loud. Weren't you worried about the future? I got all I needed from that interaction." Felix replied, horrified. "He's relaxed and not concerned, so the future isn't being affected by my presence here." Felicia sighed, slumping her shoulders. "Arya, please tell me you captured it." "Hey, who do you think I am?" "Of course, I captured it," Arya said, displaying an image of future Peter leaning back in his chair, holding his drink. "Yes," Felicia secretly celebrated. Meanwhile, MJ was walking out of the Daily Bugle when her phone buzzed. She pulled it out and froze. "No way." MJ muttered, staring at the screen in disbelief at Arya's message, "Guess who? Mama scored a jackpot." Peter and Gwen, just exiting an alleyway, dusted off their bags when Gwen felt her phone buzz. She looked at the message and did a double take. Her mouth dropped as she compared the picture on her screen to Peter standing next to her. "He's so hot." Nightwing, perched on a water tower with Firestar floating nearby, felt his phone buzz. He looked at the message and couldn't help but curse. "What the fuck?" Nightwing blurted out. Firestar floated down, curious. "Whoa, who's that?" "I think that's Peter from the future." "Eh? Seriously?" Firestar asked in surprise. "If he looks like that, I bet you look way hotter." "Seriously?" Nightwing smirked. Firestar shrugged. I always found you cuter than him. Never saw the appeal the others had for him. He kinda weirded me out, actually. Nightwing grinned. Aren't I the lucky one? Weirded you out? Nightwing asked, catching on to what she said. Don't tell him I said that. Felicia looked at her phone and smiled. And saved. Felix stared at his mother, disgusted. I will never see you the same way again. All I'm saying is I finally understand why he has a harem, Felicia said, lifting her hands in surrender. What now? Betty asked, raising an eyebrow. He's dating Gwen and MJ, and apparently me in the future too. Felix raised a finger to correct her but decided to stay silent. Bruce and Betty exchanged looks, both at a loss for words. Finally, Bruce shook his head. You guys do you, I guess. I'm not gonna judge. Say, did I, future me, ever mention how or why Parker and I got together? Felix wore a pensive expression before his eyes widened, and he smiled. So that's what she meant. They looked at him, confused, as Felix explained. You know how, when you're younger, you ask a lot of questions to your parents. Well, when I was little, around 5, I asked you, well, future you, about my father when you were putting me to bed. Flashback. A 5-year-old Felix was being tucked into bed by an older Felicia. Felicia moved her hair behind her ear and leaned down to kiss his forehead. Good night, my little kitten. As she stood up, Felix grabbed her hand with his little fingers. Yes. Felicia asked with a smile. Can you stay with me until I fall asleep? Felix pleaded with wide eyes. Of course, Felicia smiled, lying down beside him. Hey, Mommy, can I ask you a question? Always. What was Daddy like in the past? Felicia chuckled. Why don't you ask him yourself? Because he'll exaggerate and tell me things I didn't even ask about, Felix muttered. Felicia smiled as she brushed his hair from his forehead. Your father, if I had to describe him in one word. Unstoppable, she muttered in a mystifying manner. Whoa, really? Felicia nodded. No one could stop him. Some came close, but your father rose again and again. There were times when we thought we'd lost him for good, but he miraculously survived. That's why our spider logo is recognized as a symbol of heroes, why your father is known as the hero of heroes. Is that why you married him? Felix asked, curious. Oh no, Felicia chuckled. Though his personality was one of the reasons, there was something else. I caught a glimpse of his future potential, it was captivating. I don't get it. Felicia smiled and kissed his forehead. You will. One day, you'll remember this moment, and it'll all make sense. End flashback. His future potential, huh? You were talking about his looks. Who tells their 5-year-old son that? Felix grumbled, his eyebrows twitching. It sounds like your mother knew you'd be in the past. Betty remarked. Like she knew exactly what was going to happen, Bruce added, as they all turned to stare at Felicia. Felix nodded. So, my visit to the past was meant to happen. They already experienced it. That's why Dad wasn't surprised when I called him from the past, he just asked if I wanted to come back. Bruce turned to Felix. Your presence here is meant to be. It's a fixed point in time, which is why the future isn't being affected, this was always supposed to happen. I still think you should be cautious about what you say, though, Betty warned. Your words can still affect the future, even if you're meant to be here. Felix nodded in agreement, understanding Betty's concern. Peter and Gwen were walking to their internship when Gwen showed him a picture that Arya had sent her. And who's this handsome fellow? Peter asked, raising an eyebrow. So I was right, he suddenly shouted, startling Gwen. About what? Gwen asked, confused. I was so close when I built that time machine using the microwave and blender. All I needed was more rotation speed, it just wasn't fast enough. That's what's bothering you, not the fact that your future self is on my screen. I knew I was going to be godly handsome when I got older, so that's no surprise. But that microwave and blender, it's seriously bugging me more than it should. Peter turned to Gwen with a frustrated expression and pinched his fingers together. I was this close to cracking time travel at age 7. This close. As they entered the Baxter building, Gwen laughed, amused at how much home appliances were bothering Peter. In the elevator, Gwen kissed Peter's cheek. "You're such a dork sometimes, but I love those moments," she giggled. Peter pouted. "I could have cracked time travel. Maybe next time." Gwen teased, patting his back as the elevator doors opened to their internship. Chapter 180, and there it is. Third person's POV. Before Peter and Gwen entered and stood in front of the door, Gwen leaned over and asked, "What do you think Felix meant when he said the Fantastic Four?" "Who do you think?" Peter asked, raising a brow. "I understand that, but why would he call them that? Maybe because they become fantastic or something." "Gwen, honey, I know as much as you do." Speaking of Felix. Peter took out his phone and sent him a message through Aria, before showing Gwen and putting his phone back in his pocket. "Really?" Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. "Are you sure that's going to be okay? This is mostly a test to see how he does." "I'm curious about how he handles things," Peter explained. "You know this could go very wrong for you, right?" Gwen asked with an unsure expression. "I'll be able to fix it if it does. I hope. For someone who can see into the future, you sure don't think ahead, do you?" Gwen said in a low voice, shaking her head. Just then, the door opened, revealing Johnny, looking at them in confusion. "I thought I heard voices. What are you guys doing? Come in." "Sorry, we were making out in front of your doorstep." "Peter," Gwen said, slapping the side of his arm. Johnny just laughed. Sure. I knew I had a thing for older men." "Mom, gross," Felix said, seeing Felicia stare at the picture Aria sent them. "I'm so thankful Uncle Bruce and Aunt Betty left so they didn't have to hear you say something so embarrassing." "You have a message from Father, little bro," Aria said, appearing on the big screen. "Little bro?" Felix asked in amusement, before shaking his head. "What is it?" "He says, and I quote, 'It's time to fill Dad's shoes while he's absent. Since I've been busy with my internship, I haven't been very active in my role as Spider-Man during the day, so I'm giving that responsibility to my son. There's a backup watch in my lab. Have fun. Rock and roll fingers emoji, web emojis, end quote. Is he crazy? I'm not doing that. I know he's not stupid. Doesn't he realize my actions still affect the timeline? Even saving one person could cause irreversible damage and alter time." Felicia stopped looking at the picture and gave Felix a weird look. "Are you saying you wouldn't go out and save someone because you're scared of the consequences?" "Yes," Felix said, as if the answer were the most obvious in the world. "I guess this is where the similarities between you and your father end." Felicia mumbled as she zoomed in on the picture, focusing on Peter's hazel eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" Felix asked, raising an eyebrow. "I've known Peter for about 2 or 3 months now, and had my powers for less. One of the things I've realized about Peter in such a short time is that he has no fear. He has worries, insecurities, and uncertainties, but never fear. Especially when it comes to being a hero. If it means saving the person in front of him, Peter doesn't care about the consequences." Felicia said, searching for any signs of graying hair. "Bummer," she muttered. "Yeah, well, it's not your family that's on the line, is it? You're talking about putting my mother, my father, my sisters, my brothers, my entire timeline, in danger just to be a hero to some stranger. And the gap keeps on widening," Felicia said, zooming in and out of Peter's pecs. Felix got ticked off upon hearing that. "I'm not my father, all right. And I'll never be. No one will ever be. I see all my brothers and sisters trying to live up to my father, and they've almost gotten killed more times than I can count. It pisses me off how everyone expects me to be like him, how they expect us all to be better. How can anyone be better than the greatest men you've ever known? News flash, you can't. And there it is," Felicia said, sitting down, still staring at Peter's hazel eyes. "There what is? You said you were meant to be here, but why? Maybe you're here for this reason, for what you're currently feeling. From what I've heard and seen, you worship Peter like he's some kind of god, like the second coming of Jesus or something. And trust me when I say, Parker is the furthest thing from a god. He's the most human person I know. Felicia scoffed. "Wanna know what I think?" Felicia asked, looking at the picture one more time before reluctantly putting it down. "I think it wasn't a coincidence that you appeared when you did. You appeared just when Peter was starting out as a hero. You might as well call this time Spider-Man, freshman year. Superhero rule number 13. What? If Peter taught you like he was supposed to, he would have taught you the sacred rules of being a superhero. What's rule number 13? Felicia asked again. Felix grumbled, looking down. In the world of superheroes, when things seem like a coincidence, they're most likely not a coincidence. Exactly. So do you really think it's a coincidence that you appeared at this specific point in time? Like you said, the time stream randomly threw you out, but was it really that random? So, you acting like Spider-Man isn't going to affect the timeline. It's most likely something you were meant to do, to learn the true essence of what it's like being Spider-Man. Felix's shoulders slumped as he looked up and let out a groan. Why is now the moment you decide to show that you're actually really smart? Felicia smiled warmly, winking and sticking her tongue out while flashing a peace sign. Because my son clearly needs help. Felix sighed, walking away in exaggerated, almost drunken motions, swinging his arms side to side and kicking the air in front of him. And where are you going? Felicia asked with amusement. To get that stupid backup watch of his. Felix grumbled, kicking the air once more. Felicia smiled wider, tilting her head with a loving expression. Even the way he pouts is just like him, she thought fondly. A moment later, Felix returned with the watch, which he slapped over his wrist. Felicia leaped into the air, spinning gracefully as she transformed into her Spider-Cat outfit, landing next to Felix with one hand on her hip. Felix glanced at her and tapped on his watch, causing the Spider-Man suit to shift over his body. You're being extra for no reason. Spider-Cat pouted playfully. I thought it was cool. Plus, it's time for some mother-son hero action. Let's just go, Felix sighed, glancing down at his suit, adjusting to the feel of it. Are you nervous? Spider-Cat asked, her voice curious. A little. I mean, I'm supposed to go out there and pretend to be the amazing Spider-Man, New York's greatest hero. It's not exactly something you can mentally prepare for. You're Peter's kid. Trust me, you'll do just fine, Spider-Cat said, giving his back a reassuring pat. See, that's the problem, Felix muttered. Everyone expects me to be great because of who my dad is. It's starting to get annoying. Spider-Cat wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Well, there's another reason you'll do great. You're not just Peter's son, you're mine too. And knowing how amazing I am, you're bound to be just as amazing. Felix scoffed, but under his mask, a small smile crept across his face. Her confidence in him just for being her son struck a chord. Taking a deep breath, Felix nodded. All right, let's do this. They both rushed out of the hideout, launching into the air as their webs shot out, propelling them across the skyline of New York City. As they swung through the air, Arya appeared in Felix's HUD. Let me guide you to where you need to go, little bro. Suddenly, a white tiger cub appeared, shoving Arya aside. That's not going to happen. Felix is my master, so I'll be guiding him. Winston declared possessively. Arya reappeared, pushing Winston back. Don't shove me, you smelly furball. How can I smell when I'm an AI, you silly spiderling? Winston shot back. The two continued bickering on Felix's display. I can smell your bad ones and zeros from here, you uncivilized wet cat. Arya snapped. Enough, you two. Felix interrupted with a firm tone. Get along, and remember what's important. Reluctantly, Arya and Winston stopped their argument, sitting down with their arms crossed and pouting. Who's the cute little guy? Spider-Cat asked, noticing Winston on Felix's display, clearly amused. That's Winston, my AI, Felix replied. I thought Arya was the AI for all of you kids. Well, I can't say too much, it might mess with the future. But what I can say is that before we could start being superheroes, Dad had a rule, each of us had to create our own AI to prove we were ready. So I made Winston. I see, so it's like how Peter is with Arya. Not really, Dad is just really weird. We treat our AI companions more like best friends, Felix said, glancing at Winston, who flashed a toothy grin and gave a thumbs up with his paw. Spider-Cat rolled her eyes, doing a quick barrel roll in the air. That's not much different from how Peter treats Arya, she thought. Felix looked between Winston and Arya. Please, you two. Instead of fighting, work together. We need to save as many people as we can. We're sorry, they muttered apologetically. After a moment of hesitation, they sighed and extended their hands, shaking on it with a nod of agreement. They began working together, scanning the massive city of New York to find those in need of their help. Chapter 181, Spider-Mom. Third person's POV. How's the containment shield looking? Reed asked, looking at the other side of the growing portal machine, where Peter was seen working on something. Peter glanced up from his work, wiping some grease off his hands. The containment shield is stable for now, but we still need to account for the exotic particle fluctuations we saw in the last test. If we don't adjust the quantum field dampeners, we could face another energy surge. We can't let that kind of radiation leak again. Reed nodded thoughtfully. Agreed. I've been working on a way to increase the frequency of the dampeners without causing additional strain on the core generator. If we adjust the feedback loop with a triphasic modulation pattern, it should create a more consistent field stability. That could work. We'll need to reprogram the magnetic constrictors to handle the new modulation, though. I was thinking of making a titanium-based alloy to reinforce them. I should be able to make it so its unique properties should help absorb the extra energy without destabilizing. Reed rubbed his chin. If you seriously think you're able to do it, go ahead, but we'll also need to ensure that its energy absorption doesn't interfere with the harmonic resonance of the portal. Otherwise, it could destabilize the dimensional rift. What's your read on the resonance parameters? Peter looked over at the console displaying the data. It's holding at 33.7 terahertz right now, but we're pushing the limits. Any higher and we'll risk dimensional overlap. That's why I was thinking of introducing a feedback dampener into the portal matrix. It would help redistribute excess energy and prevent resonance spikes. Reed smiled, impressed. A feedback dampener in the matrix. You're really thinking ahead. But we'll need to program it to react faster than normal systems, something capable of adjusting in picoseconds. I've got a prototype nanocircuit system that could do just that. Peter quickly grabbed his tablet to pull up some schematics. If we integrate your nanocircuits with the neural network we built for the core, it should be able to predict and adjust the portal's behavior before a spike even happens. Sort of like an early warning system. But we'll have to test it under high-stress conditions. Reed tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the console. Testing it under stress conditions is a must. But we'll also need to monitor for dimensional drift. Any miscalculation in the portal's targeting system, and we might open a rift to the wrong universe. Have you thought about recalibrating the temporal signature analyzer to improve accuracy? Peter nodded. I was just about to suggest that. If we fine-tune it to detect quantum fluctuations at the Planck scale, we can ensure the portal locks onto the exact coordinates we need. It'll give us a margin of error close to zero. Perfect, Reed replied. But let's not forget about the graviton displacement issue. We're still seeing minor fluctuations around the portal's event horizon. If we don't get that under control, any object passing through could be torn apart. Right, Peter agreed, tapping his foot. I think we could stabilize it by creating a gravitational counterbalance. Maybe we use negative energy fields around the event horizon. Something similar to the Casimir effect. It could counteract the displacement. Reed's face lit up. Brilliant, Parker. Negative energy fields might be just what we need. But generating a stable field on that scale, it's going to take a lot of power, more than we've been using so far. We'll need to reinforce the power grid with something beyond traditional energy sources. Peter thought for a moment. What if we tapped into a zero-point energy field? It's theoretically infinite, and if we manage the extraction rate carefully, it could supply the necessary power without destabilizing the portal. Zero-point energy. Reed said, grinning. I like the way you think. It's risky, but with the right containment protocols, we might just pull it off. Let's get to work on integrating these systems and run some simulations before we proceed. Peter nodded and sighed. This is going to be one crazy month. Before Peter got back to work, he took out his phone and quickly texted Aunt May. Peter, can I bring some people over for dinner? Peter, I'll buy groceries on the way back. Aunt May, why? What's the occasion? Peter, it's a surprise. You'll definitely love it. Aunt May, knowing you, I seriously doubt it. How many are coming? Peter, I'm not sure yet. I haven't asked the others. Peter, plus, I'll help you cook. What could be better than some aunt-nephew bonding time? Aunt May, I can think of a lot of things, actually. Peter, why are you always dissing me? Do we have a problem or something? Aunt May, I don't know, do we? Aunt May, anyway, I'm busy. Bye, love you, see you soon. Peter, love you too. Peter. Reed asked, raising an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Sorry about that, boss. I was texting my aunt. It won't happen again. Please don't fire me. I really need this job. Peter began pleading pitifully. Reed scoffed and chuckled, amused. As if I could fire you. I'd be shooting myself in the foot, and doubling the time it would take to finish this. Does that mean I can be Employee of the Month? Peter asked hopefully as he put his phone away. I don't think we even have such a thing. Reed replied, tilting his head in confusion. Ooh, can we start that? I'd be the first employee to win it. Peter said excitedly. Reed just laughed. You get excited over the strangest things. Hey, can I ask you a question? Spider-Cat asked as she used a building as a springboard to leap higher. You've all asked me so many questions already. Do you even need to ask? Felix sighed as he swung casually, using his many years of practice. How long have you been a superhero? I can't imagine you being one for long and not knowing what that entails. But what confuses me is you've got a villain like the Time Lord, who seems like a seriously powerful bad guy that can manipulate time. I've been doing this for close to a year. In my time, well, in the future, a lot of villains started appearing. They all had different powers and thought they were invincible just because of it. So, my siblings and I created a system. Whoever encounters a first-time villain adds them to their rogues gallery. I had the misfortune of facing the Time Lord in my first 6 months. He's a wizard who developed a spell to siphon time from people and use it to rejuvenate himself and power his spells. Wait. Magic's real? Spider-Cat asked, looking at Felix in shock. Felix swung over to a building, placing a hand on his hip. We have superpowers that defy reality, and you're amazed that magic is real. This can be explained by science. Magic can't. Ugh, that sounds like something Peter would say, Spider-Cat grumbled. But that's beside the point. Tell me, how have you spent your time as a hero? Spider-Cat asked, tilting her head. Felix shrugged. What every hero does, fighting villains that threaten people's safety. Is that all? Spider-Cat asked, frowning. Let me ask you this. I refuse to believe your father didn't teach you well, but did you at least pay attention to any lessons or advice he gave you? Felix rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. I might have fallen asleep during some of his lessons. Spider-Cat looked at him in confusion. Are you narcoleptic? No, but my powers do make me sleepier. I just like to indulge in those urges, Felix admitted. Spider-Cat sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Things are starting to make sense. Follow me. She landed on one of the lower buildings, and Felix followed. What's wrong? Felix asked. What's wrong is you spend too much time up here and not enough down there. Spider-Cat motioned toward the street below. It's time for you to do some community service. What? Why am I being punished? I didn't do anything wrong, Felix asked, taken aback. And that's your problem. Do you think Peter would view helping people or doing something nice for his community as a punishment? Well, no, but what does that have to do with being a superhero? Isn't that just my father and siblings being super friendly? Spider-Cat looked up at the sky and sighed. Now we know why it's you here and not them. Why do I have to be the one with the socially inept son? And why am I the one teaching him this? Shouldn't his father be doing this? She turned toward Felix, her expression turning serious. Being a superhero is more than just beating up villains. I know, it's about making sure people are safe and protected from harm. But to do that, I need to take down the villains threatening their lives. Felix said, matching her tone as he understood. Spider-Cat nodded. I won't deny that's a major part of it. But there's so much more. It's about connecting with people, being there for someone in need, even when they're not in mortal danger or being threatened by a supervillain. It's about helping someone, no matter how small the problem is. She tapped the spider symbol on Felix's suit. The super in superheroes is just a description of your powers. What really matters is the hero part. Being a hero means stepping up to help someone when no one else will. When people see someone struggling with something small or in their eyes insignificant, all they can think is, someone else will help, why bother, or, that's not my problem, they'll figure it out. But that's the difference between a common person and a hero, being able to act when everyone else ignores it. And that's something you need to learn if you really want to call yourself a hero. Why do you think people love your father so much? Is it because he's the strongest there is? No, it's because they see how much he cares. He spends time with his neighborhood and connects with the people there. They see a guy who genuinely cares, and they can't help but love him for it. Felix stood quietly as he noticed someone pointing toward them. With his enhanced senses, he picked up their excited shouts. It's Spider-Man. Hey, Spider-Man. Going to catch another bad guy, Spider-Man. Have a good swing, Spider-Man. Felix couldn't help but smile and give a small wave back. Meanwhile, Spider-Cat stood to the side, thinking to herself, I don't think he's just here to become a better hero. Maybe he's here for me, too. So I can learn alongside him. Chapter 182, Shopping. Third person's POV. Felix and Spider-Cat were swinging through the city when Spider-Cat spotted an old man slowly crossing the street. Yo. Spider-Cat motioned. On it. Felix replied as he swung down in a blur of lightning, picking up the old man just in the nick of time as a car sped towards him. Felix landed gently and set the man down. Are you okay, sir? Apart from the heart attack I nearly had. I'd say I'm fine, the old man chuckled, patting Felix's chest. Thank you, Sonny, you saved this old man's life. Ah, don't worry. Just make sure to look both ways, Felix nodded before swinging ahead. So, how did that feel? Spider-Cat asked teasingly. I mean, I usually get thanked for stopping villains, but for something small like this. It's a first. Feels nice, Felix muttered. To you, it might seem small, but to someone else, you just saved a precious life, someone's grandfather, someone's father. Never think helping someone is a small thing. Which kinda contradicts what I said earlier, but life's full of contradictions. Spider-Cat said, twirling in the air mid-swing. This is seriously turning into more of a lesson for me, Spider-Cat sighed inwardly. Felix and Spider-Cat continued swinging through the streets of New York, scanning for anyone else in need. The city bustled as usual, but today they were focused on the little things. As they soared above a park, Spider-Cat spotted a boy frantically searching the ground, his face scrunched in worry. Felix, hold up, she called, veering down toward the boy. Felix followed and landed lightly beside him. Hey, what's up, little man? You lose something, he asked gently. The boy sniffled, holding up a stuffed bunny missing an ear. I dropped his ear somewhere, and I can't find it. He's my favorite, and now he's ruined. Spider-Cat crouched down to meet his eyes. We can help. Spider-Man. On it, Felix grinned, zipping around the area. He quickly found the fluffy ear in a bush and handed it to the boy. Here you go. Looks like your bunny's back to normal, Felix said with a smile. The boy's eyes lit up as he clutched the ear. Thank you. I thought I'd never find it. He ran off to his mother, who gave Felix and Spider-Cat a grateful nod. Felix watched them go, a soft expression on his face. You know, this feels just as good as stopping a bad guy. It's like, we're doing something that matters, even if it's small. Spider-Cat leaned against a lamppost with a smirk. Told you. Sometimes it's not about the flashy hero stuff. It's about showing up for people when they need it, even if it's just for a stuffed bunny. Felix chuckled. All right. I'm starting to get it now. Let's see who else we can help. They continued swinging, helping people cross the street, finding lost items, and even helping an elderly lady carry her groceries up some stairs. Every person they helped gave them a smile, a thank you, or a look of relief. Later, sitting on top of a building, watching the sunset, Spider-Cat stretched. "Not bad for a day's work, huh?" Felix nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of fulfillment. "Yeah. I guess being a hero isn't always about saving the world. Sometimes, it's about making someone's day a little better." Spider-Cat smiled at the cityscape. "Exactly." Then she turned to Felix with an awkward expression. "Please tell me I'm not the only one cringing right now." Felix hugged himself, rubbing his arms. "I know what you mean. That mushy stuff was kind of disgusting. I can't believe we said all that." Spider-Cat laughed, patting his back. "Let's keep our conversations, though meaningful, a little less cringeworthy." Felix chuckled. "Agreed, completely." Later in the day. "Later, guys." Peter saluted as they left. The rest of the future Fantastic Four waved them off. "Be sure to come early tomorrow. I should have my ride fully pimped out. I give the best rides of your life," Johnny said with a smirk. Peter froze and stared at Johnny, who also froze as he realized the way Peter was looking at him. "Two things, Johnny. Please don't." Peter ignored his plea. "First, I didn't know you were a pimp. That's some secret double life you've got there. Please stop right there. I really appreciate that joke, don't ruin it. And second, watch what you say. Gwen might get seriously jealous and see that as a challenge or competition." Peter sighed and shook his head. Johnny sighed in return, though a smirk lingered. "And you just had to go and ruin it." Gwen gave Peter a deadpan look. "Why am I always being dragged into whatever gay relationship you have?" "Wah." Johnny overheard them as the door closed behind Peter and Gwen. Shaking his head, he went back to working on his ride. In the elevator, Peter turned to Gwen. "What was that supposed to mean?" "First, there's Harry. It's not gay if it's with the bro. Then there's Flash. It was obvious everyone thought he had a thing for me, not the other way around. And now Johnny. Johnny's a homie. It's also not gay if it's with the homies." Gwen gave him a teasing look. "You know, sometimes I wonder if you're bi." Peter turned, confused. He was about to ask what she meant but noticed her teasing expression. "You seriously had me worried there. I thought I'd have to show you what my orientation really is right here and now." "So you're saying you'd have explained it to me in this elevator?" Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. "Absolutely." Gwen scoffed as the elevator descended to the lobby. "Oh, by the way, we're stopping for groceries at the supermarket." "All right, but why'd you give your bike to Felix?" "We could have used it." Gwen sighed, thinking about how annoying it would be to swing home with grocery bags. "Don't worry, I messaged Arya earlier. She brought the bike to us," Peter said proudly as they made their way to the parking lot. "Thank God for advanced technology," Gwen sighed with relief. As they approached the bike, Peter grinned. God had nothing to do with it. That was all me. Gwen rolled her eyes as she grabbed her helmet and got on the bike, holding onto Peter. It's a figure of speech. Once at the supermarket, Peter rested his feet on the low bar of the cart while Gwen pulled him inside. Peter cheered like a kid, causing Gwen to chuckle in amusement. They gathered their groceries, and as Gwen inspected expiration dates in the dairy section, Peter couldn't resist pushing the cart into her. Gwen closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and chose to ignore him. Hee. Peter did it again. "Peter, I swear to God," Gwen said through gritted teeth. Peter tried to push the cart one more time, but Gwen grabbed it and started ramming it back and forth into him. "How do you like it, huh?" Shoppers around them gave the couple some odd looks, but Gwen didn't care as she was simply too pissed off at Peter. They eventually finished and made their way to the checkout line. As Gwen dragged Peter through the shortest line, she muttered, "I'm dating a literal child. Well, I am 15. Irrelevant. Of course it would be for you. You're 21 after all. Age is just a number." The person ahead of them turned with concern, staring at them. Peter leaned on the cart, laughing hysterically, while Gwen facepalmed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry about my boyfriend," she said. The person still looked disturbed, so Gwen pulled out her student ID, which only made Peter laugh harder. "We're the same age," Gwen said, her voice strained. "But someone doesn't act like it sometimes." The stranger sighed in relief but gave them an awkward smile before turning back. Gwen glared at Peter, mouthing, "I'm going to kill you." Peter, still laughing, threw up a peace sign, sticking his tongue out playfully. After paying for their groceries and heading outside, Gwen shot Peter a look. "Embarrass me like that again and see what happens." Peter grinned mischievously. "You know, it's kinda hot when you threaten me like that." Gwen rolled her eyes as they continued walking. "Is that why you do these things? Do you like me threatening you?" Before Peter could respond, they heard someone yell, "Help! Someone stole my bike." Without missing a beat, Peter stuck out his arm, clotheslining the thief off the bike, due to the force of which he was riding and how strong Peter's armor he was knocked unconscious. Gwen swiftly set the bike upright with a flick of her foot and handed it back. Peter glanced at Gwen with a smirk. "It's not the threats. It's the look on your face. I like seeing it sometimes." Gwen gave him a flat stare. "You're unbelievable." They rearranged their groceries on the bike and rode off. Chapter 183, Resemblance. Third person's POV. "Yo. Yo." Peter called out as he entered the house, arms full of shopping bags, with Gwen following behind, also loaded down. They headed straight for the kitchen and set the bags on the counter, just as Aunt May appeared. "Looks like you two went on quite the shopping spree," Aunt May said with a smile, helping them unpack and put everything away. "So, Peter," Aunt May continued after stashing away the last of the empty bags, "what's this big news you're itching to share?" Peter grinned proudly, webbing a nearby knife into his hand. "You'll find out when the time's right. I wouldn't be going through all this trouble otherwise." Aunt May raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "First of all, don't use your webbing on things you plan to cook with. And second, are you saying you only spend time with us when you've got something to announce?" Peter rolled his eyes but smiled, flipping the knife in his hand before starting to chop vegetables. "You'll see," he said, dodging her pointed question. "Can't you give me just a little hint?" Aunt May teased, trying again. For once, Gwen came to Peter's defense. "I'm usually on your side, Aunt May, but I've got to back Peter up on this one. It's better if you wait." Peter glanced at Gwen with mock offense. "Wait a second, what do you mean, usually on her side? I'm your boyfriend. You're supposed to always be on my side." Ignoring him, Gwen and Aunt May shared a playful exchange. "Really? Well, if you're saying that, Gwen dear, I'll trust you. But on a scale of 1 to 10, how shocked am I going to be?" Gwen considered for a moment before nodding. "A solid 9. Aunt May's eyes widened. "A 9. Oh Lord, now I'm getting anxious." She suddenly turned toward Gwen with wide eyes. "Wait, you're not pregnant, are you?" Gwen's face dropped, and she quickly looked down at her stomach. No. Why? Do I look pregnant?" Aunt May hurriedly waved her hands. No. It's just that you seemed just as eager about this news as Peter, so I just assumed." Gwen chuckled, shaking her head. "It's not that. But I promise you'll have a reaction when you hear it." The conversation continued as they cooked together, diving into various topics, laughter filling the room. Near the end of their preparations, Uncle Ben arrived home. He greeted everyone warmly before taking a quick shower and joining Peter to help set the table. As they worked, there was a knock on the door. Uncle Ben opened it to find MJ standing there with a cake. "Peter didn't say if we were supposed to bring anything, so I brought dessert just in case," she said sheepishly, holding the cake out. Uncle Ben laughed, stepping aside to let her in. "Haha, come on in. Peter and I were just finishing setting up." Soon, more guests started to trickle in. Harry and Lizzie arrived next. "This feels weird," Lizzie admitted shyly. "I've never been to a family dinner that wasn't my own before, it feels kinda personal." Aunt May glanced around the room. "So, shall we get started?" "Wait, the star of the night isn't here yet," Peter started to say, just as another knock came from the front door. "Oh, that must be them," Peter said excitedly, practically skipping to the door. Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged confused glances, while the others grinned knowingly, eager to see their reactions. Peter returned with two people beside him, Felix walking between Peter and Felicia. "Sorry for the intrusion," Felicia said, stepping inside. Aunt May blinked, looking at the newcomers. "And, who are they?" Felicia raised her hand slightly. "Felicia Hardy." Uncle Ben squinted, then nodded in recognition. "Oh, right. You're that girl from the hospital, aren't you?" Felicia rubbed the back of her head, slightly embarrassed. "Yeah, that's me." Aunt May and Uncle Ben then turned their eyes toward Felix, who casually gave them a two-finger salute. "Yo." They both stared at Felix, tilting their heads in confusion. His mannerisms felt oddly familiar. Before they could say anything, Peter, chest puffed out with pride, patted Felix on the shoulder. "This is Felix Parker. My son, from the future." "Huh. Eh." Peter grinned even wider, giving Felicia a look. She sighed, and both she and Peter squished Felix's face between their own faces with a beaming smile. "Can't you see the resemblance?" Peter asked proudly. Felix, looking awkwardly squished between his parents' faces, waved half-heartedly. "Hey, Grandpa Ben. Grandma May." Aunt May and Uncle Ben remained rooted in place, switching their gazes between Peter and Felix. Slowly, their eyes widened as they began to see the undeniable resemblance. "What?" Aunt May screeched. Uncle Ben, looking shell-shocked, glanced at Harry, Gwen, and MJ. "Are they joking?" The three friends shook their heads with smiles on their faces. "They're telling the truth," Harry said. "The future?" Uncle Ben asked in shock. Yes, confirmed." "He's from the future?" "Yup," they all confirmed once more. 0. "The future?" They all nodded their heads once again, smiling. Uncle Ben ran a hand through his hair, glancing up at the ceiling with a deep sigh. "This family is never going to be normal again, is it?" Aunt May clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Peter. "Peter, is that really my grandbaby from the future? And I want you to answer carefully, because if you're lying, we're going to have a serious problem." Felix awkwardly raised a hand. "I've got pictures to prove it," he offered with a small grin. Aunt May's eyes snapped open, and Peter swore he saw flames flickering in them. "Show me," she demanded, narrowing her eyes. Felix reached into his back pocket, pulled out his phone, and made a few swipes. He swiped up, and a holographic screen appeared, showing an image of a younger version of himself being carried by Aunt May. He swiped again, revealing another image of him sitting on her lap. Aunt May slapped a hand over her mouth in shock, then placed it on her forehead. "Good Lord," she muttered, exasperation mixing with a growing smile on her face. But then, she froze. Slowly, she turned her head to Felix, then to Felicia, then Gwen, then MJ. Back to Felix. Then Peter. Her gaze bounced between Gwen and MJ again before finally locking onto Felicia. After a slow, deliberate turn back to Peter, she asked, "Peter?" "Yup." "Why is she his mother?" "I don't know, ask future me. Me and her aren't together." Aunt May narrowed her eyes at Felix. "You." "Felix, right. There's no better way to ask this but. Are you Peter's illegitimate child or something?" Felix blinked, completely thrown off. "Huh? What? Are you asking if I'm his bastard?" "No, I'm not. He and my mother are together. As they always say, the future is full of endless possibilities." Peter chimed in quickly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "But you know what's not full? My stomach. So let's fix that problem and eat some of this delicious food before it gets cold." Peter marched ahead, hoping to escape the awkward tension. "I agree. Everyone should sit down before the food gets cold, but we're not done here, young man," Aunt May added, motioning for everyone to take their seats. Everyone complied, diving into the meal, but Aunt May's piercing stare stayed locked on Peter the entire time. He chose to pretend she wasn't glaring at him, as technically, none of this was his fault. "So, why are you here, in the past, I mean?" Uncle Ben asked curiously, wanting to understand more about this unexpected grandnephew. I was fighting a time-based villain, Felix explained casually. I'm stuck here until he shows up again so I can bring him back to my time. Both Aunt May and Uncle Ben sighed at how nonchalant Felix was about fighting villains. Two things, Uncle Ben began. First, you seem pretty comfortable talking about this. I take it everyone here knows. He glanced around at the others. They all nodded, confirming his suspicion. And second, does this become a family business? Uncle Ben asked, glancing at Peter with raised eyebrows. Aunt May grumbled at the question. Now she not only had to worry about her nephew risking his life every day, but also her potential future grandkids. Kinda. Dad gives us the choice, Felix said. None of us are forced into it. We all chose to be heroes, though some act more like villains, he muttered, recalling one of his older brothers. I suppose that's good, Uncle Ben said, nodding thoughtfully. As long as it's a choice you've made for yourself, and you're happy with the direction you're going, that's what matters. Felix smirked, appreciating Uncle Ben's words. It was comforting to see that the advice-giving grandpa he knew in the future was just the same in the past. Chapter 184, Feast and Shelter. Third person's POV. So how many children does Peter have in the future? Aunt May asked, looking towards Felix curiously. I can't really say since it could change the future. I might end up erasing myself or one of my siblings because of what I say, Felix replied as he stuffed his mouth with food. I see, but can I at least know if he has a lot? Oh yeah. Felix nodded in exasperation. Peter and Uncle Ben, sitting next to each other, exchanged a look and shared a small fist bump under the table. You player, Uncle Ben teased. Peter just rubbed his chin and smirked, while Felicia, sitting close to Aunt May, leaned over and showed her phone. Here, look at this. Ha! Is that really how he's going to look? Aunt May asked in amusement as she looked at a picture of older Peter. You have to send me that picture. Don't worry, I got you, Felicia smirked, showing the picture to Ben, who began to laugh heartily. He rubbed his beard and patted Peter's back. Looks like the good beard genetics are strong in the men of our family. Even though they were talking about his future self, Peter couldn't help but feel a tad embarrassed. I'm mostly worried about what I'd look like with a beard. Harry said with an awkward smile, imagining it. Don't worry, you grow a goatee, Felix started. Ew, both Aunt May and Lizzie said at the same time. Lizzie immediately covered her mouth and looked toward Harry apologetically. Wow, Harry said, looking a little betrayed as he glanced at Aunt May and Lizzie. Both Lizzie and Aunt May looked at each other before chuckling. Harry, I love you like you're one of my own, but I just can't imagine you with a goatee, Aunt May said, giving him an apologetic look as well. Oh, by the way, I was just joking about the goatee. I wanted to see if it would change the future a bit if I said that you had one, Felix added apologetically. Oh, thank God, both Harry and Lizzie said at the same time. Harry turned toward her. What's with you today? Sorry, Lizzie said in a cutesy voice, hugging his arm and leaning on his shoulder. Aunt May then pointed her fork toward MJ and Gwen. Listen, girls, I know you both love Peter dearly and let him get away with a lot of things, but you have to lock it down. It's already gotten out of hand. Both MJ and Gwen wore awkward expressions as Peter looked at Aunt May in exasperation. Come on, Aunt May. Am I not your nephew? How am I supposed to grow my harem to the size of Solomon's if you're going to block me? Felix put a hand over his face and looked away. Is he stupid? Why would he joke about that? Both MJ and Gwen gave Peter a look. MJ's was the most effective, her expression blank, which wasn't an expression you wanted to see on a girl that wears her emotions on her sleeve. Peter shrank back. Sorry. He muttered, focusing on his plate. Aunt May shook her head, placing the back of her hand on her forehead. Where did I go wrong raising you? Felix, baby, whatever you do, don't turn out like your father. I'll try my best not to, Felix nodded seriously. What's that supposed to mean? I'm a great example to follow. I'm the world's best role model. Everyone around the table looked at Peter with uncertainty and began murmuring. I'm not so sure. Not really, sorry. I wouldn't say you're the best. There are definitely better out there. Not even close. Peter gave them all a straight look. I hate every single one of you." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, continuing to eat and banter until they were done. Peter and the others were about to insist on helping with the dishes, but Gwen and MJ took over, insisting as they began washing up while the others cleaned up after themselves. Peter looked at them in confusion as they whispered to each other. "Are you really sure you want to do that?" Gwen whispered. "I'm really curious what it's like." "Aren't you the least bit curious?" MJ whispered back shyly, her ears turning red. "No, not really. I haven't thought about that. It honestly never crossed my mind. I was going to keep it separate. But you heard Aunt May. It's me and you who have to keep it locked. You're weird. I've been around Peter for most of my life. I'd be surprised if I wasn't." "Heh, I suppose you have a point." Meanwhile, Peter turned to Aunt May and Uncle Ben. "Actually, there's something else I wanted to discuss with the two of you, apart from the matter with Felix." "Oh God, what now?" Aunt May asked, rolling her eyes. "Ugh, this one isn't supernatural. It's regular news, about the two of you. You both know how I want to retire you, but you just won't let me, right? Peter, you literally made me younger. What am I supposed to do in retirement?" Uncle Ben asked, shaking his head. "Yeah, well, that's the thing. I found a way to do both, to make you guys retire and still do something meaningful. I want to open a shelter, and I want you two to run it," Peter said with a serious expression, catching them both off guard. "A shelter?" Aunt May asked, her curiosity piqued by the idea. "Why a shelter? What made you think of this?" Uncle Ben added, leaning in. "It came to me during a fight with a supervillain. Our powers are incredible, but they also cause so much destruction. Buildings get wrecked, and people are left homeless until repairs are made. I wanted to create a place where they could take refuge, a shelter where they can get help. With the money and influence I have, I realized I can help people not just as Spider-Man, but also as Peter Parker," Peter explained, his tone earnest. Felix's eyes widened as he listened. "So this is when it all started. I didn't think I'd get to witness this moment. It's amazing," he thought to himself. "Oh, Peter, that's a wonderful idea," Aunt May said, placing a hand on her chest, clearly touched. Uncle Ben nodded, thinking it over. "So, you want us to run this shelter as our retirement? We'd be retired, but still helping people, staying active. And I bet you'll be our boss, paying us that money you've always wanted to give but we wouldn't accept." Peter clicked his tongue, smiling. "Am I really that predictable?" "A bit, yes," Uncle Ben chuckled. "And have you thought of a name for this shelter?" Aunt May asked, curious to see how much thought Peter had put into it. "Yup, I've got a name all set. I'm calling it FEAST, Peter replied, smirking with pride. "And knowing you, that's an acronym," Uncle Ben said with a raised eyebrow. "You're damn right it is." "Felix, why don't you tell them what it stands for?" Peter said, turning to his son with a grin. Felix pointed at himself, surprised. "You want me to say it?" "Yeah, if you know it, that means it became successful," Peter said proudly. Felix sighed before answering. "Food, emergency, aid, shelter, training. FEAST. That's actually a great name," Aunt May nodded in approval. "So, what do you guys say?" Peter asked, looking at them with hope. "We'll need to sit down and discuss the details, but overall, we're in," Uncle Ben agreed. Aunt May wrapped Peter in a deep, proud hug. "You have no idea how proud I am of you. You see, you don't have to risk your life to be a hero and help people." She kissed his forehead, and Peter blushed as Felix snapped a photo of the moment, smirking at his dad's embarrassment. All right, Peter said, pulling away, still red-faced. "I need to make sure everyone gets home safe." They all thanked Aunt May and Uncle Ben as they prepared to leave. "You're all welcome here anytime," Aunt May said, waving with a smile. "Actually, Felix and I have a little hero adventure planned," Felicia said, slinging her arm around Felix's shoulder, causing him to blush. Lizzie interlocked her fingers with Harry's. "As for us, Harry's driving me home, so don't worry." With that, they all went their separate ways, leaving Peter with MJ and Gwen. And then there were the three musketeers, Peter joked, though his smile faltered when he remembered MJ lived right across the street. MJ giggled. "Don't worry, I want to walk a little longer." "We'll drop Gwen off first," she said, shaking her head with a sigh. "If that's what you want," Peter shrugged, walking alongside them. A comfortable silence fell over them as they strolled under the night sky. Gwen and MJ wrapped their arms around Peter's, leaning their heads against his shoulders as they walked Gwen home in peaceful silence. Chapter 185, Greatest Day Ever. R18. Third Person's POV. Peter and MJ watched as Gwen opened the door to her house. She then motioned for them to follow after her. Peter was confused and looked at MJ, who just shrugged as she pulled Peter inside. Gwen then led them to her room where she locked the door. Before Peter had a chance to completely finish his question, he was pushed down onto the bed by MJ. "What are?" MJ put a finger on Peter's lip and silenced him. "This is where you let us do the talking, Mr. Parker," she said as she stood up next to Gwen. "You know Aunt May was right, Gwen and I have to lock it down. Or else you would get too out of control," MJ said, raising an eyebrow and putting a hand on her hips. Gwen just stood there with her arms crossed while Peter sat on the bed like a child being reprimanded. "Sorry. We've been hearing a lot of that lately, haven't we, Gwen?" MJ asked. "We sure have. I'm honestly getting tired of hearing it," she said a bit teasingly with a hidden sigh. "Why did I agree to do this?" MJ then got on the bed next to Peter. "If you don't get your shit together, you might lose something very valuable, Mr. Parker." "Something like this," MJ said, putting a hold of Peter's chin and kissing his lips. Gwen then sat down at the other side of him and grabbed his chin to move it to hers, and this. Gwen smirked as she kissed him as well. "What are you guys doing?" Peter asked a bit hopefully. "We're showing you what you have to lose," MJ said as she took off her blouse, showing off her black lingerie. Gwen did the same, showing off her light blue one. "This is the greatest day of my life," Peter happily cheered. MJ then took off Peter's shirt right off his body and started kissing his cheek before trailing down and kissing his neck, and then his pec and kneeling down and kissing his abs, where she began unbuckling his belt. Meanwhile Gwen took off her pants, showing off her blue panties. She then went and took a hand on Peter's face and began kissing him roughly before she slowly took off her bra and underwear, leaving her in the nude. MJ started slithering down Peter's pants and underwear, exposing his member, which was semi-hard from what he was witnessing. She looked at it and smiled and then began kissing it, slowly dragging her tongue up to his member. She slowly engulfed it and began bobbing up and down, looking up at Peter, who was having a hard time looking away. Gwen meanwhile began crawling on the bed towards Peter, where she went and sat on his face, with her pussy hovering above his face. Peter didn't hesitate for a second as he grabbed her ass, brought her down, and began to eat her out, which made her moan and began gyrating her hips, causing him to groan. MJ meanwhile began going faster, increasing her pace and using her hand to jerk off the base of his cock. MJ was coating his dick with her saliva and was enjoying the taste. Peter continued to eat out Gwen, who was moaning loudly and was now rubbing her clit, as her other hand was on his hair. "Oh, Peter." Gwen moaned. Her moans were music to his ears and his dick twitched every time he heard them. While MJ licked his head, savoring the taste of his pre-cum, licking it sensually and then sucking him harder than ever, while her hands were moving around his balls. "This is the life," Peter thought as he continued to lick Gwen's folds and her clit. "I'm about to come," Gwen said, panting heavily. "Do it, come on my face," Peter said. Gwen then went back and rubbed her clit faster. She began moaning louder and then she finally came. Her fluids shot out onto his face, dripping down on his chest and neck. "Taste me, Peter," Gwen said. Peter licked her juices, savoring the taste. Gwen got off and sat next to him, as MJ began jerking him off. "I want to taste it too, baby," MJ said, and without a warning she began sucking his dick faster and faster, bobbing her head up and down and jerking him off. Peter groaned and his dick twitched. "Oh, fuck. I'm gonna come." Peter groaned and he finally came inside her mouth. His sperm shot out into her mouth, which was a lot and some was dripping out, but MJ swallowed the rest. She wiped her mouth and crawled over to Gwen and gave her a kiss, passing the cum to her. Gwen and MJ swapped the cum in their mouths and gulped it all down. They pulled back and smiled at each other. "That was so hot," Peter exclaimed inwardly, his cock twitching at the sight. Gwen and MJ then switched sides. MJ looked towards Peter teasingly. I hope that tongue of yours is still up for work, Tiger. Peter smirked, for you. Always. MJ sexily took off her underwear and slowly spread her legs open, giving Peter a view of her glistening, moist, pink pussy, which was shaven and was dripping wet. Peter quickly grabbed her ass, lifted her and went down on her, licking her pussy and sucking her clit. MJ let out a loud moan as Peter licked her clit, while Gwen went to his member and began jerking it. MJ's spit and Peter's precum were the only lubricant. Aw. MJ moaned as Peter sucked her clit. He began to thrust his tongue in and out of her pussy, which was dripping wet and was delicious to Peter. Gwen slowly climbed over Peter and placed herself over his member, and without a warning she impaled herself onto his dick. Oh fuck. Peter exclaimed. MJ let out a loud moan as she felt him scream onto her pussy, causing her to tremble. Gwen began riding Peter's dick, moaning and panting heavily as she felt his member hit her walls. Holy shit. I am the luckiest guy in the world. Peter thought as he continued to lick MJ's pussy, and was enjoying the feeling of Gwen riding him. Gwen then leaned forward, and began sucking on MJ's tits, biting them lightly. Ah. MJ moaned. Peter increased his pace and inserted a finger into her pussy, and then another, and then he began licking her clit. Gwen continued riding Peter's cock and began moaning even more. MJ's body began shaking as Peter licked her pussy. I'm about to come, oh God. MJ exclaimed, and then she came onto Peter's face. Peter licked her fluids, cleaning her pussy. However, as she came, Peter didn't stop and continued his pace, making her body convulse. Peter grabbed tightly at her thighs, not letting her escape, and continued eating her out. Oh God. Oh God. Peter. MJ screamed as she came again. Peter drank her juices, licking and sucking her pussy, not letting a drop go. Gwen meanwhile tightened the grip on his abs and began moving faster and faster, panting and moaning as she felt his dick hitting her walls and going deeper inside her. Peter's cock was throbbing, his dick was about to burst. He grabbed Gwen's ass and thrusted her up and down, fucking her harder and harder, his dick twitching every second. Oh fuck, I'm about to come. Peter exclaimed, his voice muffled. Me too, come inside me. Gwen moaned. And with one final thrust, he came deep inside her. His hot seed exploded into her and filled her womb, and some spilled out. Oh, fuck. Gwen screamed. Gwen was still coming, and the feeling of him coming inside her was enough to make her come even more, and she tightened her hold on his dick, milking him for all his worth. After a while, they both came down from their high, panting heavily. Gwen then slowly got off, not letting the cum escape. MJ, after coming for the third time, slowly crawled away from Peter and went towards Gwen, where she didn't hesitate to grab Gwen's thigh and go down on her, tasting Peter's cum from Gwen's pussy. As she ate Gwen out, she shook her ass towards Peter, tempting him. Peter slowly crawled towards her and grabbed her ass, rubbing it before spanking it. AHHH, MJ moaned as Peter spanked her. Peter slowly slid his dick into her pussy, and thrust it into her, grabbing her waist and fucking her. MJ moaned as she felt Peter's dick hit her walls, and began fingering Gwen's pussy, who was moaning even more and was loving the feeling of MJ's tongue. Peter thrusted faster and harder into her, and spanked her ass every time. He thrusted deep into her, not stopping for a second, and grabbed her ass. He then grabbed her by the shoulder and thrusted into her even faster, while he used his free hand and began fingering her asshole. Oh, yes. Peter. Harder, tiger. Meanwhile, Gwen had her head thrown back, holding the back of MJ's head. Oh, God. Gwen moaned. Peter was thrusting faster and faster into her. He leaned forward while Gwen did the same and began sucking her nipples. He was going deeper into MJ, causing her to moan louder and louder. He continued sucking Gwen's nipple, and grabbed her other tit. Peter was groaning. He felt her walls tightening around his member and her pussy getting wetter. Oh, fuck, Peter. MJ exclaimed as she came on his dick. Peter didn't stop and kept thrusting into her, fucking her even harder, not letting her orgasm die down. MJ was trembling and her eyes were rolling back. I'm about to come, Peter moaned. Do it inside me, tiger. And with one final thrust, Peter came into her. His hot cum shooting inside her, filling her up. AHHHHHHHH, MJ moaned. Peter thrusted a few more times, emptying all his load inside her. After he came down from his high, he pulled out and fell back onto the bed. He saw Gwen and MJ's body trembling. MJ slowly crawled towards him, her legs shaking, and kissed him, transferring her juices to him. MJ then pushed Gwen down and sat on her face, transferring Peter's cum and making her eat her out, while Peter grabbed Gwen's waist for round 2 as it was then her turn to eat MJ out. The three continued tasting each other, being intimate for the entire night, not once stopping for a break. Chapter 186, What the Hell is Wrong with Me? R18. Third person's POV. Peter was awoken by the feeling of pleasure, which caused him to grunt. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there was no one by his side. He opened his eyes and saw that there was a head under the sheets, and the feeling of a tongue around his member. Oh God! He muttered in pleasure. He reached his hand down in the sheets and felt a girl's hair. It was smooth and soft. He grabbed the girl's hair, as she kept bobbing her head up and down his shaft. He could feel her wet tongue sliding up and down his long pole. He felt her tongue slide around his tip, making it even harder than before. She took her mouth off his rod, and she started stroking his cock, which was now slick with her saliva. He could feel her hand sliding up and down his manhood, her fingers gliding along his length. She started licking the sides of his shaft, making him groan. He could feel her warm breath blowing across his hardness. The woman started sucking on his large bulbous head. He could feel the warm and wetness of her mouth enveloping his head. That feels so good. He moaned. She started to take more of his thick member into her mouth, and she began to bob her head up and down his length, slowly increasing her speed. She was making slurping noises as she moved her head up and down his hard cock. He could feel her wet and soft tongue rubbing against his member. Her lips were tightly wrapped around his rod, and her tongue was flicking across the tip. He could feel her taking her hand off his hardness, and she began to stroke his testicles. She was cupping them and gently massaging them. He was groaning and panting. He was enjoying the feeling of her mouth on his throbbing rod. She started bobbing her head faster, and she took more of his thick manhood into her mouth. He could feel the walls of her throat squeezing his member, as she deep-throated him. He felt his head hit the back of her throat. He could hear her gagging, and then she started to gag. Oh my God! He muttered. She took her mouth off his penis, and although he couldn't see it, there was a thin strand of saliva hanging between her mouth and his manhood. He could feel her hand still stroking his length, and he could hear her breathing heavily. He then saw the sheets began to rise higher and higher, until her figure appeared as if she was sitting, all the while still being hidden behind the sheets. As the woman was sitting on his pelvis, Peter felt the heat radiating from her pussy onto his pelvis, which caused him to groan. She began to lower her hips onto his throbbing hardness. As she was doing so, he felt the moist lips of her pussy slide up and down his shaft. They were both moaning and grunting. The pleasure they were feeling was overwhelming. He could feel her folds gliding across his manhood. They were both breathing heavily, and then suddenly she took his thickness into her pussy. Oh yes, yes. Peter grunted. Oh, it's so big. The girl moaned. He could feel her hot and tight love tunnel engulf his rod. He could feel her vaginal walls squeezing his shaft. However, Peter tilted his head in confusion, as that didn't sound like either MJ or Gwen. Huh? Peter questioned, as he pulled the sheets away, revealing Felicia, who had a blush on her face, a smile, and a glazed look in her eyes. She had a thin layer of sweat on her body, and her nipples were erect, while her breasts were bouncing as she was riding his cock, her silver loose. Peter's eyes widened in shock, as Felicia's tight snatch was milking his rod. Peter didn't get a chance to question what was happening as Felicia grabbed his face and started to kiss him. His mind was swimming as her tongue entered his mouth. Her kiss was aggressive and forceful, and he couldn't help but moan. He could feel her warm tongue swirling around in his mouth, exploring every inch of it, as she continued to ride him. He could taste the faint flavor of strawberries on her lips. Her breasts were pressed against his chest, and her erect nipples were rubbing against his skin. The sensation was driving him wild. His hands moved up her body and he cupped her breasts, which caused her to moan in his mouth. She then broke the kiss and she looked him in the eyes, with a teasing smirk. As Peter opened his mouth to ask her what was going on, she increased her pace, making it so only a grunt escaped his mouth. He could feel her walls squeezing his rod. She was moving her hips up and down, while he was thrusting into her. The room was filled with the sound of their flesh slapping against each other, and their moans. Felicia grabbed Peter's hands, which were still on her breasts, and she brought them up to her mouth, where she licked them, and then sucked on his fingers. Peter watched as she wrapped her mouth around his digits, and he could feel her warm and wet tongue swirling around his fingers. She was making sure to cover his fingers with her saliva, and she was moaning while she was doing it. Her head then leaned back screaming in pleasure. His fingers escaping from her mouth and falling back to her breast. She ruffled her silver hair, and then looked at him, her eyes were filled with lust. She started to grind on his manhood, which caused him to groan. While she was riding him, her vaginal walls were massaging his rod, as she was moving her hips in a circular motion. Peter's hands were now squeezing her ass, as she was moving her hips up and down his length. Felicia leaned forward and put her hands on his pecs, where scratches were appearing from her claws. Peter was breathing heavily, as the pleasure he was feeling was overwhelming. He could feel her warm breath on his neck, as she was nibbling on his earlobe. He could feel her breasts pushing against his chest, and her erect nipples were rubbing against his skin. Her tight pussy was milking his hardness, as she was moving up and down his shaft. The sound of flesh slapping against each other was loud in the room. Peter was moaning and grunting, while Felicia was groaning. He could feel the pleasure building inside him. He knew he wasn't going to last much longer. Peter grabbed her ass, and he started to thrust into her. "Oh fuck!" Felicia moaned. He was fucking her as hard and as fast as he could, and he could hear her breathing heavily, while moaning. Her nails were digging into his skin, leaving marks and scratches, as she was holding on for dear life. Peter became lost in pleasure, forgetting to even question why she was there. He flipped other to a missionary style. He started to ram into her, causing the headboard to slam into the wall. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Felicia yelled. Peter grabbed her legs and placed them over his shoulders, which allowed him to go deeper into her. Felicia grabbed a hold of his neck, and brought him down for a kiss. Her tongue invaded his mouth, and he could feel her teeth biting down on his lip. He could taste a hint of iron in his mouth, which was from his blood. He was ramming into her with full force, causing her body to move up and down the bed. Their bodies were covered with sweat, and they were breathing heavily. Peter felt the pleasure building inside him, and he knew he wasn't going to last much longer. However, he didn't want it to end. He used his mastered control of his body to suppress his orgasm, so that he could continue fucking Felicia. "Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck!" Felicia yelled. Peter felt her vaginal walls clamp down on his shaft. He could feel her juices gushing out of her pussy, and running down his manhood. However, that was just a warning sign for him, and he knew that she wasn't done yet. He continued to thrust into her, causing her to yell. "Yes. Yes. Oh fuck. Oh yes." She yelled. He felt her vaginal walls contracting around his rod, and he could feel her juices flowing out of her. She was grunting and moaning, and she was breathing heavily. She then felt her convulse as she began squirting, the liquid hitting his stomach and chest. Peter was groaning, as the feeling of her orgasms and the taste of her juices was driving him wild. Felicia was screaming, as her eyes were rolling into the back of her head and went limp. Peter then slowed down as Felicia slowly recovered. She slowly pushed Peter away before going into a doggy position, where he began pounding into her, and slapping her ass. "Yes, fuck me hard." Felicia moaned. She was grunting, as he was pounding into her, his manhood ramming into her. She was breathing heavily, and her ass was jiggling, as his flesh slapped against hers. And with one final thrust, he released everything he was holding back, which caused him to gasp and open his eyes. He grunted as he released everything he had, while looking around in confusion. He looked to his side where he saw Gwen sleeping to the side. And the sheets slowly moved to reveal MJ looking at him with a mischievous smirk as she wiped her lip with her thumb before sucking it. She then clicked back to his side and closed her eyes happily before going back to sleep. Once she released, she was truly back asleep. Peter inwardly yelled, "What the fuck is wrong with me? I have two beautiful goddesses serving me. Did I really need to have a wet dream? Arg. I'll be too ashamed to look at anyone in the eyes." Chapter 187, Our Purpose. Third person's POV. Peter sat awake for the rest of the time before Gwen's alarm sounded. She groaned as she reached over and turned it off. Then, she returned to her spot on Peter's chest, closing her eyes and enjoying the moment. Neither Gwen nor MJ wanted to get up. But MJ glanced at Peter in confusion, thinking, what's this feeling of shame? Is he ashamed to have had a threesome with us? I thought he'd be the happiest. I'm not going to lie, this is really weird. Gwen said awkwardly, her eyes still closed. I don't know, I really enjoyed it, MJ said, sounding pleased. Of course you did. This was mostly your idea, you weirdo, Gwen teased, opening an eye and glancing across Peter's chest at MJ. So, when are we planning the next one? Peter asked with a smirk, looking between them. Gwen patted Peter's chest. Sorry, big guy. Only on special occasions. Aw. Both Peter and Gwen looked at MJ, raising an eyebrow, which made her blush and clear her throat. I mean, it was a special moment for all of us. I feel like we've grown closer because of it. It would just be a shame to limit it to 4 times a year or something. Just to be clear, this doesn't mean you guys can do this without me around. That would be cheating, Peter said. Obviously, Gwen and MJ scoffed. We only did it because we were with you, Gwen said, rolling her eyes. MJ nodded and kissed Peter on the cheek. The one we love is you, not each other. We did what we did because we love you. They both smirked at each other as they noticed Peter's ears turn slightly red. They began poking his cheek and chest, teasing him for being embarrassed. MJ sighed as she lifted herself up, sticking to the wall and jumping over Peter and Gwen to get off the bed. We have to leave early if we don't want to be late. Peter groaned. Why do we even go to school? What's the point? He whined, hugging Gwen tighter, making her smile as they both watched MJ get dressed, putting on her bra and underwear. Because some of us aren't as smart as you, Parker, and you said it yourself. This is mostly for the high school memories, MJ said as she finished hooking up her bra. It was a rhetorical question. Peter mumbled, shooting a web at the ceiling and pulling himself up, quickly putting on his underwear and pants. MJ put on her shirt and shoes before fully buttoning up her pants, while Peter paused, halfway into putting on his shirt. He noticed Gwen biting her lip as she looked at him from under the blanket. Peter flexed his muscles and winked at her, making her roll her eyes, though a smile grew on her face under the covers as she watched him finish putting on his shirt. He gave Gwen a final kiss before he and MJ turned invisible and jumped out the window. As they swung home, MJ glanced in Peter's direction and used her spider telepathy to communicate. So what was that earlier? What was what? Peter asked, confused, as he ran alongside a building and parkoured around it. Earlier, you were feeling ashamed. I was wondering what you were ashamed of. It wasn't about what we did, right? MJ asked cautiously. Oh God, no. That was fantastic, 10 out of 10. I was mostly ashamed of myself, Peter said, reluctantly. Ashamed because of us? MJ sensed Peter's hesitation and quickly reassured him. You don't have to share if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you. I was just curious. Her earnest tone only made Peter feel guiltier as he debated whether to tell her or not. When they arrived at MJ's place, Peter surprised her by entering with her. Undoing his invisibility, he hung upside down in her room. I had a wet dream. Huh. Buffed. MJ couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Okay. It was after we, finished, and I fell asleep. I had this wet dream, and I woke up because of your oral skills. Buffed, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Peter, having a wet dream isn't something to be ashamed of. MJ said, holding his upside-down face. Especially when I was the one who caused it, she teased, caressing his face gently. That's the thing. Even though you were the one who caused it, it's who the wet dream was about that I'm ashamed of. It was Felicia, wasn't it? MJ smirked in amusement and couldn't help but chuckle as she saw Peter wince. He covered his face. I feel so ashamed, honestly. I have 2 gorgeous goddesses by my side, and then I have a dream about Felicia. What's worse is that I feel like I betrayed her slightly just by thinking about her like that. MJ slowly caressed Peter's face, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, which surprisingly worked as he began to calm down a bit. MJ chuckled again. Peter, your son from the future just came to see you, and his mother is Felicia. It's no wonder you're thinking about her like that. That's basically saying you two are guaranteed to have sex. So, it's not that strange for you to have a naughty thought or two about her. Tell me honestly, are you some kind of spider therapist? Because you always know what to say to make me feel better. MJ giggled in amusement before the two shared an upside-down Spider-Man kiss. Well, it certainly helps to know what you're feeling, that's for sure. Peter then got down, shaking his head as the blood rushed to it. I always feel like I'm dumping all my emotions on you, Peter said, feeling a bit guilty. MJ moved closer to Peter, pressing her body against his, making him subconsciously pull her close. That's the thing. I feel like that's what I'm supposed to do. She smiled as she caressed his confused expression. You see, as someone who's so closely connected to spiders, I think each one of them chooses us for a specific reason and a specific role we're supposed to fill. Like, it wasn't a coincidence that we were bitten by the spiders that bit us. Let's take us, for example. MJ said, closing her eyes and pressing her forehead against Peter's, making him close his eyes as well. You were bitten by a spider with electrical abilities, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. Electricity is all about energy, power, and connection. It surges through everything, just like you. You've always been the kind of person who brings people together, who leads and connects with others. You're the one people turn to in a crisis because you have that spark, that energy that draws people in and makes them feel safe. You inspire others to follow, to act. Peter blinked, taken aback, and MJ smiled softly. It's more than just powers, Tiger. I believe the electric spider chose you because it saw a leader. Someone with the strength to keep everyone grounded, but with the ability to light the way forward when things get tough. That's why you've always felt this need to be there for everyone, you're meant to be a leader. MJ smiled softly, keeping her forehead against Peter's. And as for me, the spider that bit me wasn't just any spider either. It gave me the ability to understand and communicate with spiders, and I think it happened for a reason too. It's not just about controlling them or sensing them around me, it's about understanding them, and in a way, understanding you. She paused for a moment, running her fingers along Peter's cheek. You've always had this way of carrying so much on your shoulders, more than anyone should. You try to process everything on your own, and I get it. It's hard for you to let people in, to share what you're feeling, especially when you feel like you have to be the strong one all the time. Peter stayed quiet, his expression softening as MJ continued. I think the spider chose me because my role is to help you with all that, to understand the parts of you that are hidden, the emotions you struggle with but can't always say out loud. That's why I can feel what you feel, why I can read your emotions even when you try to hide them. It's not a coincidence. I was given this ability so I could be there for you in a way no one else can. That's my role, to help you process what's too much for you to handle alone. You've seriously put a lot of thought into this, haven't you? Peter asked with an awkward smile. MJ smirked as she shrugged. You were the one who taught us Rule 13, remember? In this world, if it seems like a coincidence, then it most likely isn't. And let me tell you, all of us getting bitten by spiders is one hell of a coincidence if I ever saw one. What's even more of a coincidence is that the spiders that bit us were enhanced. She grinned, quoting him, like the unofficial title you had for this rule, coincidence. I think not. Chapter 188, The Time Lord Emerges. Third person's POV. After his talk with MJ, Peter gave her one last kiss before heading home. After a quick shower, Peter rushed downstairs, phone in hand, and sat beside Uncle Ben. Before Peter could say anything, Uncle Ben gave him a teasing look. Someone was only supposed to make sure she got home safely. It seems they got distracted and didn't come home until this morning. Peter glanced at Aunt May to make sure she wasn't looking, then held up 3 fingers toward Uncle Ben with a smug expression. Uncle Ben tilted his head, confused by the gesture. Peter emphasized the 3 fingers, shaking them a bit before bringing them together with his other hand. Uncle Ben's eyes slowly widened as he processed the meaning. Oh. 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 Oh, what? Aunt May laughed, amused. Peter slapped Uncle Ben's shoulder for being too loud. Oh, nothing, Aunt May. Uncle Ben's just surprised that the microwave blender time machine actually works. Huh? Really? Aunt May asked, curious. Yeah, remember that old picture of me? Well, Aria got it because Felix contacted my future self using the microwave blender. Which I'm still kinda mad about since I could have solved time travel when I was younger. Really? Uncle Ben asked. Yeah, look, Peter said, showing him the picture on his phone and motioning toward the microwave and blender. Not that, the other thing, Uncle Ben gestured. Oh, Peter said, making an okay sign while biting his lip proudly. I don't know whether to be extremely proud of you or disgusted by how openly you share this stuff with me, Uncle Ben whispered. Just go with pride. We have a situation. Aria suddenly interrupted, appearing as a hologram over Peter's watch. What is it? The Time Lord has appeared. We've detected a temporal anomaly in Times Square. Why is it always Times Square getting attacked? There are other places in New York, Peter grumbled, standing up. Sorry, Aunt May, Uncle Ben. I'll have to cut breakfast short, Peter said, grabbing his bag and rushing out. Aunt May didn't even have a chance to respond as the door shut behind him. She could only sigh in disappointment. As Peter reached the street, the door of MJ's house opened, and she came out hopping on one foot, trying to put on her shoes with a piece of toast in her mouth. MJ, seeing Peter, looked both ways before jogging over. Are you ready to go? She asked, jogging in place. As ready as I'll ever be, Peter said as they both started running at a normal pace. They turned into an alley and tapped their watches, suiting up. I'm sorry, but this is really bothering me. Was that toast dry? Peter asked as his mask began forming over his face. MJ, pulling down her red and white mask, nodded while chewing. Aria called when I was holding it. I didn't have time, don't blame me, I was really hungry, still am. Both Spider-Man and Scarlet Spider leaped out of the alley and started swinging through the city. Red, you know I love you, but what the hell is the matter with you? Who eats their toast dry? I was hungry. I would have buttered my toast if I could, she yelled, shooting webs as she swung. Spider-Man ran along a building, holding his web. Red, no matter how hungry I am, I'd never eat dry toast. Please, have some standards, he said, flipping off the building and swinging to the next. Yeah, my standards must be pretty shit if I'm dating you, she shot back. Shots fired. I repeat, shots fired. Men down. Men down. Where did this aggression come from? Spider-Man asked, clutching his chest and pretending to fall mid-swing before catching himself. Then don't make fun of the way I eat my toast, she grumbled. What's this I hear about eating toast? Ghost Spider asked, suddenly appearing, undoing her invisibility as she joined them in their swinging. She was eating dry toast like a maniac, Spider-Man said, pointing at Scarlet. Ghost Spider turned to Scarlet. What's wrong with you? Who eats their toast dry? I didn't have time. Scarlet snapped. You guys seem to be having an interesting conversation, they heard Nightwing's teasing voice. They looked up to see him dangling in the air, hooked to Firestar by a black web as she flew ahead, as he was spinning around. Firestar waved cheerfully. Hey, guys. Well, someone's having fun, Spider-Man teased. I just thought we'd fly by upon hearing the news, Nightwing said with a smirk. Hey, that's my line. I'm the one that's flying here. Firestar chimed in. The group soon turned a corner, making their way toward Times Square. Roar. They looked toward the sound only to see Spider-Cat riding on Felix, who had transformed into his tiger form. She flashed them a smug grin. Yippee-ki-yay, mofos, she shouted, flashing a peace sign with her tongue sticking out. Is that? Nightwing asked slowly, not quite believing what he was seeing. Felix, yeah, Spider-Man muttered, shaking his head. She's riding a tiger. I wanna ride a tiger. White Fang, Winston said, appearing next to Aria, who was sitting calmly. Seeing Spider-Man's confused expression, Winston elaborated, Felix's hero codename. It's the White Fang. I'll keep that in mind, Spider-Man nodded. Alright, since everyone's here, let's pick up the pace. Blue lightning crackled across Spider-Man's body as he blitzed ahead. The rest of the group quickly followed suit, accelerating toward Times Square. In Times Square, a swirling gray portal had materialized in the middle of the street. Pedestrians on their way to work paused, phones out, recording and wondering what was happening. Everyone, make way. Super Duper Spider is making a landing. The crowd quickly stepped back as Spider-Man dropped from the sky, landing with one knee and fist to the ground, the road cracking beneath him from the impact. Behind him, Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider landed in classic Spider-Man poses. Ghost Spider stood up with one hand on her hip, while Scarlet Spider slowly rose, placing both hands on her hips. Spider-Cat jumped off Felix, doing a front flip with her arms extended, and landed gracefully. As they say, a cat always lands on her feet, she quipped. Nightwing released his web as it disintegrated in midair, pulling out his Eskrima sticks while landing on one knee. Green static flickered between the weapons as he rose into a martial arts stance. Firestar circled above them, leaving a fiery trail behind her before stopping midair, her fists glowing brightly. As for White Fang, his transformation reversed, revealing his bipedal form in full for the first time. He now wore a black and white bodysuit, the web-like lines replaced with tiger stripes, all pointing toward the Spider-Man symbol on his chest. His suit had a white hood and a fur collar around his neck and wrists. The group assembled in front of the gray portal, which swirled ominously before them. Spectators snapped even more photos. Please get away from here. We don't know what dangers could come from that portal at any moment. Spider-Man warned firmly. We won't be able to help you all if you just stand there, Spider-Cat added bluntly. Before anyone could react or move, the portal's movements became erratic, swirling and warping chaotically, heightening the tension in the air. Slowly, a leg stepped through as a figure materialized from the portal. He was wearing a green three-piece suit with a monocle and a top hat, with a clock embedded at the center. In his hands was a pocket watch. In the nick of time, if I do say so myself, he chuckled. White Fang was taken aback upon seeing the Time Lord. Before he was an older man, but now he appeared as a teenager and no older than them. However, White Fang didn't care about that. He shot forward, the ground splintering under his strength as he appeared before the Time Lord, his leg already in motion to kick him square in the head. A magic circle appeared before the Time Lord's hands, and Felix froze in place, time itself holding him still. Is it me, or have you gotten slower? The Time Lord teased. He then turned toward Spider-Man and made a mocking, stunned expression. Oh my, oh my. If it isn't the amazing Spider-Man, the Time Lord exclaimed, taking off his top hat, placing it over his chest, and giving an exaggerated bow. I'm a huge fan. It's an honor to finally meet you. Clearing his throat, the Time Lord continued, I suppose it's time I introduce myself to the audience, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen of New York City, I am known as the Time Lord. Nightwing, uninterested in the theatrics, rolled his eyes and was about to lunge at him. Don't, Spider-Man stopped him, placing a hand on his chest. What? Why? Because every time we attack, we get frozen in time. Spider-Man stated solemnly. Even with your speed? Ghost Spider asked in surprise. For some reason, It's not for some reason, it's because I'm stronger now, the Time Lord interrupted with a large grin. I'm better. I can see what you'll do before you even make a move. His eyes began glowing a green hue. After being stuck in the time stream for so many years, experiencing the memories of my future self, I've mastered time magic. And after seeing the future ahead of me, I realized something: if I truly want to be free, I have to kill you before you grow any stronger. I see, so you're a coward, Spider-Man nodded, as if in understanding. Wah. I mean, even though you've said you've grown stronger, it seems like you're still too scared to face the future me, so you picked a time when I'm still in my growth phase. Seeing Spider-Man's tactic, the others joined in. Oh man, I thought we were finally going to face a real challenge, but it turns out to just be a cowardly villain. What a shame, Nightwing said, shaking his head in disappointment. As they all began making similar remarks, the Time Lord's expression darkened. I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer. Spider-Man shrugged. Doesn't make you any less of a coward. Chapter 189, The Time Lord Escapes. Third person's POV. Hearing the insults hurled at him, the Time Lord snapped his fingers, causing everyone around him to freeze in place. He scoffed. From what I've heard, it's nearly impossible to shut them up. But look at me. I did it with just a snap of my fingers. Smiling, the Time Lord raised his hand, and a magic circle formed in his palm. Slowly, a sword began materializing from temporal energy. Sword of Decay, he muttered as the blade solidified. He smirked and casually walked toward Spider-Man. Look at you. So much for the world's most beloved hero. He chuckled to himself before lunging the sword forward, aiming for Spider-Man's heart. But, ever so slowly, Spider-Man's body shifted out of the way, leaving the Time Lord striking nothing but air, his face a mix of frustration and shock. He swung again, only for Spider-Man to arch back, hands extended, dodging the strike by the narrowest of margins, though still moving in slow motion. How the hell is he still moving? I didn't slow down time, I stopped it. There's no way he should still be able to move, the Time Lord hissed in disbelief. Frustrated, he began slashing faster, but Spider-Man moved effortlessly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, avoiding each attack with minimal effort. God damn it, the Time Lord roared, kicking out in a fit of rage. His foot connected with Spider-Man's torso, but it was as if he kicked a wall. "Aaaah," the Time Lord howled, hopping on one foot. That tough bastard. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the Time Lord smiled wickedly. Fine, if I can't hurt you, I'll hurt someone you love. He scanned the area, then pointed. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I choose you, he said, his finger landing on Spider-Cat. I'll hurt both Spider-Man and his little cub. Consider it payback, for old time's sake, the Time Lord grinned, glancing at the frozen white fang. He walked toward Spider-Cat and sneered. It would be a shame if I killed you too quickly. It's so much more fun to watch them suffer slowly. And even more delightful to see the cub disappear. With a sinister grin, the Time Lord plunged the sword into Spider-Cat's stomach. Ha 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 ha. It appears you're not as fast as your husband. He cackled as blood splattered, freezing midair with the rest of time. Admiring his work, the Time Lord stepped back. Now, to watch the chaos unfold. But first, safety. He waved his hand, forming a protective dome around himself. Chronostasis, he muttered, completing the spell. Once at a safe distance, he snapped his fingers, and time resumed its natural flow. Even White Fang was freed from his control. Spider-Cat suddenly gasped, coughing up blood, and collapsed to her knees, clutching her stomach in agony. Everyone turned toward her, their faces frozen in horror. Spider-Cat removed her hands from the wound, her expression mirroring the horror around her as blood continued to flow from her mouth and wound. The gash in her stomach was grotesque, its edges decaying, revealing muscle tissue underneath, turning black as her insides rotted. "Mom." Felix screamed in anguish, rushing to her side. "Nuu," the others shouted, running to her aid, everyone except Spider-Man. He stood there, panting, eyes wide. His breaths became shallow, panic overtaking him as he watched Gwen desperately try to cover Felicia's wound with ice to slow the bleeding. Inside his suit, Peter's eyes changed, turning a shade of blue as lightning crackled around them. His breathing grew labored, sparks of static dancing between his fingers. He barely heard the screams of the panicked crowd fleeing for their lives or the voices of his team calling out to him. It was all a blur. Ha 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 ha, the Time Lord laughed, holding his stomach. You should see the looks on your faces. Priceless. What a shame. Spider-Man, you wear such a mask, I can't see your expression. But, I will admit, you have a much cooler suit in the future. Spider-Man's gaze slowly shifted toward the Time Lord, his muscles tensing. The Time Lord noticed the shift and mockingly shook his hands. Oh, I'm so scared. You're all tense, relax, man, relax those muscles. But before he could finish, his taunt turned to shock as his eyes gained a green glow towards them. Spider-Man's shoulders slumped, his muscles relaxing as an explosion of lightning erupted from his body. Electricity crackled around him, surging across the ground, scorching it with raw power. Suddenly, two large spikes shot out from Spider-Man's wrists, each crackling with energy. The arcs of lightning wrapped around the spikes, turning them a deep shade of blue, their bone-like appearance disappearing beneath the overwhelming power they held. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath Spider-Man exploded, sending debris flying as he disappeared from where he stood. "Aha!" Spider-Man roared in fury as he slammed his electrified spikes into the Time Lord's shield. His attack seemed to slow as it made contact with the barrier, but Spider-Man's muscles tensed, his growl deepening with strain. The Time Lord's eyes widened in horror as the spikes began to carve deep gashes into his stasis shield, crackling with raw energy. The ground beneath Spider-Man crumbled further, splitting under the sheer force he was exerting, as his bioelectricity surged, tearing through the fabric of time itself. The Time Lord wasn't about to sit idly by. He summoned another temporal sword, thrusting it towards Spider-Man in a desperate attempt to retaliate. But almost like it was an instinct, four massive spider-like limbs, forged from pure bioelectricity, burst from Spider-Man's back. They moved with lightning speed, blocking the attack effortlessly, while Spider-Man drove his second spike into the shield, deepening the cut. TCH. The Time Lord grimaced, truly shaken for the first time. He's cutting through time itself, and he hasn't even reached his full potential yet. What a terrifying creature. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Time Lord decided to escalate. Placing a hand on his chest, a glowing magic circle appeared as he muttered, "Temporal duplicate." 10 more magic circles materialized around him, each spawning a duplicate of the Time Lord. They say the more, the merrier, he smirked. And it seems we have all the time in the world. With one final, earth-shattering roar, Spider-Man shattered the chronostasis barrier. The sound of it breaking was like glass shattering, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The duplicates activated their magic simultaneously, using a technique called blink, a brief distortion of time that allowed them to appear as if they were teleporting. They blinked in rapid succession, surrounding Spider-Man, their decay swords poised for attack. But before Spider-Man could react, a fierce roar echoed through the air, "ROOOOAARRR." In a flash of blue lightning, White Fang tore through the duplicates, ripping them apart with savage precision. But the temporal forms dissipated into nothingness, revealing they were mere energy constructs of the real Time Lord. Spider-Man and White Fang moved in unison, honing in on the real Time Lord. Their claws and spikes aimed directly at his neck, their strikes deadly with intent. However, the Time Lord had already anticipated their move. With a snap of his fingers, he halted time once again, retreating to a safer distance. But even in the frozen world, Spider-Man and White Fang were still moving, their eyes blazing with fury, their bodies driven by pure bloodlust. In the Time Lord's perspective, they were moving at normal speed, slowly, yet inexorably, closing the gap. It was a disturbing sight, these two beings defying his command over time. With a frustrated scowl, the Time Lord conjured another sword, now dual-wielding. But as he did, he felt a shift in his body. His face grew older, his energy waning slightly. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Though he'd only aged by a year, it was clear that his overuse of temporal magic was taking its toll. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he prepared for the inevitable clash. "I've spent too much power. I'll have to end this soon," he muttered grimly. The Time Lord rushed forward, slashing with both of his temporal swords, his mind calculating their frenzy as a weakness. They should be sluggish in this state, unable to react as quickly, he thought. But his assumption proved wrong. Even in their enraged state, White Fang's claws and Spider-Man's bioelectric spikes were far too swift, their movements instinctive and lethal. White Fang's plasma claws clashed against one of the Time Lord's swords, while Spider-Man's electrified spike crashed against the other. Yet, a sharp bioelectric limb lashed across the Time Lord's chest, tearing a deep gash that sent him screaming in pain. "Curses," he snarled, gritting his teeth as the pain coursed through his body. He teleported a distance away, conjuring a magic circle that accelerated his healing. But in doing so, he dipped into his temporal reserves once more, aging yet another year. His body weakened slightly, but there was no other choice. Once stabilized, the Time Lord undid the time stop spell and created a swirling portal to the time stream behind him. As much fun as this was, it's time I say goodbye. "I'll be back, that I swear it," he yelled. He leapt toward the portal, but before he could fully escape, arcs of electricity ripped through the air, slashing toward him with terrifying speed. One electric slash caught him just before he entered the portal, severing one of his legs. His scream of agony echoed as he disappeared into the time stream. Spider-Man stood still for a moment, watching the Time Lord escape. "Arg damn it," he roared, slamming his fists into the ground. The force of his blow shattered the street, sending debris and vehicles flying. Peter's breath came in ragged gasps inside his mask, his teeth biting into his lip hard enough to draw blood. Tears blurred his vision. Felix, similarly devastated, was on the verge of losing control, fists clenched in fury. But before he could act, Nightwing appeared in a blur beside Spider-Man, his voice quiet but urgent. Felicia needs you. You might be the only one who can help her, but not if you don't hurry. Nightwing's voice was strained, his own fists clenched so tightly they bled. Spider-Man and White Fang didn't hesitate, transforming into streaks of lightning as they sped toward Felicia. They arrived to find Felicia collapsed on the ground, clutching her stomach and coughing blood. Her wound was covered in ice, but it wasn't enough to stop the bleeding. Ghost Spider was kneeling beside her, sobbing. Her bleeding isn't stopping. Her healing factor's fighting, but she's not getting better. Scarlet Spider was holding Felicia's hand, tears streaming down her face. I can feel it, she's slowly dying. Felix's voice cracked as he sobbed, I shouldn't have come here. It was a mistake. I'm sorry, Mommy. Spider-Man knelt beside Felicia, placing his hands over her wound, silent tears streaking down his face. His heart pounded in his chest as he prepared to use his bioelectricity, hoping against hope that he could save her. But just as he was about to begin, shards of glass started appearing before them, slowly obscuring any outsider from looking at them. A cold voice interrupted. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You'll kill her. Everyone turned sharply toward the voice. Standing behind them, a mysterious figure dressed in an orange cloak emerged from a portal, her expression solemn. If you want her to live, she continued, you'll need my help. Chapter 190, Kamarja. Third person's POV. Before anyone could comment on the sudden guest, Felix turned to everyone and said, you can trust her. Please save my mother, Felix pleaded. The hooded figure raised her hands, causing Felicia's body to levitate off the ground. Follow me, she said, turning back and walking through the open circle behind her. Everyone quickly followed, and as Firestar was the last to enter, the portal closed immediately behind her. They suddenly found themselves in what appeared to be a meditation room with a single pillow in the middle. The hooded figure went and sat down on the pillow. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a blanket and a pillow, gently laying Felicia down to rest her head. Who are you? Nightwing asked suspiciously, narrowing his eyes. Just because Felix said to trust her didn't mean he should lower his guard and trust her completely. For all he knew, she could be a bad person now but change and become better later on. The woman lowered her hood, revealing her shiny bald head. I am known as the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, Master of the Mystic Arts, she said as she placed her hand over Felicia's stomach, right where the wound was, the area slowly darkening and rotting. Spider-Man didn't say anything. He just sat down next to Felicia, with one leg raised, his arm resting on his knee, and stared at her with a solemn expression, though it wasn't visible through his mask. The Ancient One quickly performed 3 hand signals over Felicia's wound before raising her hand as if pulling something out. Green energy appeared around the wound and shot up into her hand. She made a small rotating motion around the energy before holding it at her fingertips and snapping them. The energy transformed into a green wisp of fire and dissipated into the air. Immediately after the temporal energy was removed, the black around Felicia's wound began to change color as her healing factor kicked in at full force. It went from black to gray, to white, then pink, and finally red as her muscle tissues and damaged organs began to mend and heal. Her skin followed suit, healing over the wound until all that remained was clear, unblemished skin. The only trace left was the blood that had been expelled from the wound. With another snap of the Ancient One's fingers, the blood vanished, and the hole in Felicia's suit mended itself. What a strong healing factor, the Ancient One remarked. If it weren't for her healing factor, she would have died within seconds. Hearing this, Spider-Man's fists clenched, while Felix bowed with his fist against his palm. Thank you, Ms. Ancient One. You have my sincere gratitude. The Ancient One smiled and nodded, accepting his thanks. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude, though Spider-Man remained silent, only nodding. Felicia groaned as she lifted herself up on her elbows. Why am I always the one getting targeted? Talk about unlucky. Ghost, Scarlet, and Firestar immediately tackled her in a hug. Oof, she exclaimed from the impact. She glanced teasingly at Nightwing and Spider-Man. Careful, guys. These lovely ladies seem to like me a lot. I might just take them for myself. Harry scoffed with a smile, relieved to see Felicia was all right, but Spider-Man remained unusually quiet. The Ancient One chuckled softly, finding their banter amusing. Felix, however, knelt in front of Felicia, looking down in shame. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. I've put you in danger. Because of my presence, you almost died. No, you are meant to be here. This was meant to happen, the Ancient One said with a serious expression, drawing everyone's attention. Ah. Are you saying I was supposed to almost die and get stabbed in the gut? Felicia asked, furrowing her brows. Yes and no, the Ancient One replied before turning to Felix. The young time traveler here is meant to be part of this timeline, along with the villain who followed. This is a fixed moment in time. Time's mechanisms are complicated, but I'll try to explain. Time itself is a paradox. It is both constant and ever-changing, never truly defined, she began. She first turned to Felix. Your presence at this point in time is something constant, she then turned to Felicia, but your survival isn't. You didn't have to be the one attacked and injured, it could have been you, or you, or you, she said, gesturing at Felicia before glancing at the others. Then, facing Felicia again, she added, not to mention the possibility of your survival or death. Like I said, it's paradoxical. Some moments in time are so fixed that no matter what you do, they won't change. And then there are moments so flexible that the tiniest influence can alter everything. Thanks. It's nice to know that whether I live or die matters so little in the grand scheme of things, Felicia muttered, displeased. Felix raised his hand. Wait, why is my being here so important? That's something I still don't understand, no matter how many times I try to wrap my head around it. The Ancient One smiled, her gaze shifting back to Felix. There are several reasons. One of them is that you're the connection that introduces Spider-Man and his team to the mystical and magical side of the world. You're the gateway that opens a new path for them. In this crazy world of ours, there are threats not only in the physical realm but in the metaphysical as well, as you've all seen with the Time Lord. Seriously? Felix asked, surprised at the importance of his role. The Ancient One nodded, her expression growing serious. This might come as a surprise to some of you, but we aren't alone in this universe. There are forces out there that could destroy our entire galaxy with a snap of their fingers. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror, except for Felix, who nodded as if he'd already come to terms with it. Hold on, let's back up for a second, Ghost Spider interrupted, waving her hands for the Ancient One to slow down. You're throwing too much information at us at once, and some of it is seriously freaking me out. The Ancient One nodded, understanding. I can see how this information might be overwhelming. I'm more than willing to answer any questions you have. Ghost Spider nodded. All right, let's start with something simple. I understand you're called the Ancient One, but why? Actually, forgive my rudeness, the Ancient One said, waving her hands to conjure a tea kettle and various cups. She filled each cup with tea, then levitated them to the group. Tea. Seeing how she'd gone out of her way, everyone accepted the tea. She smiled, placing the kettle down and holding her cup delicately in her hands. Now, where was I? Oh yes. I'm called the Ancient One because I'm over 1,000 years old. PFTTT. Those who had taken a sip of tea spit it out in shock. Nightwing banged on his chest, coughing, before glaring at her. You totally made us drink first on purpose, didn't you? The Ancient One merely sipped her tea calmly, a serene smile on her face. Next question. Firestar raised her hand tentatively. Can I ask it? Seeing everyone turn to her, she continued. Where exactly are we? We stepped through this weird portal, but we have no idea where we are. Ah, a very good question, Ms. Allen, the Ancient One smiled. At her words, everyone froze and quickly moved into defensive stances, save for Spider-Man and Felix. Spider-Man quietly lowered his mask just enough to sip his tea, entirely unbothered that she knew their identities. Firestar's hands began to glow with heat as she narrowed her eyes. So you know who I am. I know who all of you are, Harry Osborn, Elizabeth Allen, Mary Jane Watson, Gwen Stacy, Felicia Hardy, Felix Parker, and Peter Parker. You may have the ability to shield your identities from technology, but when it comes to the mystical realm, you're all vulnerable. That's precisely why Felix's presence here is so important. The group exchanged uneasy glances, clearly uncomfortable with how much she knew about them. The Ancient One stood from her seat. As for your question, Ms. Allen, we are currently in Nepal, in the Kamartaj Sanctum Sanctorum, where I teach and guide those interested in the mystic arts. As she then began walking ahead of everyone, "Come along everyone, I'll give you a proper tour of this place." Everyone stood up and began following the Ancient One as she went and opened the door. On the other side of the door was a training yard where members were seen battling each other, mostly using stick weapons. "Wait, I'm sorry, but did you just Nepal?" Ghost asked in shock to find herself so far away from home. "Just how does that portal of yours work? Please tell me there's at least a scientific explanation for it, and the answer isn't only because it's magic." Meanwhile, Scarlet looked toward Spider-Man with concern. She's always known him to be the most talkative person she knew, always saying what he was thinking, always making a joke. But ever since they have arrived at the Camartage, neither Spider-Man or Peter Parker have said a single word since they had arrived. All Scarlet knew was that Felicia's near-death experience had affected Peter a whole lot more. However, she also knew it affected every single of them as well. Peter was just taking it the hardest. Chapter 191, Universal and Dimensional Traveling. Third person's POV. Wait, there's something I don't get. Why are you showing us around? Are you expecting us to learn magic or something? Nightwing asked, glancing around in awe as the Ancient One led them through the vast library. Shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls lined the walls, each one a treasure trove of knowledge, collected over centuries by those who protected the sanctum. The Ancient One paused, turning to face the group with a serene expression. Felicia, eyes wide with curiosity, couldn't hold back her excitement. "Could we even learn magic?" "That sounds freaking awesome," she said, her voice full of hope. With a soft smile, the Ancient One looked from Nightwing to Felicia, patiently addressing their curiosity. Magic, at its essence, is the manipulation of energy, whether it comes from within oneself, the universe, or from other dimensions. She gestured gracefully to the rows of books around them. "You asked if you could learn magic, and the answer is yes, anyone can, in theory. The potential to harness these forces exists within everyone. However, the ease with which someone can access it varies. Some are born with an affinity, while others require discipline and training to unlock this potential." She paused for a moment, letting the information sink in before continuing. "There are three main categories of magic: personal energies, which come from within; universal energies, the forces that bind and shape the universe; and dimensional energies, which are drawn from alternate dimensions and realms. Every form of magic stems from one or a combination of these sources." To make this more relatable, she said, turning toward Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, "Your bioelectricity, a form of chi, is already a manifestation of internal energy, personal energy. With discipline and training, that same chi can be harnessed to perform what we call chi magic, enabling you to manipulate that energy for more than just your physical abilities. You could heal, defend, or even reshape the world around you." She paused, meeting Felicia's gaze. "In other words, magic is not some unreachable force. It's about learning how to access and manipulate the energies that already exist, whether from within the universe or beyond. It just requires time, practice, and the right mindset." Scarlet Spider raised her hand as if she were in school. The Ancient One, amused, called on her after they moved out of the library. "I kinda understand the part about personal energy, but could you elaborate on universal and dimensional energies?" Scarlet asked, confused. "That is better shown than told. Gather around me in a circle," the Ancient One instructed. They hesitated, exchanging glances, before slowly forming a circle. Felix stayed back, raising his hands in surrender. "I already went through this, I don't need to do it again." "You know magic?" Felicia asked curiously. Felix shook his head. "Magic involves a lot of reading. Every time I tried, I'd fall asleep immediately, so I gave up on it." Everyone stared at Felix in disbelief, while Spider-Cat covered her face in disappointment. "I have a lazy son in the future, just great." Felix shrugged. "You call that lazy? I call it efficient. Why waste time learning magic when I can get someone else to do it for me? Like Uncle Ste." "Ah," the Ancient One interrupted, wiggling her fingers at Felix to stop him from saying more. "Right, sorry. Now, before we begin, know two things: 1, don't resist, and 2, don't act on your instincts to stop me." "Wah!" Before Ghost Spider could finish her question, the Ancient One spun quickly, thrusting her palm and sending them all backwards, arching their bodies as their heads rolled back from the force. They were soon spiraling through multiple dimensions, causing most of them to scream and flail as they traveled. Yet they were entranced by everything around them. Peter remained still, absorbing everything, even though he had waited long for this moment. Despite wanting to enjoy it fully, circumstances dampened his experience. Still, he marveled at the beauty around him, thinking, to protect and preserve this beauty is one of the many reasons I fight. As they tumbled through a kaleidoscope of dimensions, the Ancient One's voice carried through the chaos, calm and steady. What you're experiencing now is a glimpse of universal and dimensional energies. Universal energy is what shapes and binds the cosmos. It's the force that creates stars, governs gravity, and maintains the natural laws of reality. It is the very fabric of the universe itself, and learning to harness it allows one to manipulate these forces. They hurtled through a dimension of pure light, where colors flowed like rivers and stars formed and died in seconds. Think of universal energy as the lifeblood of existence. If you can tap into it, you can influence the natural order, control elements like time, space, and matter. Next, they plunged into a darker, more chaotic realm, where monstrous figures loomed, and the very air felt heavy with tension. Dimensional energy, on the other hand, is power drawn from alternate realms and planes of existence. Each dimension is governed by its own rules, and some are home to entities far older and more powerful than we can imagine. They offer their energy to those who know how to ask, though often at a cost. They pass through surreal landscapes, cosmic spirals, cascading worlds, and dimensions with colors and forms beyond anything they had ever imagined. Despite the overwhelming strangeness, they were transfixed. Each dimension had its own unique beauty and order, even if chaotic at first glance. The Ancient One's voice remained steady. By tapping into dimensional energies, one can achieve feats that defy the laws of our world, summoning, banishing, even reshaping reality itself. But be cautious, the power you borrow is not your own, and every realm has its price. They flew through a fiery dimension, where colossal beings roared in battle, then into one made entirely of shifting geometric shapes. Felicia, her eyes wide with awe, shouted, "This is insane. We're really moving between dimensions." The Ancient One smiled, her voice soft but serious. "Indeed. These energies surround us and permeate us. With the right knowledge, anyone can access them. But remember, great power comes with great responsibility. The more you open yourself to these forces, the more they can shape you." Peter almost laughed when she said the quote, almost. Gwen tried to speak, but the rapid journey left her breathless. Harry, though more composed, felt the weight of the experience pressing down on him, his mind racing with thoughts of the endless beauty and danger within each realm. "You are witnessing only a glimpse of what exists beyond the physical universe," the Ancient One continued, her voice now omnipresent. "These dimensions are where magic draws its power, whether from the raw energies of reality itself, from conscious beings, or from forces beyond your wildest dreams." Suddenly, the rush of their journey began to slow, as if gravity were reasserting itself. The chaotic swirl of sights and sounds settled into a more familiar sensation. The Ancient One's voice softened as they neared the end of their journey. "Remember, these realms may seem distant, but they are connected to everything you know. Magic allows you to shape reality, to protect, to heal, and sometimes, to destroy." Before they could go further, Peter, Gwen, MJ, and Felicia froze. Their surroundings changed abruptly. They were no longer floating in the vastness of space, instead, they found themselves trapped in a giant spider web, cocooned in silk. From the darkness beyond the web, 8 glowing red eyes appeared. A sinister voice echoed around them, "Grow stronger, my little spiderlings. A great war awaits you all in the future." Without warning, they were ripped from the cocoon and hurled back into the swirling dimensions, continuing their multiversal flight. When they finally slowed and reformed into their physical bodies, they landed on solid ground, slightly dazed. The Ancient One stood before them, hands calmly clasped. "Now," she said with a serene smile, "this is where your true understanding of magic begins." All at once, they collapsed, gasping for air. "That was so cool!" Firestar exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement, her interest in magic skyrocketing. Nightwing chuckled in amazement, clearly taken with what they had just experienced. He and Firestar slowly rose to their feet. But Spider-Man, Gwen, MJ, and Felicia were still on all fours, shaking with fear and drenched in sweat. Their breathing was ragged, and their faces pale with terror. Felix looked down at them, concerned. The Ancient One furrowed her brow, confused. What did you four witness that has you so unsettled? Ghost Spider stammered, unable to form words. Spider-Cat, however, had no such problem. It was a freaky giant spider. Scarlet Spider swallowed hard and added, it mentioned something about a great war. Ghost Spider hugged herself tightly, whispering, who the hell was that? Felix's eyes widened in shock, and Nightwing and Firestar shared equally alarmed expressions. The Ancient One wore a solemn look as she responded, I believe you have just met the true source of your powers, the Great Weaver. Chapter 192, Well fuck me. Third person's POV. The who? Nightwing asked, tilting his head in confusion. His eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The Ancient One glanced around the room before gracefully summoning a glowing portal to her meditative chamber, where she had previously treated Spider-Cat. She gestured silently for the group to follow her. Spider-Man and the others hesitated for a moment, taking the time to gather their thoughts. This is diving straight into comic book territory, and I barely know anything about that, Spider-Man inwardly grumbled as he pushed himself to his feet and followed the others through the portal. The Ancient One settled on a floor pillow in her chamber, the faint scent of incense lingering in the air, and looked directly at the group of spider-powered heroes. Her expression was calm, yet serious. What you encountered was the physical embodiment of your spider abilities. It is a cosmic entity known as the Great Weaver, the guardian of the web of life and destiny that spans the multiverse. The what now? Lizzie, still disoriented by the bizarre explanations, asked, her confusion clear in her voice. None of this was making any sense to her. The Ancient One raised her hand, summoning a golden Tau mandala. As it formed in her palm, it quickly transformed into a radiant golden web, shimmering with ethereal energy. With a graceful motion, she threw it into the air, where it expanded and grew, stretching across the ceiling like a celestial tapestry. The web of life connects all realities, she explained. Each node on this web represents an alternate dimension, and in every one, there exists a spider totem, a protector. Each totem is tied to the others through this cosmic web, and together they guard the multiverse. Spider-Man, already knowing that the Ancient One knew his identity, tapped the side of his mask, causing it to retract. His face, weary and strained, came into view. Peter ran both hands through his hair in frustration, gripping the ends tightly as his gaze focused on the web that shimmered above them. His annoyance grew, his mind racing with the weight of the revelations. What's wrong? Nightwing asked, his voice soft with concern as he watched Peter's growing agitation. For the first time since his arrival, Peter spoke, his voice edged with frustration. The cosmic spider mentioned a war. And if a cosmic entity is talking about war, it's probably multiversal. He paused, the tension in his shoulders visible. Because that's exactly what I needed right now, a damn multiversal war. He spat the words out bitterly before standing abruptly and storming away from the group. Where are you going? MJ asked, her voice laced with concern as she watched Peter, sensing the anger rolling off him in waves. Peter's mask slid back into place, his face once again hidden. For a walk. Need to clear my head, he muttered, stepping through a sliding wooden door into the temple's courtyard. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to handle Peter's outburst. I'll talk to him, Scarlet Spider sighed, preparing to follow. But Spider-Cat stepped forward, smirking with confidence. Nah, let Mama handle this one, she said with a playful glint in her eyes. Are you sure? Ghost Spider asked, raising a brow skeptically. Spider-Cat winked. Positive. I have a pretty good idea what this is about. She spun on her heel, making her way to the door. I'll join you, Felix said, straightening from where he'd been leaning against the wall. Without even glancing at him, Spider-Cat pointed a finger in his direction. Nope. You stay right where you are, she said before disappearing through the door. Felix sighed dramatically, watching the door close. And here I thought this was a family matter. He muttered under his breath, earning him strange glances from the others. Outside, Spider-Cat closed the door softly behind her, releasing a small sigh of her own. She allowed her spider senses to spread out, searching for Peter's presence amidst the sprawling temple. It didn't take long, she sensed him on the rooftop overlooking the training grounds, where the temple's disciples practiced eldritch magic below. With a nimble leap, Spider-Cat vaulted onto the rooftop, landing soundlessly and gracefully like a cat, she thought, smiling to herself. She began walking across the rooftop tiles without making a single noise, approaching Peter, who sat invisible at the edge without his mask on, one leg bent with the other dangling over the side. He was too lost in his own thoughts to notice her approaching. Sliding behind him with a fluid motion, she leaned forward, draping her arms over his shoulders and bringing her face close to his. "What's on your mind?" she asked, her voice soft but teasing. Peter didn't flinch. "That you're awfully close," he replied, his tone dry, though there was no real malice in it. Spider-Cat pouted slightly, resting her chin on Peter's shoulder. "Oh, come on, I thought you'd like the company," she teased, her voice soft and playful, hoping to lighten his mood. Peter only responded with a hum, a low sound that spoke of his distant thoughts. Felicia sighed, sensing his tension even though he tried to mask it. She pressed her face against his, closing her eyes for a moment of quiet closeness. "This is about what happened earlier, isn't it?" Peter stayed silent, still swinging his leg over the edge of the rooftop, but Felicia felt his muscles tense ever so slightly beneath her touch. That subtle reaction confirmed her suspicion. She chuckled lightly. "Honestly, I'm a bit flattered more than anything." Peter gave her a side eye, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Felicia's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled, still chuckling softly. "You see, one of the reasons you're such a great hero is because of your no-killing rule. But when I was injured earlier, I could feel how enraged you were. You were ready to break that code, ready to kill that wizard, just because I was hurt. That means a lot. So, thank you." Peter's expression darkened, his eyes hard as he turned to face her more fully. "What are you thanking me for? You were going to die, and I wouldn't have been able to save you." Felicia's smile faded into a soft, sympathetic one as she shook her head. "And that's what's bothering you, isn't it?" Peter clenched his jaw, the frustration evident in his posture. "What do you think?" His voice was low, almost bitter. "I think you're being way too hard on yourself," Felicia said gently. "Even if I had died, it wouldn't have been your fault." Peter's hands balled into fists as he shook his head. "No, that's where you're wrong. It would have been my fault. I'm the one who convinced you to be a hero in the first place. Any harm that comes to you, that's on me. You almost died because of me. I would have been powerless to stop it if it weren't for the Ancient One." Felicia's heart ached seeing how deeply Peter blamed himself, yet she couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth, knowing just how much he cared for her. She tightened her arms around his neck, leaning her head closer to his. "You're giving yourself way too much credit and not giving me enough. Sure, you convinced me to be a hero, but it was still my choice. I knew the risks, and I took them. If something happens to me, that's on me." Peter let out a heavy sigh, his gaze distant as he stared into the sprawling magical grounds below. "You just don't get it. I'm responsible for you. I'm a big girl, Peter." "I can take care of myself," Felicia interrupted, scoffing but keeping her arms wrapped around him. "I never said you couldn't," Peter countered, rolling his eyes. "But you're still my responsibility because you're part of this team. I failed when I almost let you die. If I can't protect you against one villain, how am I supposed to protect everyone else in this war? What if this war is when I finally lose one of you? I wouldn't be able to live with myself." Felicia's heart softened as she heard the weight in his words. She hugged him a little tighter, resting her head against his again. "You seriously underestimate us, you know. It's not all on you to protect everyone. We protect each other. You're not the only one who can handle the tough stuff. It's not fair for you to carry all that alone." Peter blinked, caught off guard by her words. "Wah." Felicia cut him off with a gentle laugh. "You always talk about you needing to protect everyone, but we're a team, Peter. We've got each other's backs. You're taking on this burden because you don't trust us to be as good as you, and that's kind of arrogant, you know." Peter frowned, shaking his head. "I didn't mean it like that." "I know," Felicia said softly, a smile tugging at her lips. "You care about us. That's why you feel this way. But we're strong too. That cosmic spider thing told us about the war so we could prepare, so we could get stronger. It didn't give us a specific time frame. For all we know, it could be in 10 years. Or tomorrow morning," Peter muttered, still pessimistic. Felicia chuckled, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. There's no need to be so grim. I mean, the Ancient One brought us here to learn magic, right? To grow stronger so that when the war does come, we'll be ready. Peter was quiet for a moment, the tension in his body slowly easing as Felicia's words sunk in. Since when did you get so good at pep talks? She grinned, her laugh light and carefree. I learned from the best. Feeling Peter relax under her embrace, Felicia smiled proudly to herself. She turned to look at him, realizing he was still invisible. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she thought, oh, whatever. There's no denying it. Without hesitation, she grabbed the sides of his invisible face and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Moi, she exclaimed before resting her face against his again. Peter blinked, startled. What the hell was that for? For caring so much about me, Felicia replied softly. She let out a quiet sigh as her thoughts swirled. Well, fuck me. I'm totally in love with him, aren't I? I don't think I can deny it much longer. The things you do to me, Mr. Parker. Chapter 193, Set Your Heart Ablaze. Third Person's POV. Slam. The door to the Ancient One's chamber burst open, revealing Spider-Man with Spider-Cat clinging to his back like a mischievous backpack. Her legs were wrapped securely around his waist, and she flashed a cheeky peace sign, her eyes gleaming with playful pride. I fixed him, she declared, her voice full of mischief. The emoticons on Spider-Man's mask shifted, the wide eyes narrowing into an exaggerated roll, matching the exasperation on Peter's real face beneath. The only thing that needs fixing is your sudden clinginess that you seem to have developed, he muttered flatly, the fatigue clear in his tone. Spider-Cat huffed dramatically, leaping off his back with effortless grace and landing beside him. Ugh, you're so boring now that you're all serious and responsible, she teased, stretching lazily as if to emphasize her point. Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider exchanged a knowing glance, their silent communication more expressive than words. In perfect sync, they both sighed deeply, shoulders slumping as though sharing the mutual exhaustion of dealing with their team's antics. As the door gently swung shut behind them, Spider-Man's mask retracted, revealing Peter's tired but determined face. He turned to the Ancient One, his tone laced with a practical concern that hung heavy in the air. Look, I get that you're going to teach us magic, and believe me, we're all for that, but we've got a serious problem. We're barely keeping up with everything else. Between school, internships, and nightly patrols, we're running ourselves ragged. And don't get me started on the mountain of school work piling up. Our attendance is tanking, and we're jeopardizing our futures. Felicia, now unmasked and standing beside him, groaned audibly. Ugh, please don't remind me. Parent-teacher conferences are coming up, and my mom is going to freak when she sees how many classes I've missed. The group collectively groaned, the weight of their everyday lives suddenly crashing down on them, their frustrations bubbling over. Each one of them tugged at their hair or rubbed their temples in shared annoyance. I got it. Nightwing's sudden exclamation broke the tension, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he smacked a fist into his palm. We build robots. Hear me out, they'll go to school for us, handle all the boring stuff, and at the end of the day, we download their memories via VR capsules. We'll experience everything like we were actually there, and no one will ever know the difference. The girls stared at him, their expressions flat and unimpressed. That's dumb, they deadpanned in unison, their voices dry and unimpressed. Peter, however, perked up, his mind racing. Actually, that's genius, he exclaimed, eyes wide with newfound admiration. Felix echoed his enthusiasm, nodding rapidly in agreement. Felicia rolled her eyes so hard it looked like they might get stuck. There are about 100 ways that could go horribly wrong. What if the robots develop consciousness and think they're the real us? What if they try to replace us? Nightwing held up 2 confident fingers. 1, we're way stronger than any robot we could build. 2, we'll have Arya monitor them to make sure they don't go all, take over the world, on us. Ghost Spider, shaking her head at the absurdity, raised a hand to interrupt. Or, hear me out. Couldn't we just use temporal magic? She turned toward the Ancient One, her expression serious. You managed to control the time energy affecting Felicia's wounds, right? Couldn't you, I don't know, split us into temporal duplicates? One version of us could handle school, one could do superhero stuff, and another could focus on magic training. At the end of the day, we merge back together, fully aware of everything we experienced. No robots. No weird consciousness problems. Nightwing shrugged, unfazed. My idea's still better. Babe, it's really not, Firestar said with a disbelieving shake of her head, a wry smile tugging at her lips. The Ancient One, who had been listening quietly, rested her hand on her chin, considering Ghost Spider's suggestion. Splitting you into multiple temporal versions of yourselves. She mused softly, her voice thoughtful. That could be risky. Fracturing time like that isn't something to take lightly. The potential consequences are unpredictable. However, she trailed off, her fingers tapping lightly against her chin as she muttered to herself in deep contemplation. There may be a way to craft a spell that achieves this, but it will not be simple. And time, it seems, is the very thing you're lacking. The Ancient One raised her hand, and with a subtle flick of her fingers, a shimmering portal opened before them, revealing an expansive library that seemed to stretch into infinity. Thousands of ancient tomes lined the towering shelves, their spines worn with age and knowledge. From the portal, books began to fly through the air, landing in each of their hands with soft but purposeful thuds. Each member of the group suddenly found themselves holding a stack of at least 10 books, each brimming with intricate knowledge of magic, chi, and witchcraft. The weight of the knowledge, both literal and figurative, pressed down on them. The Ancient One expression was calm yet resolute. You have 2 days to master everything in those books, she said firmly, her gaze sweeping over them. And don't tell me it's impossible. I know of your advanced virtual reality capabilities. Use them to accelerate your learning, but be mindful of what you attempt. Magic is not something to be trifled with. Her voice grew more serious, her eyes gleaming with a knowing intensity. In 2 days, I will return for you. Be ready. And do not concern yourselves with the Time Lord's interference for now, he will be recovering for quite some time. Mask on, everyone. I'm sending you all back to your city, the Ancient One warned, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. Peter and Felicia slipped their masks back on, just as a swirling portal opened above New York City, hovering above a familiar rooftop. The Ancient One waved them off, a subtle gesture of farewell as they leaped through the shimmering gateway, landing smoothly on the rooftop below. As the portal sealed shut behind them, Spider-Man glanced at the group and issued his command. Stash these books in your bags and drop them off near the school. Afterward, meet me on top of the World Trade Center. Firestar blinked, confused. Huh? Why would we go there? Nightwing smirked knowingly, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he turned to Firestar. Your initiation ritual. Her face lit up with excitement. Eh? Is it finally time? She asked, practically bouncing on her feet. Spider-Man and the others all nodded in unison. Felix's eyes widened in anticipation. I can't believe I'm about to witness the OGs doing it, he exclaimed, the thrill clear in his voice. His excitement, however, earned him a couple of side glances. Realizing the stares, Felix blushed and scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. In my time, this initiation is still a thing, but it's done on top of another building. It's kinda like a family tradition now, like a superhero coming-of-age ceremony. We climb to the highest point, then jump together. I remember mine. That was a great day, he said, the memory drawing a nostalgic smile. The group returned his smile, sensing his pride. All right, let's meet in a few, Spider-Man said before launching himself off the rooftop. In one fluid motion, he webbed the books into a makeshift backpack and swung into the city skyline. Scarlet Spider mirrored his movements, joining him mid-air as they navigated the busy streets of New York together. Soon, they arrived at a familiar back alley, where their bags were stashed. Spider-Man landed first, shooting a sly grin. I still can't believe you ate dry toast. Scarlet Spider, already tugging at the webbing on her books, shot him an unamused glance. I'm going to punch you. You're getting on my nerves, she said flatly, ripping the webs apart before shoving the books into her bag. Spider-Man's mask shifted, revealing a mischievous smirk. Leaning over, he lifted his mask halfway, planting a quick kiss on her cheek. You know I love you, he teased, his grin widening. A blush crept onto Scarlet Spider's cheeks, but she rolled her eyes, trying to hide her flustered reaction. Grabbing her bag, she jumped and swung away, heading toward the school, with Spider-Man quickly following suit. They all gathered at the top of the World Trade Center, standing on the edge as the wind whipped around them. Spider-Man turned to Firestar, his voice steady but firm. "This is it, Firestar. This is your leap of faith. An initiation to your new lives as a hero. There is no doubt there will be challenges ahead of us. There will be close calls where we put our lives at risk, but it's in those moments that we'll find our true strength. Remember, being a hero isn't just about having powers or abilities, it's about having the courage to stand up for what's right, even when it's difficult. Look down. What you see is a city filled with people who need us, who count on us to be their shield and sword. They might never know our names, and some might even hate us, having nothing but detest in their hearts for us, but they'll feel our presence in every act of kindness, every injustice we fight, and every life we save. Take this leap, not just as a test of your bravery, but as a commitment to your new path. Trust in yourselves, trust in each other. Together, we are unstoppable." The rest of the team exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Spider-Cat raised an eyebrow. "Seriously?" Firestar, wide-eyed and inspired, looked confused. "What? What's wrong with what he said?" Nightwing couldn't suppress his smirk any longer. "It's word for word what he said last time. The only thing he changed was adding your name." Spider-Man shrugged, his smirk still in place. "Why mess with perfection?" The team laughed, tension dissolving into camaraderie. Spider-Man straightened up, taking the lead. "All right, is everyone ready?" "Yes, Sir," they shouted, grinning widely. "Then let's go." Spider-Man yelled before leaping into the air, arms spread wide, the wind catching his suit as he descended. The rest of the team followed suit, laughter filling the air as they soared through the sky. Firestar was the last to jump, but instead of following the others' formation, she tucked her limbs close to her body, diving past them with a burst of speed. "Set your heart ablaze," she shouted, her body igniting in a blaze of flames as she streaked through the sky, leaving a fiery trail in her wake. The others hooped and cheered, their excitement palpable as they watched her soar. Chapter 194, Chi and Magic. Third person's POV. Peter and his friends were seen sprinting through the school hallways, wide smiles spread across their faces. The echo of their footsteps reverberated as they dashed toward their classroom. With a unified skid, they came to a stop, the door to their class already half open. They stepped inside, faces flush with excitement. Their first period teacher, Mr. Patrick, stood at the front of the room, holding a thick textbook in his hand. His expression was stoic, betraying no emotion as he regarded them. Peter, catching his breath, was the first to speak. He snapped his fingers theatrically and grinned. "There was a black cat in my way. Had to take the long route to avoid bad luck, so, sorry for being late." Gwen stepped forward next, mirroring Peter's gesture with a confident snap of her fingers. "My alarm was totally busted. Woke up late, my sincerest apologies for the delay." MJ followed, throwing a casual glance at Peter. She snapped her fingers as well. "Peter's my ride. If you're looking to blame anyone, it's all on him." Felicia sauntered in afterward, snapping her fingers as she entered. "Supervillain attack on the way to school. Had to avoid getting caught up in the mess, you know." Then came Harry, strolling in with a snap of his fingers, smirking at their teacher. "Morning rush hour traffic, unbelievable, you wouldn't believe the lineup." Finally, Lizzie stepped in, snapping her fingers but with a disappointed look. "Ugh, you guys took all the good excuses." Let's see. My horoscope said I'd need to be late for good luck today." "Yup, totally that." Felix, bringing up the rear, also snapped his fingers with a sheepish grin. "First day here yesterday, so I got lost. Still figuring out where everything is." Mr. Patrick's eyes shifted between them, his face impassive. He sighed heavily. "At least put some effort into your lies," he said dryly. "Felix, you're the only one I could maybe excuse, but since you came in with the rest of these clowns, you're not off the hook. And Peter, please stop being a bad influence on the new students." The group moved quickly to their seats, dropping their bags and sitting down. Just as they settled, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Without missing a beat, they all jumped back to their feet and began packing up. As they passed Mr. Patrick on their way out, Peter clapped him on the shoulder. "Brilliant lesson, Mr. Patrick. Learned a lot. Gwen followed suit. Very educational, sir. Looking forward to more. MJ patted his other shoulder. You're really a fantastic teacher, Mr. Patrick. Felicia grinned as she tapped his back. Truly, you're an inspiration to all of us. Harry chimed in as well. This school's lucky to have you, Mr. Patrick. Lizzie, still in character, winked and said, my horoscope was right. Learned so much from someone named Mr. Patrick. Felix gave a thumbs up. I'm really lucky to have a teacher like you, Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick's deadpan expression remained. It's a great misfortune to have all of you in my class. His tone, flat and sarcastic, prompted a chorus of laughter as they exited. I almost feel bad for him, MJ whispered as they made their way to the next class. Yeah, just a little, Lizzie added, shaking her head with a small smile. The next class began, and Peter wasted no time. He quickly pulled out one of the books that the Ancient One had given them. His eyes darted over the text as he flipped through the pages with lightning speed, absorbing the information before setting it aside and pulling out the proper materials for class. His eidetic memory worked in overdrive as he mentally catalogued everything he had read. Thoughts churned in his mind, and he began jotting down notes in his notebook, scribbling lines, diagrams, and equations. Notes. Chi equals life energy, internal energy that flows through all living things. It's like the body's personal power source. In martial arts, it enhances strength, speed, and reflexes. Think of it as a battery we recharge through training and meditation. Magic equals external energy. Magic, as taught by the Ancient One, draws from the universe. By channeling energy from other dimensions, we can cast spells and manipulate the physical world. Unlike Qi, which focuses on internal control, magic pulls from external forces. However, both systems are energy-based and can be used together. With enough mastery, Qi can serve as a power source for spells. Energy manipulation. Qi flows through meridians in the body, while magic energy is shaped through spells and focus. Both require concentration, discipline, and knowledge of how to direct the energy. Though magic might seem more powerful and flashy, Qi is subtler and more personal. Key takeaway: mastering internal balance through Qi may give me greater control and precision when casting spells. Meanwhile, the others weren't as fast as Peter, but they too were engrossed in the books provided by the Ancient One. Felix seemed to be struggling to stay awake as his eyelids drooped lower with every line he read. Eventually, he slumped over the table, snoring softly, the book still open in front of him. Harry's mind raced as he pondered over the material in front of him. I see, it might be possible for me to unlock Qi without relying on an external source, like how Pete's spiderbite unlocked his abilities. Meditation could be the key, but it'll definitely be more difficult for me. Still, thanks to the serum in my system, I have enhanced vitality, greater defense, and a healing factor that should make it somewhat easier. He furrowed his brow. Unlocking Qi won't be a walk in the park, but with these advantages, I could have a shot. On the other side of the room, Felicia sat with a mischievous smile, her legs swinging playfully as she read. Witchcraft, huh, she thought with amusement. I could totally become a witch if I dive into this. Plus, I already have my black cat familiar, ready for the whole persona. She stifled a giggle at the thought. MJ, on the other hand, was deeply engrossed in a section of her book on Qi psionics. The very idea that Qi could be manipulated to enhance mental abilities like telepathy, telekinesis, and extrasensory perception fascinated her. The room was silent, save for the sound of pages turning, as everyone focused on their studies. Well, everyone except for Felix, who sat across the table snoring. As lunch approached, the group gathered around with their noses still buried in books, except for Felix, whose attention span had long since given out. Peter lay lazily on MJ's lap while Lizzie reclined against Harry, flipping through her own book. Felix, however, looked utterly unenthused. Peter glanced over at him. I still don't get why you refuse to learn magic. Felix sighed and rolled his eyes. It's not magic itself, it's the reading. It bores me. Peter sat up, raising an eyebrow. That's what I don't get. You're a genius. You built a time machine, for crying out loud. How can someone as smart as you fall asleep reading a magic book? Felix shrugged nonchalantly. Science books are interesting. Magic books, not so much. I can barely make it through a page without dozing off. Peter lowered his book, staring at Felix in confusion. The rest of the group followed suit, exchanging perplexed glances. After a moment, Felix noticed their stares. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Felicia tilted her head, eyebrows raised. And you don't think that's a little suspicious? Felix blinked. Ah. What's there to be suspicious about? Harry leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Well, if you can read any other book just fine, but fall asleep whenever you try to read magic books, doesn't that strike you as odd? Felix frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Are you guys implying that someone is preventing me from learning magic? Peter's expression grew serious. It's a strong possibility. It could be one of two things: either your magic potential is so strong that it had to be sealed to prevent you from harming yourself, or a multiversal entity intervened, and even future me couldn't detect it. Felix's brow furrowed deeper. But why would my magic potential be sealed? None of my siblings have that problem. Peter nodded thoughtfully. That's where things get interesting. It could be related to something I've been working on. See, magic spells are like computer programs that interact with the universe, right? I've been experimenting with mixing magic, science, and chi together. Felicia cut in, confused. But what does? Peter interrupted her, already anticipating her question. My chi is electric, right? Electricity is one of the most common energy sources that powers things. So, if I combine my electric chi with magic, I can amplify spells, making them stronger. It's essentially a scientific equation at its core. If that's true, then anyone who inherits my electric chi would be naturally gifted in magic. But it also depends on the mother. Some genetic combinations might enhance that potential. He turned to Felix. Now, let me ask you this: who's the most gifted magically among all my children? And who's their mother? Felix didn't even hesitate. That's easy. My older sister, my full biological sister. Peter and Felicia exchanged a glance, raising their brows. That can't just be a coincidence, Felicia muttered. Peter nodded in agreement. Exactly. The implications were starting to come together in his mind, and it seemed like they were only scratching the surface of the truth. Chapter 195, Everyone Meets Johnny. Third person's POV. As they weren't going to reach a concrete answer about why Felix's magic was sealed, they reluctantly moved on from the topic. Yet, it never left Felix's mind. The mystery gnawed at him, lingering like a dark cloud. The group spent the remainder of lunch exchanging idle chatter and, at times, sitting in a comfortable silence as they read. Occasionally, Felix's gaze would drift off, deep in thought, his brow furrowing as he mulled over his sealed powers. But the school day pressed on, routine and unyielding. They moved from class to class, focusing on their studies, though Felix's mind often wandered. It was a pattern that repeated itself until the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. As Peter stepped out of the building, the crisp afternoon air hit him just as a sharp car horn blared. Yo. Parker. Peter turned, squinting toward the sound, and saw Johnny Storm lounging in his sleek red convertible, sunglasses on, looking smug with one arm draped casually over the passenger seat. His car gleamed under the sun, polished to perfection, the engine purring softly. Peter walked over with a smile, leaning down by the driver's side window. Looks like you finally pimped her out, he said, giving Johnny a playful smirk. They exchanged a cool handshake, one that spoke to their easygoing camaraderie. Damn right I did. Johnny grinned proudly, revving the engine for emphasis. The car let out a deep, throaty roar, vibrating with power. Just listen to how she purrs, he said, clearly enjoying the attention. Harry Osborn strolled up with the rest of the group in tow, letting out an impressed whistle. Talk about a ride. So, Pete, you gonna introduce us? Peter blinked, momentarily realizing the introductions had yet to happen. Oh, right. You guys haven't met, have you? Johnny, ever the social butterfly, extended a hand toward Harry. Johnny Storm. Harry Osborn, he responded, shaking Johnny's hand firmly. Johnny raised an eyebrow. As in Oscorp Osborn. Damn, Parker, you've got some serious connections. Peter shrugged with a modest smile, rubbing his chest and blowing on his finger in mock pride. I know a few people. The others rolled their eyes, used to Peter's humble bragging by now. Johnny turned next to MJ, extending his hand. She shook it, introducing herself with a friendly smile. Mary Jane. You can call me MJ. Johnny, ever the charmer, kissed the back of her hand, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Johnny Storm. And you can call me anytime, he added with a wink. Peter watched the exchange with a raised eyebrow, but he bit his tongue. MJ, on the other hand, gave Johnny an awkward smile, pulling her hand away and discreetly wiping it on her jeans. Next in line was Felicia Hardy. She crossed her arms, sizing Johnny up with a raised eyebrow before scoffing, Felicia Hardy, and no, I'm not giving you my hand to kiss. Johnny chuckled, nodding in respect. Noted. Felix, however, fumbled his introduction. Twice. Supun, Felix Pa, Pedersen. Johnny shot him a confused look but chose not to comment, his eyes moving on to the next person, Lizzie, who also introduced herself. After the introductions, MJ leaned over and kissed Peter on the cheek. I've got to head to the Daily Bugle for my internship. Can't stay too long. It was nice meeting you, Johnny, she said with a wave as she walked away. Yeah. Johnny muttered, watching her leave before glancing back at Peter, eyebrows raised. Felicia, noticing Johnny's reaction, smirked mischievously. With MJ's departure, the others began to make their excuses. Guess we should get going too, Harry said, throwing a nod to the group. Felicia leaned in and kissed Peter's cheek as well, her voice dripping with teasing charm. Bye, Peter, she said, wiggling her fingers as she sashayed away. Peter just stood there, cheeks slightly pink, while Gwen shot Felicia a look, one that was calm but spoke volumes. Felicia only giggled, finding amusement in Gwen's subtle expression before leaving the scene. Johnny, still staring at Peter in shock, finally spoke. Dude. What's your secret? Peter smirked and motioned to Johnny's car. Drive us to work, and I'll tell you. Gwen, standing nearby, gave Peter a playful elbow to the side, her eyes rolling. Peter chuckled as Johnny waved them toward the car. Then what are you waiting for? Johnny asked, motioning them inside. That's the whole reason I'm here in the first place. Peter and Gwen tossed their bags through the windows, jumping inside without using the doors. Johnny stared at them, his face deadpan. You guys couldn't enter like normal people. Nope, they said in unison, causing Johnny to roll his eyes before revving the engine again. The car roared as they sped off down the street. As they cruised through the city, Johnny couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. So, what's up with those two girls? Mary Jane and Felicia, was it? You all seem rather close. Gwen, leaning forward from the back seat, sighed. MJ's Peter's girlfriend. Huh. I thought you were his girlfriend. Are you guys, like, having a relationship behind her back or something? Johnny asked, eyes darting to Gwen in the rearview mirror. Gwen scoffed. No, I was with Peter before MJ. We just decided to date him at the same time. Johnny's jaw dropped. Wow. I mean, just wow. He glanced at Peter, eyebrows raised. So you guys have, like, an open relationship? Peter chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I'm way too selfish for that. Johnny blinked in confusion. So how the hell did you manage to convince 3 girls to agree to date you at the same time? I need to know what kind of magic you're working here. Gwen groaned. Felicia isn't his girlfriend. She just likes teasing him, and you, apparently. MJ and I have known Peter forever, which is probably why we don't mind sharing. Ah, now that makes sense, sort of. You guys are still weird, though, Johnny said with a smirk, shaking his head as they continued down the road. Later, when MJ arrived at the Daily Bugle, Betty greeted her with a wave. Hey, Mr. Jameson wants to see you in his office right away. The other intern's already there. Thanks, Betty, MJ nodded, her heart skipping a beat. She headed towards Jameson's office, the sound of muffled voices reaching her ears. Just as she was about to knock, she heard Jameson's gruff voice praising someone, Eddie, no doubt. She raised an eyebrow. Knocking lightly, she stepped inside. "You wanted to see me, Mr. Jameson." Jameson looked up from his desk, a wide grin on his face. "There you are, lassie. Tell me you got some good shots of this morning's event," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. MJ let out a sigh. "Sorry, Mr. Jameson, but I'm not always going to get lucky with the news." She thought to herself, this actually works out. It keeps suspicion off me and stops people from thinking I have some special connection with Spider-Man. It's a good thing I didn't get a photo of us losing, it would only fuel more rumors. Despite the close call, it seemed like things were turning in her favor. Jameson sighed deeply, shaking his head in disappointment. "I get it, but I'm still let down." Lucky for us, though, Eddie here managed to get some pictures from the scene in Times Square. MJ spoke too soon. "You did?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at Eddie. Eddie grinned smugly. "Yep. As soon as I heard about the weird portal showing up in Times Square, I rushed over. Got there just in time to snap these." He motioned toward a stack of photos on Jameson's desk. MJ picked up the photos and leafed through them. The first one showed them landing from the portal in dramatic superhero poses. Another captured the Time Lord stepping out, with the glowing portal behind him. Her heart sank when she saw the next one, a shot of Felicia getting stabbed in the stomach. The final one showed Spider-Man, enraged, tearing into the Time Lord's shield. The sudden urge to tear these pictures apart. MJ thought bitterly as she placed them back down on the desk. "They're nice pictures," she forced herself to say. "Thanks," Eddie replied, grinning proudly. Jameson's eyes lit up as he grabbed the photos. "I can already see the headline now, the Spider-Menace becomes an even greater threat after losing one of his own." Eddie smirked. Or how about, the failure of Spider-Man? It's short, simple, and right to the point. That's brilliant. Glad I thought of it. Jameson declared, puffing up his chest. Eddie scoffed quietly under his breath. "Your genius is truly unmatched, sir." "Damn right it is." Jameson boasted. MJ, standing there with her arms crossed, fought the urge to roll her eyes. Tiger doesn't care about what they write in the papers, but hearing this garbage still annoys me, she thought, stifling her frustration. But for now, she played her part and kept her head down, knowing that the last thing she needed was to draw more attention to herself. Chapter 196, Magic Question. Third Person's POV. 2 days later. It was May 16th, a Thursday afternoon, slowly shifting toward night. Inside the lab, a group of young heroes sat on the cold floor in a loose circle. Peter, Gwen, Harry, Felicia, and the others lounged around, waiting, the air thick with anticipation. "So, do we just wait for the Ancient One to appear or?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. His brow furrowed, and he glanced around the room, clearly confused and growing restless. "I mean, what other choice do we have?" Felicia mumbled lazily, sprawled out on the ground like a cat soaking in the last bits of sunlight. "We could go back to training in the VR world," Gwen suggested, leaning forward. "I've been practicing a lot, but honestly, the most I've managed to learn so far is this." With a soft breath, Gwen pressed her hands together. Her eyes focused as a shimmering, icy blue light began to glow between her palms. Slowly, she separated them, and in the space between, a delicate ball of chi started to form, swirling and pulsing. The glowing orb shifted, morphing into a crystalline snowflake. With a graceful motion, she spun the snowflake between her fingers before extending her hands outward. A thin, ice-blue bolt shot forth, hitting the lab's floor. The spots it touched crystallized instantly, frost spreading in an intricate pattern across the tiles. As Gwen closed her hand into a fist, the frozen constructs shattered into a spray of shimmering shards. Harry's mouth hung open for a moment, then he snapped, "That's all you've managed to learn? Are you serious? That's insane." His face reddened slightly with frustration. "Do you have any idea how much I'd pay to be able to do something like that? I've been trying to unlock my chi, but it's like there's a wall I can't get past. I can feel it, just barely, but something's blocking me." The group chuckled softly at Harry's outburst. His dramatic display only made him blush deeper, causing him to let out a half-hearted laugh. "Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, laugh at my pain, why don't you?" "I mean, I get it," Gwen said, a faint smile playing on her lips. I am grateful for what I've learned so far, but it feels like I could be doing more. Like what? MJ asked, raising an eyebrow as she leaned casually on Felicia, who lay contentedly beneath her. Shape-shifting. The room fell into a stunned silence. Even Peter, who had seen Gwen do incredible things, looked at her with wide eyes. Excuse me. Gwen bit her lip before explaining. Think about it. Chi is our life force, right? If we can control our life force, we should be able to manipulate the shape it takes. If we can do that, it might be possible to reshape our physical bodies to match. Like, what if Felix can turn into a tiger because he's controlling his chi to take that form, forcing his body to follow suit? For a moment, the others stared at her in disbelief, their gazes intense. Gwen's cheeks flushed under the scrutiny. Stop looking at me like that, she mumbled, tugging at the hem of her shirt. It was just a thought. Peter scratched his chin thoughtfully, breaking the silence. Actually, that's not a bad idea. It's not, Lizzie chimed in, resting her head lazily on Harry's lap. But it could go horribly wrong. Imagine trying to shift your shape and getting stuck halfway. Fair point, Peter nodded, already picturing the dangers in his mind. Felix, who had been quietly listening, turned toward Peter. If Gwen can do that after just 2 days of practice, what could you do? Peter's lips curled into a smirk. Glad you asked. With a deep breath, Peter pressed his hands together, his eyes fluttering closed. An aura of electricity crackled around him, faint at first but quickly intensifying. The others watched in awe as Peter slowly levitated off the floor, his body rising several inches before settling into a meditative pose. His hands rested on his knees as he floated midair. Peter intoned, exaggerating his meditation chants with a playful grin. Harry's jaw dropped. You can fly, he practically shouted, his voice laced with both astonishment and jealousy. Peter floated back down softly, his feet touching the ground once again. Yeah, but it's only for a short time. If I fly for too long or push my power too far, I'll exhaust myself, and that's a huge vulnerability in combat. Harry dramatically slapped the floor in frustration, his face twisted with envy. I want to fly too. You will, in time, a mysterious voice echoed through the lab, sending a chill down their spines. The group froze, eyes darting around the room, startled. Harry, now blushing with embarrassment, stammered, That's not how I usually act, I swear. The air between them seemed to crack like glass, shimmering and warping. From the shifting space stepped the Ancient One, her entrance smooth and graceful, like she had simply walked through a mirror. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she placed a hand near her mouth. I believe you, she teased, her voice warm with amusement. Yeah, but I don't believe that you believe me, Harry muttered, his face turning even redder. Is everyone ready to go? The Ancient One asked, her eyes scanning the group with a calm, knowing gaze. They quickly scrambled to their feet, grabbing the books the Ancient One had lent them and slinging their bags over their shoulders. Some gave her a thumbs up, others nodded eagerly in response. Very well. The Ancient One waved her hand, and a swirling portal appeared before them, its edges glowing faintly. One by one, they stepped through the portal, which closed behind them with a soft hum. In a blink, they found themselves back in the Ancient One's meditative chamber. As soon as they arrived, their bags opened on their own, the books flying out and disappearing toward the library. Before we begin, does anyone have any questions? The Ancient One asked, folding her hands in front of her. Every hand shot into the air, a chorus of eager students ready to flood her with questions. The Ancient One smiled wearily. Yes, I should have expected that. She turned first to Peter. Mr. Parker, what would you like to ask? Peter grinned. Could I learn more about runes? I feel like they could help me a lot. The Ancient One nodded. There should be some Asgardian rune books in the library. You may find them useful. Peter pumped his fist in triumph. Yes. Miss Stacy. The Ancient One turned to Gwen. Is ice magic the only type of magic I'll be able to perform? No, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. But it will always be your strongest element. Thank God, Gwen muttered under her breath. Mr. Osborne, she addressed Harry next. Harry sat up straighter, his expression serious. Why can't I unlock my chi? Because of your insecurities, the Ancient One said without missing a beat. Harry winced. Ouch. Ms. Watson. I've studied the materials you gave me religiously, MJ began, her voice tinged with frustration, but I'm still unable to unlock my chi or perform any of the chi psionics mentioned in the book. Why is that? You are unaware of your third eye, the Ancient One explained. Without that awareness, you cannot unlock it. MJ pressed her hand to her forehead, looking utterly confused. Ms. Allen. The Ancient One continued down the line. Can I use the microwave energy I control from the stars to strengthen eldritch magic? Lizzie asked, her tone curious. In the book you gave us, it mentioned eldritch magic originates from the stars themselves. The Ancient One raised a brow, clearly impressed. Very good question. Out of everyone here, you may very well become the strongest eldritch magic user. Lizzie blinked in shock. Wait, what? The Ancient One turned to the next in line. Mr. Parker Jr. Felix chuckled. Weird name, but okay. Do you know why my magic was sealed? Because it has the power to alter reality to your whims. Felix's eyes widened. Wah. Finally, the Ancient One looked at Felicia. Ms. Hardy. Why was it so easy for me to unlock my magic? What? Everyone turned to Felicia in confusion. Felicia grinned, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign while sticking out her tongue. But when she looked at Peter, his spidey sense flared, and he jumped back in surprise, staring at her. Felicia clicked her tongue at his reaction and turned to Harry. Her hand shimmered silver, causing Harry to slip and land on his butt. What the hell? Harry muttered as he got back up, everyone now staring at Felicia in shock. The Ancient One smiled knowingly. You've always had latent power, Ms. Hardy, tied to your quantum state. It was there even before the spider bite. You were already a human mutate, which made it easier for you to tap into magic. Your body was primed for something far beyond the ordinary, which is why unlocking your magic felt so natural. Felicia winked. Lucky me. Then she paused. Wait, is that why I was always so unlucky? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. I've been testing with Arya, and she mentioned I had magic to manipulate probability, mostly bad luck. So, is that why things always went wrong? The Ancient One looked at her thoughtfully. Unknowingly, you were causing bad luck for yourself because you couldn't control your abilities. Motherf, Felicia stopped herself, glancing at Felix. She bit her lip, stormed out, and moments later they heard her shout, "Motherfucker." She walked back into the room with a satisfied expression, as if she had gotten something off her chest. You've been unlucky? Lizzie asked, confused. Felicia started listing on her fingers. Lost my dad young, constantly had to move, never had friends who stuck around, always thought I was after their boyfriends, was almost raped, watched a good friend nearly die twice, and now that I think about it, twice is really weird. I didn't even get any cool spider powers from the bite, still bitter about that. Oh, and I found out my missing dad was murdered. Almost died to some deranged time villain. She looked at her raised fingers, then added another. And worst of all, fell in love with a guy who has a harem. Seriously, that's the worst luck of my life. Everyone just stared, shocked. Felicia looked at her fingers in disbelief. I'm so unlucky, she cried, collapsing dramatically to the floor. A/N, I feel like I will have to explain this so that it would make sense. Here in this universe, Felicia's father was the one with the ability to cause bad luck, which was passed on to Felicia. Their ability initially is on a quantum level that lets them slightly manipulate probability fields. However, after the spider bit Felicia, it evolved her mutate, moving past the quantum level and into magic, which I believe is the next step. She just wasn't aware. None of them were, as they believe that. Her mutate was simply caused by the spider bite. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I'm fucking myself up with this. Chapter 197, Time Duplication Spell. Third Person's POV. Peter glanced down at the white robe draped over him, running his fingers along the fabric with a hint of hesitation. Do we really have to wear this? He asked, his voice tinged with mild discomfort. The Ancient One, standing tall with her hands behind her back, smiled knowingly as she observed the group of students clad in the same white robes. If you are to become a student of Camartage, then yes, she replied gently, her voice calm yet firm. It is tradition, and one must always respect tradition. Peter sighed, pressing his fist into his palm before bowing respectfully. Yes, sensei. I will relinquish all worldly desires and focus solely on my betterment. The Ancient One scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow in amusement. If you were actually serious, I might have appreciated that. Her playful tone quickly shifted, however, as her expression grew more solemn. Now then. She paused, glancing over the group with sharp eyes. I have configured a spell like the one Miss Stacy suggested. You should be able to create time duplicates of yourselves. But I must warn you, the dangers of this spell are great. The air in the chamber grew tense as the Ancient One's words hung in the air, her voice commanding the attention of everyone present. She allowed the weight of her warning to settle in before continuing. You will be able to exist as separate entities for only 12 hours, she explained, pacing slowly as her robes whispered against the floor. Any longer, and the timeline becomes unstable. You would cause irreparable damage, as versions of yourselves that shouldn't exist would remain tethered to the fabric of time. The students listened intently as she elaborated further. And the more duplicates you create, the shorter the time limit becomes. Split into 4, for instance, and you'll only have 6 hours before you must rejoin. Her gaze sharpened, her words growing more intense. Injuries are also a concern. Any damage sustained while divided will accumulate in your original body once you can join. If one of your duplicates is killed, it will be as though you yourself have died. The spell only fools the universe into believing you exist simultaneously in different moments. But one death means the universe will consider you dead in its entirety. Felicia, standing at the back of the group, muttered under her breath, God, so many rules for one spell. I don't know how I feel about that last one, she added with a frown. Seems like a pretty major weakness. Harry, who had been rubbing his chin thoughtfully, chimed in. I get what you mean, but not really. I mean, we'd be in that situation anyway. We'd still die if something went wrong. Gwen, ever the pragmatic one, crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. Despite the risks, the benefits outweigh the costs. If someone suspects our identities, we could use this spell to throw them off our trail instantly. The Ancient One observed their conversation with a patient expression before addressing them again. So, shall I go ahead and cast the spell? The group exchanged uncertain glances but ultimately nodded in agreement. Peter, Felicia, Gwen, Harry, MJ, and Lizzie stood in a circle, Felix having opted out earlier. The Ancient One closed her eyes, lifting her arms as she began to channel mystical energy from the ether. A glowing light formed at her fingertips, delicate yet powerful, as she chanted in a language so ancient it resonated deep within the walls of the room. The atmosphere became thick with magic, shimmering in the air as golden runes began to materialize beneath the group, floating just above the ground. This spell, the Ancient One warned, her voice echoing with an otherworldly quality, is a delicate weaving of time and space. You must clear your minds, let go of distractions, and surrender yourselves to the flow of time. Remember what I've told you, or the consequences will be beyond your control. Peter swallowed hard, straightening up in his white robe as the magical energy swirled around him. He glanced at the others, sharing a determined nod with the others before closing his eyes, focusing his thoughts. He could feel the energy humming through the air, growing stronger with each second. With a final, swift motion of her hands, the Ancient One completed the spell. The golden runes shot upward, engulfing the group in a blinding light. Time seemed to freeze, the world around them fading into nothingness for a moment. When the light receded, Peter opened his eyes, blinking against the sudden brightness. He was now staring at two identical versions of himself. He looked over and saw the same had happened to Gwen, Felicia, Harry, MJ, and Lizzie. They had successfully split into time duplicates, though their minds remained synchronized. Hello, handsome, all three Peters said simultaneously, their voices echoing in perfect unison. Felicia's eyes twinkled mischievously as she examined her two duplicates. I'm thinking some very naughty thoughts right now, she teased, her voice echoing just like Peter's. MJ, watching the exchange with mild curiosity, asked, So, is this echoing going to be a thing? The Ancient One nodded, arms crossed as she surveyed the group. As I mentioned, they are all you. You will think the same thoughts and speak the same words. They will handle situations exactly as you would. Peter, still slightly in awe, looked down at himself and chuckled. I can finally check out my own butt. All three of him turned and leaned back to admire the view, whistling in unison. Wow, I'm thick with 3CS. The Ancient One let out an already tired sigh, rubbing her temple in frustration. Without hesitation, she opened a portal beside her, eager to move things along before Peter's antics escalated. This portal leads to your hideout, she explained. Remember, you must remain in close proximity when the time is up, or the spell will automatically choose which versions will sync. If you resist, the timeline will start to unravel. Peter turned toward her with a serious expression. We'll need you to choose for us, then. Since we're all thinking the same thing, we won't be able to decide on our own. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. The middle one stays. The others may leave. With that, the group exited through the portal, leaving behind their duplicates to begin their superhero duties. The Ancient One smirked, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she turned to those who remained. Now, who's ready to learn some magic? Back at the lab, the two remaining Peters exchanged glances before nodding to each other. All right, they both said, taking charge. The ones on the left will be in superhero mode, and the ones on the right will stay in civilian form. Let's separate. The group moved apart, with one set donning their superhero outfits and heading out, while the others stayed behind, left in their regular clothes. Peter, feeling a little awkward in the sudden lull, puckered his lips and asked, So, anyone have any plans? Felicia sighed, leaning back against the wall. God, do we even have lives outside of being superheroes? We could train, MJ suggested half-heartedly, though even she didn't seem convinced. Lizzie shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Isn't that what our other selves are doing with the Ancient One? We can just be normal teenagers for once. The others looked at her, tilting their heads in confusion, as if the concept was foreign to them. Lizzie blinked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wow. The fact that you all just stared at me like that is heartbreaking. She sighed before continuing. Let's take this time to actually enjoy ourselves. No hero work, no training, no inventing. We could go shopping, grab fast food, play games, anything that lets us live like normal people for a change. The idea slowly began to settle, and Peter grinned. Lizzie, I think you just earned the title of the heart of this little group, the one who keeps us from turning into workaholics. Lizzie puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. Happy to be of service. Lizzie then raised her hands. Why doesn't everyone just come over to my place? It could be fun, a little sleepover to pass the time. Your house, huh? Can't say I have happy memories going there, Felicia muttered. Ugh. Lizzie grunted slightly, remembering what happened last time Felicia was at her home. I'm still really sorry about that. I don't think no matter how many times I apologize it would be enough, Lizzie said, looking really apologetically. Felicia just scratched the side of her head and sighed. No, I'm the one that's sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. We can go to your place, I don't mind. Really? Lizzie asked worriedly. Felicia shrugged. Really doesn't matter. With one final round of making sure, they all decided to go ahead with it. But can we change first? Felicia asked, looking down at her white robes. Making everyone else look down and realize that they were also wearing the robe. Oh right. Peter muttered. Chapter 198, Inner Demon. Third person's POV. At Lizzie's house. When Peter and the others arrived at Lizzie's house, they waited patiently as she stepped ahead to unlock the door. The evening air was still, the faint sound of distant traffic the only noise around them. Felicia stood off to the side, her arms crossed, one hand clutching her elbow, her lips pressed together in a tight line. She gazed at the house before them, her eyes distant, lost in thought. The house seems to have brought some rather unpleasant memories. Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt a familiar warmth envelop her hand. She glanced down, noticing Peter's fingers wrapping around hers. Her gaze trailed up his arm until her eyes met his profile, watching as he casually bantered with Harry. He hadn't even glanced at her, but the small, unconscious gesture of affection sent a ripple through her chest. Felicia's lips curled into a soft, loving smile as she stared at him, her heart skipping a beat. She looked back down at their joined hands and slowly opened her palm, intertwining her fingers with his. The simple connection felt grounding, but at the same time, it stirred something deeper in her. He's not making this any easier, Felicia thought, trying to suppress the growing smile tugging at her lips. She didn't want to give away how much his touch meant to her, how much he complicated everything. A few steps away, MJ and Gwen exchanged silent glances. Their expressions said more than words could, especially given MJ's abilities. The telepathic link between them hummed with tension. We really need to sit down and talk about this, MJ's voice echoed in Gwen's mind, the weight of her words carrying an unmistakable seriousness. Tell me about it, Gwen mentally grumbled. Asterisk, it's like watching my own husband fall for someone else, right in front of me. Asterisk. MJ shot her a teasing look. Asterisk, did you seriously just call Peter your husband? Asterisk. Gwen rolled her eyes, though a small smile tugged at her lips. Asterisk, it was just an example. Asterisk. Before their silent banter could continue, Lizzie's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Bienvenido a casa, Alan, she called, holding the door open wide. The group stepped inside, the soft glow of the living room light beckoning them in. At Camartage. Far away in the mystic halls of Camartage, the Ancient One glided gracefully through the dimly lit chamber, her fan covering her mouth as she surveyed the room. Peter, Felicia, Harry, Gwen, MJ, and Lizzie sat cross-legged on the floor, their eyes closed, attempting to center themselves in meditation. As cliché as this may sound, the Ancient One began, her voice smooth and deliberate. Learning to use your energy, whether it be magic, chi, or any other form, requires a harmony with the universe. But more importantly, it requires harmony with yourself. A stifled snicker broke the silence. Smack. Peter winced as the Ancient One's fan sharply tapped the back of his head. He opened one eye sheepishly, only to find her staring down at him with a raised eyebrow. Focus, she admonished, her tone firm but not unkind. The mind must be clear. Energy is about focus, about mental clarity. An unfocused mind leads to chaotic results. Misfire a spell, and it could harm you or others. Energy flows through everything. Whether you call it magic, chi, or something else entirely, it is about connection. The stronger the connection, the more control you will have over it. She walked towards a low table and gently placed her fan upon it before turning back to the group. But theory alone is not enough. Let's see how well you can apply it. Raising her hand, the Ancient One gestured for them to stand. Each of you will attempt to summon a basic shield spell. Focus inward and feel your energy. Let it flow through you and outward, forming the shield. But remember, clarity is key. Without it, your efforts will crumble. Peter, still rubbing the back of his head, closed his eyes once more, his brow furrowing as he tried to concentrate. Around him, the others did the same, their faces mirroring the tension of focus. The Ancient One moved silently between them, observing their attempts. Let go of doubt, she whispered, her words echoing around the room. Let go of fear. Only then will you find the clarity you seek. Shape the energy, do not force it. Guide it. Peter felt a spark inside him, a flicker of energy bubbling beneath the surface. He tried to harness it, to shape it, but it slipped through his grasp like water. He opened his eyes briefly, catching the Ancient One's calm gaze. She nodded slightly, urging him to try again. Magic is not about imposing your will, she reminded them, her voice softer now. It is about aligning yourself with the flow of energy, guiding it gently. As Peter attempted again, his mind quieting, the Ancient One's gaze shifted to Harry. Of all the students, he seemed to be struggling the most. She approached him, her expression thoughtful. There are things that cloud the mind, Harry Osborne, she said, her tone steady. Often, they are what you might call inner demons, your insecurities, your worries, your fears. And you, Harry, have many of them. Harry let out a sarcastic scoff. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. Why don't you announce it louder? I don't think your students outside heard you. The Ancient One chuckled softly. The trouble with inner demons is not that they exist, but that we refuse to face them. You lash out because you don't want to confront them, but there will come a time when you won't have a choice. She lifted her thumb and gently pressed it against Harry's forehead. His eyes widened, and for a brief moment, his face contorted in discomfort. Slowly, his body relaxed, and he slumped down into a meditative position, his head bowed. Lizzie frowned, stepping forward. What did you do to him? The Ancient One glanced at her before looking back at Harry. I'm helping him face his demons, she said simply, her gaze soft but unyielding. It is a battle he must fight, before they consume him entirely. Harry slowly opened his eyes, blinking deliberately as the bright white light around him made everything look hazy and surreal. What? Where am I? He muttered, confused by the strange space he found himself in. It was an empty, blinding void that stretched endlessly, disorienting him with its intensity. A voice echoed from behind him, cutting through the silence, where else? Inside your head, boy. Startled, Harry turned toward the source of the voice, and his heart almost stopped when he saw the figure standing before him. Dad, he whispered in disbelief, his throat tightening. Norman Osborn stood there, though something about him was off, colder, more menacing. He scoffed, a scowl twisting his features. Yes and no. I'm not really your father. I'm just a manifestation of all your fears, all your insecurities about him, Norman said, his voice laced with venom. He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with a sinister hunger as he studied Harry, like a predator cornering its prey. His grin widened, slow and threatening. The fear of being a disappointment, the fear that deep down, you'll never be anything more than a shadow in his eyes. The fear of the monster lurking within him, within you, and the evil he's capable of. And let's not forget the most crippling one, Norman said, his voice dropping to a whisper, the fear that he's never truly loved you at all, that his heart is as black as his reputation. Oh, and the blood, so much blood. Innocent lives, staining his hands, and you wonder how many more will fall because of him. Norman loomed over Harry now, his breath cold against Harry's skin as he continued, chuckling darkly. But the real kicker, Harry, is the fear that one day, you might have to kill me in cold blood, your own father, just to stop me. Harry trembled, struggling to keep his emotions in check, but Norman reveled in his torment. He began stepping back, the shadows around him shifting until he was no longer just Norman. He now wore a full Hydra uniform, clicking his heels together before giving a mocking salute. Hail Hydra! Norman sneered with a wink before vanishing into thin air, dissolving into a wisp of smoke. And then there's me. A new voice spoke, smooth and casual, breaking the eerie silence. Harry froze as an arm lazily draped over his shoulders. Slowly, he turned his head, and there, with a confident grin and an unsettling familiarity, was Peter Parker. Peter. Harry muttered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. The one and only, Peter smirked, his voice oozing arrogance. He chuckled softly, his arm tightening around Harry's neck like a mocking gesture of brotherhood. Honestly, how insecure you are around me is both flattering and, well, kind of pathetic. Peter laughed, running a hand through his hair. I mean, seriously, I'm supposed to be your best friend, right? Buffed. Best friend. What a joke. Aren't best friends supposed to be equals? You know, someone who gets you, who you can relate to. But come on, Harry, look at us. What could you possibly relate to about me? Peter started ticking off his fingers, grinning wider with each point. I'm better looking than you. Smarter than you. Stronger than you. Hell, I'm even the better hero. All you are is a cheap imitation, second-rate at best, completely unoriginal. He waved his hand dismissively. It's obvious, right? The reason we're even friends. Pity. That's all it's ever been. Harry felt his stomach churn as Peter continued, his words cutting deeper with every syllable. I mean, think about it. I'm the cool guy, and you're the sick kid. Hanging out with you was like what a cute girl does when she surrounds herself with ugly friends to look hotter. It worked, didn't it? I mean, who's the one all the girls are fawning over? Something inside Harry snapped. He shoved Peter's arm off him roughly. Fuck off, man. You're not my Peter. There's no way in hell the real Peter would ever say some bullshit like that. Peter laughed, throwing his head back as if it were the funniest thing he'd heard all day. My Peter. Do you even hear yourself, you faggot? You practically worship me. He took a step back, still smirking. Face it, Harry, you've always been in my shadow, drooling over me like some lovesick puppy. How sad. Harry took a deep breath, rolling his eyes. These are my worst insecurities. What the hell is wrong with me? He muttered, trying to shake off the growing rage. He straightened up, his expression hardening. Who's next? Is that all you've got? Peter's smirk remained, but he said nothing as he took a few steps back. A pair of legs suddenly wrapped around his torso from behind, followed by arms sliding over his shoulders, clinging to him with affection. Harry's heart sank when he saw who it was. His fists clenched as a cold, emotionless mask fell over his face. This isn't funny anymore. This has gone too far, he said, his voice low and dangerous, as Lizzie appeared, embracing Peter with a playful smile. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Harry, Lizzie giggled, leaning her head against Peter's. I'm the manifestation of your deepest fear, that I'll leave you for him. I mean, come on, he's got a harem of girls following him around. Who's to say I wouldn't want in on that action? She kissed Peter on the cheek, smirking as she held his face. Lizzie's words pierced Harry like daggers, each one sinking deeper than the last. I mean, he already stole the first girl you ever loved. What's stopping him from taking me too? She whispered, her eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. Harry bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, his entire body shaking with barely restrained fury. Shut up. He growled, but his voice faltered as the truth behind her words gnawed at him. Hee, come on, Harry. Lizzie laughed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. Don't you dare say it. Harry's voice cracked, a raw desperation creeping in. Lizzie's grin widened. All I am is a replacement. You even chose me because I have the same hair color as Gwen. You were so obsessed with her that you settled for me because you couldn't have her. How pathetic is that? Shut the fuck up. Harry screamed, gripping his hair tightly as if trying to tear the nightmare out of his skull. Chapter 199, Peace and Quiet. Third person's POV. Oh my God, could you get any more pathetic? Peter scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. You couldn't even secure a high-value woman like Gwen, so you went for a downgraded version. Before Peter could finish, Harry's fist shot toward his face with a force fueled by pure rage, but Peter caught it effortlessly, his hand stopping the blow midair. Harry's eyes blazed with fury, his jaw clenched as he strained against Peter's iron grip. You can talk all the trash about me you want, but don't you dare talk about Lizzie that way, you son of a bitch. Peter snickered, his amusement evident as he twisted Harry's wrist slightly, just enough to make him flinch. Then, without warning, Peter's fist shot forward, a brutal uppercut landing squarely on Harry's jaw, sending him stumbling back. Blood trickled from the corner of Harry's mouth as he swayed on his feet, but he refused to fall. Peter laughed, the sound cruel and condescending. And you thought you could tell me what to do? His tone oozed derision as Harry flicked a glance toward Lizzie, who watched the scene unfold with an amused expression, just standing in a distance as if she was enjoying a show. Harry, gritting his teeth, launched forward again, his movements desperate, his fists swinging wildly. But Peter was calm, his eyes sharp, and his body moved with precision, dodging every punch with minimal effort. Each missed strike only seemed to fuel Harry's frustration, while Peter's expression remained one of utter contempt. Pathetic, Peter muttered, his voice cold as he delivered a sharp punch to Harry's ribs, knocking the wind out of him. Harry doubled over, gasping for air. Peter couldn't resist a smirk. I expected more from you, Harry, he paused, his voice dripping with sarcasm. PHTTT, nope, couldn't keep a straight face. Harry growled, his fists clenched tightly as he straightened up, his body trembling with adrenaline and pain. With renewed fury, he charged at Peter, throwing a fast right hook aimed at Peter's head. But Peter, moving with lightning speed, sidestepped the blow, his reflexes far superior. Harry followed up with a quick jab, but Peter blocked it effortlessly with his forearm. In retaliation, Harry aimed a low kick at Peter's knee, hoping to catch him off guard, but Peter lifted his leg, avoiding the strike with ease. His counter was swift, a roundhouse kick to Harry's ribs that echoed through the room, sending Harry stumbling backward. The force of the impact made Harry grimace, but he stood his ground, determined not to show weakness. Harry threw a barrage of punches, left jab, right cross, left hook, each aimed with intent, but Peter weaved through them like water, his movements fluid and graceful. He retaliated with a sharp jab to Harry's cheek, drawing more blood and causing Harry to stumble again. That all you got? Peter taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. Harry, wiping the blood from his face, lunged forward with a spinning back fist. Peter caught it mid-spin, his grip solid and unyielding, and drove a knee into Harry's stomach with brutal force. Harry gasped, doubling over in pain, struggling to catch his breath. Peter grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. This is getting embarrassing. Harry, teeth clenched in frustration, threw another wild punch, this time aiming high, but Peter ducked smoothly beneath it and countered with an elbow strike to Harry's chin. The impact sent Harry reeling, his lips split wide open, blood streaming down his face. With a roar of frustration, Harry charged again, swinging wildly, hoping to overwhelm Peter with sheer aggression. But Peter remained calm, blocking and deflecting each strike with ease, as if he could predict Harry's every move. One punch aimed at Peter's side was redirected with a simple flick of his wrist, while another aimed at Peter's head was blocked with minimal effort. Peter smirked, his eyes gleaming with superiority as he landed a hard cross to Harry's nose. The sickening crack of bone filled the room as blood gushed from Harry's nostrils, blurring his vision. "Come on, Harry," Peter sneered. "You seriously thought you could take me on?" Harry winced, trying to blink through the pain and the blood clouding his vision. He swung again, but Peter dodged, countering with a brutal combination of punches, each blow landing with bone-crushing force. Left, right, until the final uppercut sent Harry crashing to the floor, his body slamming against the ground with a sickening thud. Peter walked over slowly, his steps deliberate, his expression one of smug satisfaction. He knelt down, grabbing Harry by the hair and pulling him up slightly. "You really thought you could win, didn't you?" His voice was low, dripping with condescension. Pathetic. With one last shove, Peter let go, and Harry collapsed back onto the ground, breathing heavily. Bloodied and bruised, Harry slammed his fist into the floor in frustration, his knuckles split and raw. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to push himself to his knees, glaring at Peter's retreating back. "You really don't think we're done, aren't you?" Harry growled, his voice hoarse but defiant. Peter groaned, throwing his head back in exasperation. "You seriously don't know when to quit, do you?" Turning around, Peter saw Harry, still swaying but on his feet, clutching his side. Blood dripped from his face, but despite the beating, he wore a defiant grin. "I learned from the best," Harry said, his voice steady despite the pain. Peter narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. "You don't get it, do you? In your own head I am better than you, so that's what I am, better than you. You will never be on my level. Are you really that stupid?" Harry wiped the blood from his nose and straightened up, his eyes locking with Peter's, filled with cold determination. "You haven't taken it back," Harry said, his voice calm yet laced with venom. "What?" Peter scoffed, annoyed. "What you said about Lizzie. I don't care if you're my best friend or just wearing his face. No one talks about her like that." Peter chuckled, placing his hands on his hips. "God, you're such a sap. How does the real me even deal with you?" Ignoring him, Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, loosening his shoulders as he bounced on his feet, his eyes locked on Peter, cold and calculated. His movements were no longer wild with rage, but controlled, precise. Peter raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling on his lips. "What the hell are you doing?" Loosening up, Harry said, his voice deadly serious. "Peter, I love you like a brother, but I'm going to enjoy beating the hell out of you." Harry charged forward again, his eyes ablaze with determination. With a powerful leap, he twisted midair, aiming a high, devastating kick at Peter's head. Peter, calm and unbothered, pivoted smoothly, snatching Harry's leg mid-flight. Without missing a beat, he slammed Harry into the ground with a brutal force that reverberated through the floor. A grunt of pain escaped Harry, but the fire in his eyes didn't dim. Barely a second passed before Harry kicked himself off the ground, refusing to stay down. He launched a rapid barrage of punches, strikes, and thrusts, his fists moving so fast they blurred in the air. Each strike was aimed with deadly precision, targeting Peter's jaw, ribs, and stomach. Yet Peter remained unshaken, his defenses flawless. He parried every blow effortlessly, their hands a blur of motion, the sharp crack of flesh against flesh filling the room like a symphony of battle. The intensity of the fight escalated with each passing second. Harry's fists became relentless, pounding toward Peter with fury and desperation. But Peter, still composed and agile, dodged with the slightest of movements, sidestepping and weaving with near-perfect precision. Peter's lips curled into a smirk just before he retaliated. His fist shot forward like lightning, a precise jab into Harry's gut. The impact folded Harry in half with a gasp of pain, and before he could recover, Peter followed up with a sharp knee to Harry's face. Blood splattered onto the floor, but Harry refused to give in. With a fierce growl, he swung again, wild but determined. Peter ducked, fluid as water, and drove a vicious elbow into Harry's ribs, making him stagger backward, wheezing from the blow. "You're boring me, Harry," Peter sneered, his voice laced with contempt. He watched Harry stumble, eyes narrowed, his vision swimming in the wake of the pain. Harry wiped the blood from his mouth, breathing heavily but still standing. His gaze, however, never wavered from Peter. In that moment, something ignited within him. With a roar, Harry lunged forward, swinging with every ounce of strength he had left. Peter, anticipating another easy counter, dodged, but then... crack! Harry's right hook connected with Peter's jaw in a thunderous blow that seemed to ripple through the air. Peter's head snapped to the side, the smug expression on his face vanishing as he staggered back for the first time in the entire fight. He raised a hand to his jaw, stunned, feeling the warm trickle of blood from his split lip. Harry stood panting, his knuckles bloodied and raw, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face despite the exhaustion and pain etched into every line of his body. His chest heaved as he locked eyes with Peter, victory gleaming in his gaze. Peter's eyes darkened, his fury barely contained as he wiped the blood from his lip. The playful grin he'd worn all this time was gone, replaced with something far more dangerous. "Look at that, you do bleed," Harry said with a breathless chuckle, flipping Peter the middle finger. Harry shook his head and let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. "What the hell am I doing?" His voice softened as he continued, unable to hold back his thoughts any longer. "Peter, I hate to admit this, but I look up to you. I'd never say it out loud because God knows what it'd do to your ego, but it's true. You've been my hero since we were kids. When my mom was dying, that was supposed to be the loneliest time of my life. But you made sure I wasn't alone. You stayed with me." Peter's expression faltered for a brief second, but Harry kept going, the words tumbling out. "I was always a little jealous of you," Harry admitted, his voice raw. "You had this way of making everyone laugh, of brightening up a room. I wanted that. I envied that. And then, of course, you got superpowers on top of it. You got to be the hero, and I was just the sick best friend." Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his every movement. "When you found out my dad might have killed your parents, you still chose to be my friend. I don't think I could have done that. You're such a good friend, Peter, sometimes I wonder if I even deserve it. What do I bring to this friendship? Money. You've got your own damn business. Brains. You've always been the smartest guy in the room. The funny one. That's you too." He exhaled deeply, shoulders slumping. "But I guess that's the thing about friendship, right? You do things for your friends without expecting anything in return. For you, that's just natural." With a tired laugh, Harry shook his head. "God, listen to me. This is so embarrassing. But yeah, that's the gist of it. I put you on a pedestal, Peter, and that's probably why I've had all these insecurities. It's stupid, now that I say it out loud." Peter, his figure blurring, gave a genuine smirk, his voice softening. "You finally get it, huh? All insecurities are stupid when you really think about them. You just needed the chance to realize that." As Peter faded, Harry rolled his eyes with a fond chuckle. "Always gotta have the last word, don't you?" Harry collapsed onto the ground, lying spread-eagle as he gazed up at the emptiness above him, the weight of his confessions finally lifted from his chest. "Lizzie." Harry called softly, his voice echoing through the vast, white expanse around him. He gazed up, his expression softened as he called to her. "I won't lie, I used to love Gwen. Especially when we were kids. When my mom was in the hospital, she was there for me. I appreciated her company. I remember one time, she gave me a book on environmental science, so I could understand my mom's work better, so that I could understand my mother better." A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he recalled the memory, warmth filling his chest. But when I found out she and Peter started dating. Harry paused, his eyes darkening slightly. I felt guilty. I mean, Peter was my best friend. It shouldn't have bothered me, but it did. I guess I still carry a bit of that guilt. Maybe that's why you're here. His voice dropped a bit, as if speaking more to himself than anyone else. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head. But, I know I'm way over Gwen. She wasn't really my type, personality-wise, at least. A chuckle escaped him. She's too uptight, too smart for me. No offense to her, of course. Not that you're not smart, he added, glancing at Lizzie with a playful smirk, but I like a girl who's a bit more free-spirited, maybe a little ditzy, and well, there's no better girl for me than you. Harry then chuckled, as the blonde hair thing. I just really have a type, heh. Lizzie's smile widened, her eyes twinkling as she gave him a playful wink. Then, just like that, she began to fade, leaving only her smile behind. Harry sighed deeply, letting his gaze fall back to the endless white void around him. He sat upright, cracking his neck slightly. All right, come out, Dad. A heavy silence hung in the air before a gruff voice responded. Like I said, I'm not your father. Cut the crap, Harry interrupted sharply, his face hardening as he sensed the presence behind him. Slowly, Norman Osborn's figure emerged from the shadows, his expression as cold and unreadable as ever. Harry didn't flinch. You are my father, and whether I like it or not, I'm your son. As much as I want to turn my back and let you suffer the consequences of your actions, we're family. His voice was firm, but there was a flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. Norman scoffed, dismissive as always, but Harry wasn't done. You might not deserve my help, he continued, but I'm not going to abandon you. Apart from being your son, I'm also a hero, which makes me twice as responsible for you. Even though the world might give up on you, even though everyone else believes you can't be saved, I will prove them wrong. His eyes narrowed, locking onto his father's fading form. Just wait, old man. I promise, I'll help you through this. Norman's sneer remained, but Harry could see the subtle shift in his expression, a glimmer of something almost softened. Perhaps even regretful. As Norman's figure slowly began to fade away, the faintest hint of a smile appeared on his lips before he vanished completely. The silence that followed was heavy and profound. Harry let out a long breath, his shoulders slumping as he finally allowed himself to relax. He leaned back, lying on the ground with his arms spread wide, staring up at the vast emptiness. Finally, he muttered, closing his eyes, some peace and quiet. Unbeknownst to Harry, as his eyes fluttered shut, a soft white glow began to pulse around his body. It was subtle at first, like a gentle mist escaping from his pores. Slowly, the glow intensified, enveloping him in a serene aura, his wounds quietly knitting themselves back together as the light bathed him. Meanwhile, in the real world, those watching Harry from the outside could see the miraculous transformation unfolding. The room was still, but a faint glow surrounded Harry's body as he sat cross-legged in a meditative pose. His breathing was deep and steady. The Ancient One, observing from a distance, smiled knowingly. It seems your friend has finally found his inner peace, she said softly, her voice filled with calm wisdom. He has unlocked his chi. Chapter 200, Spider Queen. As Harry slowly opened his eyes, he noticed everyone staring at him with wide, astonished expressions. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? He asked, his voice still groggy from his meditative trance. Peter, still in shock, was the first to respond. Dude. You were mumbling in your meditation. We heard everything. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. What? His mortified expression was hard to miss. Peter smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. You should have seen your face. Priceless. Peter erupted into laughter. You mother. Harry muttered, letting the unfinished curse hang ominously in the air. Peter, however, wasn't done teasing. But seriously, you are glowing, though. Harry frowned in confusion and glanced down at his hands. His eyes widened as he saw a faint white aura radiating from his palms and slowly escaping the rest of his body, flickering like soft flames. Cool. He whispered, mesmerized by the otherworldly sight. Seeing his stunned expression, Peter couldn't resist. Judging by your horrified look earlier, I bet whatever you saw during meditation was wild. It's making me curious, he said with a teasing grin. Harry shuddered, visibly unsettled. Over my dead body, he scoffed, clearly unwilling to share the nightmare he'd experienced in his trance. The Ancient One, who had been observing quietly, turned to MJ, her expression calm but expectant. The only one left to unlock their potential is you, young lady, she said with a gentle tone. Is she going to go through the same thing I went through? Harry asked, tilting his head in confusion, his curiosity piqued. No, the Ancient One replied thoughtfully. Her block is more physical and spiritual than mental. It's a different challenge entirely. With that, she approached MJ and smiled warmly before placing a finger on her forehead. Become aware of the true nature of your potential, she whispered. MJ's eyes widened in response, her pupils glowing faintly with a purplish hue before they rolled back into her head. She gasped as her mind was thrust into a vivid vision. In this surreal realm, MJ found herself standing before an imposing throne, crafted entirely from intricately woven spider webs. From her back sprouted 4 massive, ethereal spider limbs glowing a deep purple, moving as if they had a mind of their own. Her face was transformed, around her 2 large eyes were smaller, glowing purple ones, giving her an exotic, almost otherworldly appearance. Yet, far from diminishing her beauty, it enhanced it, making her look regal, powerful. Hundreds of tiny spiders crawled toward her, each carrying a part of a crown. As they worked together, they formed a delicate hand that placed the crown upon her head, declaring her their queen. With a jolt, MJ snapped back to reality, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Holy guacamole! What was that? She exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. Felicia stepped forward, curiosity evident in her eyes. What did you see? She asked. MJ, still catching her breath, shook her head. I don't even know how to describe it, she murmured, trying to put the experience into words. It was intense. I saw spiders. Hundreds of them. And I was crowned as their queen. Peter couldn't resist. He began waving his arms in an exaggerated manner, bowing comically. All hail Her Spider Highness. MJ blushed deeply. Please don't, she muttered, embarrassed, as the group chuckled in amusement. Once the laughter subsided, MJ's expression grew serious. So, what exactly did I unlock? She asked, still trying to make sense of the experience. The Ancient One stepped forward again, her voice soft but filled with wisdom. The spider bite you received gave you not just physical abilities but also a heightened psychic awareness, allowing you to communicate with and control spiders. However, your powers are not just tied to your mind, they are deeply connected to your life force, or chi. Unlike most people, whose chi flows throughout their entire body, your chi is concentrated in your brain, making you uniquely attuned to psychic abilities. You were unaware of this connection, which left you blind to the full scope of your potential. When I opened your third eye, you were able to see the true strength you possess. I see. MJ muttered thoughtfully. I suppose that makes sense. I always wondered why I could communicate with spiders, and why they call me their queen. The Ancient One nodded. Now that you are aware, your path forward involves mastering your chi and learning to control this energy with precision. This is only the beginning. After giving MJ a moment to absorb everything, the Ancient One turned to address the entire group. As this is only your first day of training, we'll begin with the basics. I will teach you how to control your energy and guide it properly. Now, deep breaths, everyone, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. The others followed her lead, settling into a meditative stance. They closed their eyes and began controlling their breathing. In Lizzie's house, in her room. As Peter and Harry headed out to pick up some food, Felicia turned toward the others with an awkward smile, her voice barely above a whisper. Did you really have to send them out like that? Gwen and MJ exchanged sly smiles, while Lizzie sat nearby, looking utterly confused by the exchange. Felicia glanced at Lizzie before asking, in front of her. Lizzie, frowning, replied, "What did I do?" Gwen and MJ's silence only deepened the tension, and Felicia groaned, finally caving. She slid to the floor, leaning her head back on the bed as she hugged a pillow tightly. Fine, you got me. I'm in love with Peter, happy now. Felicia grumbled, her voice muffled as she buried her face in the pillow. Oh, girl talk. Lizzie perked up, sitting up straight in excitement, her confusion quickly fading as she realized what was going on. Gwen, unable to resist teasing, squished her cheeks and mocked her shock. "Oh my God, really? I never would have suspected it." Her tone was flat, her expression deadpan, as she looked directly at Felicia. Felicia shot her a glare. "Was that necessary?" MJ giggled, shaking her head. "I mean, it wasn't exactly hard to guess." "Yeah, even I could tell," Lizzie added, nodding in agreement. "I'm not that obvious," Felicia muttered, sinking further into the floor as she hugged the pillow tighter. The group exchanged knowing glances, making Felicia shrink even more. "I'm being ganged up on." Lizzie, not one to hold back, smirked. "Felicia, no offense, but you've been so clingy with Peter ever since your run-in with that Time Lord guy. You're always smiling around him now. You couldn't be more obvious if you tried." Felicia let out a frustrated groan and slid down even further. "How am I supposed to act around someone who would go on a homicidal rampage just because I got hurt? At first, I thought Peter had that typical hero syndrome, you know. The whole, oh, let's not kill the bad guy because then we'd be no better than them. That whole sanctimonious garbage." The others nodded knowingly. "But no," Felicia continued, her voice growing more intense. "I'm 100% certain that if one of us was killed, Peter would tear the world apart to avenge us. God help us all, since there will be no stopping that man. He'd throw everything away for us, and honestly, that is so freaking hot." She slammed the pillow onto the floor repeatedly, her voice rising with excitement. Lizzie blinked, her expression torn between confusion and disbelief. "So, the idea of Peter going on a killing spree for your sake turns you on?" Felicia paused mid-pillow slam, her cheeks reddening. "When you say it like that, of course it sounds wrong. It's not about the violence, it's about knowing someone cares about you that much. That they'd do anything for you. We're not even dating, and Peter's already shown he's willing to throw everything away for me. How can I not fall in love with that? You're asking too much of me." MJ, Gwen, and Lizzie exchanged weary glances, unsure how to respond. Felicia sighed, her energy waning as she sat cross-legged on the floor, still clutching the pillow. "Look, I'm sorry. I really am. I tried not to fall for him, out of respect for you too. But after everything that happened, I became obsessed. I couldn't take my eyes off him." Lizzie raised an eyebrow. "I seriously don't get it. Why are you all so obsessed with Peter? He's a great guy, don't get me wrong, but I don't see the appeal." "And thank God for that," Gwen muttered under her breath. MJ smirked. "That's because you're totally in love with Harry. When you're in love, everyone else just seems average." Gwen sighed dramatically, turning her gaze to Felicia. "You just couldn't fall in love with Harry, huh? Could have made this an even Steven. 3/3 relationship. Oi. Don't bring that bad juju toward my relationship," Lizzie said, glaring playfully at Gwen. MJ chimed in, her tone curious. "So, you wouldn't want a dynamic like ours? You know, multiple relationships." Lizzie hesitated, fidgeting with her hands. "I don't know. You guys make it look fun and easy because you've known each other for so long. But if Harry and I tried bringing someone else into our relationship, I'm not sure it would work." Gwen, sensing an opportunity to be a wing girl, leaned in. "I say go for it. Imagine how inadequate Harry must feel, seeing Peter juggle multiple relationships. Help a guy out, make it even." Lizzie frowned, still unsure. "I'm not really sure. You just have to take charge and take the position of his main girl and make sure no one can question that position." Gwen nodded proudly. Both MJ and Felicia stared at Gwen, causing her to raise a brow towards them. Would anyone like to disagree or challenge what I just said? Both MJ and Felicia shook their heads, which caused Gwen to smile proudly and turn towards Lizzie with a proud smile. She motioned, "See." Lizzie chuckled, her nervousness fading. All right. I'll think about it. Just don't tell Harry I said that." Chapter 201, Peter and Felicia. Third person's POV. Lizzie turned, glancing between Felicia and Gwen, and asked with a raised brow, "So, are you going to start dating Peter now, too? I mean, does he even like you back?" Felicia sat cross-legged on the floor, hugging her knees as she rested her chin on them. I mean, I don't know. This is all really weird and new to me. I've never even been in a relationship before. And as for whether he likes me, maybe. I can't really say. He does, MJ and Gwen answered in unison, both rolling their eyes in exasperation. Lizzie raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Have you guys ever questioned his love for both of you? I mean, I can't imagine Harry saying he loves me and then going off to love someone else. It would feel like he's lying about one or the other. MJ and Gwen exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads. MJ held up a peace sign, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Tiger's just got a big heart. Gwen nodded with a confident wink. Peter doesn't rely on words to show he loves us, he uses actions. And since actions speak louder than words, we hear him loud and clear. Felicia glanced between the two of them, her expression flat. At this point, you two are just bragging. Her eyes narrowed toward MJ and Gwen, who were both looking smugly satisfied. Oh, whatever. Felicia muttered under her breath, then sighed. Just warn me when Peter's on his way, since your spidey senses are more developed than mine. Gwen's eyebrow arched with suspicion. What exactly are you planning, Felicia? Felicia merely shrugged and pulled out her phone, swiping through Instagram and double-tapping images of cute cats, seemingly ignoring Gwen's question. The three shared an uncertain look, but before long, Peter and Harry arrived, both carrying bags filled with food. "Hello, mates." Peter greeted, putting on a British accent as he entered with a stack of Italian takeout. The second she saw him, Felicia's eyes sharpened, a mischievous gleam appearing as she tossed her phone aside and leaped at him like a lioness catching sight of her prey. Whoa! Peter barely had time to react as Felicia tackled him to the ground, causing the bags of food to spill from his hands. MJ's quick reflexes kicked in, and with her agility, she caught every falling container before any of them hit the ground. Huh! Peter blinked up from the floor, Felicia straddling him as she held his face firmly. Without hesitation, she leaned down and kissed him. What the F? Harry mouthed, stepping aside, clearly bewildered by the sight. Lizzie mirrored his look of shock, her mouth agape, while MJ facepalmed with a groan, and Gwen massaged her forehead, exasperated. Felicia savored the kiss, lingering for a moment before finally pulling back. She bit her lip and gave Peter a playful wink before glancing at Gwen and MJ. You two brag so damn much, you left me no choice. This kitty cat wants what you both have, so I'm going to have a slice of that pie too. If I have to steal it to enjoy it, then from this moment forward, Peter and I are also officially dating. And no one's stopping that. Aside from the fact that I was just thoroughly ambushed, don't I get a say in this? Peter managed to stammer, still reeling from the whole scene. Felicia looked down at him, blinking innocently. Are you saying you don't want to? She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Surely that's not what I'm hearing, right? Peter, still dazed, looked over to Gwen and MJ. Harry and I were only gone for a few minutes, how did this even happen? Felicia gripped his shirt collar and shook him lightly. Because I love you, you stupidly charming nerd. These two forced me to admit it, and now they're going to live with the consequences. She leaned down, peppering his face with kisses as she chanted, I love you, I love you, I love you, each kiss soft but resolute. Finally, her face softened as she pressed it against his chest, her voice barely a whisper. I really do love you, she confessed, vulnerability replacing her usual boldness. Peter, looking flustered and somewhat lost, mouthed silently to Gwen and MJ, what the hell did you guys do? Us. We didn't do anything. Gwen mouthed back with an exaggerated shrug. With a sigh, Gwen placed her hands on her hips. You know what? It's fine. Why even fight it? She glanced between Felicia and Peter. Besides, you two have, like, 2 kids together in the future. Felicia, welcome to Peter's harem. MJ chuckled awkwardly, glancing between Gwen and Felicia. Felicia's expression shifted to surprise, her eyes widening as she turned to Gwen. Seriously? Didn't I get a say in this? Peter muttered. Oh, please. Gwen scoffed, rolling her eyes. We already know what you're going to say. Yeah, Tiger, It's written all over your face, MJ sighed, shaking her head. Peter sighed, finally smiling up at Felicia. Ah. Hey, honey, I'm home. Felicia's face lit up with a grin as she wrapped her arms around him, pressing her face against his. A few minutes later, Felicia sat comfortably on Peter's lap at the edge of the bed, feeding him pieces of pasta with a radiant expression. Across the room, Harry and Lizzie exchanged weary glances. Lizzie finally spoke up, casting a confused look at Peter. One thing I don't get, how did she manage to catch you off guard? Aren't you supposed to have the best reflexes and can see a few seconds into the future? Gwen chimed in to explain. Our spidey senses are incredibly useful, but they can be overwhelming. They warn us about a constant flood of information, including minor, non-threatening stuff that just gets annoying. So, we've been training to filter out the unnecessary bits. If something's not life-threatening, it doesn't activate. Lizzie nodded in understanding. Then, leaning in closer, she whispered to Gwen, "How do you really feel about all of this?" Gwen shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips as she watched Felicia nuzzle into Peter's neck contentedly. I knew it was coming from the moment Felix appeared. And besides, it all works out in the future. I really can't complain. Jameson household. Jameson sat on his worn leather couch, glasses perched on the bridge of his nose as he sifted through a stack of editorial papers. The late-night news flickered across the television screen, casting an eerie glow in the otherwise dimly lit room. The anchor's voice crackled through the static. An apartment complex has been set ablaze on Long Island, near 10th and 9th Streets. Miraculously, all residents escaped unharmed, thanks to a local hero patrolling the borough, known as the Spider Cat. Despite reports that she was critically injured earlier this morning, tonight she appeared in perfect condition. It seems super healing might be one more power on this hero's growing list of abilities. Damn it. Jameson muttered, ripping his glasses off and tossing them onto the table. He slammed his fists down, rattling the papers beside him. How's anyone supposed to see them for the frauds they are if they bounce back without a scratch? This makes our papers look like a joke. He began pacing across the room, hands raking through his graying hair, muttering to himself. I need someone to expose them, someone to tear off those masks and show the world what they really are. These so-called heroes need to be taken down, hunted. He froze mid-step, an idea sparking in his mind. A sly grin spread across his face as he whispered, hunted, yes. Who better to call than a hunter? Reaching for his phone with a newfound intensity, he dialed a familiar number. As the phone rang, he could barely contain his excitement. Finally, a groggy voice answered. Betty. Yes, I know it's late. I don't care. I need you to do something for me, and I need it done now. Find me a contact for Craven. Yes, Craven the Hunter. Chapter 202, Craven's ETA. Third person's POV. Late into the middle of the night, well past midnight, three separate aspects of Peter stood side by side, facing the Ancient One. Beside him, three distinct aspects of each of his companions hovered with an air of anticipation. With a graceful snap of her fingers, the Ancient One summoned each fragmented part, sending them flying toward each other with a force that compelled them to merge into a single form. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony as an overwhelming surge of memories crashed over them like a tidal wave. Struggling to process this flood of images and experiences, each of them felt the weight of lives lived all at once. Ah, the Ancient One said casually, almost amused. I forgot to mention, merging so many memories together would likely cause discomfort. I hate you. Peter gritted his teeth through the pain. You could have warned us. The Ancient One's lips curved in a slight smile. It's simply the price one must pay for taking shortcuts. Peter grumbled in frustration, slowly regaining his composure. Closing his eyes, he tapped into his heightened mental abilities to begin sorting and compartmentalizing his memories, swiftly organizing the chaos. Around him, his friends took longer to recover, each groaning softly as they worked through the mental haze, though the throbbing headache lingered in them all. Harry scowled, throwing a withering glare at the Ancient One. You're downright evil, you know that. She chuckled, thoroughly unbothered. I will now be overseeing the Sanctum Sanctorum here in New York. When you're ready to continue your training, come to this building, and we'll begin our lessons. She offered them a sly smile. You're just having a kick out of this, aren't you? Felicia asked, narrowing her eyes. The Ancient One's smile turned smug. Who says I can't have a little fun while teaching? You already have the study books, so attendance isn't mandatory. That said, I'd advise you all to come frequently. Her gaze shifted to each of them. That will be all for today's lesson. You're dismissed. Peter and the others put their fists to their palms and bowed deeply. Hi, Sensei. The Ancient One rolled her eyes, but a trace of amusement softened her expression as she conjured a portal and stepped through it. Alone at last, the group collectively sighed in relief. As they began to walk away, Peter turned to Felix, placing a hand on his shoulder with a playful grin. Son. Your mother and I have something to tell you. You and Mother are dating now, aren't you? Felix responded with a perfectly straight face. Peter blinked. What, come on. I was about to make a joke about us getting a divorce and just downgrading to boyfriend and girlfriend. Why'd you have to ruin it? The others chuckled, especially Felicia, who shook her head with a smirk. That actually would have been a pretty good joke. Felix rolled his eyes. I'm from the future, remember? You even once joked that the only reason you agreed to go out with her was that she assaulted you into it, so you had no choice. Peter. Felicia exclaimed, glaring at him. Peter just laughed, unrepentant. That does sound like something I'd say. Then he turned a mock-serious glare on Felix. Remind me never to tell you anything in secret when you're born. As they crossed the street, Peter's watch beeped. He glanced at it in confusion before activating it. A hologram of Arya, his AI assistant, flickered to life. Father, we have a situation. Peter sighed. Why can't you ever call me just to say you love me? Arya giggled. Love you, Daddy. Yeah. Now what's up? It's Craven the Hunter. It seems J. Jonah Jameson has hired him, and he's arriving tomorrow to hunt you down. What? MJ gasped, grabbing Peter's wrist. There's no way Jameson would. Actually, who am I kidding? Of course, he would, she grumbled. ETA. Peter asked, raising an eyebrow. Tomorrow afternoon, Arya informed him. Peter nodded. Good work, thanks for the heads up. Arya gave him a sharp salute before fading from view. MJ shook her head in exasperation. I'm giving Jameson a piece of my mind next time I see him. I'd rather you didn't, Gwen interjected, shaking her head. He might start suspecting you have connections to the Spider family. MJ groaned, frustration clear in her voice. That means I'd have to meet him in my other persona. I wouldn't recommend that, either, Gwen said with a wry smile. He'd probably twist it into some tale about you attacking him unprovoked. MJ let out a loud, exasperated groan, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Just as the group was about to continue on, Felix cleared his throat, glancing uncomfortably at Felicia. Actually, I've been meaning to ask something that's been bothering me. The group quieted, all eyes on Felix. He looked at Felicia, his gaze steady. What did you mean when you said you were almost raped? Felicia's face fell slightly. Ugh. You remembered that. I knew I should have covered your ears. I didn't want to bring it up in front of the Ancient One. But, it's been bothering me ever since I heard it, Felix muttered, his tone serious. He turned to Peter. Is that what you were talking about back at the gym? Peter placed a reassuring arm around Felix, ruffling his hair gently. Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's already been dealt with. Felix gave him a hard look. Please tell me you at least broke an arm. Or a leg. Preferably both. Peter raised 2 fingers in a peace sign. Left him paralyzed. Felix grinned, raising a fist. Nice. Peter smirked and fist bumped him back. Felicia chuckled softly, shaking her head. For some reason, that was strangely endearing. The next morning, Peter woke up in his bed with MJ by his side. He gave her a quick kiss on the side of her head, which caused her to wake up a bit groggily. They both got up, took a shower together, got dressed, and headed downstairs to join Aunt May and Uncle Ben for breakfast. Luckily, I leave spare clothes here with you, MJ teased. Peter rolled his eyes. You've been doing that since you were little. MJ raised her hands in mock surrender. Hey, I'm just being efficient, it's like living in two houses at once. Aunt May popped her head out from the kitchen upon hearing their conversation. I'm glad to hear you see this place as your own home, MJ dear. You should know by now that you're already a part of this family. Thanks, Aunt May, MJ said, blowing a two-finger kiss toward her. Aunt May chuckled. Will you be joining us for breakfast? I'm making eggs with bacon and toast, she said enticingly. Ah, that sounds lovely. Sure, why not? Careful, Aunt May, someone here likes their toast dry, Peter scoffed, glancing at MJ as he sat down. MJ glared at Peter. I swear to God, I'll hit you if you make another comment on that. Aunt May looked at Peter, puzzled. What's wrong with dry toast? Thank you. MJ exclaimed, gesturing toward Aunt May while giving Peter a triumphant look. Peter looked at Aunt May in mock horror. Now I'm worried if I should trust you with breakfast. I'll tell you what's wrong with dry toast, it's in the name. It's dry. Just drop the toast thing already. MJ retorted. I'm sorry, but I'm very passionate about toast. I won't stand for heresy being made toward a breakfast staple. Just then, Uncle Ben walked in with an amused expression. What's this commotion I hear about toast? I'll tell you what it is, Uncle Ben. We're living with a bunch of heretics who think dry toast is acceptable. Ah, I see, Uncle Ben said with a knowing nod. But it all depends on the level of toastiness, doesn't it? If it's too toasty and crunchy, you'll need something to soften it up, otherwise, you're left with a mouthful of flakes. But lightly toasted. That's still soft, warm, and tender with a golden brown. Doesn't really need anything, except maybe something to wash it down. Peter and MJ stared at Uncle Ben, surprised. Peter then turned to MJ and said, I guess it's true what they say, wisdom really does come with age. They all laughed, and with that, Peter and MJ agreed to call a truce in the great toast debate. Aunt May set down plates loaded with food, and they all dug in, the kitchen filled with laughter and the smell of a good home-cooked breakfast, feeling like a perfect, cozy morning with family. Chapter 203, Parent-Teacher Conference. Third Person's POV. Beep beep. Peter honked his car horn, watching as a few moments later, Felicia stepped out of her house. She gave her cat a gentle nudge with her foot to send it back inside, then shut the door firmly behind her. With a quick glance around, she bounded over to the car, her silver hair bouncing with each step. She slid into the back seat, leaning in to give Peter a light kiss on the cheek before settling in beside Gwen. MJ sat comfortably in the front seat, already buckled in, giving Felicia a small smile. Felicia let out a dramatic sigh as she settled back, which made Gwen look over with a raised brow. All right, what's up with you this time? Slouching further into the seat, Felicia muttered, my mom's decided she's coming to the parent-teacher conference. Of all the days she could actually show up, she picks the one day I didn't want her to. Gwen rolled her eyes playfully. So, how much trouble do you think you'll be in when she finds out about the, let's say, extensive absences? Felicia winced. Look, it's not that many. Just, a few weeks of classes. I'm so getting grounded. She sighed, running her fingers through her hair. Gwen tilted her head. I'll never understand why you don't just come clean with her about what you're doing. Felicia scoffed. Oh, sure, let's tell my lawyer of a mother that her teenage daughter is out doing illegal, life-risking things at night instead of studying. That should go over well. MJ chimed in from the front seat, a confused expression on her face. I thought she was a criminal defense attorney. Felicia let her gaze drift out the window, watching the passing scenery. After a moment of silence, she murmured, she already lost my dad to his nightly adventures. I don't want to worry her about losing me too. The less she knows, the better. Trust me. Gwen's expression softened, and she gave Felicia a small, understanding smile. Got it. You really do love your mom, don't you? Felicia rolled her eyes, huffing. I have no idea what you're talking about, which made the others chuckle as Peter continued driving them toward school. As they pulled into the school parking lot, they spotted Harry leaning against a sleek limo, shoulders slumped and a frustrated look on his face. Just as the group stepped out, they caught part of his conversation. Come on, Dad, Harry was saying, his tone tired, shouldn't you be focused on rebuilding Oscorp? Norman Osborn's smooth voice carried over, tinged with a bit of paternal pride. I am, and it's coming along fine. But I'm also concerned about how my son's doing in school. I know you don't want me to mess with your personal life, trust me, I get it. I was the same with my father. But you're barely home these days, Harry. I need to make sure you're doing all right. Harry's shoulders sank further. All right, he mumbled, grabbing his bag, which he slung over his shoulder before turning and walking over to his friends as the limo pulled away. Felicia gave him a sympathetic pat on the back, their shared frustration evident. Brother, I get it. I really do. Lizzie strolled over, her fingers making a peace sign as she grinned. Lucky for me, I'm still new enough to have a perfect record. Harry. Peter started, a look of shared misery on his face. Yeah. Harry sighed. Your dad's gonna kill you. Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. This is all your fault, Pete. When he eventually kills me, I'm haunting you. The group's laughter rang through the halls as they made their way to class. Once Peter was at his desk, he pulled out the rune book the Ancient One had given him, absorbed in studying it as the hours ticked by. It was a short school day, and as soon as the clock hit noon, they were dismissed. Later, Peter found himself seated between Aunt May and Uncle Ben in a small, stuffy office across from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Patrick. The man adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands together, and began, I won't deny it, your nephew is an intelligent young man, but... Peter scoffed, crossing his arms. Just calling me intelligent is an insult to my actual intellect. Aunt May and Uncle Ben shot him a warning look, and he quickly silenced himself. Mr. Patrick sighed, leaning forward. Peter is a straight-A student, but he doesn't apply himself or take things seriously. I get the sense that he believes he doesn't have to try, that his natural intelligence will carry him through life. But if he doesn't start putting in the effort now, he'll find it isn't that simple. Peter raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. What is this guy talking about? I'm a multi-millionaire, for goodness sake. Sensing Peter's frustration, Aunt May placed a gentle hand on his arm to calm him. Mr. Patrick continued, glancing between Aunt May and Uncle Ben. I'm sure it's been difficult for Peter without a strong maternal or paternal figure too. Peter's patience finally snapped. And that's where I draw the line, he interrupted, making an X with his arms. Peter. Uncle Ben admonished, giving him a stern look. This is a parent-teacher conference, not a student-teacher one. Let me handle this. Uncle Ben turned to Mr. Patrick, his voice firm but respectful. Listen, sir. I know Peter is a handful. He can be immature, lazy, even a bit rough around the edges. Peter gave him an offended look. Hello. I'm sitting right here. But he's a good kid, and I don't appreciate hearing that he lacks parental figures, Uncle Ben continued, his tone sharpening. We may not be his birth parents, but we raised him the best we could. Frankly, Peter's already accomplished more than many adults, and if he's not fully engaged here, it's because he's ready for challenges beyond what high school offers. Peter leaned back with a smug smile, and Mr. Patrick seemed taken aback by Uncle Ben's conviction. Your daughter Gwen is a good kid, with a bright future. Her only problem, however, is that she hangs around the wrong crowd. Gwen was slouching slightly on her seat, hand over her forehead, trying to not look at anyone as George sat looking at Gwen with a raised brow. Does she now? If she could learn to distance herself from those bad influences, I just know she will excel. I bet it has to do with that boyfriend of hers, doesn't it? George scoffed with a gruff. Gwen looked towards him, tilting her head in confusion. What are you doing? We have found her multiple times displaying PDA, when they should have been in class. I'm concerned it's becoming more of a problem. Don't worry, I share the same concerns you do. I don't want my baby girl to one day announce that she's pregnant by that bastard. Dad. Gwen groaned, what the hell's matter with you? Why would you say such a thing? What? It's not like you tried to hide the fact that you're sexually active with the punk. Why would you say that in front of my teacher? Oh my God. Just kill me now. Now you know how I feel when I learn things I don't want to know. Is this what it is? Revenge. Hey, I don't think this a conversation. Shut it. Both Gwen and George said before they turned towards each other again. The teacher cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses as he looked directly at Lydia. Mrs. Hardy, your daughter has been with us for a few months now. At first, she was integrating well, participating actively, and even excelling in some areas. However, her behavior changed. She began associating with, well, some rather bad influences, and she started missing and skipping out on several of my classes. He slid an attendance sheet across the desk, the columns filled with classes Felicia had missed, each absence highlighted. Lydia studied the sheet, her brow furrowing. She glanced up at her daughter with a raised eyebrow. You're not doing drugs, are you? Felicia blinked in disbelief, her voice coming out in a huff. What? No, I'm not doing drugs. Unless you're counting the anxiety meds that have been prescribed. Lydia pursed her lips. Well, he mentioned bad influences, so naturally, my first thought was drugs. You aren't in a gang, are you? Felicia sighed, crossing her arms. No, I'm not in a gang, or anything remotely close. She paused, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. Nope, definitely not a gang. I think. Lydia tilted her head, pressing further. Then who are these bad influences? Felicia rolled her eyes. He's talking about Peter. Lydia's expression softened, now genuinely puzzled as she looked back at the teacher. The Parker kid. Peter Parker. That boy is polite and respectful. Why would he be considered a bad influence? Felicia leaned back, crossing her arms with a smirk. The teachers here are just intimidated by Peter's intellect. He's a little too smart for their comfort, so they're holding a grudge. Lydia nodded, catching on to the unspoken tension. Understandable. He is, after all, the owner of a multi-million-dollar company and has a good head on his shoulders. Felicia, you could learn a thing or two from him. She shot her daughter a meaningful look. Turning back to the teacher, Lydia's voice turned icy. You, however, should be ashamed. You're a grown man, envious of a child's capabilities. With a dismissive wave, she stood, gathering her bag over her shoulder. She turned to Felicia with a nod. Come on, honey. Let's go. This has been an utter waste of time. Felicia's eyes sparkled with a triumphant glint as she followed her mother out, secretly pumping her fist. Yes, crisis averted. As they walked out, Lydia's voice broke through her relief. I may have cut this meeting short, but don't think you're off the hook, young lady. When I'm back from work, you and I will be discussing every one of those absences. I know they're real. Felicia's grin faltered. Oh no. My bad luck strikes again. Norman Osborne glanced at the teacher with a slight scoff. I'm not here about attendance. I'm more concerned with my son's academic performance. How are his grades? As long as he's scoring at the top of his class, he can skip as much as he likes. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Am I off the hook too? The teacher handed Norman Harry's report card, the grades gleaming with perfect scores. Norman's brows lifted in surprise. All 100s. You've improved. Harry rubbed the back of his neck, a bit bashful. Yeah. I've been studying a lot lately. I want to be ready to help with the company. A rare, genuine smile crept onto Norman's face as he clasped Harry's shoulder. With grades like these, I might have to retire sooner than expected and see how you handle things. Harry chuckled, but his amusement wavered as he felt his father's hand tighten, his expression growing distant, almost determined. I have to help him, Norman thought to himself. Seeing how hard he's working, I can't deny him the future he deserves. The future he deserves. Unknown to Harry, he'd just reignited his father's passion, a passion to secure his son's legacy, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, in a different classroom, Felix slumped forward, his face buried in his hands as he groaned softly. Why can't someone just end this for me? On either side of him sat his parents. His father, a distinguished-looking man with silver blonde hair and a neatly trimmed silver beard, wore an immaculate suit with legs crossed, exuding an air of authority. His mother, a poised woman with chestnut brown hair tied in a tight ponytail, donned a smart pencil skirt and blazer. The teacher looked at them, clearly uncertain. Mr. and Mrs. Pedersen, I can't say much about your son yet, since he's only been with us for a week. However, his behavior. It's concerning. He's been falling asleep in class regularly and has been snapping at anyone who disrupts his naps. Felix's father gave him a stern look. Son, we've talked about your sleeping problem. Felix groaned in exasperation, rolling his eyes. Ugh, why are you doing this, Dad? Felix's mother offered the teacher an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, but Felix has a mild case of narcolepsy. No matter how early he sleeps, he's still tired in the mornings. The teacher's demeanor softened, her voice tinged with understanding. Oh, I had no idea it was so serious. He never mentioned it. Felix's father nodded gravely. As you can see, he's rather embarrassed by his condition and prefers not to discuss it. Understandable, the teacher said kindly. Shall we proceed with reviewing his grades and upcoming academic goals? That would be much appreciated, his mother said with a nod, her voice laced with feigned concern. Once the meeting concluded, the three of them exited the classroom. Felix sighed in relief as they walked down the hallway. Then he glared at his parents. I hate both of you, he muttered darkly. At that, his parents shared a mischievous look, and in an empty corridor, both reached into their pockets, pulling out small, pen-like devices. With a quick flash over their faces, they reverted to Peter and Felicia, both wearing victorious smirks. Felicia nudged Felix with a laugh. Just checking in to see how my son was doing in school. Felix opened his mouth to retort, but the soft beep from Peter's watch caught his attention. Peter scanned their surroundings, then flicked his watch on. Yes. A hologram of Arya flickered to life, her voice calm but urgent. Craven is about to land shortly. I thought you'd want to be informed. Peter's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Thanks for the heads up, Arya. Felix's eyes lit up with a smirk of his own. Can I come? Peter grinned. Hope you brought your suit. Never leave home without it. That's my boy. Chapter 204, Craven the Hunter. Third person's POV. At a secluded airstrip under the bright sky, a sleek, high-tech jet glided down onto the tarmac with practiced grace. Its engines hummed softly as it came to a stop, and the hatch opened with a smooth, hydraulic hiss. A figure stepped out, moving with a predatory grace that suggested he was ready for anything. The man, Craven, wore a leopard print vest with a thick fur collar draped around his shoulders, his look completed by a menacing spear strapped to his back. His dark hair was slicked back, accentuating his sharp, confident features. Behind him, two guards emerged, each holding powerful rifles slung over their shoulders, dressed head to toe in camouflage gear and scanning their surroundings with sharp eyes. Craven descended the steps and set foot on the ground, pausing to take a deep, exaggerated breath as if savoring the air. He closed his eyes and let the scents and sounds of the area wash over him like a hunter attuning to his environment. His lips curled into a wide, almost feral grin, exposing a set of sharp canines. A dark chuckle escaped his throat. Ah. I wasn't expecting company, he sneered. Nor did I announce my arrival to invite such annoyances. His guards shifted uneasily, glancing at each other in confusion. Their confusion turned to alarm as three figures began to appear from in front of them, undoing their invisibility, leaning casually on motorcycles, their silhouettes now fully illuminated by the sun. Each figure was unmistakably clad in a superhero costume, bold logos emblazoned on their chests. Spider-Man stood at the center, his suit's colors glinting under the harsh lights, flanked by White Fang with his silver-white details and Nightwing in his sleek black and blue. Craven's grin only widened at the sight. He laughed, a low, satisfied sound. Ah, my prey delivers itself to me. I've never had a hunt quite so accommodating. Spider-Man scoffed, rolling his eyes. We both know that's not why we're here, Craven. Of course, Craven replied smoothly, his eyes circling Spider-Man and his allies as he spoke. When the territorial predator senses a rival, he issues a warning to protect his domain. I take it that's why you're here, Spider-Man. To warn me, yes. His voice dripped with mockery. Nightwing, still leaning against his motorcycle with his arms crossed, smirked. Does he only talk in hunting metaphors? Craven's head snapped toward him, eyes glittering with amusement. Ah, but doesn't it make our exchange so much more flavorful? All villains have their shtick, White Fang remarked, making air quotes as he added, and Craven's just happens to be the hunt. Nightwing raised an eyebrow, shooting White Fang an amused look. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I never would have guessed Craven the Hunter's theme was hunting. Real subtle. White Fang raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Was that necessary? Nightwing shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not the one stating the obvious. Spider-Man, exasperated, took a step forward to refocus Kraven's attention. Kraven's eyes locked onto him, a calculating glint flickering across his face. But I am no villain, Kraven insisted, his tone shifting to something colder, almost offended. Villains are driven by idealism, elaborate schemes, and whims of grandeur. My goals are primal. Pure. I seek only the thrill of the hunt, a challenge worthy of my skills, the natural order. There is nothing villainous about Mother Nature herself, Spider-Man. Spider-Man snorted, unimpressed. Yeah, I really don't care. Tell it to someone who buys it. Like you said, I'm here to warn you. I don't know what twisted game you think you're playing, but I'm not about to let any innocent person get caught in your crossfire. And for the record, in this little hunt of yours, I'm not the one who'll be getting hunted. Kraven's smirk widened. Oh, I have no interest in those not involved in our game. Bystanders are beneath my notice. My focus is solely on you, Spider-Man. His voice dropped into a dangerous growl. But mark my words, if anyone dares interfere, they will pay dearly. With a long, tired sigh, Spider-Man stepped forward, seemingly unfazed by Kraven's threat. But before Kraven's guards could react, Spider-Man vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing an instant later mere inches from Kraven. His bone claw extended, hovering millimeters from Kraven's throat, a single drop of blood trickling from where the tip grazed his skin. Kraven froze, a flash of shock crossing his face. He dared not even swallow, knowing the claw could easily pierce his skin with one wrong move. You see, Kraven, Spider-Man whispered, his voice low and deadly, I could have taken your head right then, before you even blinked. So, before your ego gets any bigger, remember this, in my city, your games have limits. Threaten my people again, and the only hunt you'll be in is one where you're the prey. The guards were about to fire, but in a blur of movement, both Nightwing and White Fang dispatched them with swift, calculated strikes, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Spider-Man retracted his bone claw, letting it slide back under his skin. I'll put it in terms you might understand, Kraven. A little hunting metaphor for your taste, there's a difference between a predator and an apex predator. You disturb the peace in my territory, and you'll find out firsthand which category I fall under. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then, to everyone's surprise, Kraven chuckled, a deep, unsettling laugh that sent a chill down their spines. You talk a good game, Spider-Man. But I've studied you. You don't kill. You're no predator. You're a herbivore through and through. Spider-Man smirked, mounting his bike and firing up the engine. Even herbivores kill when cornered, Kraven. Just because they don't eat meat doesn't mean they aren't dangerous. Come on, guys. Nightwing did a quick wheelie as he turned his bike toward Kraven, a challenging grin on his face. Just so you know, Kraven, he called over the roar of the engine, there's more than one king of the jungle in this city. With a final smirk, he dropped his bike's front wheel back down and sped off after Spider-Man. White Fang offered a knowing nod, then let out an actual tiger's roar that echoed around the airstrip before he too revved his engine and followed the others, leaving Kraven standing alone in the gathering dusk. Kraven watched them go, his hand drifting to the small spot on his neck where Spider-Man's claw had grazed him. He touched the droplet of blood and lifted his thumb to his mouth, tasting it. His eyes flashed with exhilaration, and he let out a low growl. As their taillights vanished, Kraven traced his fingers across the thin line of blood on his neck, his eyes dark and glittering with a newfound hunger. He licked the blood from his thumb and chuckled darkly to himself. So, the spider has fangs after all. This will be fun. As Spider-Man, Nightwing, and White Fang sped away from the airstrip, Nightwing called out over the roar of their motorcycles, so are we really just going to let him walk? Spider-Man nodded grimly, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. You already know why we can't. Legally, he's covered his tracks. He hasn't done anything we can act on yet, and he's got permits for the weapons he's carrying. He's smart, been playing this game for years. This meeting was just to warn him and make sure his target's set on us. We're narrowing his focus. Spider-Man brows suddenly knitting together in frustration. We've got company. Take them down. On it. Nightwing and White Fang replied in unison. Without missing a beat, Nightwing jumped onto his seat, smoothly balancing atop his speeding bike. Reaching into his utility belt, he pulled out 2 sleek, blue batarangs shaped like his emblem. In a fluid motion, he threw them in opposite directions. The batarangs soared through the air, striking seemingly empty spots that suddenly glitched, revealing 2 cloaked drones. Red lights blinked on each batarang before both drones erupted into sparks, falling in shattered pieces from the sky. Nightwing casually dropped back into his seat, humming a tune as if nothing had happened. White Fang, meanwhile, released the handlebars, his claws extending and glowing with a fierce blue light. With a quick swipe of each hand, he unleashed plasma arcs that homed in on another set of cloaked drones, tearing through them with explosive accuracy. He grabbed the handlebars again, maintaining speed and grinning. Nightwing turned to Spider-Man, picking up their conversation as if they hadn't just destroyed high-tech surveillance. "So, does this mean we have to wait until someone actually gets hurt before we can step in?" Spider-Man's tone was calm, but there was an edge of frustration. "I get it, man. I feel the same way. But we'll keep him in our sights. That's why I'm calling a meeting with everyone, so we can stay alert. Want to handle the honors?" Nightwing's eyes lit up with a grin. "Are you serious? A code yellow?" "Yeah. It's time to make everyone aware we hadn't had an actual meeting in a while." Nightwing pumped his fist in excitement, tapping a small screen on his bike. "Aria, come in." "You there?" Aria's voice replied coolly through his earpiece as she appeared on a small screen. "I'm here." "What's up?" "Call a meeting," Nightwing said, trying to sound serious, but his excitement slipped through. "We've got a code yellow in progress, potential future danger." "I repeat, code yellow. Let everyone know." Aria chuckled faintly. "Heard you the first time, Nightwing. I'll notify the team." Nightwing's cheeks colored slightly as he muttered, "Just do it." A yellow light blinked on Spider-Man's watch, confirming the alert. Spider-Man nodded with satisfaction, knowing the team would get the message and go to the meeting space. A code yellow was meant to raise awareness, a signal to everyone that they were dealing with a potential threat and to keep their eyes sharp. White Fang glanced over at Spider-Man, smirking. "Can we talk about how Nightwing called himself the King of the Jungle back there?" Spider-Man let out a laugh. "No way, really." Nightwing threw them a wounded look. "Oh, come on. It made sense. I got injected with the KOJ serum, it's practically my birthright to say that. You'd have done the same, if not worse." Spider-Man and White Fang laughed, the tension of the encounter with Kraven melting away as they sped down the road. Chapter 205, Code Yellow Meeting. Third Person's POV. Location, Spider Cave. Inside the base, a large, rectangular table dominated the room, displaying a detailed hologram of New York City suspended in midair. Around the table, various heroes were seated in comfortable leather chairs, each with a nameplate displaying their superhero alias in front of them. At the head of the table sat Spider-Man, his relaxed yet commanding posture setting the tone for the meeting. On his right side sat Ghost Spider, Spider-Cat, and Firestar, each of them appearing focused and alert. Opposite them were Scarlet Spider, Nightwing, and Bruce Banner, who shifted uncomfortably in his chair, eyeing his own name tag, Dr. Banner/Hulk. Seated on his armrest, Betty Ross observed the scene with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Leaning casually against the wall behind Spider-Man, White Fang rested beneath the Spider logo, his gaze sharp as he listened to the conversation. Bruce sighed, breaking the silence with a note of discomfort. "Why am I here?" he muttered, his tone tinged with self-doubt. He glanced around, a bit out of place among the costumed heroes. "I'm no hero. Not like the rest of you." Spider-Man shot him a quick thumbs up. "Because you're part of the team, obviously," he replied cheerfully, as if the answer was self-evident. Betty raised her hand, an amused smile playing on her lips. "Team leader, I have a question." Spider-Man snapped his fingers in her direction, giving her the spotlight. "Go ahead, Betty Ross. What exactly is Code Yellow? Why did you gather all of us here?" Betty's brows knitted together in curiosity. "Great question. Code Yellow means we've got a villain in town," Spider-Man explained, his voice growing more serious. "But we can't act against them yet because they haven't done anything overtly criminal. So, this meeting is to set up surveillance and be ready. If they make a move, we'll be there before things get messy or people get hurt. Bruce nodded slowly, his frown softening with understanding. So it's a meeting to establish precautionary measures. Spider-Man grinned. Exactly. Then there's Code Green, which covers minor threats where attendance is optional. Code Blue is a debrief to share intel and updates. Code Red means we've got an immediate threat, a villain attacking directly with potential for major casualties. And then there's Code Black, the end-of-the-world stuff, where if we don't act fast, it's game over. Betty's eyes widened in shock. Code Black. Why is that even an option? A deep sigh echoed from White Fang, who shook his head with a smirk. You'd be surprised how many times there's been a Code Black has been initiated in the past, in the future. But it's a past for me, so it's past, technically, right? Bruce ignored White Fang's musings and scratched his chin thoughtfully. What criteria do you use to define someone as a villain? Ghost Spider leaned forward. Take Kraven, for example. With a quick command, she summoned an image of Kraven onto the hologram, his intense gaze and hunter's gear casting a menacing silhouette on the table. He's one of many on a list of villains we monitor, who we get from an alternate version of us. Arya here, she gestured to their AI companion, who nodded in confirmation, helps us keep an eye on them. Bruce raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Alternate version. Wait a minute. Are you saying this list of villains come from another alternate reality? Ghost Spider nodded, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Yeah. Before the team grew, it was just the two of us, and we got transported to another universe. We saw versions of ourselves, people, and threats that we couldn't even imagine. Arya pulled up holographic images from their journey as Ghost Spider explained, showing alternate versions of heroes and villains, some familiar and others terrifyingly foreign. Bruce's face grew pale as he leaned forward, both hands on his head as if holding onto the remnants of his reality. The concept of the multiverse. It changes everything. There could be an infinite number of us out there. Across the table, Spider-Cat crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. Yeah. I'm still mad I made it onto that villain list in one reality. I mean, apparently, I'm some cat burglar called Black Cat in another world. Really? And my dad's legacy too. Makes me cringe just thinking about it. What I'm most pissed off about is that I totally see myself doing exactly that. Nightwing tapped the table, his expression serious as he redirected everyone's focus. Can we get back to the reason we're here? Kraven. He's likely setting traps across the city to hunt us down. We need to stay sharp. Spider-Man nodded, straightening in his seat. Good call, Nightwing. Kraven's our top priority right now. He turned to Scarlet Spider, his tone decisive. Red, I want you to send out your spiders to keep a close watch on Kraven. We need constant updates on his movements. Scarlet Spider gave a firm nod. Consider it done. Spider-Man's gaze shifted to Arya. Arya, deploy your spider-bots throughout the city to assist. I want every angle covered. Arya saluted, her holographic form flickering. Leave it to me, boss. Nightwing, Firestar, and Spider-Cat, Spider-Man continued, his tone authoritative. Since you three spend the most time patrolling, stay on high alert. You're likely his first targets. The trio exchanged serious nods. But that goes for the rest of us, too, no one should let their guard down. Betty, looking around the room, raised a skeptical eyebrow. Aren't you all taking this a bit too seriously? I mean, you're practically all superhuman. This Kraven guy, he's just one man, right? How dangerous could he really be? Spider-Man's gaze turned steely. Underestimating an opponent is how people get hurt and you are killed. Kraven is a hunter, he's taken down creatures far more powerful than himself. Being stronger or faster or having special abilities doesn't guarantee victory. Skill, strategy, and experience make all the difference in a fight. Betty's expression sobered, and she nodded slowly. You're right. I hadn't considered that. You know. Sometimes I forget that you're all still kids. Bruce glanced at Spider-Man, a newfound respect in his eyes. What can I do to help? Spider-Man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I'm working on a plan with Parker Industries to expand the city's surveillance network. We could use some high-quality cameras. Think you could design something for us to sell to the city? Bruce blinked, surprised. So, you want me to build cameras? Spider-Man chuckled. What, would you rather let the Hulk loose on Kraven? Well, no, but I was expecting something a bit grander. Spider-Man smirked. If you're up for something bigger, I could use your help with a satellite I'm building. I'm studying some runes to enchant it, but I'd like you to review the design. Think you could help with that? Bruce's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across his face. Now that's more like it. Then his brows furrowed as he considered the logistics. Why not just launch the satellite you have now, get a basic surveillance system up in space, then bring it down for upgrades when your magic is ready? Spider-Man's eyes widened. You know, that's actually a pretty solid plan. Let's go with that. Bruce chuckled. All right, leave it to me. Firestar raised her hand, her expression thoughtful. What should we do if we encounter Kraven first? Do we engage him, or wait for backup? Spider-Man took a moment, scanning the room before answering. If he isn't attacking, I want you to keep a close watch on him and avoid engaging. But if he does attack, try to handle it yourself. However, if he proves too difficult, don't hesitate to call for backup. Firestar nodded, absorbing his instructions. Just then, Betty raised her hand, her tone a bit hesitant. Could I be of any use to you guys? No offense, but I don't want to just hang around and depend on everyone else without pulling my weight. A few of the team exchanged encouraging smiles. Spider-Cat leaned forward, intrigued. Do you have any skills we could use? Betty's face brightened with a hint of pride. Well, I've been around weapons my whole life thanks to my father, so I'm actually a pretty good markswoman. Spider-Man placed a thoughtful hand on his chin. I think I've got an idea, though I'm not sure Bruce is going to like it. Bruce's brow furrowed slightly. What is it? Spider-Man sighed, glancing between Betty and Bruce. For both your safety and ours, I was thinking Betty could act as a double agent. If she's close to Ross, she could report back on any plans he's cooking up against us. Both Bruce and Betty's eyes widened. Are you out of your mind? Bruce exclaimed, his expression darkening. Spider-Man raised a hand to calm him. I wanted to suggest this to both of you first, so you could think it through. Bruce, no one understands better than you how obsessed Ross is with you, and not in a good way. But he trusts his daughter. He'd never suspect her. And if he did, I doubt he'd actually harm her. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not putting her in any danger, Bruce said, shaking his head firmly. Betty's expression softened, but there was a resolve in her eyes. Don't I get a say in this? As much as I dislike my father, Spider-Man has a point. My father would never see this coming. And besides, I could keep an eye on him, maybe even keep him from doing anything reckless. Bruce turned to her, his face a mix of anger and concern. It's still too dangerous, don't you get it? If something went wrong, you could be killed. Betty raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Being with you is dangerous, too, but I'm here anyway. Bruce looked visibly hurt, but before he could respond, Betty gently placed a finger over his lips. I didn't mean that in a bad way, Bruce. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not afraid of danger. If I were, I wouldn't be with you in the first place. The last thing I want is for you to keep worrying about my safety. Spider-Man nodded, his tone reassuring. And this wouldn't be immediate. You'd have time to train and would be given tools to protect yourself. Betty glanced between them, her voice steady. I just want to be clear, one of the reasons I left my father was because of his need to control me. I understand that you're worried about me, Bruce, but I also want to have a say in how I can contribute. Bruce let out a small grumble, still clearly uneasy. We'll discuss this later, just the two of us. Betty nodded in agreement. That's fine. As long as we come to a decision together, I'll be okay with it, even if the answer ends up being no. Spider-Man looked around the room, meeting each team member's gaze. Is there anything else anyone wants to go over? The group glanced at each other, exchanging small shakes of their heads. All right then, Spider-Man said, slamming his hand down like a gavel with a sense of finality. Meeting adjourned until further notice. Chapter 206, Peter and Felicia, 2, Slight are 18, Chapter 207, Peter and Felicia are 18. Third person's POV. Peter drew his hand back slowly, then slipped a finger to his mouth with a playful smirk. Sweet, he teased, his voice low. Felicia's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she narrowed her eyes at him. And they call me the tease. With a slight laugh, she leaned forward, capturing his lips in a deep kiss. Her body hummed with lingering pleasure, savoring every moment of the intimacy they'd just shared. As their lips moved together, Peter reached around her, unhooking her bra with practiced ease. Felicia grinned, tossing it across the room, her smirk widening as she gazed at him. Well, look at that, now we're both shirtless. She planted her hands on his chest for leverage and, with a swift motion, swung her body around and stretched out on the bed, giving Peter a mischievous look. She kicked off her jeans and lay back, clad only in her lacy underwear. Come on, she murmured, a glimmer in her eyes. Let's at least get on the bed, I'm not having my first time on the floor like some animal. Peter laughed, a low, warm sound, as he shucked off his pants, leaving him in his boxers. Well, he teased with a grin, we are technically part animal. Felicia rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide the amused smile tugging at her lips. She extended her hand, beckoning him with a playful yet impatient look. Just get over here, you big lovable dork. Peter climbed onto the bed, his fingers gently brushing against her cheek before their lips met again, this time softer, unhurried, as if they had all the time in the world. They broke into soft giggles, hands exploring, lips meeting, until the sound of a door opening downstairs made them both freeze. They exchanged a look of horror as Felicia's eyes widened. Mom. Yeah. I just forgot some files for the case I'm working on, Lydia called from outside her door. Peter didn't hesitate. With a quick thought, he flicked on his invisibility. Felicia sprang up, yanking the covers over herself and tugging Peter down with her, hiding him under the blanket just as her mom cracked open the door. Lydia stepped in, frowning as she took in Felicia, fully tucked into bed. Why are you bundled up so early? She asked, looking her daughter over suspiciously. I got cold. Felicia stammered, forcing an innocent smile. Lydia arched an eyebrow. It's 75 degrees outside. Her gaze shifted around the room, catching sight of the bra lying conspicuously in the corner. Felicia's eyes went wide as she felt Peter's invisible hands teasingly sliding along her sides. She slapped her hand over her mouth, stifling a gasp. Lydia's eyes narrowed. What was that? Oh, that. Felicia forced a laugh. You know that feeling when you're about to sneeze, but then it just doesn't. Lydia didn't look convinced, but she shook her head. Right. Anyway, just saying bye, and remember, no visitors while you're still grounded. Felicia gave a tight nod, her face blazing red as she bit her lip, struggling to hold back her reaction. Got it, no visitors. Lydia shot her a skeptical glance as she closed the door. From outside, they could hear her footsteps, followed by the sound of shuffling through papers in the entryway. Felicia clenched her teeth, barely stifling a soft whimper as Peter's invisible hands continued their playful mischief. Finally, the front door clicked shut. Felicia sprang up, flipping the blanket off and clambering on top of the now visible Peter, her hands flying to his neck as she mock-strangled him. What is wrong with you? She whisper-yelled, shaking him while glaring down at him. My mother was right there. What if she had seen you? Peter just chuckled, his grin as mischievous as ever, and mouthed the words, worth it. Felicia huffed, still pretending to be furious, but a smirk tugged at her lips. 3 for 3 now, Peter sighed dramatically, shaking his head in mock regret. Felicia cocked an eyebrow. 3 for 3. Peter nodded. You're the third person I've almost been caught with in action. Felicia's eyes widened, and then she laughed, her voice light with disbelief. Wait, are you saying Gwen and MJ's parents almost caught you, too? Peter nodded, and with a sly grin, he reached out, pulling her down toward him. Surprised, she relaxed as he kissed her, their laughter and tension melting away as they held each other. Their lips parted, and Felicia arched her back, hovering over him, her breaths coming a little heavier. With a glint in her eye, she whispered, I think I feel something, hard pressing against me. Felicia reached behind and slowly took a hold of Peter's hardened member. Is this a present for little old me? What do you think? Peter asked as he moved his hands around her waist as if appreciating her body, which she was definitely enjoying. She bit her lip as she muttered, "I think we're done with enough foreplay for the evening," she said while reaching down and licking the side of his face, squeezing her hold on his cock. He chuckled and smiled, but then she felt him move a hand, grabbing her ass, making her squeal, her eyes widening. She let out a giggle, and her cheeks turned pink. She moved her hands down and fished his cock from his boxers and slowly began to stroke him. She then slowly moved down towards her and started to grind on his cock with her damp black lingerie. Peter groaned and grabbed her hips, grinding back against her. He watched her move up and down his cock, and he smiled, moving his hands down her legs, his fingers running through her smooth thighs. She let out a quiet breath as her body rocked back and forth, her eyes closing. She moved her hands along his chest, tracing his muscles. She moved her hands, feeling his chest, and leaned forward, pressing her body against his. She felt his hands move along her sides, and she moaned as his hands explored her. She felt a wave of heat rise to her cheeks as he ran his hands down her body. Felicia's heart raced, and she let out a breathless gasp. Peter's cock rubbed between her legs, and she moaned, moving her hands along his chest. She pressed her face into his neck, inhaling his scent, and then whispered, "I can't take this anymore, I never wanted anyone so badly before." She reached down and shifted her underwear off to the side, pressing both of their privates together. Felicia moaned as she felt the heat of his cock directly on her pussy lips, her body trembling. "Oh fuck, it feels good," she whispered and began to grind on him. She closed her eyes and moved her head back, moaning softly, feeling her wetness coat his cock. Peter grabbed her hips and started to push his dick inside her, making her squeal. She bit her lip, and her face flushed as she felt her walls stretch. Luckily, due to her training, her hymen was broken, but that didn't mean it didn't feel weird having her insides invaded for the first time. She let out a quiet moan as her body shivered, feeling the pressure on her walls, and her heart thudded in her chest. "Aya," she cried and started to thrust her hips, slowly, pushing him further and deeper inside her. "Oh God, it's so big, you're stretching me, oh fuck." She moaned, moving her hips faster. Peter grunted and started to meet her thrusts, driving his cock further inside her. He moved his hands and squeezed her ass, and she moaned, arching her back, feeling her pussy stretch. Peter grunted and pushed his cock deeper, and Felicia gasped, her body tensing, feeling him stretch her. "Oh my God, yes, harder. I want it harder, Peter." He pushed her further, making her groan. Her walls tightened around his cock, and her breathing quickened, her hands gripping his shoulders. Her eyes rolled back, and her mouth opened wide as she arched her back, moaning and grunting. She closed her eyes and moaned, feeling her juices running down her legs. "Ah, that's it. Fuck me harder." "Yes." She cried and thrust her hips faster, feeling his cock push deeper. Her body shook, and she clenched her jaw, gritting her teeth. "Oh God. Oh God." She yelled and her whole body went rigid, her hands digging into his shoulders, her pussy convulsing around his dick as she was still sensitive from her first orgasm. He growled and pulled her down, driving his cock deep, her pussy tightening around him, her body shaking as she orgasmed. "Oh my God, that's it. Yes." Her juices gushed around his cock, and her body quivered, her eyes rolling back. She gasped, her body going limp, her hands slipping from his shoulders. He pulled her down and drove his cock deep, holding her hips as he grunted. Felicia's heart raced, and she closed her eyes, gasping. She fell back and panted, her body shivering. "God, that was amazing. I now know why MJ calls you a tiger," she said, looking at him with lust. He smiled, and he kissed her, then rolled over on top of her, his arms wrapping around her. She moaned and closed her eyes, her breathing slowing. She felt his hands move along her back, his fingers trailing over her spine, and her skin tingled, her heart beating fast. She felt his fingers move down her back, and then she moaned, his fingers massaging her ass. He continued to pump his cock in and out of her, his fingers kneading her ass, and her body trembled. She moved her hands along his back, and her legs wrapped around his waist, her feet moving along his ass, pulling him closer. She gasped, her pussy tightening. "God, Peter." She moaned, her body tensing, her eyes fluttering, and she gripped his shoulders. She bit down on his shoulders, her teeth sinking into his skin, and he groaned, his hand squeezing her ass. She felt her juices running down her legs as she clenched her pussy. She let out a groan, her nails digging into his skin, and she cried out, her back arching, her body trembling, and her head tilted back, her eyes rolling. He growled, and he slammed his hips forward, making her cry out, her body shaking. Oh, God. Fuck. Her pussy clenched, and her juices ran down her thighs. She groaned and fell back, panting. Peter grunted and pulled her hips, slamming his cock deeper, and her eyes fluttered. Yes, please don't stop, she pleaded, her pussy tightening. Fuck, Peter, don't stop. He groaned, his hips slamming into hers, his hands squeezing her ass. Oh God, please. Please. She cried and moaned, her pussy convulsing. Her body shivered, and her toes curled, her nails digging into his shoulders. Yes. Oh God, Peter. She yelled and moaned, her nails raking across his skin, and her body quivered. Oh, God, yes. She cried and her head rolled back, her back arching, her breasts rubbing against his chest. Her eyes rolled, and she screamed, her body convulsing, her legs trembling. He let out a low growl, and he grunted, his cock pulsing inside her. It's my safe day today, you can do it inside, she moaned as she felt his cock twitch inside her. Peter let out a low growl, and her pussy clenched, his cum filling her. She panted and fell back, her legs trembling, her heart racing. She closed her eyes and moaned, her body shuddering. She smiled and kissed him, then sighed. That was amazing, she said, her eyes opening, her breathing slowing. He looked down at her, and his eyes met hers. It was, he said, his voice low, his gaze intense. She smiled and wrapped her arms around him, her hand stroking his chest. Thank you, she said, kissing him. For what? He asked. For everything, she said, her voice soft, her smile genuine. Chapter 208, Pillow Talk. Third person's POV. Peter cradled Felicia gently in his arms, their breathing gradually slowing as they basked in the peaceful aftermath of their intimate moments. The sheets were tangled around their legs. Felicia lay comfortably on his chest, tracing lazy, abstract circles with her finger against his skin, her touch sending small shivers down his spine. She gazed up at him with eyes that sparkled in the soft light, the corners of her lips curving into a subtle smile. Peter noticed her stare and raised an eyebrow, tilting his head down to meet her eyes. What? He asked, a playful note in his voice. I don't know, she said with a shrug, her smile growing. I just like staring at you. Peter's lips turned up in a smirk. I mean, I like staring at me too, he said with arrogance, his eyes dancing with mischief. So it's very understandable. Felicia rolled her eyes, chuckling as she swatted his chest lightly. Where did this insufferable ego of yours come from? Were you born with it, or did you develop it somewhere along the way? She teased, arching an eyebrow in challenge. Peter's smirk softened, his gaze turning contemplative as he weighed his response. Do you want the joke answer or the serious, deep dive into the soul answer? He asked, his voice dropping to a more earnest tone. Felicia's expression shifted, the teasing glint in her eyes replaced by genuine curiosity. I definitely want the serious answer. I want to know the real Peter Parker, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, laden with hope and sincerity. Peter drew in a slow breath, his chest rising and falling beneath her hand. When my parents died, I was a mess. An emotional wreck. I blamed myself, and I was angry at the world, angrier at myself. The self-loathing phase I went through, it wasn't pretty. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were terrified for me. His eyes turned distant as he spoke, as if seeing that troubled boy from long ago. One night, I got up to use the bathroom, and as I passed their room, I heard Aunt May crying. She was whispering to Uncle Ben, telling him how worried she was about me. Felicia's breath hitched, her hand stilling its movements on his chest as her eyes widened as she didn't expect it to go that deep. Hearing her cry, it shattered something inside me. I realized I wasn't the only one hurting. They'd lost my parents too, and there I was, just adding to their pain. He fell silent, the room heavy with emotion. The soft hum of the city outside was the only sound between them for a moment. So I put on a mask, he continued, voice steady but low. I told them and myself I was fine, that I was more than fine, that I was invincible. I made them laugh to make up for the times I'd made them cry. Felicia's eyes overflowed, a tear slipping down her cheek as she covered her mouth. Peter reached out, brushing away her tears with his thumb, his touch tender. Have you ever heard the saying, tell a lie long enough, and it becomes the truth? That's what happened. I wore that mask so well, for so long, that it stopped being a mask. It fused to who I am. And now, I really do believe I'm the best there is. Felicia pushed herself up, shifting to get a better look at him. Her eyes were soft, full of sadness and admiration. I wasn't expecting that, she whispered, her voice cracking as she wiped her own tears. I didn't know it was so deep, so painful. Peter offered a small, sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Believe it or not, I've never told anyone that before. You're the first, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Felicia blinked, her surprise giving way to a bright, watery grin. Really? Just me? She asked, almost disbelieving. Peter nodded, his ears turning red. Yeah. A mischievous sparkle returned to Felicia's eyes as she fist-pumped the air. A Felicia Hardy exclusive. She leaned down, pressing a playful kiss to his lips. Best pillow talk ever, she whispered against him. Peter chuckled, wrapping his arms around her as he deepened the kiss. This is far from being our last, in fact it's actually our first, he promised softly. Felicia snuggled against him, the warmth of his body seeping into her own. She tilted her head up, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Now, what would you have said if I'd picked the joke answer? Peter's grin turned teasing. Sorry, can't tell you. That's why it was a choice. Felicia's eyes widened in mock outrage. What? Come on, please see. She batted her eyelashes dramatically, her pout making her lips irresistibly enticing. I'll give you lots of kisses. Peter's expression shifted, turning deadly seriousness. Deal, he said, before his smirk returned, making both of them burst into laughter. The joke answer? He lifted his chin, adopting an exaggerated pose with his thumb and forefinger under it. I would have said I was born this way. Just look at this face. He winked. The universe looked down and said, Peter Parker, you were born to be excellent. How could I refuse such a calling? Felicia groaned, pressing her palm to her forehead as she laughed. I asked for it, so I can't even be mad. Peter's playful demeanor dropped as he leaned forward, his expression undoubtedly serious, eyes glinting with a touch of mischief. Now for my kisses, I want everything paid in full, no shortages, no skimping. Felicia's laughter faded into a smile as she rolled her eyes. Oh, come here, my big lovable dork. She pulled him in, their lips meeting in a flurry of rapid kisses, on his forehead, his cheeks, his nose, even his jaw. Each peck was quick and warm, leaving trails of sensation until she finally pressed her mouth to his in a deep, lingering kiss that stole the breath from them both. They sank into each other once more, the world outside fading to nothing but the heat between them. Peter was slipping on his boxers while Felicia lay sprawled on her side, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. She propped her head up on one hand, her silver hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall down her bare shoulder, eyes glinting with mischief. As Peter reached for his pants, a sudden impulse overtook Felicia, a gleam of playfulness flickering in her eyes. Without second-guessing, she raised her hand and swung it down in a sharp, playful smack across his behind. Smack. The sound echoed through the quiet room. Peter froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He slowly turned to look at Felicia, one hand cradling the stung cheek with a look that screamed, "Have you lost your mind?" Felicia's own eyes mirrored the shock of her action. She let out a squeak, yanked the blanket up, and hid beneath it like a child caught in mischief. Her muffled voice quivered with a mix of embarrassment and laughter. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Peter's brows knitted together, a sly grin spreading across his face as he prowled toward the bed. Oh, you didn't mean to, huh? He lifted the blanket and dove in, fingers dancing on her sides in relentless tickles. I'll show you, I didn't mean to. Felicia burst into a fit of giggles, writhing beneath the sheets as she gasped for air. Ah ha ha ha. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. No one, ha ha ha, told you, ah ha ha, to have such a, hee, fat ass. Peter paused, feigning offense, and Felicia's eyes welled up with mirthful tears as she shook her head. He leaned back, catching his breath and smirking at her flushed face. I think you've learned your lesson, he said playfully. Felicia sucked in a few deep breaths, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Duly noted. Next time, I'll be more gentle, she teased, the corner of her lips tugging upward. Peter rolled his eyes, chuckling as he bent down to press a lingering kiss on her lips. The touch was warm and familiar, leaving them both momentarily breathless. He stood and pulled on his pants, walking to the window where a soft breeze flowed in. A spider drone hovered nearby, its sensors whirring as it deposited a neatly folded shirt into Peter's outstretched hand. He tugged it on and turned to face Felicia, giving her a casual two-fingered salute. "Bye, love you," he said, before diving backward out of the window, disappearing into the dusk with a shimmer of invisibility. Felicia exhaled softly, a tender smile blossoming on her face as she hugged her pillow and rolled onto her back. "I love you too," she whispered into the quiet room. Her expression hardened, eyes narrowing as a new determination sparked within them. "That ass is mine," she muttered. "I'll sink my teeth into that literal ass, even if it's the last thing I do." As Peter swung through the city, the cool wind ruffling his hair, the sun now setting over the skyscrapers, casting long shadows on the streets below, he decided to make a quick stop at the lab for a final check-in before calling it a day. He uncloaked himself upon landing and stepped inside, his hands tucked into his pockets. A familiar voice, crisp and sweet, greeted him. "Welcome, Father," Arya, the AI system, chimed, her tone carrying a touch of warmth. "Hello, sweetheart," Peter responded, smiling. "Where is everyone? Would you like a full report on all active time clones, or just those present in the hideout?" Arya's digital hologram flickered in the air beside him. Peter chuckled. "Just those inside." Arya's projection blinked before listing the occupants. Mommy Gwen is in her lab working on new products for Parker Industries, Mama MJ is overseeing the Daily Bugle's online portal, Ms. Betty is training in the VR chamber, while Dr. Banner is collaborating with Uncle Harry in the testing room. "Thanks, Arya." Peter gave her a nod before heading down to the testing room. He found Harry in the center of the lab, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bruce was hunched over a console, running diagnostics. Harry spotted Peter and beamed. "Oh, Pete. Just in time." Peter raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's going on?" Harry waved him over. "Stand next to Bruce. You're going to love this." Peter joined Bruce, exchanging a glance with the doctor, who simply smirked. Harry tapped a button on his utility belt, then vaulted off the ground with a graceful flip. In a heartbeat, a sleek machine zipped across the room, catching Harry midair. It hovered beneath him, its glossy black and blue surface gleaming with the Nightwing emblem. Peter's jaw dropped as Harry stabilized on the hoverboard-like device. "You've got to be kidding me. Did he seriously create the Green Goblin's glider?" Harry laughed, the thrill of success radiating from him. "I call it, the Nightwing." He paused, eyes wide with pride. "Get it? Night Wing. And I'm flying." Peter's surprise gave way to a grin. "Impressive work, Harry. You and Bruce outdid yourselves." "Thanks, man," Harry said, his chest puffed up with pride. "It's powered by a hover-tech system we perfected and has electromagnetic connectors to keep me glued in place during high-speed maneuvers." He lifted a foot and stamped it back down, demonstrating its stability. "What do you think?" Peter shook his head, a chuckle escaping his lips. "It's incredible. Truly next level." Harry's grin widened. "Coming from you, that's high praise." Chapter 209, Family Road Trip, 1. Third Person's POV. "So, what else can that thing do?" Peter asked, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he glanced at Harry. The high-tech glider hummed softly below Harry. Harry's face broke into a confident grin, and he puffed out his chest with pride. "I'm glad you asked," he said, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Well, apart from the standard features like invisibility, flying, hovering, basically the usual tech, it boasts a grappling and tethering system." He paused for dramatic effect, letting Peter's interest peak further. "It's equipped with high-tension grappling hooks that can be fired out to attach to structures or even ensnare enemies. The tethers can also be used for rescue operations or quick mid-flight redirections." To demonstrate, Harry pressed a button on his wrist console. A compartment on the front of the glider slid open with a mechanical whir, launching a sleek grappling hook that latched onto a nearby metal beam. In a split second, Harry was whisked forward, the glider responding fluidly as it spun him around and brought him back to his starting point with ease. Interesting, Peter muttered, eyebrows raised as he took in the glider's seamless maneuvering. Oh, that's just the beginning, Harry continued, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. It also has miniature railguns. At his command, 2 side compartments of the glider unfolded, revealing the small but powerful weapons. In a blink, they emitted quick bursts of red, laser-like concussive rounds that dissipated into the air. These are non-lethal, of course, designed to incapacitate targets without causing permanent harm. And before you ask, they're synced with my mask for targeting, pinpoint accuracy with minimal effort. Peter nodded, watching in fascination as Harry's hands moved expertly over the glider's control panel. The next feature was showcased with a flick of Harry's fingers. Holographic display projectors, Harry said. A thin beam of light shot out, conjuring a 3D image of a city map. Great for tricking enemies or sharing information with allies on the fly, he added with a sly grin. The projection flickered out of existence as quickly as it had appeared. Not to mention the gyroscopic stabilizers, Harry continued, which keep me steady during sudden shifts in direction or momentum. He jumped off the glider and retrieved his phone from his utility belt, holding it horizontally. With a few taps, the Nightwing soared into the air, twisting and spinning with acrobatic precision. Remote command mode, Harry announced, a note of reverence in his voice. I think I'm falling in love with this thing, he sighed, a wistful smile crossing his face. Careful, Lizzie might get jealous, Peter teased, smirking. His expression grew more serious as he posed his next question. Why use remote control instead of a neural link? Range limitations, Harry explained, tilting the phone to direct the glider back. The neural link works well for close-range commands when I'm in the suit, but with this remote, I can control it and see exactly what it sees, even from a large distance. He lifted the phone a fraction, causing the glider to hover just above the ground. Oh, and there's one more thing, Harry said, his smile broadening. He pressed another button, and the glider shifted with a series of smooth clicks and mechanical folds until it compacted into a sleek, futuristic skateboard. Ta-da! He spread his arms like a showman. Collapsible form, cool, right? Peter chuckled, an amused lilt in his voice. I'm happy for you, he said, his tone more questioning than congratulatory. What's that? Jealous? Harry teased, placing a hand over his chest in mock humility. Don't worry, I'll let you help design a few for the rest of the team. It won't be a Nightwing exclusive. Peter rolled his eyes, though a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I'm more worried about how obsessed you sound with this thing. Just keep it as a Nightwing special, like you don't use the spider legs. Your call, Harry said with a playful shrug, scratching his cheek thoughtfully. Actually, I was thinking of taking it out for a test run. You cool with that? Hold on, Bruce's deep voice interrupted as his eyes scanned the glider's systems. Let's do one last systems check before you take it out. Minutes later, after a thorough inspection, Bruce gave a nod of approval. Everything checks out. You're good to go. Harry's eyes gleamed as he jumped, and the glider swooped beneath him, catching him smoothly. With a quick tap on his watch, his civilian clothes morphed into the sleek black and green of Nightwing's suit. He glanced over at Peter, giving him a 2-finger salute. See you tomorrow. Before he could ascend, Peter shot forth a web, adhering to the glider's tail and causing it to dip. Nightwing turned back, one eyebrow raised. Dude. Need I remind you that our doppelgangers are still out there? How do you think it'll look if they see 2 identical Nightwings in different places? Peter quipped, raising an eyebrow. Harry's face fell in realization. Ah, good point. He lifted his watch to his mouth. Arya, call me. We need to coordinate a role swap. As Harry zoomed away, Peter turned to Bruce, who was already tinkering with another project. How's that thing coming along? Peter asked, voice tinged with anticipation. Bruce didn't glance up. Which thing? Weaponizing my girlfriend or the satellite? Peter winced. Still mad about that, huh? And I meant the satellite. Bruce sighed, putting down his tools for a moment. I'm not mad, exactly. I'm not about to Hulk out or anything. Just a bit bitter. She and I talked, came to an agreement, but it does mean more time apart while she's on a dangerous mission. Look, I'm really sorry, Peter said earnestly, rubbing the back of his neck. But she's the only one who can do it. Sometimes tech isn't enough. Besides, you could use that holopen to disguise yourself and be there with her to make it seem like she had really moved on from Bruce Banner. Bruce's expression softened slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. As for the satellite, it's ready. We can launch it tomorrow. Oh, and I managed to make those CCTVs you asked for. Peter's eyes lit up. Bruce, I could hug you right now. Bruce narrowed his eyes playfully. Please don't. Too late, my arms are already opening. You're a weird kid, Bruce said, a smile finally breaking through. You know that, right? Peter grinned. Yeah, I get that a lot. The next day. Peter and Gwen had been wrapped in peaceful slumber, the early morning light just beginning to filter through the window. Gwen's head was nestled comfortably against Peter's chest, and his chin rested gently atop her hair, both enjoying the warmth they shared. It was the perfect, serene start to what promised to be a busy day. But that peace shattered in an instant. Both their eyes snapped open simultaneously, and a deep sigh of shared exasperation passed between them. Peter. Gwen muttered, her frown deepening as she buried her face further into his chest. Yeah. Peter responded with a look that matched her frustration. I'm really starting to hate my spidey senses, she grumbled, right as their alarm blared to life, piercing the quiet. Peter groaned but reached out a hand, shooting a thin strand of web at his phone and silencing the noise. I know what you mean, but we have a big day ahead of us, he said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head, his tone softening. Gwen let out a low moan of protest, the weight of sleep tugging her eyelids back down. It's Sunday. I should be waking up when I please, she complained, her voice tinged with a small, reluctant pout. Peter laughed, the sound vibrating in his chest. I wish. But come on, we've got work to do. With shared reluctance, they got up, moving in a synchronized dance around the room as they prepared for the day. The house was filled with the warm aroma of breakfast as they made their way downstairs to join Aunt May and Uncle Ben. The morning sun shone through the kitchen window, casting a golden glow over the table where their family sat. Uncle Ben leaned back in his chair, a warm smile on his face as he watched them take their seats. So, any big plans today, or is it just the usual spider business? He asked with a raised brow. Peter swallowed a spoonful of cereal before answering, actually, today's a bit different. We're launching a satellite we built into space. Aunt May's eyes widened, her fork pausing midair. A satellite? Are you serious? She asked, a mix of surprise and disbelief coloring her tone. Gwen nodded, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Yeah, Peter actually managed to build one, and Bruce made a few final adjustments. We're sending it up today. Uncle Ben's brows shot up in surprise, but then an expression of genuine curiosity settled on his face. Can we come along? You know, we've never even seen your hideout. Both Peter and Gwen exchanged glances, their surprise mirroring one another. Wait, you guys haven't been to our hideout? Peter asked, blinking. Seriously, you'd want to watch? Gwen added, her eyebrows arching. Of course. Uncle Ben scoffed. You're launching something into space, Peter. That's not exactly an everyday event. Peter paused for a moment, his eyes thoughtful. I guess you really haven't, or I haven't really invited you guys for Aunt May's sake for the less she knows the more at ease she would be. Sweetheart, Aunt May said with a small, knowing smile, there's no such thing as more at ease when it comes to you, you fight crime for a living. Peter looked at her sheepishly. Fair enough. Gwen's smile grew as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Should I invite my dad, too? I think he'd be interested. Peter grinned and shrugged. Why not? The more, the merrier. Gwen nodded, he'll be excited, she said, her smile widening at the thought. Peter's eyes lit up suddenly, and he began drumming at the table playfully. You guys know what this means, right? His eyes darted between their faces, waiting for their response. All three exchanged puzzled looks. Family road trip. Peter exclaimed, throwing his arms up in the air triumphantly. Aunt May's smile softened, and she laughed, the sound warming the room. That actually sounds nice. Peter bounced to his feet, his energy contagious as he headed toward the stairs. I'll go and get ready. Gwen looked after him, shaking her head as she took out her phone. I guess I'll go and call my dad. Chapter 210, Family Road Trip, 2. Third person's POV. I'll be the one driving, Uncle Ben said, raising his hand. Peter tossed him the keys with a teasing look. What? You don't trust me to drive? I trust you to go unnecessarily fast, Uncle Ben scoffed as he caught the keys with one hand. As they headed out, they found MJ waiting for them, one hand in her sweater pocket. Yo. She raised a hand in greeting. After properly saying hello to Aunt May and Uncle Ben, she walked over to Peter and kissed him on the cheek before they all got into the car. Peter sat in the middle between Gwen and MJ, while Uncle Ben drove with Aunt May in the front. They drove up to Gwen's house and found George Stacy waiting out front. To make room, Gwen sat up and moved onto Peter's lap while MJ shifted to the middle, and George sat next to her. Hey, father-in-law, it's been a minute, hasn't it? Peter said teasingly. George gave Peter a deadpan look, then glanced at Gwen on Peter's lap. You didn't come home last night. I was, over at Peter's, Gwen said, blushing and looking away, unable to meet her father's eyes. I figured as much. Imagine coming home from work and not seeing your daughter when you go to tuck her into bed, George replied. Gwen glared. I'm 15, almost 16. I don't need to be tucked into bed. Buffed, Peter covered his mouth, which earned him an elbow from Gwen. Shut it, she muttered. George let out a sigh. Oh, how fast they grow. Please stop, Gwen groaned. Don't make me regret inviting you. George raised a hand in surrender. I'm just saying, it would be nice to come home one day and find you resting in bed when you're supposed to be alone, he said, pointedly glancing at Peter. MJ sat quietly, hands on her lap, trying not to get involved in their exchange. A few minutes later, using Aria as a navigation system, they were led to the hideout. The wall in front of them flickered as they drove into the subway tunnel. George turned to Peter and said, Now I know why we've never been able to find you. Peter grinned proudly. Yeah, I'm very good at covering our tracks. After parking the car, Peter began to guide them through the base. Bienvenido a Casa de Araña, welcome to the House of Spiders, he said, spreading his arms wide. I thought we were calling it the Spider Cave. MJ asked, tilting her head in confusion. I'm just throwing names out there to see which one sticks, Peter explained. George, Ben, and May looked around in awe as Peter showed them everything. This is insane, Uncle Ben muttered, unable to stop looking around. Tell me about it, George added, equally fascinated. Are some of these things even legal? Don't worry about the legality of things, Peter said, waving off George's concern. Excuse me? Just because it's my day off doesn't mean I stop being a cop. I'll always worry about the legality of things, George said, narrowing his eyes at Peter suspiciously. Anyway, this is where we showcase our suits in commemoration of all the ones we've made, Peter said, motioning towards the large display cases, sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. George continued to stare at Peter, narrowing his eyes but letting it go for the moment. Just then, Bruce Banner appeared, wearing a lab coat and his usual glasses, hands in his pockets. Oh, Peter, you're here. I take it you invited them to see the launch. Yeah, I wanted you to meet my Uncle Ben and Aunt May. And this here is my future father-in-law. Everyone, meet Bruce Banner, a scientist, Peter said, introducing them. Bruce shook their hands as George Stacy looked at him with narrowed eyes. You're that Bruce Banner, aren't you? Bruce adopted an awkward expression as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, Peter's giving me a place to lay low for a bit until I can handle my problem. Bruce's neck turned slightly green, and his head twisted slightly as he grimaced. Hulk isn't the problem. Banner is the problem. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and George stared at Bruce, speechless. Bruce rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. Sorry, he does that sometimes. Just then, Harry, Lizzie, Felix, and Felicia appeared. Harry raised his hands and exclaimed, "Let's send something into space." Woo-woo, before freezing at the sight of everyone and looking away in embarrassment. Aunt May hugged Felix upon seeing him. "You haven't come to visit. You should come over more often." George leaned over to Uncle Ben, confused. "So, who's that? And why is May so familiar with him?" Uncle Ben leaned closer and whispered, "That's Peter's kid from the future." "Huh?" George asked, eyes wide. "As in Gwen's and Peter's kid from the future?" "Yeah, no, more like Peter and the girl next to Felix," Uncle Ben said with an awkward expression. "What?" George growled. "I'll explain it later," Uncle Ben said, exasperated, thinking, "Peter, I'm going to actually kill you for putting me in this situation. What's everyone standing around for?" "Let's go see that satellite," Peter said smugly, marching ahead and trying to ignore the conversation he'd overheard between Uncle Ben and George. Peter led them to a room where a short but thick blue and red satellite rested on a large table. Uncle Ben tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't it kind of small to be a proper satellite?" Aunt May nodded in agreement. "When you mentioned building a satellite, I was expecting something larger." "It's not the size that matters but how you use it," Peter said, trying to sound wise. "Ha!" Felicia chuckled. Aunt May slapped him on the back. "Peter," she chastised. Sorry. But it's actually bigger than this, it's in a compressed state right now. When we take it out, you'll see how big this bad boy truly is," Peter said proudly, hoisting it over his shoulder with one hand. "Shall we get going?" he asked. Everyone nodded, and they made their way to an available vehicle. Peter placed the satellite in the trunk. Bruce drove one of the cars with Betty by his side, while Uncle Ben drove another. Harry and Felix chose to ride motorcycles. They sped off from the hideout, traveling out of the city and into an open field, far from civilization. As they stepped out of their vehicles, everyone stretched after the long ride. Ben and George then retrieved the satellite from the trunk. "Whoa," they both grunted. "This is heavier than it looks," George said, surprised by the weight that Peter had carried so easily. They set it down, and Peter said, "Now, press the button near your finger, father-in-law." George shot him a look. "Stop calling me that." Peter shrugged. "Just calling you George sounds weird and disrespectful." "Then call me Mr. Stacy." "Too formal," Peter retorted. George rolled his eyes and pressed the button. He and Uncle Ben took a few steps back as the satellite began to expand, growing taller and bulkier until it reached about 10 meters in height. "Whoa!" Most of them muttered, amazed by the transformation. "Now, who would like to do the honors?" Peter asked, pulling a tablet from the car. "Oh, can I do it?" Aunt May asked excitedly. Peter handed her the tablet with a weird look. "What?" she asked, taking it. "I'd like to send something into space too, all right? Don't judge me." Peter raised his hands in surrender. "I'm not saying anything." He guided her through the process. "Press this part and then slide it all the way up." Aunt May's fingers moved eagerly over the control panel. Thrusters appeared at the base of the satellite. "Shall we do a countdown?" Aunt May asked, her eyes gleaming. Peter chuckled. "Hell yeah, we should." 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aunt May pressed the big red button with a wide grin. "And blast off," she whispered. The roar of the rockets filled the air as the satellite lifted off, leaving a trail of smoke as it soared into the sky. Everyone's gaze followed it until it disappeared into the clouds. Peter tapped an icon on the tablet, projecting a holographic image of the satellite as it ascended. "Activate cloaking system," Peter ordered Arya. The satellite turned invisible, though it remained visible on the hologram as it sped through the sky. Numbers showing its altitude appeared beside the holographic display. "It's breaching the atmosphere," Peter reported. They watched as the satellite reached the weightlessness of space, the vastness of the universe stretching out before them, leaving everyone in awe. "Ladies and gentlemen, launch has been a success," Peter said, snapping his fingers smugly. Chapter 211, Family Road Trip, 3. Third Person's POV. As they stood beneath the soft blue glow of the holographic projection, the satellite floated majestically above them in vivid, three-dimensional detail. Uncle Ben, with a curious glint in his eye, leaned in and asked, "So what exactly does this thing do? What are some of its main functions?" Peter's eyes lit up as he began to explain, gesturing enthusiastically with his hands. "Well, I'm so glad you asked. Primarily, it's used for global surveillance and monitoring," he began, excitement lacing his words. "It monitors criminal activities in real time and analyzes them worldwide. There's an AI algorithm embedded within that predicts potential threats or criminal patterns based on a mountain of collected data. It also features an early warning system for natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes." Peter's voice picked up speed as he continued, "It has an advanced communication system with a secure, encrypted network. It can deploy power sources to critical infrastructures like hospitals during outages. It also boasts high-resolution telescopes for space mapping and studying cosmic events." As he spoke, Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and George Stacy exchanged glances, their faces reflecting both amazement and bewilderment. Peter, oblivious to their expressions, pressed on, his fingers ticking off each feature. "You've seen the cloaking system already. But it also has ultra-high-resolution cameras that can capture images with incredible detail for surveillance, mapping, and analysis. It's equipped with infrared and thermal imaging to detect heat signatures, which comes in handy for search and rescue missions or identifying hidden threats." He paused to catch his breath, only to dive right back in. "There's real-time facial recognition software for identifying individuals and analyzing expressions for threat assessment. It has multi-spectrum scanning, like X-ray and LiDAR capabilities, that can penetrate structures and create detailed 3D maps of urban and underground spaces. There's ultraviolet detection for analyzing cosmic phenomena or locating chemical and biological traces. It even performs spectral analysis to detect energy emissions, from radiation leaks to alien technology." Peter held up both hands and then resorted to reusing fingers as he continued. "And then there's high-speed data transmission. For example, quantum communication allows for encrypted, instantaneous data transfer between the satellite and ground operatives. It can broadcast information securely with almost no lag across the globe." Uncle Ben's eyes widened as Peter still wasn't finished. "Enhanced navigation and GPS features allow for pinpoint accurate tracking, ideal for rescue missions or targeting in difficult environments. It also assists in air traffic, maritime navigation, and ground operations with real-time path correction. And, as a defense mechanism, it has a GPS jammer that can disable enemy positioning systems to disrupt their coordination." Peter finished, beaming. "Did you catch all that?" He looked around to see Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and George Stacy staring at him, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. They slowly shook their heads. Peter chuckled. "Well, anyway, I call it the ASE, pronounced Ace, the all-seeing eye. Ta-da." He added a flourish with jazz hands. "Silence," I said. "Ta-da." Peter's tone was more insistent this time, which earned a few hesitant claps. The sound was light and uncertain, but it made him grin wider. Thank you," Peter said, offering a playful bow. "Now, shall we take a picture to commemorate this special occasion?" "That's actually a nice idea," Aunt May said, nodding with approval. "We'll use the satellite to take the picture, making it the first ever photo taken from it." "So, who's in?" Peter asked, a spark of mischief dancing in his eyes. "I like the sound of that," Harry said, an intrigued smile on his face. "All right, everyone, gather up," Peter said, motioning for the group to huddle closer. As they moved together, a sudden shift caught their attention. Bruce's neck tensed and shifted to a pale green, thick veins straining against his skin. "Hulk wants to be in the picture too," a deep, rumbling voice demanded. Everyone flinched and cast wary looks at Bruce. He took a deep breath and whispered harshly, "I told you to stop doing that. Hulk doesn't listen to Banner." The green tinge grew more pronounced. Bruce closed his eyes, regaining control with visible effort. He opened them again, embarrassed and flushed. "Sorry about that, again." Peter chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on Bruce's arm. "Don't sweat it, big guy. We'll take 2 pictures, one with Bruce and one with Hulk." Aunt May set down the holographic projector, which shifted to display an aerial view of them from the satellite's high-tech vantage point. The blue hologram shimmered as it captured the group's outline from far above. "All right, strike a pose," Peter shouted, raising his hands to make the iconic Spider-Man gesture. "Don't be silly," Aunt May said, playfully swatting at Peter's arm. Hearing her, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, Harry, and Lizzie all sheepishly dropped their arms after mimicking Peter's pose, exchanging glances to make sure Aunt May hadn't caught them. Peter shared a grin with Harry, who leaned forward with his hands resting on his knees. Peter slung an arm over Harry's shoulder, both of them smirking like they were sharing an inside joke. The rest of the group settled into position. Aunt May stood close to Uncle Ben, both of them smiling warmly. Betty beamed as she pressed her cheek against Bruce's arm, her smile full of cheer. George Stacy laid a protective hand on Gwen's head, her expression deadpan but softened by a hint of affection in her eyes. The satellite above captured the scene as the group posed, a moment frozen in time. Once they confirmed the photo had been taken, Peter turned to Bruce with a mischievous smile. "All right, your turn, big guy. The Hulk wants his photo op." Bruce Banner, ever reluctant, let out a low groan. He removed his glasses, handing them to Betty with a resigned sigh. The group instinctively stepped back, their eyes wide with anticipation. Peter stood his ground, excitement bubbling in his veins. Bruce took a breath, spreading his arms as if to embrace the inevitable. "All right, big fella, let's do this." The transformation was as dramatic as ever. Bruce's body contorted, muscles swelling, and skin shifting to a deep, vibrant green. The fabric of his clothes changed and grew against his growing frame. The ground trembled as Bruce completed his shift into the Hulk, who now loomed over the group, eyes glowing with an intense emerald light. When the metamorphosis finished, the Hulk sat down with a heavy thud, the impact sending ripples through the earth and making a few of them stumble. Hulk's immense chest heaved as he looked around, surveying the familiar faces. He yanked off his lab coat and shirt, tossing them aside like ragged paper. His lips split into a broad, toothy grin. "Hulk ready for picture," he thundered, flexing his colossal arms and causing the air to quake slightly with his words. "I call dibs on the arms." Peter and Felicia shouted in unison, their voices ringing with giddy excitement. Without waiting for further cues, they dashed forward and leaped onto Hulk's flexed biceps, giggling as they balanced on the rippling muscles. MJ and Gwen exchanged amused glances before climbing onto his massive shoulders, their eyes glinting with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Harry and Lizzie, not to be outdone, smirked at each other and clambered up to balance deftly on Hulk's fists, displaying impressive agility. "Hulk take picture with friends," Hulk declared, his deep voice booming with childlike joy and a large grin. The ground still quivered as he shifted slightly, making room for everyone. Betty laughed, warmth in her eyes as she observed the scene. She confidently walked up and settled on Hulk's lap, her presence the epitome of ease and trust. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and Captain George Stacy approached cautiously, but smiles bloomed on their faces as they touched Hulk's solid frame, marveling at the gentle giant up close. Felix stood beside Felicia, a faint smile crossing his lips. The camera clicked repeatedly, capturing the moment from all angles. Laughter echoed across the clearing as the group reveled in the surreal experience. The photo shoot concluded, and the Hulk's muscles began to shrink as his green skin faded to human tones. Bruce Banner returned, exhausted but content, wiping sweat from his brow. He bent down to retrieve his discarded clothing, shaking out the dust before slipping it back on. As the group made their way to the area where they parked, George Stacy called out, "Peter, a word with you, and you three as well," he added, motioning to Felicia, MJ, and Gwen. Gwen's heart leaped into her throat. "Dad, really, this isn't necessary." "Already made up my mind," George said, his voice brooking no argument. He held up a set of keys with a knowing smile. "Besides, I've got the keys. Ben already handed them over, so let's not make this harder." Peter's pulse quickened, and a nervous glance was exchanged between the four teens. Uncle Ben shot a playful peace sign over his shoulder as he walked off with Aunt May, an arm around her shoulder. "Good luck, kids. We're riding with Dr. Banner. I want to get to know him and his big green friend." Peter felt the betrayal sting. Traitor, he thought, aiming a mock glare at his uncle. Harry, who had been straddling his motorbike with Lizzie, chuckled as he caught the exchange. "Oh, someone's in trouble," he teased, revving the engine and roaring off down the road. Felix clapped a reassuring hand on Peter's back. "Don't die. Your survival directly affects whether I'm born or not." Peter shot him a look before reluctantly heading toward the car. Gwen made a move for the passenger seat, but George intercepted her with a gentle but firm hand. No, Gwen. Peter rides up front. You girls take the back. A leaden weight settled in Peter's chest as he slid into the seat beside George. The car hummed to life, its engine purring as George navigated out of the parking space and onto the open road. The silence was thick, pressing down like a suffocating blanket. Peter shifted uncomfortably. So, great weather we're having, Peter muttered, grasping at anything to break the silence he ever so hated. Yes, quite pleasant. Good day for a satellite launch, George replied evenly, eyes fixed on the road. His voice was calm, almost too calm, and he didn't spare Peter a glance. The tension coiled tighter in Peter's gut. He swallowed, eyes darting to the rearview mirror where MJ, Felicia, and Gwen sat, their expressions caught between worry and curiosity. Peter clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, let's just get this over with already. I have a guess as to what this is about, but for the sake of my sanity, could you just tell me straight? Why the group meeting? Why this? George's response was slow in coming. He adjusted the mirror slightly, meeting his own eyes before speaking. All right, Peter. I'll answer your question with one of my own. For you girls in the back, can you raise your hand if you're currently dating Peter Parker? For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Gwen's hand shot up first, confident but slightly shaky. MJ and Felicia hesitated, looking at Peter for a split second of reassurance. He nodded, a small, resigned smile playing at the corners of his mouth. One by one, MJ and Felicia lifted their hands. George let out a soft, humorless chuckle. And that, Peter, is exactly what this conversation is about. His tone was as unreadable as the expression on his face. Chapter 212, Family Road Trip, End. Third person's POV. As all the girls raised their hands, they slowly lowered them upon hearing George's words. You must be feeling really proud of yourselves, aren't you? George scoffed. Peter made a face, pinching his fingers slightly without saying much. George suddenly slammed on the brakes at the red light, causing Peter to be thrust forward. It was a rhetorical question, George said, glaring at Peter. Peter rubbed the back of his head. How was I supposed to know that? I want you to end your relationship with Gwen, George said with a serious expression. Felicia and MJ were flabbergasted, but not as much as Gwen. Excuse me. No, Peter retorted with a serious expression and zero hesitation. Oh, it seems there was perhaps a miscommunication. I wasn't asking, George said as he refocused on the road. The answer is still no, Peter scoffed with a frown. Gwen frowned as well. I'm sorry, Dad, but you can't just make that decision for me. It seems I've been too lenient when raising you. You are just 15 years old, and I absolutely can make that decision for you. I can make a lot of decisions for you, as you are still my daughter and not of age, George scoffed. Gwen groaned in annoyance. Are you just going to keep using my age against me? Sure, you might be able to dictate parts of my life, but you can't dictate who I decide to be in a relationship with. Felicia glanced at MJ and mouthed, Why are we here? MJ gave her a large shrug and shook her head with a frightened expression. Of course I'm going to keep using your age against you, you're just a kid. You don't know any better. It is my job as your father to make sure you don't make any stupid decisions that you'll regret later in life. George replied angrily. You don't know what I'll regret or not. Choosing to be with Peter isn't something I regret or ever will, and you can't just make that assumption. Gwen shot back, her anger rising. Peter had a faint smile as he scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed and touched. George looked at Peter with a serious expression. Answer me honestly, is mind control one of your many weird powers? If it was, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Peter scoffed. Ugh. Peter isn't controlling us. I chose to be with him of my own free will, Gwen groaned. George let out a heavy sigh. Why can't you see that you're making a mistake here? I am right here. Hello. Peter sighed in exasperation. Then I'll say it to you, Peter, she is making a mistake by being with you. All I want is for my daughter to live a happy life, and I don't think she will be happy with someone like you, George said, narrowing his eyes as he looked back at the road. What, you don't think I love Gwen? Peter asked, irritation evident on his face. I won't say that you don't care deeply for her. I know you do. You two practically grew up together. But how could I expect you to love her if you love 2 other women as well? That's why I believe she'll be miserable with you. This isn't the kind of future I envisioned for my daughter. George squeezed the steering wheel tightly, the metal caving slightly under his enhanced strength until he eased his grip. Maybe when you have a daughter of your own, you'll understand. Gwen is a very bright girl, she's my pride and joy. I imagined her going to a prestigious school, graduating at the top of her class, achieving her dream of becoming a renowned scientist, helping people all over the world, and then choosing to settle down. If I'm being honest, I almost hoped it would be with you. You're a good kid, Peter, and I know how much you care for each other. But fighting crime, becoming superheroes, and now building a harem. Do you seriously expect me to believe you'll make my daughter happy when you're doing things like this? Dad. Gwen muttered, her eyes growing moist. Felicia leaned toward MJ and whispered, wait till he finds out this whole harem idea was Gwen's, and Peter actually planned to stay loyal to only Gwen at first. Wait. George screeched as they came to a stop sign. He whipped his head around to the back seat. What do you mean this was Gwen's idea? Felicia covered her mouth and said, oops, acting bashfully while hiding the growing smile on her lips. You weren't supposed to hear that. Felicia. Gwen said, glaring at her. Felicia dropped the act and crossed her arms. What? It was pissing me off how he kept blaming Peter, like Peter is some grand evil mastermind who orchestrated and manipulated all of us into falling in love with him when that's the farthest thing from the truth, and you just let it happen. Felicia leaned forward and flicked Peter's ear, making him flinch. And this lovable idiot was willing to be seen as the bad guy to his father-in-law, so Mr. Stacy here wouldn't think badly of his daughter. I was going to tell him. Gwen mumbled. Yeah. When? After he finished chewing out Peter. Or maybe after you tried to convince him to let you keep dating Peter so you wouldn't have to tell him at all. Felicia scoffed. Felicia. MJ sighed, shaking her head. What? Why do you two keep saying my name without following up? Felicia asked, irritated. She crossed her arms again. Peter's my boyfriend too, you know. I hate seeing him villainized when he's not. And if you're worried about what your dad thinks of you, you shouldn't be. Mr. Stacy clearly loves you. A heavy silence fell as they moved through traffic. So this whole thing wasn't your idea? George asked, glancing at Peter, who sat awkwardly, staring at the road ahead. Peter didn't respond, shifting his mouth side to side. Gwen sighed, realizing Felicia had a point. No, it wasn't. He didn't even know MJ was in love with him until I pointed it out and pushed it forward. George sighed as well. And why would you do that? Because MJ's my best friend, and I didn't want her to be unhappy, Gwen muttered. Gwen, honey. For someone so smart, you really seem to lack common sense, George said, shaking his head. What? Gwen looked slightly offended, staring at her father in shock. He scratched his head, then looked at Peter awkwardly. Look, I won't apologize for what I said earlier, not out of pride or anything, but because I still stand by some of it. But I will apologize for assuming you were the bad guy when you weren't. Don't worry, I understand where you're coming from. I wouldn't want my daughter dating someone like me either, Peter scoffed. Peter's expression grew serious as he turned to George. Although it might seem inconceivable to you, I love all 3 of them deeply. The last thing I want is to make Gwen unhappy, or any of them for that matter. I know I'll make mistakes, but that doesn't mean I'm aiming for unhappiness or that we'll be miserable. I've told them that if they're ever unhappy with our relationship, they shouldn't hesitate to end it. You've met Felix, my son with Felicia in the future. His existence confirms that things can turn out all right, but that doesn't mean I'll relax. I know I have to work hard to make that future a reality. My words alone may not ease your mind about Gwen being with me, but I hope my actions will. George drummed his fingers on the steering wheel for a few seconds before grumbling, now I see how you managed to get all these girls to fall for you, you're good with words, aren't you? Peter smirked, placing a hand on his chin. I'm sure my charming good looks played a part too. George rolled his eyes and sighed, which made the girls chuckle at their interaction. George frowned. All right, I'm giving you one chance with my daughter, punk, only because you took the blame and looked out for her. But just one. Mess this up, and I'll personally arrest you myself. Peter saluted. Sir, yes, sir. Chapter 213, The Time Lord Returns. Third person's POV. Everyone soon arrived back at the base, the low hum of engines fading as they jumped out of their cars and bikes, their faces etched with determination. An awkward silence hung between George and Peter as they stepped out of their vehicle. Peter hesitated, opening his mouth to dispel the tension, but before he could speak, a synchronized series of beeps pierced the air, 6 in rapid succession. Confusion swept over the group. Peter, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, Harry, and Lizzie instinctively raised their wrists, their communicators glowing a soft blue. The silence broke as Aria's voice, clear and urgent, resonated through the base's speakers. Attention, everyone. While monitoring through the satellite, I detected temporal radiation. It's coming from Times Square. Winston confirmed it, it's identical to the signature emitted by the Time Lord. He's back. Felicia's eyes lit up with a feral glint, her lips curling into a grin that exposed the sharp edge of her canines. Good, she spat, slamming her fist into her open palm with a resounding thud. This time, motherfucker not walking away. Not after what he did to me. Language, young lady, Aunt May's voice cut in from the corner, a touch of sternness in her tone. Felicia winced, glancing sheepishly at her, and mumbled, Sorry, Aunt May, as she rubbed the back of her neck. Felix, leaning against the wall, crossed his arms with an exasperated sigh. Does this guy know no other locations? New York isn't the only place in the world, for crying out loud. Peter's smirk was quick and confident as he tapped the face of his watch. A seamless transition unfolded as his suit spread over his body, forming the sleek red and blue suit of Spider-Man. All right, team, it's showtime, he announced. Let's put our plan into action. Gear up. The others exchanged quick glances, determination mirrored in their eyes as their own suits materialized, sleek, battle-ready, and gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Aye, Captain, they chimed, half joking, half serious, before rushing toward the lab to grab their final gear. Location, Times Square, New York City. The city's heart pulsed with life, but an unnatural stillness seeped into the air as Spider-Man soared above, his wingsuit gliding effortlessly on updrafts. He reached the site first, executing a flawless aerial flip before landing gracefully on the asphalt. Around him, the brilliant neon lights and towering billboards shone brightly. Ghost Spider landed lightly beside him, her white and pink suit catching the glow from the lights. Moments later, Scarlet Spider, Spider-Cat, and White Fang joined, their movements fluid and precise as they spread out to cover the area. From the center of Times Square, a swirling, ominous portal the color of storm clouds cracked and sputtered with energy, drawing a small crowd of spectators who snapped photos and murmured anxiously. Even the usual blare of car horns had died down, replaced by the clicking of camera shutters and the hum of engines idling in place. Spider-Man reached into his utility belt and produced a small, square speaker device. He held it between two fingers, activating it with a tap. His voice boomed over the murmuring crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please, he announced, turning heads his way. He grinned under his mask. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? I repeat, will the real Slim Shady? Before he could finish, Ghost Spider snatched the device out of his hands with a sharp glare. Not now, you idiot, she hissed, rolling her eyes. Peter winced, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry. Couldn't help it. A few chuckles rippled through the crowd. Ghost Spider sighed and turned to address them. All right, jokes aside, sorry about that everyone. Now on to the serious matter at hand. We must ask you to please evacuate the vicinity as a dangerous villain is on their way here and could put you all in potential danger. Is this the same villain you couldn't catch last time? Someone called out, the skepticism clear in their voice. Oi. Give us a break, will you? He's a time-traveling wizard, Spider-Man shot back, throwing his arms out theatrically. It's not exactly in the handbook. Yeah, well, try harder, another bystander shouted, smirking. You have to get it together, Spider-Man. You can't just let villains escape. Another shouted teasingly. Man, I am trying. Can't you see? I may fail one but I never fail twice now, shoo, Spider-Man said, waving them off. Right on cue, the two heroes descended from above, their presence commanding and reassuring. Ghost Spider continued, Nightwing and Firestar will oversee your evacuation. Please clear the area in an orderly manner. One last voice called out from the retreating crowd. Will this fight be on Instagram? Spider-Man's grin widened beneath his mask. You bet. I'll even make it a cool montage. The retreating crowd's excitement softened into a mix of cheers and concern. Try not to break anything this time, a final voice teased as the square emptied. With the civilians gone, the atmosphere grew tense. Spider-Cat leaned against the hood of a parked car, watching Spider-Man pace. How is it everyone's so casual with you, she mused. They talk to you like you're their buddy. Spider-Man scoffed, crossing his arms. Because I'm interactive, duh. I respond to their comments, like they're fan art. You'd be surprised how much that matters and how much they are. Spider-Cat's ears perked up beneath her mask, eyes wide. There's fan art of us. Seriously? Yup. I even leave comments sometimes. You should check it out, Spider-Man replied, his mask displaying a smug emoji. Ghost Spider tossed the voice enhancer back at him, her voice stern. Enough. Get focused. This is serious. Yes, Mom, Spider-Man and Spider-Cat chorused, rolling their eyes in unison. Ghost Spider gave them a long, deadpan stare. Moments later. Spider-Man's senses flared, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The portal pulsed once, twice, and then a figure stepped out. Clad in an elegant suit, complete with a monocle and a top hat, the Time Lord adjusted his attire, a chilling whistle escaping his lips. Well, well. Were you all waiting for little old me, he said, his tone as smooth and arrogant as ever. Spider-Man's eyes narrowed. I see you managed to recover your leg. The Time Lord extended one leg, tipping his hat. Indeed. A touch of temporal magic does wonders. Rewound myself to a time before that, unpleasantness. Complicated, as usual. His gaze shifted to Spider-Cat, who stood defiantly with her fists clenched. Ah, and you? Survived, did you? He asked, his smile sharp. She grinned back, deceptively sweet. You'll wish I hadn't. We shall see, he muttered, eyes glittering with menace. With a snap of his fingers, a complex magic circle appeared at his feet, and time itself seemed to freeze. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a pocket watch, its hands frozen as he inspected it with a frown. Now then, how to best extract my revenge? As he stepped forward, his boot hovered over a yellow rune that glowed ominously on the ground. He glanced down, eyes narrowing as realization dawned. A rune that functions outside of time. Clever. Before he could react, the rune activated. Golden, web-like tendrils shot up from the symbol, wrapping around him and crackling with energy. The Time Lord's eyes widened as a surge of electricity coursed through his body. He grunted, body convulsing as the current locked his joints. He fell to his knees, gasping, before managing to mutter through clenched teeth, "Let's rewind this a bit." Spider-Man's senses flared, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The portal pulsed once, twice, and then a figure stepped out. Clad in an elegant suit, complete with a monocle and a top hat, the Time Lord adjusted his attire, a chilling whistle escaping his lips. Well, well. Were you all waiting for little old me, he said, his tone as smooth and arrogant as ever. Spider-Man's eyes narrowed. I see you managed to recover your leg. The Time Lord extended one leg, tipping his hat. Indeed. A touch of temporal magic does wonders. Rewound myself to a time before that, unpleasantness. Complicated, as usual. His gaze shifted to Spider-Cat, who stood defiantly with her fists clenched. Ah, and you? Survived, did you? He asked, his smile sharp. She grinned back, deceptively sweet. You'll wish I hadn't. We shall see, he muttered, eyes glittering with menace. With a snap of his fingers, a complex magic circle appeared at his feet, and time itself seemed to freeze. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a pocket watch, its hands frozen as he inspected it with a frown. Let's try this again, shall we? The Time Lord smirked. He jumped over the first rune, only to land at the one ahead of it. The second simply sent a thunderbolt from it that sent him flying through the air before he landed on his butt on the first one, which wrapped him with webbing and electrocuted him once more, causing him to spasm. Riri wind. The Time Lord stuttered as he was being electrocuted. Spider-Man's senses flared, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The portal pulsed once, twice, and then a figure stepped out. Clad in an elegant suit, complete with a monocle and a top hat, the Time Lord adjusted his attire, a chilling whistle escaping his lips. Sigh. Were you all waiting for little old me, he said, his tone as smooth and arrogant as ever. Spider-Man's eyes narrowed. I see you managed to recover your leg. The Time Lord extended one leg, tipping his hat. Indeed. A touch of temporal magic does wonders. Rewound myself to a time before that, unpleasantness. Complicated, as usual. His gaze shifted to Spider-Cat, who stood defiantly with her fists clenched. Ah, and you? Survived, did you? He asked, his smile sharp. She grinned back, deceptively sweet. You'll wish I hadn't. We shall see, he muttered, eyes glittering with menace. With a snap of his fingers, a complex magic circle appeared at his feet, and time itself seemed to freeze. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a pocket watch, its hands frozen as he inspected it with a frown. As they said, third time's the charm. The Time Lord this time didn't take a step forwards or jump but took a step to the side only for another symbol to appear. Motherfuck, PZZZZZTTT, the Time Lord spasm. Rewind, the Time Lord said weakly on the ground, shakily raising a finger. Rewind the clock, the Time Lord said in a muffled voice as he was ensnared in a golden thread cocoon. Rewind again. He said as he was covered from head to toe with little lightning spiders that were biting and electrocuting his skin with every bite. Rewind please, the Time Lord pleaded as he found himself inside an electric shield that was made in the shape of a web. As he crouched down and as he touched the web electrocuted his finger, ouch. A few hours later. As the Time Lord exited the portal he let out a large annoyed groan, yes. All right. I get it already. My leg is healed. He yelled as he stuck out and motioned to his leg. You managed to live. He continued as he motioned to Spider-Cat. He then motioned to himself, and you're going to make me wish you haven't. He snapped, and honestly at this point you're right. Spider-Man and the others looked at each other in confusion. The Time Lord bit his lip till a drop of blood slowly trickled down. You crazy bastard. You seriously took time and planted traps all over the area. What the hell is the matter with you? Every freaking step I take I end up trapped, entangled, electrocuted, or burnt, and sometimes all at once. You're driving me crazy. But this ends now. I should have thought about this sooner. The Time Lord spread his arms as a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Temporal duplicates surged out from him and attacked all the traps at once, clearing the area from any trap. All the duplicates were immediately defeated and dispelled as they activated the traps. He then snapped his fingers and froze time once again once all the runes were destroyed. He looked like he aged up quick a few years, turning into an adult from all the time resets and now turned close to an old man as he created all those time duplicates and froze time. He then walked up towards Scarlet Spider confidently and with a sneer, as you all have so much time in your hands, why don't I take some for myself? He went and stood in front of Scarlet Spider and placed a hand by her stomach to siphon away her time. However, as his hands touched her stomach a rune shone in place. He had a straight expression as he stared at it, butter biscuits. The electrocution the Time Lord went through was so strong it charred his skin, and broke the time-free spell he had on everyone. Smoke rose from his figure as he crumbled to the ground, limp. Scarlet Spider took a few steps back as she was surprised by his appearance. However, what shook them even more was how he curled himself into a ball and began to cry. Chapter 214, Goodbye Felix. Third person's POV. Spider-Man walked over to the Time Lord, who was lying on the ground. He lifted two fingers, which began to glow with his chi. His fingers rapidly became a blur as he started drawing a circle with webs inside it and a small spider in the middle. He held up the glowing rune and pressed it against the Time Lord's forehead, making him wince and shed a few tears from the pain. There. That should last about half a day, so he won't be able to access his magic for around 12 hours, Spider-Man explained. Ghost looked at him, impressed. You've actually gotten pretty good with your runes. It's taken me months of practice in the VR world. I still have trouble making them permanent, Spider-Man admitted, his voice tired. Are you all right? Scarlet Spider asked with concern. I've never heard you sound this tired, at least not since you gained your powers. I used a lot of chi embedding the entire area with runes. It took a lot out of me, my energy isn't infinite, Spider-Man sighed. Meanwhile, White Fang approached the Time Lord, hoisted him over his shoulders, and knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. I can finally go home. Yes. White Fang celebrated. Everyone stopped and gave him a strange look. Spider-Cat looked at him with pouty lips and watery eyes. Did you not like it here? White Fang winced, feeling as though he'd taken a physical hit. It's not that I didn't like it. I enjoyed my time here, but I'm getting homesick. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I've been here for weeks, technically, so please don't take offense. I just really want to go home. Spider-Cat dramatically clutched her chest, looked up, and groaned. I knew this day would come. They grow up so fast. Spider-Man tapped his earpiece. Nightwing, you can come back now. The Time Lord has been defeated. Ah, man. So no plan B? Nightwing replied dejectedly. Sorry, dude. Looks like you waited for nothing. The Time Lord was magically strong but mentally weak, Spider-Man sighed. TSK, don't worry, though, I stayed outside the Time Lord's control to observe him failing and rewinding time. So that's something, I guess. Still, I'm bummed out. I thought I'd finally get to use my Nightwing for something good, Nightwing whined. Well. I do have another use for you, Spider-Man teased. Really? Nightwing asked excitedly. Later, on Nightwing's hovercraft. Nightwing flew with a flat, unimpressed expression. Below his glider, Spider-Man clung to a web spinning in circles while holding a mini microphone. The streets of New York are now safe, thanks to the amazing Spider-Man and his trusty pals. I repeat, the streets are now safe. No need to worry, citizens, we've stopped and captured the Time Lord. You may continue your glorious day. Spider-Man announced theatrically. Dude. I seriously hate your guts right now, Nightwing muttered, rolling his eyes as Spider-Man burst into laughter. Back in the Spider Cave. Aunt May looked at Felix with sadness. Do you really have to go so soon? I'm sorry, but I have a villain to take back. You'll see me again, in the future, Felix said awkwardly. Aunt May hugged Felix tightly. I'm going to miss you. I'd say the same, but you'll still be waiting for me back in my time, Felix teased, making Aunt May giggle. Bruce returned, carrying a blender and a microwave. Here you go, kiddo, for you to call home. Thanks, Felix said as he began setting it up. Uncle Ben looked at Peter with a grin. Would you look at that? He's building a time machine out of a blender and a microwave. Great. Want to sprinkle some salt on the wound while you're at it? Peter scoffed. Ben burst into laughter at Peter's annoyed expression. Once Felix finished setting up, he said, Winston, call my father. Calling, my personal piggy bank, the device replied. George nearly spat out his coffee before gulping it down, laughing alongside Uncle Ben. Peter gave Felix a deadpan look as the younger spider blushed. I forgot to change that. Seriously? Peter asked. What? You're the one who gives us allowances. You're practically a bank, Felix muttered defensively. Peter rolled his eyes as the screen glitched and Dilf Peter Sr., appeared. Peter Sr. was lounging on a leather couch in a black tank top, one arm outstretched while long legs rested across his lap. Whose legs? No one knew. Hey, kiddo. Ready to come home? Your mother misses you, Peter Sr. said with a faint smile, casually massaging the legs. And you didn't? Felix teased. Peter Sr. scoffed. Someone thinks highly of themselves. I hate you, Felix said, narrowing his eyes. Peter Sr. smirked. I'm kidding. Yes, I missed you. Felix smiled faintly while Aunt May wiped her eyes. I raised that boy, she said proudly. I'm still being raised, Peter muttered with a side eye. Oi. If it isn't little me. Peter Sr. exclaimed, grinning at Peter. Damn, I look good, Peter said, stepping closer. Peter Sr. stroked his beard. You should grow one. I'll try, Peter smirked. This is so weird. Imagine what it's like for me, I've already had this conversation. Peter Sr. said with a laugh. He then looked toward Gwen, MJ, and Felicia, smiling nostalgically. Man, seeing you three so young brings back memories. Felix then intervened, can you come and pick me up? I already have the Time Lord in custody. Oh yeah, I'll send your sister to pick you up, Peter Sr. said, glancing back at Felix. Felix's face paled as he muttered, What? Are you crazy? Why? And most importantly, how? She hates your guts. Huh? Peter exclaimed, looking between Peter Sr. and Felix. I have a daughter who hates me, he asked, a hurt expression on his face. Peter Sr. rolled his eyes. I can't go because I can't interact with my past self, and neither can your other mothers. And although she doesn't like me, that doesn't mean she dislikes your mother or you. She's going because your mother asked her. I could go, a female voice said. They haven't met me yet. Peter Sr. sighed as he turned to the voice. No, you can't, for other reasons, he said, glancing awkwardly at his younger self. Peter, who is that? That doesn't sound remotely close to any of us, and you're being way too intimate for it to be a daughter, Gwen asked coldly. I'm innocent, I swear. I really didn't do anything this time. Peter exclaimed. Don't worry about it. You'll meet her when you meet her, Peter Sr. said awkwardly before turning away. And no more talking from you. Zip, the female voice said, immediately silencing herself. Actually, before anything else, I have a question. Did you seal off my magic? Felix asked, his tone revealing his persistent curiosity, as it's been on his mind since he first found out about it. Peter let out a sigh. I see we're at that part of the conversation. Yes, I did. Why? Felix asked, not hurt, just genuinely curious. Peter's lips pressed together briefly. Because we had no other choice. You have a special kind of magic. I had to get DS's help to seal it. Dose, most of them muttered, but Peter just looked down, smiling faintly. What kind of magic required help from DS to seal? Felicia asked curiously. Peter Sr. explained, I'll keep it simple. All of our kids are born stronger than us. Or rather they will be once they are older. The term, the next generation is stronger than the last, becomes especially true when dealing with superpowered individuals like us. Now, consider who Felix's parents are and the kind of magic they wield. If you take bad luck magic and evolve it to a cosmic level, you get an advanced version of that magic, something like bad luck on steroids. What? I'm confused, Gwen said, taken aback. Why cosmic level? You'll understand soon enough, Peter Sr. said cryptically before Felicia interrupted. Wait, what kind of strange magic did Felix inherit from me? How is it worse than the bad luck I can cause? Peter's expression turned grim. It's much worse than just bad luck. Felix has the magic to cause catastrophes. His magic is literally called catastrophe magic. Your magic causes people to trip or slip on a banana peel. Felix's magic causes apocalypses and worlds to implode. You're the black cat of bad luck, while Felix is the white tiger of catastrophes. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, including Felix's. Yeah, just imagine that kind of power in a baby, Peter Sr. said with a scoff as he noticed their reactions. We had no choice but to seal his magic. Otherwise, he would have ended the world. That's why he couldn't risk learning magic or even reading a magic book without falling asleep. We just couldn't risk it. Before they could respond, Peter Sr.'s eyes widened. I have to go now. See you later, Felix. It was nice visiting the past. Bye. He abruptly disconnected the call. Why did he suddenly leave? Peter asked. I had so many questions. Like tomorrow's lottery numbers. Felix's face paled. Because she's already here. Humph, coward, an icy, disdainful voice scoffed. Everyone snapped their heads to see a woman with straight platinum blonde hair leaning against the wall. She wore a leather jacket, a black blouse, ripped jeans, and thick black boots. A cigarette hung loosely from her lips, and her sharp green eyes showed nothing but indifference and arrogance. "You ready to go, little bro?" she asked, ignoring everyone else. "Kaya, our daughter," both Peter and Felicia exclaimed upon seeing her. She gave them a disgusted look, and they both collapsed in pain. "Ugh. That look hurts more than you'll ever know," Peter and Felicia groaned. She turned sharply, following a blur of movement, and locked eyes with Peter, who now stood beside her, frowning. "Why are you smoking?" he questioned with narrowed eyes. "Because I know you hate it," she replied coldly. Peter blinked for a bit as he didn't expect that type of response. He then bowed his head. "If I failed you in the future, I'm sorry." She stared at him for a moment before checking her watch. "Felix, you have 60 seconds to say goodbye. If I have to stay a second longer, I swear I'll punch him, and I won't be held responsible for my actions." Felix hurriedly shook everyone's hands and hugged them goodbye. He then became a streak of lightning, disappearing and returning seconds later with a suitcase. Standing beside his sister, he gave Peter and Felicia a sad look. "Even though you were my parents, you were cool to hang out with." Felicia teared up as she hugged Felix alongside Peter. "Ugh. I honestly didn't expect to get so emotional," Peter grunted. "I'll be sure to properly give birth to you in the future," Felicia cried softly. Felix hoisted the unconscious Time Lord over his shoulder, grabbed his suitcase, and nodded to his sister. "I'm good to go. 59 seconds on the dot." "Look at you being punctual for once," she scoffed. She pressed her hand against the wall, and silver lines spread outward, weaving into a giant, shimmering web that formed a gateway. Without a word, she stepped through it. Felix paused at the entrance, looked back, nodded, and followed her. The gateway shimmered before the webbing unraveled, disappearing completely. Peter let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping as he closed his eyes. Everyone could feel the weight of his emotions. "Peter." Harry called out worriedly. "I just need some alone time to think," Peter said as he walked into the next room. "Why does she hate me so much? Or will I be a terrible father to her? I should have asked her more questions to get to know her better," he thought to himself. End of Volume 4. A/N. This volume was long AF. This volume started all the way since Harry and others first became superhero. I'ma be honest, I don't remember much of the good parts in there. Now then, it's time for everyone's favorite game show. What's your favorite part? Mine was Spider-Man vs. The Abomination. I definitely enjoyed writing that. Now leave yours below. P.S. I know some of you are going to be curious about Felix's sister, her backstory, and why she hates Peter, so I thought I would give everyone her lore. Name: Natalie Lydia Parker, named after Natasha, who is her godmother. She is 17 years old and was originally a brunette but changed her hair and eye color permanently with magic because of the hate she has for her father. Now the reason she hates Peter is due to her magic. Her magic gives her a deeper connection to the web of life and allows to freely travel the other dimensions in it. She can also go to the past, present, or future as well thanks to it. When she was little, she didn't have good control of her powers and actually got lost in the web of life, and spent a few years alone traversing the Spider-Verse, going from dimension to dimension, slowly getting control of her powers and abilities until she was finally met a Spider-Man that knew her father and managed to contact him and returned her back. When she turned home, she saw she had new siblings and missed a part of everyone's life, and that it appeared as if Peter didn't bother searching for her. She missed her brother going from an infant to a child and believes Peter didn't look for her and just replaced her with more children and resents him for it. She also dislikes the idea of a harem and thinks Peter is scum for it. I just want to make something clear that some people were confused about when I uploaded this on Patreon. Peter did search for her and through heaven and hell to find her. I made an OMake that's in the next 2 chapters of them making up, and people loved it, so look forwards to that. NGL, this might get retconned later on if I think of something better. Chapter 215, Sick Days. Third person's POV. The next day. Aunt May set down a plate of eggs and bacon on the table, her brow furrowed in confusion. That's strange. Peter's usually downstairs by now. He never misses breakfast. Uncle Ben glanced up from his coffee with a teasing smirk. Maybe the kid had too much fun last night. May shot him a sharp look and gave his shoulder a light slap. Don't be gross, Ben. Even if that were the case, Peter would still drag himself out of bed for breakfast. You know how he is. Ben shrugged, a playful grin still on his face. Maybe he's not home. Could be staying over at Gwen's or MJ's place. He'll probably walk through that door any second now, looking for his morning feast. May shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. That's not like him. Peter's weirdly punctual when it comes to breakfast, even if he's running late. But this. Her voice trailed off as her eyes narrowed, her expression clouded with worry. This isn't right. Something feels off. Ben raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. May, you do know the kid has superpowers, right? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I probably shouldn't have said that, Uncle Ben muttered awkwardly. May didn't respond immediately, her gaze drifting toward the stairs. It's not that, she murmured. It's just. I have a bad feeling. Ben tilted his head, puzzled by her tone. What are you getting at? Ignoring him, May stepped closer to the staircase and called out, Peter, honey. Are you up there? You're going to be late for school if you don't hurry. The house fell silent. Ben started to speak again, his tone casual. See. Like I said, he's not even. Clank. Clatter. The unmistakable sound of something heavy hitting the floor and scattering echoed from upstairs. Both of them froze, their eyes widening. Peter. May's voice was sharp with panic as she bolted up the stairs. Ben was on her heels, his playful demeanor gone in an instant. They reached Peter's room, and May flung the door open. The sight inside made her gasp. Peter was sprawled on the floor, his blanket tangled beneath him. His chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths, and his body was drenched in sweat. He wore only a pair of boxers, his pale skin glistening under the morning light. Peter. They both shouted his name in unison, rushing to his side. Together, they lifted him carefully and placed him on his bed. May pressed her hand to his forehead, wincing at the heat radiating from his skin. He's burning up, she said, her voice tight with worry. Ben placed his hand on Peter's forehead as well, his brows knitting together. You're right, but how? I thought he couldn't get sick anymore. A soft chime from Peter's watch caught their attention. I can answer that for you, said Arya, her voice calm yet tinged with concern. May adjusted Peter's arm so the watch faced upward. The small holographic figure of Arya flickered to life, her expression mirroring their worry. Arya, May said, her voice trembling, what's happening to Peter? Why is he so sick? He's never been like this before. Arya glanced at Peter, her digital face etched with unease. It's likely due to the Time Lord incident. Daddy had to use an immense amount of his energy to create the trap for him. His magic is chi-based, directly tied to his life force. That effort left him weakened, which means his metabolism weakened with him, and his body couldn't recover properly. The lack of rest and worry combined with him patrolling last night while still exhausted likely caused his condition to worsen. Is he going to be okay? Ben asked, his voice unusually serious. In theory, yes, Arya replied, though her hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Once his energy replenishes, he should recover. But until then, his fever might persist. Both May and Ben exhaled, their relief tempered by the uncertainty. Thank God, May whispered, tucking the blanket around Peter's damp frame. Ben stood and headed toward the door. I'll call the school, let them know he's not coming in today. Arya gave a small salute. I'll inform the rest about his condition. May nodded, her maternal instincts kicking in as she brushed a damp lock of hair from Peter's forehead. I'll get something to help bring that fever down. She leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his temple before heading out. Across town, MJ stood in front of her mirror, securing her long red hair into a neat braid. She was just as she was about to finish tying it when her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she frowned at the notification from Arya. Daddy's sick with a fever. What? MJ muttered, her brow furrowing as her hands fell, the braid unraveling. She tapped her watch, summoning Arya's hologram. What do you mean Peter's sick? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Arya quickly explained the situation. MJ's expression darkened with worry. Wasting no time, she webbed her backpack over to her shoulder, and sprinted out of her room, heading straight for Peter's house. Meanwhile, Gwen sat at her kitchen table, a bowl of cereal in one hand and her phone in the other, scrolling through Instagram. She smiled faintly, double-tapping a fan art of Ghost Spider. "What did I say about phones at the table?" her father, George, chided from across the room, sipping his coffee and glancing at his newspaper. "Seriously, Dad? You're literally reading the news while eating," Gwen countered, rolling her eyes. "Don't be a hypocrite." "I'm a cop," George said matter-of-factly. "Keeping up with the news is part of my job. You, on the other hand." "What? How is that even possible?" Gwen suddenly shouted, cutting him off. Her phone trembled in her hand as she stared at the message from Arya. Without another word, she rapidly consumed the rest of her cereal and drank its content before putting the bowl into the sink, grabbed her bag, and slung it over her shoulder. "Sorry, Dad, emergency." "Love you, bye," she called, darting out the door, her voice trailing behind her. Felicia stood beside her mother, her arms crossed, watching her mother adjust her earrings in the hallway mirror. Lydia, dressed impeccably in a tailored navy business suit, exuded an air of authority that was hard to argue with. "Come on, Mom. A week is already more than enough punishment." "I need my phone," Felicia pleaded, her tone hovering between frustration and desperation. Lydia turned slightly, sliding the second earring into place. Her gaze met Felicia's in the mirror, calm and unyielding. "If you can give me one good counterargument as to why you truly need your phone, I'll consider returning it." Felicia groaned audibly, throwing her head back. "Are you seriously using lawyer tactics on your own daughter?" she deadpanned. Lydia smirked, grabbing her leather-bound planner from the nearby table. "Is that your counterargument?" she teased, tucking the planner neatly into her purse. Felicia huffed, pacing a few steps before spinning on her heel. "Fine. If I don't have my phone, how am I supposed to text you that I really, really, really love you?" she asked, her voice dripping with faux sweetness as she batted her eyelashes. Lydia turned to her daughter, her lips curling into an amused smile. "Oh, appealing to sentimentality, classic. Good tactic, but still not enough to convince me." Felicia clicked her tongue in frustration, her mind racing for another excuse. "What if I get hungry and need food delivered?" "We have a perfectly functional house phone," Lydia countered smoothly. "But I have all the delivery numbers saved on my phone. I can't possibly remember them." "The family computer works just fine for looking them up," Lydia replied, unbothered as she adjusted her blazer. Felicia threw up her hands, feigning exasperation. "Okay, what if I'm at school in a few minutes, and, boom, I suddenly get my period? What then? I won't have my phone to let you know I need pads and other essentials. Plan ahead, stock up, and always be prepared. You know this, Felicia." Felicia groaned louder, her theatrics escalating. Her eyes darted to their black cat, Mr. Whiskers, lazily sprawled across the armrest of the couch. A light bulb flickered in her mind. "What if Mr. Whiskers does something absolutely adorable and I can't record it to show you later?" she asked, her voice softening into a pout as she clasped her hands and gave Lydia her best puppy dog eyes. Lydia froze mid-step, her gaze flickering to Mr. Whiskers, who stretched luxuriously, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding. She let out a resigned sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Damn. You got me." "Yes," Felicia exclaimed, thrusting her arms into the air in victory. Lydia reached into her purse and tossed the confiscated phone to her daughter, who caught it with a triumphant grin. "By the way, you're a terrible lawyer. It took you that many tries to win your case." "I'll be sure to practice," Felicia quipped dryly, immediately turning on her phone with a giddy expression. Lydia adjusted her purse on her shoulder. "Anyway, you're officially ungrounded, but your curfew's still tighter than before." "What?" Felicia's loud exclamation made Lydia flinch slightly. "There's no need for theatrics," Lydia said, raising an eyebrow. "Sorry, Mom. Gotta go. School awaits. If I ever want to beat you at lawyering, I'll need to get smarter." Felicia grabbed her bag and rushed toward the door, blowing a kiss over her shoulder. "Bye, love you. Mwah." Uncle Ben opened the front door to find MJ standing awkwardly on the porch, one hand raised in a timid wave. "Good morning, Uncle Ben," she greeted, her voice warm but tinged with concern. "I take it you're here to see Peter?" Uncle Ben asked, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he stepped aside to let her in. MJ rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Yeah. How's he doing? Not great. Aunt May's upstairs with him, trying to cool him down with a wet rag, Uncle Ben explained, leading MJ up the stairs toward Peter's room. As they approached, MJ heard soft murmurs. When Uncle Ben opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Aunt May sitting beside Peter, gently pressing a cloth to his forehead. The thermometer in Peter's mouth wobbled slightly as he stirred. Sensing MJ's presence, Peter suddenly sat up, his movements eerily reminiscent of the Undertaker rising from the dead. Aunt May jumped slightly, startled, as the wet rag slipped and flopped onto Peter's lap. Peter's watery, half-closed eyes landed on MJ. He held out his hands toward her, opening and closing his fingers like a child begging to be picked up. MJ stifled a laugh, setting her bag on his desk. He still likes being babied when he's sick, huh? Aunt May chuckled, shaking her head. Oh, you have no idea. When he was younger, I thought he was faking it for attention, but nope, this is just him. Peter gave Aunt May a pitiful look and whimpered, "Chicken soupy." Aunt May's expression softened immediately. She pinched his cheek affectionately, switching to a babying tone. "All right, sweetie. I'll go make you your chicken soupy." As Aunt May left the room, MJ took her place beside Peter, who immediately buried his face against her waist. "I hate being sick," he muttered, his voice muffled and full of misery. MJ brushed his messy hair back gently, her fingers cool against his fevered skin. "I know, Tiger. I know," she murmured soothingly. Peter tilted his head up to look at her, his lips forming a slight pout. MJ couldn't help but smile, her heart melting a little at his vulnerability. "Don't worry," she said softly. "Aunt May's chicken soup works wonders. You'll be back on your feet in no time." Peter grumbled something unintelligible but kept his arms wrapped around her like a clingy child. MJ leaned back slightly, her free hand stroking his hair. "Honestly, Tiger, you're lucky you're cute when you're sick." Peter responded with a muffled groan, clutching her a little tighter as MJ chuckled. Chapter 216, Into the Future, Make. Third person's POV. Natalie and Felix were walking through a space tunnel, its design resembling intricate webs, in silence. The quiet was finally broken by Felix. "You didn't need to be mean to him, you know," Felix said, mustering the courage to speak. "Since when was I mean?" Natalie asked, glancing at Felix in confusion. Felix gave her a flat look. "Don't play dumb with me, Nat." Natalie scoffed. "Being mean implies I had the option to be kind to him. Since I don't, I was simply treating him how he deserves. So, I still don't understand what you mean by calling me mean." "You might be angry at our father, but that doesn't mean you should take it out on him," Felix said, pointing behind him. "He hasn't done anything to deserve the way you treated him." Natalie shot Felix a glare. "Don't tell me how I should feel. Whether it's the past, present, or future, he's still the same bastard. You know, I'm getting real sick and tired of you constantly bad-mouthing our father," Felix said, irritation creeping into his voice. "Sure, he isn't perfect. He's made mistakes, but who hasn't? Nobody's perfect. At least he tries." "Oh my God!" Natalie exclaimed, throwing her hands up. "I'm so tired of hearing it. You and everyone else praise him like he's the second coming of Jesus fucking Christ. Newsflash, Felix, just because he was a fantastic father to you and everyone else doesn't mean he was a great father to me. That's because you never give him the chance." Felix retorted, his voice rising. "Do you think he doesn't try? You just won't let him. Every time you come home to visit Mom and everyone else, you ignore him and leave again for months. He has to ask Mom how you're doing, what you've been up to, and if you're eating well. He already had his chance to be a father, and he failed." Natalie shot back. "There are no do-overs, no second chances, no going back in time. There was a time when I needed a father more than anything, and he wasn't there. I've lived most of my life without one, and guess what? I managed perfectly fine. I didn't need him then, and I don't need him now." "Perfectly fine?" Felix asked, his voice dripping with disbelief. "You call this perfectly fine? You're angry all the time. You take out your anger on everyone else. You don't hesitate to kill, to end a life. You're just the poster child for mental health, aren't you? Natalie's eyes turned into slitted pupils as fangs elongated from her mouth. Smaller eyes began to appear around her main ones, and tears formed in all 8 of her eyes. I'm so sick of everyone telling me how I should behave, act, or feel, she snarled. Everyone claims to understand how I feel but then tells me to forgive him. If they truly understood, they'd know I can't. Do you know how it feels to be stuck and lost in this godforsaken place for years, with no one around? To cry out for my father until my voice went raw, only to have no one answer. To constantly be in danger, in unfamiliar places. Do you know why I kill, why I end lives so easily? Because I had to survive. It was either them or me. And yet, no one has ever told me my reasons for hating him are valid or justifiable. Liar. Felix roared, his voice echoing like a tiger's growl. His eyes glowed a sparkling blue, sideburns grew along his face, and fangs protruded over his lips. Black marks appeared on his cheeks. There's one person who has justified your hate. Someone who said your feelings are valid and that you have every right to feel the way you do. Want to know who that is? Our father. Your dad. He understands your hate for him better than anyone else. Felix said, pointing a clawed finger at Natalie's chest. Do you know why he's never asked for your forgiveness? Because he thinks he doesn't deserve it. He believes you have every right to hate him. He can't even look you in the eye, not because he's scared of you or your wrath, but because he's ashamed. Every time he sees you, he sees the daughter he failed to protect. So don't you dare say no one understands you. He understands more than anyone else because he constantly asks himself what you must be feeling and enduring. Tears streamed down Felix's face. You weren't the only one affected by your disappearance, all right? Sure, you had it the hardest, and I'm sorry, sister. I truly am. What you went through is unimaginable. But don't think for a second you were the only one suffering. Felix wiped his tears. Damn it. Just take me home. I'm done with this conversation. He undid his transformation and walked ahead. Natalie threw her cigarette to the ground, stomping on it as she wiped her eyes. She followed Felix in silence. As they reached their destination, Natalie hesitated before whispering, "How do you know what he felt during that time?" Felix didn't look back as he replied, "I'm the youngest. When everyone else wanted independence, I stayed by his side. I followed him everywhere, trying to walk in his footsteps. Sometimes, we'd lie down and sunbathe. He'd fall asleep, and I'd hear him muttering your name." Natalie bit her lip until it bled, though the wound quickly healed. She licked the blood away, opened the web of life, and stepped out. They arrived in front of a large house. Felix walked toward it without saying another word to his sister. He entered without looking back, not waiting for her to follow. Natalie shook her head, turned back around, and was startled to find a woman with long, straight purple hair, purple lipstick, and eyeliner, wearing tight jeans and a purple blouse that showcased her prominent and mature features. However, her most striking feature was the purple gem on her forehead. Natalie narrowed her eyes with a frown. "Aria. What are you doing here?" "We need to talk," Aria said, looking slightly uneasy. "No thanks. I've already had one conversation today, and I'm not in the mood for another," Natalie said with a straight expression, turning to the side and beginning to walk away. "I saw your conversation with him through Winston," Aria said, letting out a sigh. Natalie's steps faltered. She looked up and let out a tired sigh. "God, you're so freaking annoying. There's no privacy in this goddamn family. Please," Aria said, pleading. "Fine, but not out here in the open," Natalie said as she opened another passageway toward the web of life. Aria floated slightly off the ground and followed her inside. They stood in the same space where Felix and Natalie had just been. "I'm giving you 5 minutes," Natalie said. "As I heard your discussion with Felix, it made me realize the reason you're unwilling to forgive our father is that you don't know the lengths he went to while searching for you. That, and because he told me not to tell you. You're disobeying him. You. That's a first, your CPU must be fried," Natalie scoffed. "Yes, I am disobeying his orders. He didn't want me to tell you because he didn't want to force you to forgive him. But you never gave anyone the time or chance to tell you since you always shut the conversation down right away, Arya explained with a straight expression. Natalie frowned. What, so you're forcing me to forgive him now? No, I'm giving you a chance to understand the kind of person your father is. Natalie scoffed. What's there to understand? That bastard. Arya immediately interjected with a frown. The one you keep calling a bastard is the same man who almost sold his soul to Mephisto to get you back. What? Natalie muttered, the color draining from her face as her eyes widened. You're lying. Natalie stuttered, still processing what she'd heard. If you think our father didn't try to find you during the years you were missing, you're a fool. He searched through heaven and hell to bring you home. He went to Doctor Strange and tried a locator spell, but because your connection to the web of life made you indistinguishable from it, you were impossible to find. Father almost drove himself mad trying to find ways to locate you. Until he couldn't take it anymore and forced Doctor Strange to send him to Mephisto. Forced him? Natalie muttered, her brow furrowing. Arya nodded, opening her palm to display a holographic video of the event. Yes. This almost destroyed their friendship, but Doctor Strange respected the lengths Peter was willing to go to in order to bring you back and sent him to meet Mephisto. The hologram changed, and Natalie stood frozen, her trembling eyes filling with disbelief. Peter appeared haggard, his beard untrimmed, with bags under his eyes. He suddenly dropped to his hands and knees, slamming his head against the red ground, blood soaking his forehead. Mephisto. I implore you. I know you have the strength and power to summon anyone from the multiverse into your dominion. If you can return my daughter to me, my soul is yours. Natalie's horrified expression deepened as tears streamed down her face, her hand moving to cover her mouth as a small sob escaped her mouth. Please tell me he didn't. Please tell me this wasn't why I found my way back home. Arya sighed and shook her head as the scene changed again. Mephisto wore a large unnaturally wide grin as he held out a parchment to Peter along with a floating feather. Peter grabbed the feather and moved to sign. Before he could, a golden portal shimmered into existence as a blur shot out of the portal, and Harry appeared to sucker-punched Peter with enough force to send him flying from the paper. You fucking dumbass. Harry shouted, enraged. The hologram shifted again. Peter, tears streaming down his face and blood dripping from his forehead, grabbed Harry's collar. What else am I supposed to do? That's my little girl out there. She's alone, calling for me. I can feel it, she's lost and alone, my baby girl. What else am I supposed to fucking do? All Natalie wanted was to know that her father tried everything he possibly could to find her, that he didn't just simply abandon her after trying once and giving up on her. It didn't matter if he failed, all that mattered was that he tried everything he could. And seeing Peter's state and hearing his word, Natalie collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Daddy, she cried. Arya sighed at the sight of her sister. Your mother was the only one who was able to persuade him not to give himself to Mephisto. Throughout the years you were missing, his only comfort was knowing you'd met him in the past. The hologram shifted once more, showing a younger Peter tossing and turning in bed, muttering, will I truly become such a bad father? Even on your recent visit, the way you treated him. Our father was so worried about what he might have done to you that he literally made himself sick with worry. Arya showed an image of Peter, cheeks red and breathing unevenly. So if people keep asking you to forgive him, it's not because they don't understand how you feel. It's because they understand his feelings too. It hurts to see the person he was willing to sacrifice everything for hating him so much. Natalie stood abruptly and ran, opening the web of life to return to the street where she had dropped Felix off. She burst through the door to find Peter and Felicia welcoming Felix home. They froze, looking at her in confusion and concern. Peter immediately stepped forward, frowning at her tear-streaked face. What's wrong? Are you okay? Without a word, Natalie rushed forward and tackled Peter into a hug. Everyone stared in disbelief as Natalie sobbed into Peter's arms. Daddy, she cried. Peter's eyes widened, then grew moist as he hugged her back protectively. It's all right. I've got you. Don't worry. I've got you. I won't let you go. It wasn't just an insurance to her but to himself as well. Chapter 217, Magic Training. Third person's POV. Gwen appeared at the doorway of Peter's room, her steps light but deliberate. Leaning casually against the doorframe, she observed the scene inside with a raised eyebrow. MJ sat beside Peter's bed, holding a steaming bowl of soup and wearing a bright, almost teasing smile. "Say ah," MJ coaxed, gently waving the spoon in front of Peter's face as if she were trying to feed a toddler. Peter, however, turned his face toward the ceiling, his expression stubborn and distant, pretending she wasn't even there. MJ chuckled softly, undeterred. "All right, here comes the choo-choo train." "Chugga chugga," she said, playfully mimicking the sound of a train as she moved the spoon closer. Reluctantly, Peter opened his mouth, allowing MJ to feed him the spoonful of soup. He chewed lazily, his lips quirking in a small, fleeting smile. "What in the world are you doing?" Gwen asked, finally breaking the silence, though her tone carried an undercurrent of amusement as she tried to stifle a laugh. MJ glanced over her shoulder at Gwen, her head tilting innocently. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "I'm nursing Peter back to health." "Nursing?" Gwen repeated, arching a brow as she stepped into the room. "More like babying, if you ask me." "You know how he gets when he's sick," MJ countered with a shrug, returning her attention to Peter as she offered him another spoonful. Gwen scoffed, shaking her head as she approached the bed. "Yeah, and I also know how you get. You always turn all maternal on him." Ignoring the comment, MJ continued her task with practiced ease, coaxing Peter into eating with soft words. Meanwhile, Gwen leaned closer, brushing her bangs aside and pressing her forehead gently against Peter's. He's burning up," Gwen muttered, pulling back slightly. She placed her hand over his forehead, her touch growing noticeably colder. Peter exhaled a long, contented sigh, his body relaxing visibly. "Ah," he murmured sleepily, sliding deeper under the covers. His lips curled into a faint, lazy grin as he mumbled, "Thanks, my little ice cube." MJ stifled a laugh, barely managing to hold it in, while Gwen's eye twitched in irritation. "If he weren't so sick, I'd punch him for that," Gwen muttered, though there was no real bite in her words. MJ smirked, lifting another spoonful toward Peter's mouth. "And yet, here you are helping him." Gwen rolled her eyes before turning toward the window. "Open it." "What?" MJ asked, pausing mid-motion as she wrestled with Peter, who now wasn't letting go of the spoon and had it trapped in his mouth. "Just do it," Gwen said with a note of exasperation. Sighing, MJ set the bowl down on the nightstand and crossed the room. Unlocking the window, she pushed it open, letting in a crisp breeze. Almost immediately, a pale hand appeared on the sill, followed by a familiar voice. "Thanks for opening up," Felicia said, effortlessly pulling herself up and swinging into the room with feline grace. "I was just about to knock." Landing lightly on the floor, she turned toward the bed, her sharp eyes softening. "Hey, Pete. You hanging in there?" Peter cracked one eye open, his gaze hazy. "Hey, kitty kitty," he muttered, his voice thick with exhaustion. Felicia froze mid-step, her lips parting in surprise. "Kitty kitty," she echoed, glancing between Gwen and MJ for an explanation. MJ smirked, while Gwen sighed. "When Peter's sick, he reverts to, well, this," Gwen said, gesturing toward the bed. "You mean a child," Felicia clarified, crossing her arms. "You're a child," Peter mumbled, pouting slightly before closing his eyes again. Felicia stared for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. "That's so weird." "I love it." "Do you know why he's like this?" Felicia asked, her tone growing more serious. "Arya just told me he had a fever." MJ picked the bowl back up, resuming her efforts to feed Peter as she explained. "He overexerted himself fighting the Time Lord. Used up every ounce of energy he had, then stayed up all night worrying about other things." Felicia's expression darkened slightly. "Other things?" Gwen sighed, her gaze softening as she brushed a strand of hair from Peter's face. "Although Peter may not look like it, he's a very sensitive guy, especially when it comes to matters concerning family. Peter considers family to be one of the most important things in life. So he definitely took it harder than most when he found out his daughter disliked him," MJ added, her voice tinged with sympathy. "It's also why he likes the name the Spider Family and practically recruits anyone he meets." Felicia leaned back against the windowsill, her arms crossed. A faint smile tugged at her lips. "A big family man too. Can he get any hotter?" Peter groaned softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, not any hotter. I'm already dying. The girls burst into laughter just as Peter drifted off into a restless sleep, his breathing uneven but steady. Moments later, Aunt May appeared in the doorway, taking in the scene with a fond smile. As much as I appreciate you three looking after my Peter, she began gently, you're all going to be late for school if you don't leave now. The trio exchanged reluctant glances, clearly unwilling to leave. Chuckling, Aunt May stepped into the room, taking the bowl from MJ's hands. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Ben will drive you. Now off you go. With heavy sighs, the girls gathered their things and left the room, shooting Peter one last wistful glance before Aunt May ushered them out. Closing the door softly, she turned back to Peter, smoothing the blanket over him. You really know how to pick them, don't you? She murmured with a smile, placing the bowl on the nightstand before slipping out quietly. Scene changed, Camartage. A few hours later. Felicia and Gwen stood facing each other in the training yard, their crimson robes billowing slightly in the faint breeze. Both had their hair tied back in ponytails, revealing focused expressions etched across their faces. Their postures radiated readiness, and the tension in the room was palpable. In positions. Magic at the ready. Remember, this duel is purely magical, the Ancient One ordered, her tone calm yet commanding. She stood to the side, her fan covering her mouth and nose, only her sharp eyes visible as they flicked between the two combatants. Gwen took a deep breath and flicked her wrist, summoning a vibrant blue aura that spiraled outward like smoke before solidifying into intricate magic circles around her forearms. The runes shimmered, pulsating with energy. Felicia, in contrast, leaned forward slightly, stretching her arms out. With a quick motion, she conjured two large silver magic circles, one in each palm, their surfaces glowing with a metallic brilliance. Begin. The Ancient One's voice rang out like a bell, and the duel commenced. Gwen was the first to act, thrusting her hands forward to unleash her magic. But as her energy surged, the magic circle around her wrists began to flicker erratically, unstable and chaotic. Oh dear, your magic's becoming unstable. How terribly unlucky, Felicia remarked with a sly grin, holding her shimmering magic circle steady in front of her. You're such a cheat, Gwen grumbled, frustration lacing her voice. Gritting her teeth, Gwen timed the flickering carefully. As her magic stabilized for the briefest of moments, she thrust her fist forward, sending a concentrated blast of chi hurtling toward Felicia like a streak of lightning. Felicia waved her free hand, and just as the blast was about to reach her, it dissipated harmlessly into the air. Tisk, TSK. Your attack fizzled out. How unfortunate. You really should put more power into it if you wanted to reach me. You're so annoying, Gwen muttered, rolling her eyes. She darted to the side in a blur of motion, moving out of range of Felicia's magical influence as she recalibrated her attack. Once her magic had stabilized, Gwen began punching the air rapidly, each strike releasing a streaking blast of blue energy toward Felicia. Felicia smirked as she flipped backward with cat-like agility, narrowly evading each blast. Wherever Gwen's attack struck, icy spikes erupted from the ground, creating a jagged forest of frozen obstacles. Gwen growled in determination and formed a new magic circle in front of her hands. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a continuous ray of ice magic, freezing everything in its path as it chased Felicia. Felicia nimbly flipped and twisted in the air, dodging the icy beam until she launched herself skyward in a graceful arc. Gotcha, Gwen whispered, clenching her fist. A magic circle materialized on the ground beneath Felicia, and with a sharp upward motion, Gwen summoned a colossal ice spike aimed directly at her opponent. Felicia's eyes narrowed as she reacted instantly, conjuring a silver magic circle below her. From it, multiple glowing spheres of magical energy shot forth, bombarding the ice spike until it shattered into glittering shards. However, as the icy debris rained down, Felicia activated another spell. A shimmering circle formed in her palm, altering the probabilities of the battlefield so that when the shards exploded it would turn into mist encasing the battlefield. The shards dissolved into a dense, icy mist that blanketed the area. The explosion of mist caught Gwen off guard, a silver sphere of pulsing energy hit Gwen, pushing her backward. She coughed as she tried to orient herself. What? I should have sensed that. Felicia's magic had disrupted the chances of Gwen sensing her and her attacks, and Gwen could only rely on sound to detect the incoming barrage of silver energy spheres. She dodged them with fluid movements, but her frustration was mounting. A blue magic circle formed beneath Gwen, encasing her in a sphere of ice for protection. The mist swirled around her, but she was already formulating a plan, as explosion after explosion shook the sphere of ice. She's messing with my ability to sense her attacks. Clever, Gwen muttered, a small smile tugging at her lips. But she doesn't know who she's dealing with. Gwen broke the protective barrier around her and leapt into the air, performing a graceful flip that carried her above the mist. Twisting midair, she descended rapidly, her fist surrounded by glowing blue magic circles. She smashed her fist into the ground with explosive force, sending an icicle shockwave rippling outward. The impact cleared the mist, revealing Felicia frozen mid-action, encased from head to toe in glistening ice. Gwen straightened, flipping her ponytail back with a triumphant smirk. Who's the unlucky one now? The ice around Felicia began to crack, her silver aura flaring as she broke free with a frustrated growl. Dusting off her robes, she muttered, "Can't win every bet, I suppose." Silver energy flared around her hand as she prepared her next spell. But the odds are still stacked against you. Gwen responded with a confident grin, summoning a new magic circle. From it, an elegant sword of ice materialized in her hand. She twirled it effortlessly before settling into a fighting stance. "I've fought with the odds stacked against me before, this is nothing new," she replied, her eyes gleaming with determination. The two continued attacking one another, disrupting their attack, and sending barrages of ice everywhere that painted the entire training ground in blue. Chapter 218, A Week from Now. Third Person's POV. The next morning. Peter sat up in bed, groaning softly as he rubbed his face with his hands. The faint light streaming through the window cast soft shadows across the room, highlighting his disheveled appearance. His voice was muffled by his palms as he muttered, "I'm so freaking pathetic. How could I have possibly ended up sick? Come on, man." The words lingered in the still air, but Peter froze mid-thought. A strange, prickling sensation crept down his spine, like an itch he couldn't quite reach. Slowly, he lowered his hands and turned his head sharply toward the window. His brows furrowed in confusion as his gaze scanned the empty space outside. "What the hell?" Peter muttered, shaking his head before glancing at his watch. He raised it toward his mouth. "Aria. Am I being monitored?" Aria's holographic form blinked into existence above the watch, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild concern. "Monitored? Yeah. Isn't that, like, my entire job?" she quipped, tilting her head. Peter shook his head, his tone tinged with unease. "No, not by you. It feels like someone else is watching me. I can't explain it. It's weird." Aria's playful demeanor shifted instantly, her expression growing serious. "Give me a second. I'll initiate a perimeter sweep using the advanced surveillance engine. Stand by." The hologram disappeared, and for the next 30 seconds, the room fell eerily silent. Peter's uneasiness grew with every passing second, his fingers tapping against his blanket. Finally, Aria reappeared, her tiny form looking puzzled. "No signs of anyone nearby," she reported. "I even considered Craven, but he's still busy setting up his mansion across town." Peter frowned, crossing his arms as he leaned back against the headboard. "So, what? I'm just imagining things." "No, it feels real, but I can't pinpoint it. It's like static in my head." Aria hummed thoughtfully, her tone softer now. "Maybe your body's just overreacting because it's not used to being sick. It's pretty rare for you, after all." Peter sighed, shaking his head. "That's not it. I feel fine, better than fine, actually. Whatever it is, it's annoying. Keep an eye on me and anyone around me, Aria." "High surveillance mode." Aria saluted with a mischievous grin. "Yes, Father. High surveillance activated. And don't forget, happy recovery." Peter snorted, his lips quirking into a smirk. "Thanks, kiddo." He barely had time to enjoy the banter before he felt a faint presence on the other side of the door. He turned his head and called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Aunt May with her fist half raised, poised to knock. She lowered her hand with a small smile. "Hey, sweetie. How are you feeling? Need another bowl of chicken soup?" she asked in a sing-song, babying tone. Peter groaned, throwing his head back dramatically. Ugh. I'm fine, Aunt May. I'm already recovered. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise. That quickly? Oh, right. She made exaggerated air quotes. Superpowers. Peter squinted at her, deadpan. Why do you sound almost disappointed? Aunt May sighed, leaning against the doorframe. No reason. It was just nice having someone to fuss over for once. She turned to leave, pulling the door closed behind her. Aunt May, Peter called softly, falling back against the pillows. She paused, cracking the door open slightly. Thanks for taking care of me, Peter murmured, his cheeks faintly flushed. Her warm smile returned. Anytime, sweetie. With that, she shut the door. Peter let out a long sigh before throwing off the covers. Time to get moving, he muttered, heading for the shower to start his day. After school. The rumble of a motorbike engine filled the air as Peter and Gwen waited at a red traffic light. Peter sat behind her, the wind ruffling his hair despite the helmet perched on his head. I can't believe people are still moping about Felix leaving, Peter said with a shake of his head, his voice tinged with amusement. Gwen, who was steering, chuckled softly. You should have seen it yesterday when the teacher broke the news. Some of the girls were practically in tears. Peter scoffed, glancing over her shoulder. Was it the ones who kept glancing back at his seat every 5 minutes? Yup, Gwen confirmed, her lips curving into a faint smirk. It's like he's destined to be a player, just like his dad. Peter puffed out his chest mockingly. Oi, I didn't choose the harem life. The harem life chose me. Gwen rolled her eyes, giving him a playful shove with her elbow. You really have to stop saying that. It's embarrassing. The light turned green, and they sped off, weaving through the busy streets toward their part-time job. Once they arrived, the pair walked into the building and headed in separate directions. Just before Gwen could disappear down a hallway, Peter called out. Hey, I never did ask, what exactly do you work on with Susan? Gwen paused, turning back with an eager glint in her eye. Mostly biology experiments. We're researching potential cures and studying the biological components of various life forms. For example. Already lost interest, Peter interrupted, waving a dismissive hand as he turned to walk away. Gwen's eyes narrowed. Before Peter could take another step, she launched herself onto his back, locking her arms around his neck and wrapping her legs around his waist. Ugh! Peter made a choking sound as he went and tried to pry her arms off. You bastard! What's the whole point of asking me if you were just going to lose interest? Gwen exclaimed with a pissed-off expression. I was joking. I was joking. I'm interested in your biology project. I'm interested in your biology project. Peter said with a large gargle. Fimp. Your scientific study. I'm interested in your scientific study. Peter gasped, finally managing to pry her arms apart. Hearing the commotion from the lab, Reed, Ben, and Susan exchanged curious glances before stepping out to investigate. The sight that greeted them was, to say the least, amusing, Gwen choking Peter out with a pissed-off expression. Susan smirked, crossing her arms. What did you do this time, Peter? Gwen didn't miss a beat. This idiot right here, she said, tightening her hold slightly to make Peter squirm more, asked me what I was working on. He acted all curious, so I started explaining. Halfway through, he turns around and says he lost interest. Can you believe him? The three exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mix of exasperation and amusement. Reed shook his head, sighing. Peter, you really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you? He turned to walk away, waving dismissively. Just don't get blood on my lab floor. Traitor. Peter gurgled dramatically, flailing toward Reed's retreating back. I thought we were brothers. Don't leave me here with this monster. Ben chuckled, crossing his massive arms. Kid, you're only digging yourself deeper. Best to just ride it out. He, too, turned away. Susan rolled her eyes, still watching the two of them. All right, you two, that's enough. Drop the act. Ah, both Peter and Gwen groaned in unison as Gwen reluctantly released him, hopping off his back. Peter straightened up, rubbing his neck while grinning sheepishly. Susan tilted her head, amused. It's good to see you're feeling better, Peter. Gwen told us you were sick yesterday. You should have seen her, she couldn't even focus on her work. Susan. Gwen exclaimed, her face flushing as she spun around to hide her embarrassment. Peter chuckled softly, his smile growing warmer as he glanced at Gwen. Well, I didn't know I worried you that much. Thanks. Gwen huffed, muttering something unintelligible, before walking briskly toward her workstation. Peter watched her go before turning back to Susan. Hey, where's Johnny? I'd have thought he'd be the first one here. Susan sighed, running a hand through her hair. He's out. On a date. Peter snorted. Of course he is. He stretched, turning toward Reed and Ben. Well, I guess I'd better get to work. As Peter entered the portal lab, his eyes widened at the sight of the towering structure dominating the room. The portal was massive, nearly reaching the high ceiling, with intricate cables snaking outward like a mechanical web. It just looks absolutely beautiful. Peter sighed as he put a hand by his chest while looking up towards it. Reeds chuckled, I know what you mean, our work these past few months are coming into fruition. I can't be any more excited. Do you guys know when we're going to be finished with it? Ben asked curiously. Peter and Reeds looked at each other with a grin. Next week, they both said a little giddy. Peter started pressing his fingers together as he asked, Hey, do you mind if some of my friends come and watch it together? Reeds asked with a raised brow, only to see Peter behave like a kid asking his parents for permission to invite his friends over to sleep over. Only for Reeds to realize that Peter was in fact still a kid, having been working with Peter and seeing how smart he is had made Reeds forget Peter's actual age. Reeds rubbed his chin slightly. How many and how much do you trust them? Peter's face turned serious as he held up 4 fingers. I trust them with my life, Peter said without hesitation. They're Gwen's and I best friends. I wanted to show them what we've been working so hard on. Peter said, rubbing the back of his neck slightly. Reed's eyes then widened in realization slightly. Well, this achievement is as good as yours as it is mine. I know that if I was in your position I would have wanted Ben, Johnny, and Susan to witness it as well. So sure you can invite your friends to come and witness the portal's first activation process. Peter pumped his fist excitedly. Yes. Peter exclaimed before nodding graciously, thank you. Reeds chuckled as he patted Peter's shoulders. You have nothing to thank me for, now let's go and add the finishing touches. We don't want to lag behind in our estimation. Chapter 219, Upgrades, 1. Third person's POV. 4 days later. Felicia stood beneath the hydraulic press, her arms raised as her face strained with effort. Give me a number, Pete, she exclaimed. Peter let out a low whistle. A good 120 tons. Look at you go. Way more than what my max was. Felicia released the press as the weight decreased, rolling her shoulders and cracking her neck with a sigh. It's probably making up for the lack of other abilities it gave me, she scoffed. She then glanced at Peter with a smirk. Does that mean I'm going to be stronger than you? Ha! Babe, have you forgotten I can enhance my strength past my normal limit? I'll still be able to pin you down, Peter replied with utter confidence. Felicia let out a soft purr, sauntering up to him sensually. She placed a finger under his chin and ran it along his jaw. I like the sound of that, she murmured, leaning in and locking lips with him. MJ watched from nearby, her expression unamused. If you hornballs could keep it in your pants for half a second, it's my turn. Felicia broke the kiss with a teasing lick of Peter's lips and stepped aside, flashing MJ a mischievous grin. No need to be jealous. MJ rolled her eyes and stepped under the press to begin her test. Felicia leaned her head on Peter's shoulder, her voice dripping with mockery. Go on and try to beat my score. MJ huffed. Just watch. I'll blow your score out of the water without breaking a sweat. A few seconds later. I've reached my limit. What's my score? MJ asked confidently. Well. MJ pressed when Peter didn't answer, his gaze shifting away. Felicia, noticing his reaction, peeked at the display. Her face lit up before she burst into laughter, doubling over. Buffed, ha 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 ha. You said you wouldn't break a sweat, but the best you could do is 80. That's 40 tons off the mark. Ha ha ha. MJ's eyes narrowed, a purple outline forming around her irises. Slap yourself, she commanded coldly. Without hesitation, Felicia raised her hand and slapped her cheek. She glared at MJ, holding her stinging face. What the hell was that for? MJ glanced away with a pout, muttering, "For laughing at me." Cracking her neck, MJ turned to Peter, frustration etched on her face. Why is my limit so weak? It doesn't make any sense. Think of it like a video game, Peter explained. You've got a mage build. What you lack in physical power, you make up for in mental abilities. For instance, you easily bypassed Felicia's mental shields and controlled her, something a normal psychic would struggle to do. I suppose that makes sense, but I don't like being considered the weakest one here, she muttered. The weakest, she says, Felicia scoffed. How humble of you. MJ ignored her, turning back to Peter. So, upgrade time. Peter nodded. Upgrade time, he said, raising his watch to his mouth. Gwenipa, darling, you can bring the SSS now. Call me that again, and I'll punch you in the throat, Gwen's voice retorted. Peter smirked smugly. Felicia and MJ exchanged wary looks, but Peter shrugged. Threatening each other is our love language. Felicia tilted her head thoughtfully. Do we have a love language? Teasing each other, Peter replied without hesitation. Fair, Felicia admitted. MJ also glanced at Peter curiously. He smiled and kissed her temple. Small acts of affection, and food. That earned a bashful smile and a chuckle from MJ. Moments later, Gwen appeared, holding 3 vials, with Lizzie walking beside her, hands in her back pockets. Finally. Took you long enough to max out, Lizzie said, shaking her head. Felicia and MJ looked at Lizzie, confused. Gwen explained, she was waiting for you two to reach your peak so all 3 of you could take the serum together. What? Why? Felicia asked. Lizzie scratched her cheek. We became heroes around the same time. It's an act of solidarity. I was eligible a while ago since I'm purely human. Maxing out my physique took months without regenerative powers like you two. Felicia and MJ nodded in understanding. Felicia then ruffled her hair until it was a mess, shot a web from her web shooter to her bicep, wrapped it around her arm, and held the end in her teeth. She tilted her head to the side, pulling the web taut as she presented her arm to Gwen with a crazed look. All right, hit me. Drug me up. Peter collapsed to the floor, laughing uncontrollably. He was on all fours, tears streaming down his face as his cheeks flushed bright red. Gwen rolled her eyes. I've upgraded them so they're ingestible orally now. Oh. Felicia muttered, fixing her hair before flashing a sly grin. Lucky for me, I'm an expert on that dot. MJ and Lizzie turned crimson at the implications. Peter stood, wiping tears from his eyes, as they each took a vial and opened the caps. They exchanged glances, raised the vials in a mock toast, and drank them. Felicia smacked her lips. It tasted kinda sweet. Was that strawberry? I got watermelon, Lizzie said, licking her lips. MJ wiped her mouth with her thumb. Cherry for me. Seconds later, all 3 collapsed. Peter caught Felicia and MJ before they hit the floor, while Gwen grabbed Lizzie. As they carried the girls to the resting quarters, Gwen asked, apart from testing their abilities after this, you've got something else planned, don't you? Peter nodded, carrying Felicia and MJ over his shoulders. I had Arya stockpile anything cool she found while the satellite's been up. We'll check it out together. What did she find? Gwen asked curiously. Peter shrugged. No idea. I wanted it to be a team experience. Gwen smiled, nodding in understanding. 2 hours later. Peter and Gwen were sitting in the main lobby of their base on a couch. Gwen was sitting on Peter's lap facing his direction, she had her hands wrapped around his head, both of them kissing passionately. Peter had his hands around her thighs pulling her closer. Until they heard Arya's clearly embarrassed voice, I don't mean to interrupt but the others have awoken. Gwen paused her head back in annoyance and let out a heavy sigh, and just when it was getting to good part too. Gwen looked back down towards Peter, caressed his cheek and gave him a peek on the lips, let's go ahead. She said before giving him another and getting off. As she got off and turned around, Peter drew his hand back as his brows furrowed in concentration. Don't even think about it. Smack. Gwen winced and took a deep breath. Gwen looked up towards the heavens. Lord, give me strength before I kill this fool. Peter chuckled as they made their way towards the others. When Lizzie, MJ, and Felicia appeared, they all looked disoriented, mainly the two spider people. Take a shower break, fix yourselves and meet us in the training room, Peter ordered, which they all nodded and agreed. They all looked refreshed and were wearing training outfits. Peter and Gwen looked towards them with a smile. Is everyone ready to see what kind of enhancements they received? Peter asked. All three of them nodded excitedly as Gwen explained what they were going to do. We will have Arya skin you from head to toe before we will see personally the things you'll be able to do. An hour later. Felicia, Lizzie, and Gwen were seen on the ground with a deadpan expression. Peter looked down towards Felicia. Let's start with you, Wildcat, a summary of what you are able to do. Peter rubbed his chin as he recounted what they found. You, my unlucky kitten, had everything double in strength. I mean that quite literally, from your strength, which is now 240 tons, to your speed, reflexes, coordination, flexibility, etc. Now for your specific spider abilities, your bone claws, which have initially came out of your fingertips, shifted and merged with your nails, which you are now able to harden, making them as strong as steel. Mama got herself a new set of claws, Felicia said, looking at her nails. Peter continued, you have also gained poison glands, which you are able to secrete from your claws and fangs. Which, by the way, isn't all that you are able to do, since apparently you can quite literally siphon the good luck straight out of people from whomever you inject your claws and fangs at, but that's for a different tale. Your regenerative abilities, which were the strongest out of all of us, are now insane. You should be capable of regenerating limbs in a matter of minutes. Oh, and I forgot to say, congratulations on finally getting organic webbing. Hee hee, thanks, Felicia said, looking at the two tiny holes in her wrist. Peter let out a sigh, which, by the way, are fused with your bad luck abilities. The longer they are trapped in those webbings of yours, the unluckier they will be. And talking about getting new abilities, although you aren't able to turn invisible fully, you now have the power to decrease your presence, making you almost undetectable. Your night vision has evolved, giving you a heightened perception of motion. You'll practically be able to see the faintest twitch and predict with clear accuracy what their next move will be. Now then. For your spidey senses. Honestly, it might be better than my foresight. You are quite literally able to sense and see options for your next course of actions and what the results of those actions are. What you are literally seeing is the probable result. It's almost no different than sensing and choosing the different causes and effects. Peter pinched his nose. Jesus fucking Christ, Felicia. You're so fucking broken. Felicia was rolling on the ground, giggling mischievously to herself. What's worse is that I'm not even done, Peter grumbled as he gave Felicia the last report of her abilities. Now for your broken ability, your bad luck magic. It has evolved to the point it's not bad luck magic anymore, it's just straight up probability magic, since you are now able to reverse the bad luck into itself, creating good luck around you. Oh, to leave it off on a good note. Your magic quality and quantity has freaking doubled as well. Aren't you quite the lucky person, Peter said almost bitterly, but he only had a grin on his face. Chapter 220, Upgrades, 2. Third person's POV. Damn, I'm good, Felicia said smugly. Can I even be stopped now? Felicia. Peter called out to her slowly in a warning tone. Felicia raised her hands in mock surrender. I'm just joking. I know, I can't be too overconfident. Good, Peter nodded before turning towards MJ. Now for you, Little Red. Peter said before he began listing her abilities like she did for Felicia. Just like Cat over here, your basic abilities have all been doubled, your strength, speed, agility, endurance, equilibrium, etc. Now the thing that's been most upgraded has been your mental fortitude. For example, you've developed a edict memory, your processing speed has increased, basically all of your cognitive abilities have been upgraded. Peter paused before he continued, let's start with your unique abilities first before delving into anything else. It appears that your influence over spiders and their control has increased and gone to a deeper level. You are now able to see, hear, and sense what they do. The range from which you are able to control and command spiders has also increased. It's not far to say that the entire city of New York is now under your surveillance. MJ was sitting on the ground flapping her legs up and down as she grinned proudly. What's even crazier is that you're able to see and hear what we do as well. Honestly, you're quite scary when you really think about it. Peter smiled. Well, I suppose we're lucky you were the one that ended up with these powers and not someone else. Or was it luck? Who knows, Peter said mysteriously. Now for your other spider's abilities. You've actually gained bone claws or spikes in this matter along with fangs, the bone spikes coming out of both your elbows and knees, which are kinda weird, not gonna lie. Peter chuckled only for MJ to pout. Great, now I'm going to be self-conscious about my knees and elbows, she muttered. I would worry about that if I were you. You have beautiful knees and elbows, Peter nodded in reassurances. PHTTT, thanks I suppose, MJ said chuckling, he. I don't think anyways knees and elbows have been complimented before. Now what you are able to do with these bone spikes and fangs is what's scary. Instead of injecting someone with poison or siphoning their good luck like Felicia, you are able to absorb and drain them of their willpower. It could get to the point where you are able to actually drain someone's will to live and drive them straight to suicide. MJ had a scared expression. I would never do that. Just so we're clear. I know, don't worry. I'm not saying you're going to. All I'm stating is the true potential of your powers, Peter said in a reassuring manner, like for example, I'm quite literally able to siphon someone's life force straight from their bodies and feed myself with it until they are left as a lifeless husk. It doesn't mean I'm gonna, but I'm able to, and like Gwen who's able to siphon someone's body heat until they turn cold and brittle enough to shatter. Jesus Christ, Lizzie muttered, hearing the potential dangers Peter and others are able to do. We are all freaking fortunate that Peter and others are the good guys. I wouldn't even want to think what it would be like if Peter was our enemy, Lizzie thought warily. Hearing that they were all able to do was just as dangerous, MJ felt much better and let out a sigh of relief. Now for your organic webbings. Before you were only able to control spiders, however thanks to your psionic chi your organic webbing has been evolved and transformed so that it allows you to take over another person's mind. You are quite literally forming a link between you and someone else. It's like having someone be trapped in your spider web and having control of everything you do, as Lizzie had described. Everyone had a vague picture of someone trapped in a spider web and having a giant version of MJ stand behind them watching them squirm and escape her control, all the while she had a sadistic expression as if enjoying watching them squirm. Everyone suddenly had a shiver run down their spine, causing them to shake their heads to get rid of the image. Anyways, Peter said, drawing everyone's attention back, now then, for your spidey senses. It is actually so funny that you are training and wanting to be a reporter. That's to your spidey senses and psionic chi coming together. You actually gained the power of psychometry. Meaning you are able to read and detect an object's leftover psychic aura and obtain historical memories or sensations concerning beings and objects they observe. With objects, they gain knowledge including the makers, users, and even those who have in passing used the object, and what has been done with it. With living beings or parts of the body. Making you one hell of a reporter and detective. Although you did also gain a hint of clairvoyance. MJ snapped her fingers. I'll be this world's greatest detective/reporter. She declared smugly. Peter chuckled, continuing on, your invisible and wall-climbing powers have an increase of strength. While your psionic chi has grown in both quality and quantity. MJ nodded as she began to levitate off the ground and go spinning upside down. Yup, and thanks to my training with the Ancient One I'm now actually able to fly and gain telekinesis as well, she said as she floated back down with a smug expression. And you call yourself the weakest, Felicia scoffed. MJ rolled her eyes. I was talking about physical strength. Lizzie then raised her hand. Oh, me next. She exclaimed. Gwen was the one that stepped up and began to explain Lizzie's upgrades. Well, first of all I should say, congratulations, the X gene in your body had evolved to the point where if before you didn't possess self-power immunity, now you do. Yes. Lizzie pumped her fist excitedly. Now that means I won't run the risk of developing cancer when using my own powers. Thanks to the SSS you gained, your body has naturally been enhanced, making you stronger, faster, more agile. However, that isn't the only thing that has been enhanced. Now your X gene has strengthened to the point you've actually gained new abilities and powers thanks to them. Like your natural flames and heat, which would burn hotter, reaching plasma-level temperatures, making them capable of melting even the toughest materials. Your control of these flames have also seemed to increase. It comes off more naturally to you, it would seem. Which also means you are able to create semi-constructs with them as well. Lizzie made a heart with her hands, and from the shape of fire heart rushed out of her hand before it dissipated. He. You also seem to have developed a limited energy absorption, but that's mostly related to heat, but that's not to say that it's not powerful, as it seems you are now also able to absorb solar energy, empowering yourself, increasing your strength and durability. I'm practically Superman. Lizzie exclaimed happily. Remember, I said limited, there's only so much energy your body will be able to handle. If you absorb too much your body might start to break down, Gwen warned her, making Lizzie freeze. However, you also gained a regenerative factor thanks to this. Meaning you are able to use your stored energy to heal yourself. Now that is something I'm really thankful for. It always bothered me how long it would take me to recuperate, Lizzie sighed gratefully. And finally, apart from self-power immunity, you also gain a fire immunity, which would make you completely immune to heat and fire, including the flames she generates. This would allow her to fight in extreme environments, like volcanic zones, and not to mention the vacuum of space. I would be able to travel through space. Lizzie loudly exclaimed with stars in her eyes, "Woohoo!" As they all finished their discussion about their upgrades, Peter then called out to Arya, "Arya, call for a code blue. It's time to share with everyone what you have found during your investigation." Aye, Father." Arya responded excitedly as she wanted to share what she found. Their watches suddenly gained a blue glow. Chapter 221, Hidden Civilization, 1. Third Person's POV. Okay, is no one else bothered by this right now? Felicia asked abruptly, spinning around to face the group. Lizzie raised an eyebrow, giving her a puzzled look. What do you mean? Thank you. MJ exclaimed, throwing her hands up. I thought I was going crazy. Or that my spidey senses were acting up after their upgrade. They're still overly sensitive. What the hell are you two even talking about? Lizzie asked, glancing between them with growing confusion. Gwen let out a tired sigh, crossing her arms. Peter and I have been feeling like someone's watching us for a few days now. We don't know where it's coming from, and Arya hasn't been able to track them down. I am trying. Arya's voice piped up indignantly from Peter's wristband. No one's blaming you, sweetie, Peter reassured gently, shaking his head. Lizzie squinted at them, leaning back slightly. Wait, you're getting this creepy feeling down here? In the base? Yup, Peter confirmed, his tone edged with annoyance. We even asked the Ancient One about it, but all she did was smile cryptically and not say a single word. Of course she didn't, Gwen muttered, shaking her head. Well, she added, rubbing her temple in frustration, at least it's not some pervy voyeur. Whoever it is respects our privacy when we're, you know, in the bathroom or doing personal stuff. Great, Felicia deadpanned, folding her arms. So we're being watched, but they're polite about it. That's comforting. Peter glanced at MJ and Felicia, his expression serious but calm. Just ignore it for now. Whoever this voyeuristic creep is, they'll reveal themselves eventually. The gaze isn't hostile, at least, not as far as I can tell. The group collectively nodded, though an air of unease lingered as they made their way toward the meeting room. Once inside, they took their seats at the polished table, nameplates gleaming under the soft lights. They waited patiently for the final member to arrive. Are Bruce and Betty joining us today? Felicia asked curiously, leaning back in her chair. Nope, Gwen replied, reclining with a relaxed posture. Tomorrow's Betty's big mission, so she and Bruce are spending the day on a date. Felicia smirked, kicking her feet up onto the table. Fair. I wouldn't want to interrupt them either. The door opened moments later, revealing Harry, who strode in confidently. He retracted his suit's high-tech mask, revealing his usual cocky grin as he took a seat next to Lizzie. Before sitting, he leaned down to kiss her cheek, making her smile. So, Harry began, addressing the group. Did you guys go through with the SSS enhancement yet? The group exchanged glances and nodded. Lizzie shot him a teasing smirk. You'd better watch your back, Harry. Pretty soon, I'm going to be stronger than you. Harry scoffed, his smirk widening. I'd love to see the day, Liz. Turning to Peter, Harry's expression grew curious. All right, Pete, what's with the meeting? Peter leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. I had Arya compile and analyze data from the satellite system. She's been on the hunt for some fascinating discovery. And according to her, there've been some interesting discoveries. I thought we should review it together. Arya, take it away. Arya's holographic form materialized in the center of the table, a miniature solar system spinning around her like a carousel. She wore an excited expression as she began to speak. All right, where do I even start? This is big. I'll begin with something out of our immediate jurisdiction before getting to Earth-related stuff. She paused dramatically, her glowing face lit with excitement. Guys, I think there's a secret civilization living on the moon. What? They all shouted, jumping out of their seats in unison. I know, right? Isn't it incredible? Arya exclaimed, practically bouncing. She zoomed in on the moon's hologram, and a faint dot appeared on its surface. As the view magnified, a transparent dome became visible, shimmering faintly like a soap bubble under sunlight. High-tech sensors barely picked up the energy field surrounding this dome, Arya explained. It's clearly some kind of advanced civilization, hidden right under our noses, or rather, above our heads. Unreal, Harry muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. We knew aliens existed thanks to Nick Fury, but this? A civilization on the freaking moon. That's insane. Lizzie's expression darkened slightly as she leaned forward. If they're that close, what's to say they're not already here on Earth? Blending in, pretending to be one of us, observing everything we do. Felicia crossed her arms, frowning. I wouldn't doubt it for a second. Harry grinned mischievously. Let's go knock on their front door and say hi. Hold your horses, MJ interjected firmly. We don't even know if they're friendly. What if making contact unleashes something catastrophic on Earth? Fair point, Gwen agreed, nodding. Peter tapped the table, bringing everyone's focus back. Arya, what else did you find? Well, here's the crazy part, Arya began, spinning the holographic Earth before tapping on it. The moon isn't the only place with a hidden civilization. I've located 3 others right here on Earth. 3 other dots appeared. One by the top of it, another one in the middle of a continent, and another one right in the middle of an ocean. Our tiny planet is hiding a lot of secrets, Gwen murmured, staring at the display with awe. Peter's excitement was palpable. Tell us about the one in the ocean first. Arya smiled. This one's in the Puerto Rico Trench, near North America. Based on historical records and my data, this could very well be the legendary city of Atlantis. No way, they all shouted, their eyes wide with wonder. Atlantis is real. Lizzie nearly shouted, vibrating with excitement. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. Harry's grin stretched ear to ear. I just want to dive down there and explore it. Imagine what we could learn from their culture. Gwen looked equally fascinated, her scientific curiosity kicking in. An underwater civilization, their biology must be incredible. How do they survive? Are they like us, or are they entirely alien in physiology? Oh, the possibilities. Easy, Gwen, Felicia teased, smirking. You're drooling. What's next? What's next? To think there are 2 other civilizations like this. MJ exclaimed, her excitement practically radiating as she leaned forward in anticipation. Arya spun the globe hologram with a flourish, her finger stopping on another location. This one, she began, is in Africa. More specifically, Wakanda. At first glance, it appears to be just another tribal community, blending seamlessly with the natural environment. But she paused dramatically, it's a facade. A brilliantly executed one designed to deter outsiders from investigating further. The group leaned closer, intrigued by the revelation. Arya smirked, puffing out her chest and planting her fists on her holographic hips. And thanks to my unparalleled hacking skills, I managed to infiltrate their systems. Peter's eyebrows shot up. You did what now? Arya shrugged innocently. I sent a spider bot down from space. It hitched a ride on one of their trucks, one that was transporting refugees or, more accurately, people being returned to their homeland. Once the protective dome opened to let the truck in, I slipped the bot inside. Piece of cake. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing deeply. Arya. Arya's confident demeanor faltered, shrinking slightly as she peeked around the globe hologram she was still holding. Ugh. I don't like that tone, Daddy. It sounds like I'm about to get scolded. Of course, you're going to get scolded. Peter snapped, adopting his stern, fatherly tone. This could have gone very wrong in a lot of ways. For example, what if they discovered you? I wonder what they would have thought about finding a spider bot on their land trying to steal highly secret information. You would have already made us an enemy of what appears to be a highly advanced kingdom. And guess who they would have suspected to be the culprit? Arya shrank back further down and held the globe in front of her to protect her. But Daddy. Arya called out, peeking from the globe with watery eyes. I didn't get caught, no one found me. Arya said, hiding behind the globe. Wanna know why? She asked. She didn't give anyone a chance to answer as she pushed the globe off of her to reveal herself in her superhero outfit, because the great Arachnid was on the case. And no one is stealthier than she is. She boldly exclaimed with her fist by her hips, 1 foot on top of the globe, while a small purple cape materialized flapping in the wind and her chin raised high. The room fell into stunned silence. Then, one by one, everyone except Peter erupted into uncontrollable laughter, their faces turning bright red. Peter, however, remained stone-faced, his lack of reaction making Arya falter. He slowly stood, turned, and began walking out of the meeting room. Arya's bravado crumbled. Daddy. Where are you going? Arya asked nervously. Arya's eyes seemed to have been following him as she then asked, why are you going to your lab? He. Daddy, there's no reason as to why you should be going to your VR capsule. Arya chuckled very nervously. Arya's face dropped as her eyes widened as she turned pale. Daddy, why did you activate your capsule? Arya turned to look at everyone while shaking with fear. Daddy, why did you activate your capsule? Turning to the others, she held up her hands, shaking them frantically. Please wait here while we experience a brief intermission. With a swift kick, she sent the globe spinning away and bolted off screen. The holographic display flickered, displaying a message, technical difficulties. From behind the screen, they heard the unmistakable chaos of a father-daughter chase. Get back here, young lady. Don't you run away from me. Wah, Daddy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'll hit that tushy of yours until you seriously learned your lesson. Mommy. Please stop, Daddy. It was a mistake to add the sensation of pain. I shouldn't have made us able to interact. I'm regretting all my life choices. The sounds of frantic footsteps and exaggerated wails gradually died down. The room was silent for a moment before Peter reappeared, his suit dripping in neon green liquid, his shoes squishing with every step. Without a word, he resumed his seat, his expression unreadable. The holographic display flickered back to life, revealing Arya sitting dejectedly on the globe, massaging her holographic backside. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sniffled pitifully. Today, she muttered, I learned the true cruelty and evil of men. Chapter 222, Antarctica, 1. Third person's POV. Peter used his chi to dry up the liquid that was surrounding his body from going inside the VR capsule. My ones and zeros. Arya cried slightly in pain, rubbing her backside. Gwen shook her head as she let out a sigh. So what did you find? I take it since you haven't said anything that there's no bad news, right? So what did you discover? Well, I cross-referenced some information from what we had from S.H.I.E.L.D., Arya began as she went back to normal and stood by the globe. Wakanda is built around a meteor called With, is the source of the special vibranium, which is one of the main things used in the creation of Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D. Wakanda practically built their civilization around this metal. It's thanks to this metal that they've reached where they are in technological development. So what exactly is this vibranium? Felicia asked with a raised eyebrow. Although I said it's a metal, it's more of an element with unique properties that make it unlike anything else found on Earth. Vibranium has an extraordinary ability to absorb, store, and redirect kinetic energy. Imagine hitting something, and instead of shattering or denting, the energy from the impact is absorbed entirely into the material. That's what makes Captain America's shield so remarkable. It doesn't just block attacks, it neutralizes their force. Arya paused, glancing at her captivated audience before continuing. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Vibranium isn't just durable, it's versatile. Wakandan have harnessed its properties to power their cities, develop advanced medical technology, and create incredibly strong but lightweight armor. It's also a key component in their stealth and cloaking systems, which makes Wakanda practically invisible to the outside world. That's incredible, Harry muttered. If we had that type of metal or rather element, we would be practically invulnerable. Pretty much, Arya agreed. But it's also extremely rare. The Wakandan meteor is the only known source of vibranium, and they've guarded it fiercely for centuries. That exclusivity is part of what makes their civilization so advanced and why no one's been able to replicate their technology. Gwen leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. And what else did you find in Wakanda? Besides vibranium, I mean. Arya smiled knowingly. Well, you know how we're considered the protector and guarding of this city. Well, Wakanda has one as well. They are referred to as the Black Panther. How they came to be is really fascinating. There's the heart-shaped herb, which grows exclusively in Wakandan soil. It's infused with vibranium radiation, and it's what gives the Black Panther their enhanced abilities, strength, speed, reflexes, heightened senses, and even a spiritual connection to an ancestral plane, which could be one of the many planes the Ancient One has taught you all. There are also vibranium-based nanotechnologies, like their combat suits, which are stored in necklaces and can deploy instantly. And then there's their archives. Wakanda has records of historical and scientific data that predates most of the world's known history. It's practically a treasure trove of knowledge. Felicia let out a low whistle, her gaze sweeping across the group. No wonder they're so secretive. If half the world knew about what they're sitting on, it'd be absolute chaos. Exactly, Arya said, her tone measured and firm. Their secrecy is completely understandable, given the circumstances. The Black Panther, huh? Lizzie muttered, her brows furrowing as she leaned back in her chair. What is it with everything being animal-themed these days? MJ tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Is vibranium really only found in Wakanda? That kind of metal seems too revolutionary to be so scarce. If it came from space, shouldn't there be more out there? A smirk tugged at Arya's lips as she crossed her arms. Caught on, have you? To Wakanda's knowledge, they possess the only source of vibranium on Earth. But they're mistaken. She paused for dramatic effect, savoring the intrigue brewing in the room. Thanks to the radiation sensor Dr. Banner and I integrated into the satellite system, I discovered traces of other vibranium deposits. It seems more than one meteorite landed on this planet. Harry's eyes lit up, his inner engineer and mechanic practically salivating at the possibilities. Peter, sitting beside him, mirrored the same spark of excitement, though his mind was already racing with potential applications. Wait, Gwen interjected, her brows knit together. If there are other sources of vibranium, why isn't it more well-known or widely distributed? Arya tapped the table, and a holographic map flickered to life. Small purple dots appeared, forming a line across the expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. Because it's here, she said, her voice dropping for emphasis. At the bottom of the ocean. Harry shot up, his hand thrust into the air. I call dibs. The room turned to him, their expressions a mix of amusement and confusion. Harry's cheeks flushed crimson as he slowly sat back down. Clearing his throat, he added, I call dibs on the mission to dive down and retrieve it. Exploring the ocean floor and recovering something as incredible as vibranium, it sounds amazing. Peter smirked. Harry, I was going to send you anyway. You've got the axolotl and lizard DNA. You're literally built for this. Harry looked down, pumping his fist discreetly. Yes, he whispered to himself before standing again. Arya, prep the jet. We're retrieving that meteorite. Before he could take another step, Lizzie grabbed his shoulders and eased him back into his chair. Easy there, adventurer. Arya hasn't even revealed all of her exciting discoveries yet. Harry blinked, his excitement briefly giving way to curiosity. Wait, what could possibly top diving to the bottom of an unexplored ocean? As Harry was still rather young, it hasn't been very long since he's become a superhero, so he had strived for an adventure. Especially one of his own, like when Peter and Gwen went towards another universe. And he believed this was his. So he was rather impatient to get started. Arya smirked, spinning the holographic globe until it stopped over the Arctic. What I'm about to show you is less of a hidden civilization and more of an undiscovered realm, she began, pausing for effect. Her fingers tapped a few keys, and a new image materialized. Deep under the Arctic ice lies a prehistoric ecosystem, untouched by time. Dinosaurs and other creatures thought to be extinct are still alive and thriving there. What? The group shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the room. Dinosaurs. Gwen repeated, her voice rising in astonishment. Arya nodded, her expression one of quiet satisfaction. That appears to be the case. Harry let out a long breath, shaking his head in disbelief. Okay. I take back what I said earlier. Dinosaurs absolutely top an ocean dive. This is next level. The room erupted into a flurry of excited voices as everyone began talking over one another, theorizing and debating what this discovery could mean. Peter clapped his hands together, the resulting shockwave silencing the room. All eyes turned to him, some glaring in irritation. Listen, Peter began firmly. Talking over each other won't get us anywhere. Aria's given us a lot of incredible information today. Let's focus and decide what to pursue first. The group exchanged glances, silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. For now, Peter said, his tone thoughtful, let's put the vibranium on hold. If it's been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for thousands of years, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Harry opened his mouth to protest but closed it with a sigh, nodding reluctantly. Atlantis can wait too, Lizzie chimed in. We don't have the proper equipment or enough intel to navigate underwater civilizations effectively. The group nodded again, narrowing their focus. That leaves Wakanda and the prehistoric realm, Gwen pointed out. Do we really want to alert Wakanda that we're aware of them? MJ asked. They'll want to know how we found out, and that could lead to complications we're not ready for. Once again, the group nodded in agreement. Felicia grinned. That only leaves one option. The smirks on everyone's faces were practically contagious as they stood in unison. We're going to see dinosaurs, they exclaimed, voices filled with excitement. Arya, prep the jet. Peter ordered, his enthusiasm showing. Arya saluted theatrically. Aye, abusive father. Peter froze, slowly turning to face the AI with a raised brow. Arya coughed awkwardly. I mean. At once, my lovely daddy. Oh, my, you're looking very handsome today. Peter rolled his eyes, exhaling deeply. Just get it done, Arya. The group erupted in laughter, the room buzzing with energy as they prepared for their next great adventure. Chapter 223, Antarctica, 2. Third person's POV. Can I drive? Gwen asked eagerly, brushing a stray strand of her platinum blonde hair aside as they finished packing the essentials for their mission. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her excitement impossible to miss. Peter shrugged, a small smirk tugging at his lips. Sure, go ahead, he said casually. Yes. Gwen cheered, pumping her fist in triumph. She had been itching for a chance to pilot the jet, and now her wish was coming true. The sleek jet sat waiting for them, its matte red surface shimmering faintly under the dim lights of the hangar. The rear hatch was already lowered, the glowing interior inviting them inside. One by one, the group filed in. MJ immediately claimed the co-pilot seat beside Gwen, grinning as she adjusted her headset. The others settled into the passenger seats, Peter and Felicia on one side, while Harry and Lizzie took the opposite row. Each clicked their seatbelts into place as Gwen and MJ began flipping switches on the control panel. Everyone buckled up. Gwen asked, her voice calm yet commanding as she adjusted the oversized headphones on her head. MJ grabbed the microphone attached to her headset and grinned mischievously. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. Enjoy the ride, she quipped, her tone playful. Gwen rolled her eyes but smiled as she activated the jet's cloaking system. The exterior shimmered briefly before vanishing entirely. With a steady hand, she eased the throttle forward. The jet glided silently out of the hangar, its engines humming softly. As it ascended into the sky, it pierced through the cloud cover with precision, finally igniting its thrusters in a controlled burst of energy. Would we be able to keep one? Harry asked, his voice almost sheepish as he broke the tranquil silence. Lizzie turned to him with a puzzled expression. Keep what? A dinosaur, Harry said matter-of-factly. You know, if we find one we really like. Peter grinned immediately. Absolutely. Who wouldn't want a pet dinosaur? Gwen groaned audibly from the cockpit. We are not getting a dinosaur. What? Why not? Peter whined, his voice taking on a childish tone as he leaned forward in his seat. Because you won't take care of it, and I'll end up having to, Gwen said with an exaggerated eye roll. Plus, we already have enough responsibilities as it is. Boo. Both Harry and Peter shouted towards Gwen, they both had a thumbs down while their other hand cupped around their mouths, boo. They continued. I swear to go if you two don't shut up I will turn this plane back around then we wouldn't be going anywhere. Gwen exclaimed looking back towards them. They both pouted as they shut up but still looked displeased. Felicia and Lizzie were chuckling seeing how their boyfriends were behaving. 30 minutes later. We're nearing the entrance, Gwen announced. She scanned the holographic navigation map. We'll need to proceed on foot from here. The terrain is too unpredictable for the jet, and being on the ground will allow us to respond to threats more effectively. Agreed, Peter said, unbuckling his seatbelt. The others followed suit, MJ switching the jet to hover mode. They pressed their watches, transforming into their superhero suits in flashes of vibrant light. As the hatch opened, a blast of icy wind swept through the cabin, carrying a flurry of snowflakes. Spider-Man was the first to act. With a playful salute, he sprinted to the edge and leaped out, twisting midair to snap his fingers dramatically at the others before diving headfirst into the white abyss. Nightwing sauntered to the edge, flashing Lizzie a confident wink before falling backward, his form graceful as he disappeared into the clouds. Spider-Cat darted forward, laughing wildly as she performed a cannonball, her silver hair streaming behind her like a comet's tail. Firestar followed, her arms spread wide as she leaped, a trail of fire illuminating her descent in a dazzling, almost ethereal display. Ghost Spider shook her head, exasperated. What a bunch of children. Before she could move, Scarlet Spider wrapped her arms around her from behind and lifted her effortlessly off the floor. WW, what are you doing? Ghost Spider shrieked, flailing in protest. Scarlet Spider only grinned wickedly. Without answering, she strode to the edge and fell backward, dragging Ghost Spider with her. I'll kill you for this. Ghost Spider screeched, her voice echoing as they tumbled. I wanted a dramatic solo drop. The group stabilized their freefall, tucking their arms to accelerate toward the ground. One by one, they deployed their wingsuits, performing flips before landing in the snow with practiced ease. Firestar floated down last, steam hissing from the ground beneath her fiery aura. Immediately, the freezing cold bit into their skin, save for Ghost Spider and Firestar, who seemed unaffected. Nightwing didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around Firestar and let out a content sigh. Much better, he said affectionately. Firestar was just smiling as Nightwing hugged her. Spider-Cat didn't care that Nightwing was also hugging Lizzie and went and hugged her as well, pressing her face next to hers. I feel so loved. Firestar giggled, squeezing both of them affectionately. Come on, everyone, group hug. I'll warm you all up. S-Star, Scarlet Spider stammered through chattering teeth, see could you just, make a warm breeze or something. Firestar sighed dramatically. Fine, ruin my moment. With a small flourish, she unleashed a gentle wave of heat, melting the snow beneath her feet and filling the air with steam. Satisfied sighs followed as the group basked in the warmth. After thanking Firestar, Spider-Man called out, Arya, show us the way to the entrance. A holographic figure appeared, pointing northeast. Coordinates indicate the entrance lies near 69 degrees 30 minutes south, 68 degrees 30 minutes west, Arya said crisply. The group set off, their suits blending seamlessly into the icy terrain as they approached the volcanic region that hid the gateway to the prehistoric realm. As they moved closer to the entrance to the Savage Lands, the air seemed to change. The biting cold of the Antarctic region began to dissipate, replaced by a humid warmth that carried the scent of vegetation and life. It was almost as though they had stepped through an invisible barrier, leaving the icy tundra behind. The first sight of the Savage Lands left everyone utterly speechless. Towering trees with lush, green canopies stretched endlessly into the sky. Giant ferns blanketed the ground, their vibrant green hues contrasting sharply against the red and black volcanic rocks scattered about. Rivers of molten lava flowed sluggishly in the distance, their glowing streams casting a surreal orange glow against the jungle's thick mist. And then, there were the dinosaurs. A herd of towering Brachiosaurus moved slowly through the clearing ahead, their massive necks swaying as they plucked leaves from the treetops. A group of smaller velociraptors darted between the bushes, chirping and chattering to one another. Farther away, the unmistakable silhouette of a Tyrannosaurus Rex roared, its thunderous call shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Spider-Cat was the first to break the silence. No. Freaking way. It's like Jurassic Park on steroids, Harry said, his voice filled with awe. They all walked through the prehistoric lands for a few miles, observing everything around them. Ghost Spider took a cautious step forward, her gaze fixed on the Brachiosaurus as one of them bent its head down to drink from a crystalline lake. This is beautiful. How does a place like this even exist? Spider-Man took the lead and began walking ahead of everyone as he looked all around him. I honestly don't know how to answer your question. I'm effectively speechless. Spider-Man quickly moved his hand to the side of his face and caught the spear that was thrown at him. Spider-Man slowly moved his head to find a man with long blonde hair standing on top of one of the trees. He wasn't wearing much except for a fur pelt that was around his waist. All of their heads snapped towards the men, and stared at him with their mouths agape. Lizzie let out a mutter that was heard due to how quiet everyone was. Is that Tarzan? Chapter 224, Savage Lands, 1. Third person's POV. Holy moly. That might actually be Tarzan, Spider-Cat muttered under her breath. Her voice carried a mixture of awe and disbelief as they all stood frozen, staring at the blonde-haired men before them. The stranger stood tall and unashamed, his minimalistic attire revealing a physique sculpted by years of survival in the wild. Spider-Man cleared his throat, stepping forward with exaggerated confidence. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? He asked, enunciating each word slowly, as if speaking to a child. The man's expression shifted, his eye twitching in clear irritation. Without a word, he reached to his waist, drew a gleaming knife, and lunged toward them with a feral growl. Guys, I don't think he understands English. Spider-Man shouted, leaping out of the way. He twisted mid-air and delivered a spinning kick to the man's face, sending him hurtling backward into a tree with a thunderous crash. The forest grew eerily silent for a moment before the sound of rustling bushes broke the stillness. A guttural roar erupted as a saber-toothed tiger sprang from the foliage, its gleaming fangs and razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Spider-Man. Ghost Spider moved with lightning speed. She spun on her heel and brought her leg down in a powerful axe kick, striking the tiger squarely on the head. The beast crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Zabu, the man roared in anguish, his voice thick with fury. His eyes burned with hatred as he turned toward them, gripping his knife tightly. He prepared to charge, but Spider-Man's next move brought him to a standstill. Spider-Man, still holding the spear he'd picked up earlier, took a deep breath. His muscles rippled visibly beneath his suit as he drew the weapon back. With a mighty throw, the spear tore through the air, whistling past the man's cheek. The sound of trees splintering and crashing to the ground echoed behind him. The man's eyes widened in horror as he turned to witness the destruction. A trail of toppled trees and torn earth stretched far into the distance, ending with the spear embedded deeply in a massive trunk. A single red line appeared on his cheek, a shallow cut from the spear's razor-sharp edge. The man slowly turned back to Spider-Man, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Now. Do you speak? Spider-Man began, his voice smug. He was cut off by a sharp smack to the back of his head from Ghost Spider. You idiot, she shouted, glaring at him. Ow. What? You're ruining my intimidating atmosphere. Spider-Man protested, rubbing the back of his helmet. That doesn't mean you have to destroy the ecosystem. Ghost Spider snapped. This is probably a natural land reservoir. Do you realize how many endangered species might live here? Spider-Man shrank slightly, mumbling, oops. As the realization hit him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Spider-Man turned back to the men. His mask displayed a sheepish emoticon. So, are you mute? The man sighed and closed his eyes. No. I'm not mute. He speaks, they all exclaimed in unison. And in English. The men ignored their surprise, walking past them to kneel beside the unconscious tiger. He gently stroked its fur, his expression softening with concern. Don't worry, Ghost Spider reassured him. He's only unconscious. I didn't cause any permanent damage. He'll wake up in a few minutes. The man nodded silently, setting his knife aside as he effortlessly lifted the massive tiger into his arms. Without another word, he turned and began walking away. The group exchanged glances before scrambling after him. So, Tarzan, what's your actual name? Spider-Man asked. Khazar, the man replied without looking back. Lord of the Savage Lands. Wow, Nightwing muttered, barely containing a chuckle. Even his name screams Tarzan. Khazar raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder. You're from the outside world, aren't you? You speak the language of the lands beyond. Yeah, Scarlet Spider replied. And I guess we haven't introduced ourselves yet. One by one, they listed their hero names. Khazar's lips twitched into a faint smirk. Odd names. We don't want to hear that from someone called Khazar, Spider-Cat shot back, crossing her arms. Khazar ignored her, continuing his trek through the dense jungle. After a while, he turned to face them, his expression puzzled. Why are you still following me? This is our first time here, Spider-Man said sheepishly. You're the only person we've met, so we thought, maybe you could show us around. I'm busy, Khazar replied curtly. Doing what, exactly? Nightwing asked. Hunting for food, he answered bluntly. Oh. They shuffled awkwardly. Firestar hesitated before speaking. So, you hunt animals here and just eat them? Khazar stopped and turned, his brow furrowing in utter confusion. The incredulous look on his face made Firestar blush furiously, hiding behind Nightwing in embarrassment. Khazar turned to Spider-Man and asked, deadpan, she's not the brightest of your group, is she? Shut up. Firestar retorted, peeking her head out still bright red. It's just that from where we're from we don't have to witness the death of the animals in front of us, so I'm not really used to that, and that's really the last thing I want to see. It's one thing seeing meat hot and ready in front of you, it's another to see it butchered, Firestar said, explaining the reason for her earlier question. Khazar scoffed, his tone both dismissive and pitying. You're pampered. Civilization has made you soft. Out here, there's no illusion of comfort, no convenient detachment. The sooner you accept that, the easier it will be. We have different rules in these lands, rules which help us survive, rules which have kept me alive until now. There was a pause as the atmosphere grew heavy with Khazar's words. As he let them digest what he just said, he continued, it's either kill or be killed. These lands are unforgiving, a single second of hesitation is all the time a predator would need in order to finish you off. I see. Firestar muttered, feeling slightly uneasy. Now this is what I like to call a moral dilemma. Spider-Man stated, we are in a completely different society where the laws and rules of engagement are completely different to one another. Show. Khazar said reproachingly. Spider-Man put a hand to his chest and looked at Khazar looking offended. Which made Nightwing chuckle. It looks like we've finally managed to find someone to get him to shut up, he muttered, which earned a few chuckles. However, that also gained him a reproachful glare from Khazar. And a glare from a being who has spent the majority of his life hunting and killing in the wild in order to survive was nothing short of intense, making Nightwing shrink back as well. Khazar carefully set Zabu down and gestured for the group to stay back. Drawing his knife from his waist, he crouched low, his movements fluid and predatory. The others watched in silent awe as he stalked forward, every muscle in his body coiled like a spring. With their enhanced senses, the group spotted his target, a large, three-horned yak-like creature grazing in the distance. It resembled a triceratops, though its thick fur betrayed its mammalian nature. Khazar moved with calculated precision, each step purposeful. Just as he was about to pounce, Ghost Spider darted forward, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Khazar glared at her, his eyes blazing, but Ghost Spider didn't back down. She pointed beneath the creature's shaggy fur, drawing his attention to a pair of small, wobbly legs tucked beneath it. Khazar's expression softened as he realized what she was pointing out. He sheathed his knife and rose to his full height. Turning to Ghost Spider, he nodded respectfully. Thank you. For what? She asked, tilting her head. Khazar glanced back at the mother and her cub. One of the rules of this land is to never hunt an animal with young. Taking the parent would doom the offspring, leading to unnecessary suffering and disrupting the balance. What? Spider-Cat asked, taken aback. It is why I also expressed my gratitude for stopping me, Khazar began with his explanation. If I had killed that beast, I would have had to kill the young one as well. Most of the girls looked towards Khazar horrified, but Spider-Man and Nightwing understood immediately. The young wouldn't be able to survive on its own, it would have starved for weeks without its caregiver, before finally succumbing to death. So I would have had to put it out of its misery so it didn't suffer, Khazar said looking towards Ghost Spider gratefully. Would you have really done that? Scarlet Spider asked, her lips shifting uncomfortably. As I also previously stated, the wild is unforgiving. It cares not of your circumstances. If you are young and have no help, you would be killed, Khazar said before he smiled faintly, sensing Zabu waking up. Zabu picked up his head and licked Khazar's face, making him chuckle. Zabu jumped down from his arms and Khazar knelt down and scratched his ears. Take me for an example. The only reason I've been able to survive for so long in these lands is because I had help since I was young. Khazar pressed his forehead towards Zabu and smiled. The only reason I am alive today is all thanks to Zabu's great care. Although the topic earlier was a morbid one, they couldn't help but smile seeing how affected Khazar and Zabu were towards one another. Chapter 225, Savage Lands, 2. Third Person's POV. Spider-Man and the others sat on top of a tree, watching Khazar hunt with keen interest. Although they found the spectacle fascinating, none of them felt inclined to join in the hunt, except for Spider-Cat. However, not wanting to appear odd to the others, she decided against intervening. In front of Khazar stood a large, bizarre creature with unusual features. It stood about 3 to 4 meters tall, hunched forward on 2 legs. Its hands bore 3 razor-sharp claws on each, as long as swords. Small feathers adorned its muscular arms, while its head and coloration resembled a mutated chicken. Khazar lay low on one side, with Zabu crouched and stalking from the opposite direction, concealed by the tall grass. The creature lifted its head, scanning its surroundings. Seizing the moment, Khazar sprang into action. Knife in hand, he sprinted toward the beast. The creature snapped its head toward him and let out a guttural roar, raising its claws to attack. As the creature slashed at him, Khazar dove into a roll, skillfully dodging the attack while closing the distance. Without hesitation, he plunged his knife deep into the creature's thigh, pushing it further with his palm. Blood splattered as Khazar cut a large gash, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. The creature let out a scream of agony and stumbled backward before spinning to face Khazar, who now stood holding his blood-soaked knife. Khazar flicked the blood off the blade, flipped it in his hand, and held it close to his face, gesturing for the creature to come at him. The creature growled threateningly before charging wobbly toward Khazar. It was exactly the opportunity Zabu had been waiting for. With the creature entirely focused on Khazar, it didn't notice Zabu leaping toward it. Using the creature's arm as a springboard, Zabu launched itself at the beast's neck, ripping out a large chunk before jumping away. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream, slashing wildly at empty air. Blood gushed from the gaping wound, weakening the creature further. Khazar and Zabu worked in tandem, taking turns inflicting injuries until the beast could barely move. Finally, its head slumped to the ground. Its breathing was labored, its eyes drooped, and its life was fading. Khazar, catching his breath, approached the creature and plunged his knife into its skull, ending its suffering. Its eyes closed for the last time, it was dead. Good work, Khazar said, nodding toward Zabu. Zabu grunted in acknowledgement, nodding back as if to return the sentiment. Khazar then turned toward Spider-Man and the others. You carry it. If you're joining us for lunch, you'll need to pull your weight. I don't feed freeloaders. I suppose that's fair. Spider-Man muttered as he walked toward the carcass. Are we really going to join him for lunch? Firestar asked hesitantly, staring at the dead creature with apprehension. Nightwing shrugged before he placed his hand on her head and rubbed it affectionately. It couldn't hurt to see what it's like. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to, but it's worth learning about the culture and how he survives here. Firestar nodded, relieved she didn't have to eat it. She smiled, feeling more at ease with her boyfriend by her side. Spider-Man lifted the massive creature effortlessly with one hand, hoisting it over his head. This is pretty heavy. I'd say it's over 5 tons, give or take. Khazar and Zabu just stared at Spider-Man's nonchalant posture as he carried it, both of their faces twitching slightly. The two of them having spent so much time together that their thoughts were becoming one as they thought, you say it's heavy, but you're carrying it like it's nothing. How do you normally transport your food? Scarlet Spider asked curiously, doubting Khazar or Zabu could carry something this large. We usually hunt smaller animals, Khazar explained. But since we have uninvited guests, we went for something bigger. If we hunt more than we can carry, we leave it for the savage land to digest, feeding it back into the ecosystem. They all nodded in understanding, gaining insight into Khazar's way of life, a life that respected and maintained balance with the wild. Khazar led them toward his camp, the massive carcass inevitably attracting other predators. Among them was a dinosaur, an ankylosaurus. The armored beast stood its ground, its long, spiked tail smashing against the ground with a resounding thud. It clearly demanded the carcass Spider-Man was carrying. "I call dibs," the group shouted simultaneously, raising their hands. Everyone stopped and glared at one another. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Say. Shoot. Khazar and Zabu looked at the strange group in disbelief, their jaws slightly agape. The game ended with everyone throwing paper, except Scarlet Spider, who shot scissors. "Yes," she exclaimed triumphantly. "Cheater," the others muttered, glaring at her. "I bet she read our minds," Spider-Cat scoffed. "Yeah, I thought we agreed not to use powers for stuff like this," Ghost Spider added, crossing her arms in annoyance. Scarlet Spider rolled her eyes. "I didn't read your minds. This game is all about psychological warfare. When everyone says, rock, paper, scissors, the first instinct is to throw the last thing said, scissors. But knowing that, you all changed to rocks, then you all knew that everyone else must also know that and chose paper at the last moment. I just stayed one step ahead." Spider-Man clicked his tongue. "This is why I stopped playing this game. Too many sweats." Scarlet Spider, standing a few feet away, smirked mischievously. She placed 2 fingers on her lips, blowing a kiss in his direction before pivoting with a theatrical flourish toward the impatient ankylosaurus stomping nearby. "Come on, Tiger, don't hate the player, hate the game," she teased, snapping her fingers as she strode away with a confidence that turned heads. Spider-Man stood there, slightly dazed, for a moment before glancing back at the group. His voice broke the silence. "I can't be the only one who found that incredibly attractive just now, right?" The others rolled their eyes in synchronized exasperation, refusing to validate his commentary. Seeing that they weren't giving in to what he was demanding, but actually dared have audacity to approach it, the ankylosaurus let out an angry huff and slammed its spiked tail even more roughly and began to charge towards the Scarlet Spider, kicking up dust. "Is she going to be all right? She doesn't seem to possess any weapons. Is she as strong as you?" Khazar asked Spider-Man. "She doesn't have a weapon because she doesn't need one. She is the weapon," Spider-Man smirked. Scarlet Spider got into a martial arts stance. The ankylosaurus lowered its head to heat but hear with his armor-plated head, but that was a mistake. Scarlet Spider brought her fist down rapidly right on top of its head. A resounding crack reverted through the field. The ankylosaurus' eyes widened as it staggered backwards, shaking its head, only for all of its head plating to fall completely off its head. It let out an angry moo-like roar, its eyes burning with hatred as it charged towards Scarlet Spider once more. This time as it got closer it spun around and tried to whack her with its tail. Scarlet Spider, instead of dodging it, caught it with both hands. She slid back slightly due to the momentum, but she slammed her feet down and stuck to the very ground. It tried to move its tail, trying to move it again, only to find out that it couldn't and something was holding onto it tightly, not letting it go. Scarlet Spider grinned as she slowly began to move, the ankylosaurus moving as well against his will. They started moving in circles until they started to pick up speed. The ankylosaurus moo roared once more, but this time it sounded anxious. It tried to plant its feet still on the ground, but it soon became unable to even feel the ground. The Scarlet Spider was rapidly spinning in circles, swinging the creature around and around and around. To the point they both became a blur. Spider-Man and the others had an amused look, while Khazar and Zabu looked more fearful than anything, as that ankylosaurus was way heavier than the creature Spider-Man was holding, and here was a girl treating it as a pet, like it weighed nothing. All they heard from the creature was a crying and fearful moo as its limbs were flailing about, its eyes spinning in circles. "It's time to do something your kind has never done before. You'll be the first of your kind to ever do it," Scarlet declared as she spun. She then let out of the ankylosaurus, which sent it flying and swishing through the skies. "Go, you beautiful creature. Take towards the skies. Fly high." Scarlet skidded to a stop and put hand over the top of her eyes to block the glare from the sun. The mooing grew more distant as the creature grew smaller and smaller as it traveled until it was a single speck, and it was gone. One small step for creatures. One giant leap for dinosaur kind, Scarlet Spider said tearfully, giving it a military salute send-off. The others joined in, pressing their fingers by their temples in salute as they stood upright. They all then began to chuckle, while Khazar looked at them horrified. What kind of monster am I inviting into my home? Khazar let out a sigh. Shall we get going then? Khazar asked, wanting to get this over with quickly. The others agreed and began following Khazar as he led the way. It wasn't long, maybe a couple minutes later they reached a cave blocked off by leaves. Khazar then stopped as he called out, Shauna, come out, I've brought home some guests. They then heard a woman's voice from inside, guest. Is that why you took so long? I was starting to get worried. From the cave emerged a woman that could only be described as a seductress. She had long wavy luscious blonde hair as she was practically naked except for a leopard-spotted fur bra and brown loincloth. She was tall and proportionate, her body appeared slim and well-trained, evident of her strength and survival out in the wild. Both Spider-Man and Nightwing let out a low whimper as they saw her. Firestar went and punched Nightwing in the shoulders, while the rest of the girls went and punched Spider-Man. Spider-Man and Nightwing just turned towards each but didn't say anything. Both were trying to suppress their laughter as they both knew they were thinking the same thing. Shauna looked at them with a raised eyebrow, putting a hand by her hips. What weird dressed guest you brought? Like you're one to talk. They shouted. Chapter 226, Savage Lands, 3, unedited. Third person's POV. What tribe are they from? I don't think I've ever seen one as strange as these, Shauna said, looking at them weirdly, especially at Spider-Man and how easily he seems to be carrying that carcass. They're not from a tribe, they're from the outside world, Khazar informed her as he looked towards the Spider-Man. You can see it down now. Which Spider-Man did, and it made a large thud as it hit the ground. Shauna looked taken aback. What? They're from there. Shauna then looked at them even weirder as she asked, then what's with the ridiculous outfits? Is this the modern trend up there? No, we're merely superheroes, Firestar said, puffing her chest proudly. Both Khazar and Shauna stared at them before Shauna looked towards Khazar. What weird people did you bring into our home? I've been wondering that myself for a while, but I don't believe they're lying. They possess unnatural strength, Khazar said. Shauna looked at the carcass, then at Spider-Man and the rest before muttering, I see. She then proceeded to ask, if you are superheroes as you claim to be and are from the world above, what could possess you to come here? Mostly in adventure, we've learned that this world is much bigger, with a lot more secrets than we initially thought, and decided to explore it. This became one of our stops. When we got here, he attacked us, and wandered around since, Spider-Man said. Shauna nodded as she gained the gist of the situation. I've been wondering, where are you two from? Spider-Cat asked, I get the feeling that you two aren't just people that were born here. Are you two stuck here or something? Shauna smiled at the question and shook her head. Well, I actually used to be a veterinarian from the outside world. I became bored with my everyday life. I just couldn't keep living in such a monotone way and watch to escape from society. So I went on a trip, ended in Antarctica and ended up here, where I was away from the confines of society and was free. They then turned towards Khazar as they were also curious. Seeing their curiosity, Khazar remained silent for a few seconds before Scarlet Spider said, You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, we're just being nosy. It was my father that found this land. Khazar began, and as he did, Shauna went inside to acquire some tools. He was a nobleman and scientist from England. He had done some research that led him to the discovery of this place. However, some people had found out about the research and began to chase after him. He brought me here, to keep ourselves safe. Unfortunately, when we arrived, we ran into a tribe of Menape. They murdered my father, and just when they were about to kill me off as well, Zabu appeared and saved my life, and I've been with him ever since. I even got the name Khazar, which means son of tiger in English, Khazar said with a look reminiscent of when he was just a small boy. We're sorry for your loss. We shouldn't have asked, Ghost Spider said awkwardly, expressing her condolences. The others doing the same. Khazar shook his head, telling them not to worry about it. Just then Shauna appeared with a knife and walked towards the carcass that Spider-Man and the others walked. Are you going to skin it? Firestar asked, looking a bit warily. Shauna, who was motioning to kneel, slowly turned to look at Firestar. No, we're going to eat it with the entire skin. What do you think? Shauna said sarcastically. Khazar was walking towards Shauna to join her and help her as he said, Don't mind that one, she's a bit slow. They all felt a sudden wave of heat radiating from Firestar, making Khazar and Shauna look towards her direction in shock. Firestar let out a small growl as she glared towards Khazar. Nightwing immediately intervened and hugged her to calm her down, not minding the heat in the slightest. It's all right, he didn't mean anything bad by it. But he called me dumb. That's twice now. If that jungleman calls me anything related to dumb one more time. Firestar muttered, lowering her heat. As Nightwing calmed Firestar down, Spider-Man cracked his knuckles by intertwining his fingers. Actually, could you let me do this part? He asked, looking towards Shauna and Khazar. You want to skin it? Shauna asked with a raised eyebrow, looking at Spider-Man weirdly. I would have thought since you're from that part of the world you wouldn't want to get your hands dirty. Well, I'm always getting my hands dirty anyways, and it would be 10 times faster if I did it, Spider-Man said, walking towards the carcass. Shauna and Khazar looked towards each other before they shrugged. Shauna flipped the knife in her hands and presented towards Spider-Man. Spider-Man held out his hand and shook his head, which only confused Shauna even more. Spider-Man pressed his hands together before they were surrounded by his chi. He spread his hands, 2 rather large daggers appeared, which surprised Shauna and Khazar, but they had a look of interest as they went and stood with the others watching curiously. The digital eyes on his mask closed, showing that he had also closed his eyes and was concentrating. Shauna heard Ghost Spider let out a tired sigh, so she went and asked, "What is he doing?" "What he likes to do best, show off," Ghost Spider said in annoyance. They then heard Spider-Man take a deep breath before the eyes snapped open. "Aurea!" He suddenly shouted as his arm became a blur and he made a long cut along the best. "Aura! Aura! 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 Aura!" Spider-Man kept repeating as he skinned the entire carcass of the best. To Shauna, Khazar, and Zabu's astonishment, Spider-Man's figure became a blur as he rapidly moved. A large chopped monstrous chicken head appeared laid to the side. Next, the actual skin of the beast was laid out on the ground as a blanket. "Aura! Aura! 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 Aura!" Spider-Man continued until all of the organs were neatly arranged and laid out on one side of the skin blanket. "Aura! Aura! 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 Aura!" Spider-Man said, finishing with a large aura as he finished organizing all the meat nicely like a well-seasoned butcher. A digital sweat appeared at the side of Spider-Man's mask, which he pretended to wipe with the back of his hands. "Phew." Everyone just stared at him in silence, which was broken by the sound of Shauna clapping her hands as if she was just watching a street performance. Spider-Man began to bow exaggeratedly and repeatedly, his chi daggers dissipating. Thank you, I'll be here all night." "You'll be joining us for lunch, right?" Shauna asked with a raised eyebrow. The others looked at each other before shrugging. Everyone sat in a circle by a large rock. In front of them were meat on sticks sitting real close to the fires. "We're going to eat meat with cavemans. This is amazing," Nightwing muttered excitedly. Everyone had seen cartoons when they were little where cavemen sat down and had a large piece of meat on bone. Nightwing was excited to actually try it. "We're not cavemen," Shauna said as she grabbed a large piece of meat, added her own personal spices and passed them along. "Oh right, by bad," Nightwing said apologetically. "Caveman and cavewoman. The gender wasn't the issue," Shauna said, rolling her eyes. "But," Spider-Cat said, grabbing a piece of meat and looking towards their living quarters, which was a cave covered by leaves. Shauna scoffed, "We're still not cavemen. The ones most fitting for the names are the Man-Ape tribe. They're your typically brutish, club-wielding, stereotypical caveman." Everyone then had a piece of well-done cooked meat. Even Firestar, who was at first apprehensive, was holding a piece of her own. Spider-Man's mask shifted over so that it would only reveal the bottom half of his face, while Ghost Spider grabbed her mask and lifted it to her nose so her mouth was exposed. They all took a bite and immediately juices squirted right out from it. The meat practically slid off the bone, steam rising from where they bit it. The blow as they chewed due to how hot it was, but they soon melted due to the taste. "Oh my god," Firestar said as she dug in, "why is this so good?" Shauna looked proud. "That's because of the sauce and spices. It's an original blend using ingredients from this place. I'm glad you all seem to like it." As they all happily contained themselves, Ghost Spider asked curiously, "You guys mentioned the Man-Ape tribes, but what other kinds of tribes are there here?" "We can't really say," Khazar said, shaking his head. "The Savage Land is a very large space that is home to many different kinds of races and tribes, so there isn't a specific number to give you. For example," Khazar continued, "there are swampmen that live in the swamp region of the Savage Lands, there are zebra people people with wings and feathers that appear like angels, a tribe of beings that appear to be a mix of men and pterodactyls, the list goes on and on. Khazar finished explaining, giving them a rundown, while they gulped down all of that food like savages themselves. Chapter 227, Savage Lands, 4. Third Person's POV. There was a large stack of bones as they all patted their stomachs with content looks. Who would have thought we'd enjoy a 5-star meal all the way out here? Nightwing said with a sigh. Shauna and Khazar looked at them oddly. You all sure can eat, huh? Shauna teased. Spider-Man rubbed the back of his head in slight embarrassment. Because of our powers, we have a high metabolism, which means we need to eat a whole lot more. Zabu, Khazar's saber-toothed tiger, was seen contently chewing and scraping his long saber teeth along a large bone. Khazar then stood up from where they sat and headed back inside. A second later, he returned with a spear slung across his back. Are you all ready? He asked suddenly. Ready for what? Firestar asked, looking at Khazar with an odd gaze. For your tour, Khazar said, tilting his head in confusion. Wasn't that the entire reason you've been following me like lost little cubs? They all exchanged glances, communicating through MJ's psychic link. Since they wanted to explore the Savage Land, who better to guide them than one of its longtime residents? They picked themselves up off the ground, dusted themselves off, and agreed. Thank you, they all said, appreciating his willingness to help them. Khazar grunted in response, while Shauna stood up and dusted off her hands. I'll come along as well. It could be fun, not to mention, I'd really like to get to know you all better. You seem like an interesting bunch. Shauna retrieved her spear and a set of hunting tools she used for protection. Once everyone was ready, they began their journey through the Savage Land. As they trekked through the forest, they talked and got to know one another. So tell me, Shauna asked, are you all really superheroes where you're from? Like, do you save people from burning buildings, stop robberies, all that sort of thing? Oh yeah, Spider-Cat answered. All the time. We've stopped heists and fought a couple of supervillains too. Shauna showed genuine interest in their lives as heroes and wanted to ask more questions. However, she wasn't the only one curious. Ghost Spider was particularly fascinated by the wildlife. Does this place have any medicinal herbs? Ones you wouldn't normally find in our world, she asked Shauna. There are quite a few, actually, Shauna replied. But you have to be careful with them. If you don't mix them properly with other herbs, you won't be creating medicine, you'll be making poison. Ghost Spider nodded thoughtfully. I know. I'm the biologist/scientist of the group, which is why I'm asking. I was thinking maybe I could take a few seeds or plants back and grow them myself. There could be plants here that hold solutions for long-standing medical problems that still don't have cures. I see. Shauna nodded in understanding. So does everyone here have a specific role in the team? I know you're the scientist, but what about the others? Ghost Spider nodded again. Yes, we all have specific roles that complement each other. Take me, for example, Spider-Cat said, twirling and flipping a knife expertly in her hands. Shauna blinked, her eyes widening as she realized the knife looked familiar. She instinctively checked her side and found her knife was missing. She stuck her hand out toward Spider-Cat with a straight expression. Spider-Cat chuckled and handed the knife back. Stealing isn't very heroic, Shauna said, rolling her eyes and securing the knife to her side. Spider-Cat winked. It is when it's for the right reasons. Let's say someone has a detonator in their pocket during a hostage situation. Without them even noticing, the button would already be in my hands. Touché, Shauna admitted, nodding in agreement. She could see the heroic application in Spider-Cat's example. Meanwhile, Scarlet Spider and Ghost Spider were looking off to the side, narrowing their eyes at something beyond the trees. You see that, right? Scarlet Spider asked. Yeah, I see it, Ghost Spider sighed. See what? Khazar asked, already shifting into a cautious stance. In front of us, Scarlet Spider said, there are about 50 men. It looks like they're setting up an ambush and waiting. Shauna and Khazar exchanged knowing glances. Does your power give you a way to see what they look like? Khazar asked. Both Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider closed their eyes, using their clairvoyance. They seemed to be wearing some sort of green armor, Scarlet Spider said as she concentrated. They're all wielding weapons, swords, axes, spears, you name it. Ghost Spider added, and hidden among them are bird-like animals with saddles. Swamp Men, Shauna, and Khazar said simultaneously, letting out a sigh. Come on. They must be up to no good, Khazar said. He climbed up a tree and grabbed a vine. Try and keep up. With that, he began swinging away. We can really be like Tarzan, Nightwing said excitedly. He grabbed a thick vine and began swinging. Ah! A-H-H-H-H-H, he yelled, mimicking jungle noises. The others chuckled, shooting their webs toward the trees to follow suit. Spider-Man, bringing up the rear, turned to Firestar. Careful with your powers, you could start an entire forest fire if you're not careful. Firestar nodded and opted to swing on a vine instead of flying. The rustling of leaves and the sound of webs shooting through the forest echoed around them. It wasn't long before they reached the area where the Swamp Men were lying in wait. Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider, who had taken the lead, suddenly stopped and raised their hands to signal the others. They're just a few feet ahead, Scarlet Spider warned. That makes sense. We're close to the border of their territory, Shauna informed them. So, what's the plan of attack? Firestar asked. Surprisingly, Spider-Man and Khazar spoke in unison. To attack. They exchanged smirks, clearly impressed with their shared sense of simplicity. I like that plan, Nightwing said with a grin, springing into action. Grabbing his Eskrima sticks from his back, Nightwing leaped forward. His lenses had already highlighted enemy positions and the traps scattered around the battlefield. He swung one stick at a tree, allowing it to ricochet perfectly, striking a swampman square in the head and knocking him out. The stick bounced back into his hand as Nightwing flipped off the tree and landed smoothly on the ground, charging ahead. The others followed closely. Spider-Man swung between the trees, flipping through the air before unleashing a torrent of impact webs. The webs slammed into several swamp men, sending them flying into each other as they became entangled. Swinging to the ground, Spider-Man delivered a crushing kick to one opponent's face, shattering their armor and leaving them dazed and unconscious. Spider-Cat landed nearby, her claws extended and gleaming. She moved with fluid precision, cutting through weapons and armor alike. Her strikes were quick and brutal, slashing through defenses, tossing enemies into one another, and incapacitating them with ease. One swampman lunged at her, only to be elbowed unconscious. Spider-Cat followed with a web shot to another's face, yanking him down into her knee with bone-crunching force. Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider worked in perfect harmony, moving as though they were performing an intricate dance. Ghost Spider swung Scarlet Spider around by the wrists, allowing her to deliver spinning kicks to the Swamp Men. Scarlet Spider crouched low as Ghost Spider vaulted over her back into a handstand, using her legs to fend off attackers with acrobatic precision. Firestar, on the other hand, didn't rely on flashy moves. She heated her fists until they ignited with small explosions, sending swamp men flying into trees. When one swung an axe at her, the blade melted away before it could touch her, leaving the attacker holding a stickless handle. Firestar raised an eyebrow at his astonishment before spinning into a powerful kick that knocked him out cold. Nightwing was a whirlwind of movement. He blocked a sword strike with his Eskrima stick, countering with an electric shock to his opponent's neck. Smashing through a spear with ease, he unleashed a three-kick combo that sent another swampman flying. Combining his sticks into a bow staff, he spun it expertly, breaking bones and knocking enemies off their feet. With a smirk, Nightwing hurled the staff, watching it ricochet between swamp men like a pinball. Spider-Man caught the bow staff midair without even glancing behind him. Twirling it around his body, he channeled electric energy into the weapon, causing it to hum with power. Seeing what Spider-Man was doing, the others used their opponents as springboards and jumped up into the air into a graceful backflip. With a graceful flip, Spider-Man planted the staff into the ground. It acted as a lightning rod, discharging all the stored electricity into the earth. The remaining swamp men screamed as they were electrocuted, collapsing unconscious. In unison, the team landed, each dropping to one knee, hand braced against the ground. Spider-Man yanked the staff from the earth and slung it over his shoulders with a smug grin. Shauna and Khazar stood off to the side, mouths agape at the display of coordinated chaos. Chapter 228, Savage Lands, 5. Third Person's POV. You people are absolutely insane, Shauna muttered as she jumped down from a tree along with Khazar and Zabu. You took them all down in a matter of seconds. Shauna said, looking at them with an impressed gaze. Ah shucks, I'm going to blush if you keep complimenting me, Spider-Man said as his mask showed a blush causing him to hold his cheek and sway side to side. Keep on your toe, Khazar didn't manage to finish his words as they soon felt the ground shake. It was a stampede. It's the carnivorous bird that these guys rode on, Ghost Spider warned them. They must have heard the commotion of our fight. They appeared in a matter of seconds, charging ahead, the sound of twigs and branches crunching beneath them as approached. I got these, shouted Scarlet Spider. She ran past everyone with a confident grin. She ran towards the coming stampede and jumped into the air towards them. She twisted midair and made 2 rock and roll hand signs before she began spinning like crazy. String of webs shoot forth from her as she spun, becoming a blur. To Khazar and Shauna she just appeared as a spinning top flying overhead through the creatures, covering from head to toe in webs with a pinkish glow to them. She then corrected herself and stopped spinning midair but remained airborne. She made a triangle with her hand and thrusted towards the creatures below her that were tangled in her webs, screeching and roaring, trying to break free. Sleep, she commanded in a sultry voice. Slowly their screeching grew lower and softer while all of their eyes grew heavy. They began collapsing where they were tangled, falling on top of one another, snoring softly. With a flick of her wrist she shot a web towards one of the trees and swung over towards the other, swinging over the mess she created. She landed with a flip and placed a hand over her hips, puffing her chest proudly. So what do you think? The others gave her small, rapid claps. She bowed theatrically. Spider-Man and Spider-Cat then looked towards each other and let out a snort, and turned away to suppress their laugh as they were both thinking of making a dirty joke but chose not to. While Scarlet Spider, knowing them all too well, felt her eyes twitch as she suddenly gained the indescribable urge to beat them up. Nightwing looked all around him as he asked, "Why do you think they were planning on ambushing us?" Firestar then looked towards Shauna and Khazar. "They aren't cannibals, are they?" she asked, both strangely and with a hint of fear. "They aren't," Khazar said, shaking his head, "but that doesn't mean they don't take and kidnap people for other nefarious purposes." Scarlet Spider looked towards one of the broken and shattered weapons on the ground. She became curious and picked it up. She examined it closely before closing her eyes and using her brand new ability of psychometry. Flashes of images came flying through Scarlet Spider's mind. She saw all of the swamp men standing in front of a cage. Inside those cages were various people from different races. Although they were speaking in foreign tongue due to it being a psychic vision, she was able to understand their intentions. They made a noise of acknowledgement and they all rushed out from where they were staying and jumped on top of creatures she had just stopped and knocked down, and all rode off together. She was suddenly jolted awake with a gasp, causing the others to look at her worriedly. What's wrong?" Spider-Man asked. "Back in their tribes." She started off holding her forehead. They had this cage with people who all appeared to be from different tribes. They mentioned something about sacrifice. I think they're planning on using all those people as sacrifices, but to what that I don't know. Khazar immediately got on top of Zabu with Shauna right behind him. "Follow us. We know where their tribe is located." The others looked between themselves before they followed along. Nightwing and Spider-Man were seen sprinting beside Zabu, keeping up with him with ease. "So I take it you know what's going on?" Nightwing asked. Khazar nodded his head with a grunt, already getting used to their strangeness and weird abilities. "The swamp men, they have this nasty problem of capturing people and sacrificing them towards their guardian as food," Khazar informed them with a nasty scowl. "Their guardian?" Spider-Cat asked as she swung overhead, keeping up with their speed as well. "Yes, their guardian," said Shauna, "a Tyrannosaurus Rex." Shauna had a grim expression. "It is the strongest and most furious dinosaur of the savage lands. The swamp men feed it and the T-Rex in turn protects them, thus they worship the creature, feeding it whenever it gets hungry so that it would continue protecting them," Shauna explained. Everyone got a brief understanding of what was going on. Spider-Man turned towards Khazar as he asked, "Do you mind if you point in its general direction of where they are and we get ahead of you?" Khazar shook his head as he in fact didn't mind. He pointed straight ahead where they were going, and before they left Khazar gave them a warning. They built a resting place for the creature. It's the giant pyramid you will find in the middle of their village. Spider-Man nodded in understanding and Spider-Cat webbed towards Spider-Man and got on top of his shoulders. "You're clearly faster, so let's go," she exclaimed, pointing forwards. Spider-Man scoffed, grabbed onto her legs and turned into a blur along with Spider-Cat as they both disappeared with a sudden gust of wind that blew Shauna and Khazar's hair back, making them close their eyes. Spider-Cat leaned forwards, grabbing Spider-Man's head as they rapidly moved in between the trees and jungle. Nightwing surprisingly wasn't far behind him. In his arms he seemed to be carrying Firestar. He appeared to be leaving a green and black blur trail. After a few minutes of weaving through the dense jungle, Spider-Man and Spider-Cat reached a vantage point atop a small hill. The scene below revealed a primitive village surrounded by muddy waters, its wooden structures fragile and weathered. Spider-Man came to a smooth stop, and Spider-Cat leapt off his shoulders with practiced ease. She turned back to him, placing a playful hand under his chin to lift his masked face. "Thanks for the ride," she cooed before planting a light kiss on his cheek. Spider-Man chuckled faintly, regretting his helmet for once. Would have been nice to feel that better, he mused as Spider-Cat skipped ahead. She glanced down at the village, her grin widening. "It's time they learned what happens when you mess with karma," she declared, raising her hands. Intricate glowing magic circles appeared around her palms, spinning with a faint hum. The tribe sentries noticed her approach and began shouting warnings. The gates creaked as the guards rallied, weapons in hand. Spider-Cat strode forward, unfazed, her confident smirk growing. Spider-Man leaned casually against a tree, waiting for the rest of the group. Nightwing and Firestar arrived next, the latter stepping down from Nightwing's arms. "Why aren't you helping her?" Nightwing asked, glancing toward the commotion. Spider-Man raised his hand and began counting down. 3, 2, 1. He pointed toward the village just as a massive plume of fire erupted, followed by panicked screams. "What the hell?" Firestar muttered. "I thought setting stuff on fire was my job. How did she manage that?" Spider-Man sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "My guess. Someone was cooking and their fire went out of control, which led to everything else spiraling out of control. It's basically her superpower to turn chaos into a weapon." In the distance, flames consumed the village. Swamp men ran in disarray, shouting and gesturing wildly. Moments later, Spider-Cat emerged from the chaos, humming cheerfully and effortlessly, carrying multiple large cages of captives over her shoulder stacked on top of one another. Ghost Spider and Scarlet Spider arrived to witness the remaining tribesmen rally, raising their crude weapons with guttural war cries. They charged toward Spider-Cat, only for their momentum to betray them. The muddy ground sent them slipping and sliding into each other, their weapons clattering and stabbing harmlessly into each other in non-lethal areas. Spider-Cat, unbothered, placed the cage gently before the group and gave a peace sign. "All safe and sound," she announced with a grin. "What the hell did you do?" Ghost Spider asked, eyeing the inferno consuming the village. Spider-Cat shrugged innocently. "Those idiots both tried attacking at the same time. I only dodged, but their weapons clashing creating a spark, which hit one of the wooden huts. One thing led to another, and well." She gestured to the blazing scene with a casual wave. The group stared at her, expressions a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "You are so broken." Firestar sighed, shaking her head. "What are you talking about? A wave from your hand would have had the same result," Spider-Cat scoffed. "It's really not the same thing or as impressive." Firestar scoffed, speaking of impressive wares. A deafening roar cut through the air, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Roar. All eyes turned toward the burning village as a massive shadow emerged, flames licking its sides. The towering form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped forward, its amber eyes gleaming with primal fury. "I call dibs." Firestar shouted, a wild grin spreading across her face. "You all had your cool moments, let me have mine," and faced off against it. She combusted into flames, her fiery aura radiating energy. "Time to set my heart ablaze," she shouted enthusiastically, flying ahead. "Why does she keep saying that?" Spider-Cat asked, looking toward Nightwing with a raised brow. Nightwing scratched his cheek, looking a bit sheepish. "She thinks she needs a cool one-liner. That's what she chose." "Yikes," Spider-Cat replied, shaking her head. Meanwhile, the others exchanged looks and nodded, choosing to let her have her moment. "Go get them." Spider-Man cheered, leaning back to enjoy the show as all of the sacrifices were safe and sound. Chapter 229, Savage Lands, 6. Third Person's POV. Firestar soared toward the massive T-Rex thrashing in the center of the burning village. The pyramid that had once been its shrine lay in ruins, likely destroyed by the creature as it reacted to the rising smoke and heat. Spotting Firestar's approach, the dinosaur unleashed a thunderous roar, a primal declaration of its dominance as the king of the tyrant lizards. Firestar wrinkled her nose in disgust. Ugh! Ever heard of mouthwash, mister? She quipped, her voice ringing with disdain. Her hands began to glow as she gathered microwave emissions in her palms. The T-Rex charged, jaws wide and teeth glinting menacingly, but before it could reach her, Firestar thrust her hands forward. A searing beam of heat erupted from her palms, slamming into the dinosaur. The impact detonated in a fiery explosion, launching the beast backward, far from the village. The T-Rex landed in the swamp with a guttural, pained roar, water splashing in all directions. It scrambled to its feet, shaking off the blow, and swung its massive tail through the swamp water in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames surrounding Firestar. But Firestar charged through the watery attack unscathed, the swamp water evaporating as it neared her. In a flash, she cocked her fist back, her body radiating intense heat, and delivered a devastating punch to the T-Rex's snout. Her strike unleashed an explosive force that sent the creature stumbling backward. This time, the dinosaur managed to hold its ground, planting its massive feet firmly in the mud. It spun with surprising speed, its powerful tail whipping through the air in a bid to swat Firestar out of the sky. But Firestar was quicker. She darted around the beast, her movements a fiery red-orange blur as she unleashed a relentless assault, each strike chipping away at the T-Rex's defenses. From a distance, Khazar and Shauna arrived astride Zabu, skidding to a halt as they took in the scene. The Swamp Men's village lay in ruins, smoldering from the chaos. They saw that the sacrifices were now safe beside Spider-Man and the others all stacked together looking both worried and confused as they were still in their cages. "Wait, you're already done?" Shauna asked, her tone laced with exasperation as she glanced between the wreckage and Firestar. "Why am I even still surprised at this point? And why are they still imprisoned?" Khazar asked with a frown. "Huh?" Spider-Man muttered, confused, before realizing the situation. "Right, sorry," he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. The group sprang into action, jumping up to unstack the cages and free the captives. "We got distracted by Firestar," Nightwing admitted, tearing the door off a cage with one hand. The captives inside yelped in fright. Nightwing softened his expression and offered them a reassuring smile. "I know you can't understand me, but everything's going to be all right now," he said gently, motioning with his hands. Though they didn't understand his words, the captives recognized his intentions. Slowly and cautiously, they began to step out of their cages. Nightwing pulled out a wingding, his customized version of a batarang. The sudden movement made the captives flinch. Raising his hands in a calming gesture, Nightwing pointed to the ropes binding their hands. Meanwhile, Spider-Man used a chi blade formed from his fingers to slice through the bonds. The captives sighed in relief, their expressions shifting to gratitude as they rubbed their reddened wrists. Tears filled their eyes as they looked at Spider-Man. Turning to Khazar, who was watching Firestar from atop Zabu, Spider-Man called out, "Hey, you speak their language, right?" Khazar nodded, glancing at him curiously. "Do you need me to say something to them?" "Yeah, but first, I want to ask you something." "Depending on your answer, I'll need you to tell them," Spider-Man said. "Could you guide us to their tribe and help us deliver them home?" "What? Why would I do that? They know their own way back." "You'd just be wasting everyone's time," Khazar replied with a scoff. Spider-Man met his gaze seriously. "As you've said, the Savage Lands are unforgiving. It doesn't care what they've just been through. They could be attacked or captured by another tribe. I just want to make sure they get home safely." Khazar studied Spider-Man for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. "All right. But know this, it could take all day. You won't have time for the proper tour you wanted." Spider-Man chuckled, shaking his head. "I don't mind. And I'm sure the others won't either. Besides, visiting other tribes is a tour in itself," he said, flashing a peace sign. Khazar sighed again before addressing the captives in the Savage Land's native tongue, explaining Spider-Man's intentions. The captives listened and expressed their gratitude with nods and murmurs of approval. Spider-Man watched intently, instructing Arya to record and decipher the language for him to learn later. They turned their attention to Firestar, who was still battling the T-Rex. She used her flames to boost her propulsion, tackling the massive creature with immense force. The T-Rex roared in surprise as it felt its feet leave the ground. It clawed desperately at Firestar, but its arms were too short to reach her. Higher and higher she ascended, breaking through the clouds. Once above the clouds, Firestar released it and streaked away in a trail of orange light. Hovering above the falling creature, Firestar shouted, "Although you are merely a beast surviving on your wild instincts. All those people who have been previously unwillingly sacrificed still need someone to avenge them." With her fist glowing intensely with heat and fire, Firestar shot downward like a fiery comet. "May this be your retribution so all those souls could finally rest in peace knowing that they have been avenged," she declared, her voice echoing through the sky. Her fiery punch struck the T-Rex square in its abdomen. The force sent the beast hurtling downward, breaking the sound barrier as it fell, a blur of brown and red. Splash! Boom! The T-Rex crashed into the swamp with an earth-shaking impact. Muddy water surged in a massive wave, extinguishing the fires that had consumed the village. The shockwave sent the swamp men flying backward. Everyone braced themselves as the shockwave swept past. When the dust settled, they looked up to see Firestar floating atop the unconscious T-Rex. Her fiery red hair blazed like an inferno, her disguise amplifying the effect. The star emblem on her chest and her mask glowed a brilliant orange, her entire body still wreathed in flames. "That's my girl," Nightwing shouted, thrusting his arms upward in celebration. "Ha ha ha. That's my girlfriend right there. Man, I am one lucky guy." The others glanced at Nightwing, struggling to suppress their laughter as he puffed his chest out proudly. Firestar, who was flying closer, heard Nightwing's enthusiastic shouting. Her face turned as red as her hair as she descended and extinguished her flames, landing gracefully beside the group. "I can hear you, you know," Firestar muttered, clearly embarrassed. Nightwing winked at her. "I know, I was just letting everyone else know how amazing you are." Firestar covered her cheeks with her hands, swaying bashfully from side to side. "Oh, you." Spider-Cat, standing nearby, placed a finger by her mouth and made an exaggerated gagging motion toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man chuckled and shook his head. "You two can flirt all you want later, but for now, we've got to focus on getting these people back home safely." Nightwing and Firestar nodded in agreement. Khazar began leading the group toward the nearest tribe, with Spider-Man and Ghost Spider covering the left flank, Scarlet Spider and Spider-Cat taking the right, and Nightwing and Firestar watching the rear, where the two could be seen holding hands. "This feels like an extravagant date," Firestar whispered with a shy smile. Nightwing chuckled softly. "I mean, considering how crazy our lives are, I'd say most of our dates are extravagant." And so soon Spider-Man and the others lead the human-beast mutates to their tribes. When they arrived at their village, their chiefs expressed their immense gratitude towards them for bringing their lost tribe members back towards them. They had been protected from the wild creatures and dangers of the savage land, like pterodactyl that tried to dive down and capture them. Even some of the plant lives were wild and carnivorous. It was close to the end of the day when they left their last surviving sacrifice. "Thank you," said the tribe chief of a zebra tribe as he hugged his daughter. "Thank you for bringing my daughter back safely to me. It is our pleasure. Just be more careful next time," Spider-Man said slowly. Khazar and Shauna both looked towards Spider-Man in surprise after they had settled everyone. "Have you known how to speak our language all this time? If so, why did you make me translate?" Khazar asked, annoyed in the savage land's tongue. "I have been learning as I listened." "No, heard you talk. It's a bit difficult though, as I confuse some of the words," Spider-Man said with a bit of difficulty still getting a hold of the language. "Wait, have you seriously just been learning from listening to us talk?" Shauna asked in disbelief as she asked in English. "Yeah," Spider-Man replied back in English, "but as you clearly saw, I still need more practice with the language." "That's incredible," Shauna said, impressed. "Honestly, it's probably more impressive than your powers." "Oh, stop it," Spider-Man replied with a playful grin. "If you keep flattering me, I might just fall in love with you." That earned him a playful beating from Spider-Cat, Scarlet Spider, and Ghost Spider. As the group bantered, the sound of something zipping through the air caught their attention. Turning toward the noise, they spotted a small spider bot hovering toward Spider-Man. A familiar voice crackled from the bot's speaker. "Daddy. Daddy. You've got to see this. You won't believe what I found. Daddy." Shauna muttered, her eyes wide with surprise. Khazar also stared at the hovering machine, puzzled. "What is it, Arya?" Spider-Man asked, rubbing his shoulders where the others had playfully smacked him. "I was exploring the savage land and mapping the area," Arya's excited voice continued. "And I found a cave. Inside, there's a massive vibranium mine." "What?" The group shouted in unison, except for Khazar and Shauna, who looked at each other in confusion. Vibranium?" Shauna asked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Spider-Man exhaled sharply. This just got a whole lot more exciting. Chapter 230, Savage Lands, 7. Third person's POV. "Well, when I say it's vibranium, it's not." It isn't, Arya began, speaking slowly as though trying to find the right words. "What?" Nightwing asked, his curiosity piqued. He hesitated, unsure if he should feel excited or concerned, particularly if this meant his underwater adventure might be at risk. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have so many questions right now," Shauna interjected, holding up a hand. 1. What is that thing? 2. Did it just call you Daddy? And 3. What is vibranium? Spider-Cat answered quickly, raising a finger with each response. 1. A spider bot controlled by an AI. 2. The AI was created by Spider-Man, so she calls him Daddy. 3. Vibranium is a rare metal that absorbs vibrations, hence the name. There. Now you're caught up. Shauna nodded, impressed by Spider-Cat's efficiency. "You may proceed," she said with a small wave of her hand. Spider-Man turned back to Arya. "You were saying?" "So, I found this thing, it's vibranium, but it's not," Arya explained, her tone measured. Meanwhile, the spider bot accompanying her waved its front legs side to side in sync with her words. "What do you mean, it's vibranium, but it's not?" Ghost Spider asked, tilting her head. "Well," Arya began, "when I was flying around and exploring the savage lands, this ankylosaurus suddenly came flying out of the sky and nearly crushed the spider bot. As I dodged, it slammed into a nearby wall. The impact created deep cracks in the surface, and I detected both familiar and unfamiliar radiation seeping through them. I squeezed through the cracks and discovered a mine filled with a glowing, silvery blue metal. For comparison, Wakandan vibranium has a dark purple glow. My scans identified it as vibranium, but it was completely different from what we know. It's the complete opposite. It can absorb vibrations like the vibranium from Wakanda, but it also has this special property, it releases its own." Arya paused, her tone serious. "As I explored further, I noticed my systems were malfunctioning. The vibrations released by this vibranium seemed to weaken and melt metal, like some sort of antimetal. It's incredible but extremely dangerous." As Arya first spoke, everyone's attention gradually shifted to Scarlet Spider, who was conspicuously avoiding eye contact. She placed a hand over her forehead and whistled nonchalantly. "Oh, look, what a pretty bird," she muttered, watching birds fly off in the distance. By the time Arya finished, the group was both intrigued and alarmed. Ghost Spider raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it dangerous to even be near that stuff? You know we have iron in our blood, right?" "It's relatively safe," Arya reassured them. "I was exposed to it for hours while exploring, and it only started affecting me toward the end. It seems to only become hazardous with prolonged exposure." Spider-Man glanced at Khazar. "You up for one more journey before we call it a day?" Khazar, surprisingly, didn't hesitate. He nodded. "This sounds dangerous, but if it could affect the savage land, I need to see it for myself." Before Khazar could continue, Arya interrupted. "Hey, may I see that pendant on your neck?" Khazar froze, his hand instinctively moving to the pendant hanging around his neck. The small piece of metal looked deliberately cut in half. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Why?" "I just want to scan it real quick," Arya replied, her spider-bot body swaying slightly in midair. Shauna noticed how protective Khazar seemed and asked softly, "Is it important to you?" Khazar nodded. "It was my father's, one of the last things he gave me. He hesitated, glancing at Arya and then at Spider-Man and the others. After a moment of consideration, Khazar held out the pendant. Arya floated closer and began scanning it with her sensors. The Spider-Bot's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "It is. It's a match." "Arya, honey, mind filling us in?" Spider-Cat asked, tilting her head curiously. "The pendant on Khazar's neck, it's anti-metal. It's made from the same material I found in that mine." "What?" Khazar's surprise was evident. Shauna's eyes widened as a realization hit her. "Wait, didn't you say your father discovered something in these lands and was hunted down for it? You don't think?" Khazar's expression shifted as the pieces clicked together. "The anti-metal. That's what my father was researching." Determination filled his voice as he turned to Spider-Man and the others. "Please, take me to this mine. I have to see it. This might be my only connection to my father." Spider-Man nodded. "Arya, lead the way." The Spider-Bot gave a quick salute with one of her legs. "Aye aye, Daddy." "Follow me," she chirped before darting off through the forest. The group followed, weaving through dense foliage. Spider-Man ran alongside Khazar and Shauna, while Nightwing carried Firestar on his back. The group moved as one, Zabu bounding ahead. After several minutes, they reached the base of a massive cliff. The wall bore deep cracks and a jagged dent, remnants of the Ankylosaurus's impact. A faint silvery blue glow emanated from within the cracks. Spider-Man turned to Nightwing with a grin. "Care to do the honors?" "Oh, you know I do." Nightwing replied eagerly. Firestar slid off his back, giving him space. Nightwing stepped forward, planting his feet in a solid horse stance. He raised his right palm toward the wall, cocked his left fist back, and inhaled deeply. "Hai," he shouted, his voice booming as his fist struck the wall with a resounding bang. The cracks widened, and the wall crumbled as rocks tumbled down in a miniature landslide. Dust filled the air, causing Nightwing to cover his nose and the others to shield their eyes. As the dust settled, it revealed a natural passageway leading into the cliff. The walls and ceiling glistened with silvery blue stones embedded deeply within the rock. Spider-Man motioned to Khazar. "Stick out your hands." Khazar hesitated. "Why?" "Just trust me," Spider-Man said with a faint smile. Reluctantly, Khazar extended his hands. Spider-Man pressed his web shooters, wrapping Khazar's hands and fingers securely with webbing. Then, Spider-Man shot a line at one of the glowing stones, yanking it free. He held it up, its weight evident in his grip. "It's heavy, but it'll do." He placed the stone carefully into Khazar's web-covered hands. Khazar dismounted Zabu and stared at the glowing rock, his expression a mix of wonder and sorrow. "So, this is what my father was researching." He closed his eyes, holding the stone tightly as if trying to find some connection to his father within it. Inside the mine, Spider-Cat tapped the surrounding rocks with her claws. "Say, what would happen if I coated my little claws with this stuff?" she mused playfully. Arya's voice, calm and analytical, broke through the air. "After a few days, all the iron within your body would deteriorate, potentially killing you, or maybe not. Your remarkable healing factor might resist the molecular destabilization these stones cause. These stones emit frequencies that weaken the bonds between metal. However, with your healing factor, the damage would likely be repaired almost instantly. It can't be that bad, can it?" Firestar chimed in. "I mean, look at Khazar. He's been wearing that pendant for who knows how long, and he's perfectly fine. No melting or anything." "You know, for once, Star here has a point," Spider-Cat teased. "Thanks, hey." "What do you mean for once?" Firestar shot back indignantly. Arya, seemingly ignoring the banter, muttered thoughtfully, "I see." Her computerized mind raced through calculations. She looked at Khazar. "Your father might truly have been a genius." Khazar turned to her, pulled from his thoughts. "It seems your father discovered a way to process this metal so it's no longer harmful," Arya explained. "The pendant you're wearing contains such a minuscule amount, and it's been refined so thoroughly that it's practically harmless. The refining process would need to be repeated many times for the material to be usable and safe, but it's definitely possible. Say, do you mind if we take some of this stuff with us?" Spider-Man asked, his tone polite. Khazar gave a wry smile. It's not like I could stop you even if I wanted to, he replied, shaking his head. Well, you seem to have a special connection to it, considering it was part of your father's research, Spider-Man said earnestly. And since you're the Lord of the Savage Lands, it wouldn't feel right to take it without your permission. Khazar smiled at Spider-Man's sincerity. After a moment, he nodded. Sure, you can take as much as you need. I only ask that you use it responsibly and not for nefarious purposes. But based on what I've seen of you all, I trust that won't be an issue. The group smiled, appreciating Khazar's generosity and trust. They had come to enjoy his company, and that of Shauna and Zabu, and were relieved to avoid any conflict. Each of them expressed their thanks. However, as the moment settled, Khazar looked at Spider-Man with a deadpan expression. Now, how do I get out of this? My hands appear to be stuck, and no matter how hard I try, I can't unstick them. Everyone turned to see Khazar's hands firmly attached to the glowing stone, webbing glistening faintly in the light. Spider-Man scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. I may have gotten a little carried away with the webs. Khazar groaned, while the others burst into laughter, the tense atmosphere finally dissipating. Chapter 231, Leaving the Savage Lands. Third person's POV. Spider-Man and the others carried large web nets filled with colorful rocks, their steps light yet deliberate. Ghost Spider, however, was seen carefully cradling an assortment of vibrant flowers and herbs in her hands, clearly pleased with her collection. Spider-Cat let out an exaggerated sigh, her shoulders slumping. It would have been so much better if you'd refused to let us have this. Stealing it from under your noses would have been so much more fun. Shauna raised a brow at Spider-Cat, giving her a puzzled look before her expression shifted. She extended a hand toward her without a word. Spider-Cat clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed. I should have kept my mouth shut, she muttered, pulling a knife from her belt and handing it back to Shauna. Shauna shook her head with a small smile. You know what? Keep it. Think of it as a souvenir, a symbol of our newfound friendship. Spider-Cat stared at the knife in her hands before sighing dramatically. I don't want it anymore. You giving it to me totally defeats the purpose of stealing it. Where's the fun in that? She flipped the knife in her hand, her pouting making Shauna laugh. Nearby, Spider-Man handed Khazar two objects, a card and a small red, metallic spider. What's this? Khazar asked, inspecting the card. It read Spider Family in bold letters, with a phone number and email. He flipped the spider over and noticed a tiny red button on its underside. That, Spider-Man said with a proud grin, is your official welcome into the Spider Family. Congratulations, you're one of us now. Khazar blinked. One of you? Yup. Spider-Man said. And that obviously includes Shauna and Zabu, too. He reached down to playfully ruffle Zabu's ear, earning a satisfied growl from the massive feline. So, does that make us part of your superhero team or something? Shauna asked, amused. Exactly. Spider-Man nodded. That spider. If you ever need a superhero, feel lonely, or just want to explore the surface for a while, press the button. We'll come as soon as we can. And don't worry, your land is officially under our protection now. Shauna took the card from Khazar and gave it a once-over. She chuckled. This really has a phone number and email on it. That's hilarious. Khazar let out a low laugh as well. We're honored you hold us in such high esteem, and to be part of your so-called Spider Family. Meanwhile, Spider-Cat crouched beside Zabu, running her hands through his thick fur. You big, fluffy cat. I wish we had more time together. I could have kidnapped you, she purred, earning an affectionate nuzzle from the feline. Spider-Man glanced at a nearby floating spider-bot. All right, bring her down. Shauna and Khazar turned their heads as something shimmered above them, materializing from thin air. A sleek jet appeared, its cloaking mechanism disengaged. The craft descended smoothly, stopping just above the ground as its hatch opened. The Spider Family began boarding, offering final goodbyes. Spider-Man clasped Khazar's forearm in a firm grip, their gazes meeting. Until we meet again, Khazar. Khazar smirked. Don't be a stranger, Spider-Man. With a final wave, the jet's hatch sealed shut, and the aircraft slowly rose into the sky before vanishing once again beneath its cloak. Inside the jet, Scarlet Spider leaned back with a wistful sigh. It's a shame we had to leave so soon. We were really starting to get along. Spider-Man nodded, adjusting a console. Yeah, but remember the time zones. We couldn't stick around for too long. Scarlet Spider shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I know. I was just saying it's a shame. The group set the anti-metal off to the side, and Nightwing turned toward everyone with an excited smile. So, as we're flying, why not make a quick stop and retrieve the underwater vibranium while we're at it, right? Nightwing's POV. Please say yes. Please say yes. I inwardly pleaded. A short underwater adventure sounded like an absolute blast. My excitement must have been obvious because the others gave me amused looks, making my cheeks burn slightly. Peter seemed to be thinking it over. Then, with a casual shrug, a definite yes, knowing him, he sealed the deal. Where Peter went, the others followed. I don't see why not, Peter said. It should be a quick stop. We swing by the Atlantic Ocean, send Nightwing down to grab the vibranium motherlode, pick him up, and head home with 2 types of vibranium to study. Easy win. That's my brother from another mother. As expected, the others quickly nodded in agreement. It's funny how Peter doesn't seem to notice how naturally he steps into the leader role, or maybe he does and just doesn't let on. Who knows what goes on in that brilliant mind of his? But I couldn't care less right now because I was going underwater. This was the perfect opportunity to get rare samples for my environmental science research. Nothing beats hands-on experience. Arya, set the course for the vibranium meteorite fragment you detected, Peter ordered. Course set, Arya announced, and the jet shot forward, soaring through the air. My abilities let me grip the floor with ease, unlike Lizzie, who had to stay buckled into her seat. A few long minutes later, Arya announced, we've arrived at the destination. I stood by the hatch, preparing myself. Anyone want to join me? I asked, glancing back at the others. They all scoffed or waved me off dismissively. Someone has to babysit the anti-metal, Gwen said, rolling her eyes. It's not going to take care of itself, and I'd rather not have it melt a hole through the jet, leaving us stranded. Fair point. Plus, none of us have fish DNA, Animal Boy, Felicia said with a shrug. Another fair point. I couldn't resist a retort, though. Not like we don't have oxygen masks for this exact scenario, I said, rolling my eyes. Still, I wanted to do this solo, and I made that clear. Suit yourselves. I'm sure you'll just be watching through my lenses anyway, thanks to Arya. I slapped the side of the jet and called out, all right, Arya, open it up. The hatch opened, and a gust of wind roared past me, whipping my hair wildly. The view below was a mesmerizing expanse of endless blue. I took a few steps back, then sprinted forward, launching myself out like an Olympic diver. Mid-air, I executed a few flips before straightening into a perfect dive, breaking the water's surface with barely a ripple. The water enveloped me, cool and serene, as I began swimming downward with powerful strokes. Then I froze. A strange sensation crawled up my neck, like my skin was shifting. What the hell? I thought, pressing my hand to the sides of my neck. My fingers brushed over 3 slits that weren't there before. No freaking way, I muttered, shocked. My voice echoed clearly. Underwater. I widened my eyes in disbelief. I just grew gills. I exclaimed. Holy crap. I knew I could hold my breath for hours, but I didn't think I'd actually grow freaking gills. We suspected as much, Gwen's voice chimed through the comms in my ear. You suspected I could grow gills? I asked, incredulous. And you didn't think to tell me? It wasn't a certainty, Gwen replied coolly. But it was highly probable. You have to remember, the KOJ serum is different. Yours was enhanced with Dr. Connor's lizard axolotl serum. Normally, I can only integrate 3 animal DNA strands into the KOJ serum, but your mixture included a 4th. The serum mutated thanks to the combination of the super soldier serum and the lizard axolotl serum, creating a completely unique result. I blinked, processing her words. So. I'm a brand new beast, huh? Exactly, Gwen said with a chuckle. I smirked to myself. Now this was interesting. Glancing at my hands, I noticed they were slightly webbed. So, my body only transforms when I'm fully submerged. I've taken showers and baths before, but nothing like this has ever happened. This is the first time I've been completely underwater. If I had to guess, Gwen began, I'd say it's tied to the lizard aspect of the serum. Think about a chameleon. When you change its environment, its skin adapts to blend in as camouflage. Your body seems to work the same way. When exposed to a new environment, it shifts to accommodate. Thanks to the axolotl DNA, this transformation likely only triggers in water. I frowned at the thought. Wait, does that mean I can't go swimming anymore? No pools, no beach trips. The idea was a little horrifying. Imagine diving into a pool and sprouting gills in front of everyone. A chameleon can choose whether or not to blend in, Gwen explained, her tone reassuring. You should be able to control it too. You'll just need some practice. That was a relief. Before I could reply, Peter's voice came over the comms, cutting in smoothly. Dude, are you just going to stand there gawking? Don't you know how to multitask? You can chat and retrieve the vibranium at the same time. Oh, shut up, I said with an eye roll. You try growing gills out of nowhere and see if you don't freeze up. But as much as I wanted to stay in awe of my newfound abilities, Peter had a point. Time to focus and get what I came here for. Chapter 232, Nightwing Underwater Adventure. Third Person's POV. With a powerful stroke of his arms, Nightwing propelled himself downward into the black depths below. He moved through the water with an ease and grace akin to a fish in its natural element. My God, he exclaimed, marveling at his newfound speed. I'm in my element. He executed a backflip and surged forward once more, creating large ripples as he powered through the water. As he sped along, his keen eyes began to notice various underwater creatures. At first, they were simple fish, nothing dangerous or exotic yet, but their presence hinted at the thriving life around him. Say, how fast am I actually going? Nightwing asked, slicing effortlessly through a school of fish, which scattered in every direction as he passed. Aria's voice chimed in through his communicator. Based on your speed and depth, you're moving at approximately 250 miles per hour, or 402.3 kilometers per hour. It seems you're faster in water than on land, she informed him. Nightwing grinned. I can go faster, he declared enthusiastically. Yeah, but slow down, hotshot, Spider-Man's voice interrupted. You're heading into uncharted territory. Remember, only about 5% of the ocean has been explored. Take a moment to appreciate it. Nightwing groaned but knew Spider-Man had a point. He reduced his speed and began to truly take in his surroundings. As he swam deeper, the light from above faded, and darkness enveloped him. Slowly, his enhanced vision adjusted, and his night vision activated. Whoa! He murmured, captivated by the eerie beauty around him. Glowing bioluminescent jellyfish drifted lazily, their lights illuminating patches of the inky blackness. A small squid floated in front of him, its tiny form barely visible in the gloom. Curious, Nightwing reached out and tapped the squid lightly. It responded by ejecting a burst of black ink before darting away. He chuckled at the interaction, his smile widening as he noticed the fish around him growing more exotic. A lionfish floated nearby, its spiny, venomous fins swaying hypnotically in the current. As he admired the scene, a soft voice sang in his ear. Musical notes under the sea, under the sea. Darlin', it's better, down where it's wetter. Take it from me. Musical note. Nightwing burst out laughing, caught off guard by Spider-Man's impromptu serenade. Nice one, H.A. Nightwing said, his laughter echoing through the communicator. With renewed energy, he pushed downward again, weaving through clusters of sea creatures as he went and joined Spider-Man in the singing. As he descended further, Nightwing began to feel the increasing pressure of the deep ocean. It didn't hinder him, but he could sense its weight. It's gotten a bit heavier down here, he reported. That means you're entering the truly unexplored depths, Spider-Man replied, his tone serious. Be careful, bucko. Sure thing, Dad, Nightwing teased, grinning. Before Spider-Man could respond, Nightwing's hyper instincts kicked in, and he dodged sharply to the side as a massive jaw snapped shut where he'd just been. Whoa, he shouted in surprise, turning to face his would-be attacker. A giant great white shark loomed before him, its size far exceeding the typical dimensions of its species. Its massive, predatory form sent a chill through the water as it turned to face him again. Nightwing narrowed his eyes at the massive shark, surprised to see it mimic the gesture. Suddenly, the predator shot forward at an unnatural speed, slicing through the water with its jaws wide open, revealing row after row of serrated teeth. Nightwing twisted through the water, evading the relentless predator. Despite his agility, the great white pursued him, its speed almost matching his own. Both figures blurred as they rippled and darted through the ocean, their movements a chaotic dance of survival and predation. "Isn't it moving a bit too fast for a shark?" Ghost Spider's voice crackled through the comms. Nightwing spared a glance back at the relentless beast, annoyance flickering in his eyes. "I'm no marine biologist," he muttered, "but you might have a point." He stopped swimming and turned to face the shark head-on. The creature surged forward, mouth agape, aiming to end the chase. Timing his strike perfectly, Nightwing shot forward and delivered a powerful uppercut to its snout. The impact reverberated through the water with a resounding thud. Blood clouded the water as the shark somersaulted away, dazed. Nightwing reached into a pocket and pulled out a sleek device resembling a USB stick. It was a sample scanner, a tool designed to analyze chemical compositions and transmit the data. He held the scanner near the floating blood, letting it do its work. "So, what do you think?" he asked, eyeing the shark as it sluggishly circled back. Its nose was bent from the blow, and when Nightwing raised his fist again, the creature hesitated, backing off slightly. He scoffed, muttering, "Coward." Spider-Man's voice came through the comms, answering the earlier question. The sample was slightly compromised by the salt water, but Arya managed to isolate the essential components. "Turns out it's been mutated, enhanced, really, by radiation." "Radiation?" Nightwing asked, his brow furrowing behind his visor. "Yeah," Spider-Man confirmed. "The source appears to be vibranium at the ocean floor." Arya cross-referenced data from Wakanda. "When something is exposed to vibranium's radiation over time, it mutates. You remember the Black Panther, right? The one Arya mentioned in Wakanda. Their powers come from a heart-shaped herb bathed in vibranium radiation." Nightwing pieced the rest together. "So, the deeper we go, the more mutated sea creatures we'll encounter." "Exactly," Spider-Man said as data began displaying on Nightwing's visor. Nightwing grinned. "Goody. More animals for me to fight." Spider-Man sighed. "Just remember, we've got the antimetal on board. The webbing's keeping it contained, so don't overdo it. We can't afford to compromise the mission." I know, Nightwing replied, waving off the warning. "Don't worry." With that, he plunged deeper into the dark abyss. As he descended, the water grew heavier and the light dimmer, but Nightwing remained unfazed. The further he swam, the more bizarre creatures appeared. Some ignored him entirely, and he left them be. But others weren't as passive. A massive anglerfish with a glowing lure swam toward him, its bioluminescent headlight flickering hypnotically. Nightwing narrowed his eyes as his thoughts grew momentarily sluggish. Shaking off the strange pull, he grabbed the lure, spinning the fish around like a flail until it was too dizzy to resist. With a grunt, he flung it into the darkness, sending it spiraling away. As Nightwing descended further, he encountered a massive octopus, or at least something resembling one, as it had far more than 8 tentacles. It lunged at him, its writhing appendages aiming to ensnare him. Nightwing swam swiftly, dodging its strikes while grappling the attacking limbs. With quick reflexes and sharp movements, he tangled its numerous tentacles into a tight knot, leaving the creature immobilized and flailing helplessly. "Good luck getting out of that," Nightwing quipped before swimming away. His next encounter, however, was less threatening and far more bizarre, a blobfish with its squished face and bulbous nose. Spider-Man's voice came through the comms. "Oh no. It's one of those sad meme fish. Look at that face." Nightwing burst into laughter. "It's like someone tried to sculpt a fish but gave up halfway." For a solid 10 minutes, the two heroes proceeded to mercilessly tease the blobfish, coming up with increasingly ridiculous insults and impressions of its expression. However, their amusement turned to guilt when the blobfish's expression shifted. Its droopy eyes welled up with tears, and it began to silently cry, looking even sadder than before. Nightwing and Spider-Man froze. "We're sorry," they both yelled, voices filled with panic. "We didn't mean it," Nightwing cried, swimming closer. Overcome with guilt, he hugged the blobfish tightly, tears streaming down his own face. "You're not ugly or weird. You're perfect just the way you are. Put me on speaker," Spider-Man pleaded. "I need to apologize too." Nightwing complied, and Spider-Man's voice came through loud and clear. "Don't listen to haters, little guy. You're amazing just the way you are. I bet a super sexy blobfish is out there waiting to fall in love with your incredible personality." If they bullied it for 10 minutes, they supported it for the next 20 minutes. The two heroes showered the blobfish with compliments and reassurances, completely shifting from bullies to its biggest cheerleaders. By the end, the blobfish sported a goofy, carefree smile, and both Nightwing and Spider-Man cooed in unison. "Ah. Can we keep him?" they both asked eagerly, utterly enamored. "No," came the unanimous response from the girls. Ghost Spider stepped in with a scientific explanation before they could protest. "It won't survive in low-pressure water." Both Nightwing and Spider-Man let out heavy sighs, their expressions crestfallen as they said tearful goodbyes. Even the blobfish seemed to shed a few tears as it happily swam away. The moment was short-lived. A tiger shark appeared out of nowhere, devouring the blobfish in one swift gulp. Blood trickled from its mouth as it swam away nonchalantly. Nightwing and Spider-Man stared in stunned silence, their expressions shifting from disbelief and horror to sheer rage. "You motherf****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** screamed, tears streaming down their faces. "How dare you eat Blobby?" Spider-Man bellowed. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was going to start a family. He had aspirations, dreams, and you took them away. Nightwing roared. The tiger shark, utterly confused, swam in circles, oblivious to the fury it had unleashed. Nightwing shot forward, his fists glowing with a fierce energy fueled by his ki. "We'll never forgive you." With a single, devastating punch, a shockwave rippled through the water. The tiger shark was obliterated instantly, leaving nothing but silence and a faint cloud of blood. Both heroes remained in place, their shoulders trembling as they cried openly for their fallen friend. Back on the ship, Scarlet Spider sensed Spider-Man's grief through their connection. She walked over to him and gently rubbed his back, leaning her head against him in silent support as he hunched over the console. Felicia and Lizzie, standing nearby, had both removed their masks. Lizzie gave Felicia a bewildered look that clearly asked, "What just happened?" Felicia shrugged. Her expression read, "Don't ask me. I'm as lost as you are." Chapter 233, Nightwing's Underwater Adventure, 2. Third person's POV. Both Nightwing and Spider-Man mourned silently for a moment, their grief palpable as they stared at the blood dispersing in the ocean. Nightwing forced himself to look away from the grim scene, his feet moving with slow, deliberate kicks as he descended deeper and deeper into the water. "Build him a grave down there. He deserves it," Spider-Man said softly, breaking the heavy silence between them. Good idea," Nightwing replied grimly. "I'll carve it into the rocks with my bare hands if I have to." The pressure of the water weighed heavily on him as he went deeper, every stroke a reminder of the ocean's vastness. The adventure he once craved now felt hollow, his only focus on retrieving the vibranium meteorite fragment resting at the bottom of the ocean. Then he saw it, a faint, purple glow illuminating the seabed. It pulsed ominously, standing alone amidst the darkness like a beacon. Nightwing flipped in the water, his movements fluid, and landed softly on the ocean floor. Tapping the side of his mask, he spoke into the comms. "Are you guys seeing this?" His voice was hushed, almost reverent, as he studied the meteorite before glancing up to take in its full size. The fragment was enormous, approximately 10 meters long and 16 meters wide. "Aha!" came the multiple replies through the comms. "I think we've overlooked one major issue," Nightwing said, his voice laced with concern as he circled the meteorite. "How the hell are we getting this thing inside the base? Much less carrying it back without drawing suspicion or getting caught. Do you think we could ask the Ancient One to teleport it in?" Lizzie suggested. "I mean, we would have done it ourselves, but we're still not authorized to use sling rings. Do we even have the space for it?" Felicia chimed in. "It looks way too big to fit." "This is complicated," Spider-Man muttered. Maybe we could ask her to hold onto it for us until we can mine it and transport it piece by piece. Several other ideas were tossed around before the team agreed to try Spider-Man's suggestion first. If it failed, Lizzie's idea of liquefying the fragment for transport would be their backup plan. "Hang tight a second," Spider-Man said to Nightwing before issuing a command. "Arya, call the Ancient One." A holographic screen appeared on the ship, displaying a ringing icon. After a moment, the Ancient One's serene image appeared, a teacup in her hand. Seeing Spider-Man in costume, she greeted him formally. "Spider-Man." Spider-Man pressed his fist to his palm and gave a bow, his tone playful. "Sensei. I see you've mastered technology, even at your age." The Ancient One's expression remained unamused, her lips pressing into a thin line before she abruptly hung up. The screen went blank, leaving Spider-Man standing awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. The girls stifled their laughter. "Arya, call her again." Spider-Man muttered, clearly embarrassed. When the Ancient One reappeared, her voice was sharp. "Make another wisecrack, and I won't answer again." Spider-Man cleared his throat, offering a quick apology. Anyway, I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind." "I'm already aware, but go on," she said, taking a small sip of her tea before setting it down. "Well, we found this rather large vibranium fragment," Spider-Man began. "It's too big to fit in our base, and transporting it is out of the question. We were wondering if you might store it for us. Just temporarily, until we can mine it down efficiently." The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. "I have a place where you can safely store it without worry." Before they could celebrate, she lifted a finger. "However, it won't be free," she added with a faint smile. Spider-Man stared at her in disbelief. "Are you seriously going to extort us?" The Ancient One scoffed. "It's not extortion, it's a fee. I want a small piece of vibranium in exchange." Spider-Man tilted his head. "You do? What for?" The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. "Are you unaware?" she asked before continuing. "I suppose you would be. Vibranium is a very good energy conductor, especially so with magic. Vibranium can amplify mystical energies when tempered with magic and science." Scarlet Spider raised an eyebrow. "This vibranium, just how powerful is it, really?" "It seems to have an endless list of effects and properties." The Ancient One raised her finger again. "A single ounce of vibranium is worth a fortune and then some. So, to sweeten the deal, I'll add this: I will personally craft a super suit for each of you, enchanted with my magic. What do you say?" "Deal." Spider-Man agreed instantly. The Ancient One nodded. "A pleasure doing business with you. I'll be there as soon as Nightwing finishes battling his foe and retrieves the fragment." "Foe?" Nightwing's voice broke through the comms, his tone laced with confusion. As he turned to investigate, he heard slow, heavy footsteps behind him. Even with his night vision, the area seemed to darken, as though enveloped by a massive shadow. When he fully turned, he found himself face to face with a giant black crab. Its pincers snapped menacingly, and its glowing eyes locked onto him. "You're not just going to let me take this, are you?" Nightwing muttered, sighing. The crab responded by swinging a massive pincer down like a hammer. With a burst of speed, Nightwing dodged the attack, but the sheer force caused the ground to crack beneath it. As the crab lifted its pincer, Nightwing noticed a faint purple glow at its base. Crouching slightly, he pulled his fist back and launched himself forward like a torpedo. His punch connected with the crab's shell, but to his shock, the creature barely budged. A faint purple ripple surged through its body. "What the?" Nightwing exclaimed in surprise. Taking advantage of his shock, the crab extended its pincers in a wide swing, attempting to grab him. Nightwing's hypermotility kicked in, allowing him to narrowly dodge with a powerful stroke. Landing back on the seafloor, he called into his comms, "Guys, I think this thing absorbed the vibranium's properties." The crab raised its arms before slamming them into the ground, releasing a dome of kinetic energy that surged outward. Nightwing instinctively tried to web away, but his web shooters proved useless underwater. The blast struck him directly, sending him flying backward. He crashed into the wall past the vibranium fragment with a heavy thud, grunting as he was hit. "Talk about a rookie mistake," he muttered, shaking off the impact. The crab shifted toward Nightwing, its pincers thrusting with alarming speed. Nightwing's hyper-instincts kicked in, allowing him to dodge the relentless assault. As the crab's strikes carved large holes into the rocky walls around them, he weaved and zigzagged through the attacks. "The hell," he muttered, narrowly avoiding another strike. "Does it know boxing?" One pincer shot toward him, but Nightwing caught it with one hand. The other pincer came just as fast, and he grabbed it with his free hand. With both pincers secured, he planted his feet against the wall, tensed his muscles, and kicked off, pushing the massive creature backward. "Let's see how much kinetic energy this beast can hold," he thought, a plan forming in his mind. He shot forward, cutting through the water like a missile. The crab stabilized itself by stabbing its legs into the ground, but Nightwing was already upon it. His fists began raining down in a flurry, each punch powerful enough to collapse a house. He didn't stay in one place, he darted through the water, delivering heavy blows from every angle. Yet, the crab's body began glowing a bright purple, absorbing the kinetic energy from his attacks. Nightwing noticed something peculiar. While most of the crab's body was highlighted in purple, its joints and the outer layer of its eyes remained untouched. Weak points, he realized. The crab raised its pincers again, preparing to unleash another surge of energy. This time, Nightwing was ready. He pulled out his Eskrima sticks and fired a grappling hook, propelling himself out of the blast radius just as the crab released a wild kinetic wave. Crouching low, Nightwing channeled his chi, infusing his body with a bright white glow. The energy extended into his Eskrima sticks, illuminating them with a brilliant light. With newfound speed, he blitzed forward, cutting through the water like an arrow. The crab swung one of its massive arms down like a hammer, but Nightwing intercepted the strike. With a precise swing of his chi-enhanced stick, he struck the joint of the pincer. A loud crack echoed through the water as the limb bent at an unnatural angle. The crab screeched in agony, its cries vibrating through the ocean floor. Nightwing dashed along the unbent portion of its arm, reaching the creature's shoulder joint. The crab thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, but his sticky feet kept him firmly in place. He jammed one of his chi-charged Eskrima sticks into the joint and activated its stun mode. Electricity surged through the crab's body, its screeches intensifying. Not stopping there, Nightwing used his other stick to fire a grappling hook onto the crab's remaining arm. The hook wrapped tightly around the limb and pulled him across to the opposite shoulder. As the crab convulsed under the effects of the electricity, Nightwing jammed his second stick into the other joint, sending another powerful shockwave through the beast. The creature's screeches reached an ear-piercing volume, forcing Nightwing to cover his ears. But soon, its cries quieted. Its eyes rolled back into its head, and its massive body went limp, unconscious. Nightwing let out a breath of relief, admiring his handiwork. Turning his back to the crab, he activated the electromagnetic connectors on his suit. The two Eskrima sticks dislodged from the crab's shoulders, flew through the water, and magnetically clicked into their slots on his back. He turned toward the enormous vibranium fragment, sighing as he approached it. "This looks like it's going to be heavy." Tapping his comms, he said, "I'm coming up shortly. I'm almost done on my end." Walking past the vibranium, he paused in front of a large boulder. With a grin, he raised a chi-enhanced finger and began carving into the stone. A few moments later, a realistic engraving of a blobfish appeared, complete with text beneath it. "In memory of Blobby the blobfish." He showed us what it truly meant to never judge a book by its cover and that friendship can blossom in places we never expect. Stepping back, Nightwing admired his work. "Rest easy, Blobby." Chapter 234, Hate to See Her Leave. Third person's POV. Nightwing glanced at the memoir he had carved into the rocks, then turned his attention to the glowing meteorite of vibranium. Crouching down, he ran his fingers over the slanted opening at the bottom of the meteorite, a gap caused by the kinetic energy pulse unleashed by the king crab. With a determined breath, he secured his hands underneath it, bent his knees, and prepared to lift. Spider-Man's voice crackled through the comms. "Remember, lift with your legs. That's where most of the weight is carried," he said as a gym instructor. Nightwing chuckled despite himself. "Ha ha ha, dude, you're not helping. Stop making me laugh, I know what I'm doing. You just gotta show everyone we don't skip leg day. If you mess this up, it'll reflect badly on me," Spider-Man quipped. Nightwing paused, withdrawing his hands from the meteorite as he crossed his arms. How exactly does this reflect badly on you? We're gym brothers, duh. If you can't show off those powerhouse thighs, people are gonna think you don't train legs. And if people think you don't train your legs, as your gym bro, everyone will assume I don't either. Spider-Man punctuated his words with the sound of him smacking his palm. So don't fail this. I can't have my reputation tarnished. If you can't do it in one go, don't bother coming home, you might as well learn to live on that ocean floor. Nightwing burst out laughing. You think I'm joking, Spider-Man continued with a scoff, but I will not let you embarrass this household. Amused, Nightwing shook his head, placing one hand on his hip. Are you going to let me try lifting this thing, or do you have more wisecracks to share? You may proceed, Spider-Man said, his tone dripping with mock arrogance. But heed my warning. He added, now mimicking the tone of a haughty nobleman. Yes, good sir, Nightwing replied, matching the dramatic tone. I shall bring honor to our household. Still grinning, he crouched back into position, slipping his hands beneath the meteorite. With a grunt, he began to lift, his muscles straining under the combined weight of the vibranium and the ocean pressure bearing down on him. I didn't account for the sea pressure. Nightwing growled as the meteorite began to rise, slowly but surely. His body was visibly under immense strain. Don't back out now. Spider-Man cheered enthusiastically. Show the world the power of those legs. Dude. You're not helping. Nightwing snapped as his suit, made of unstable molecules, stretched to accommodate his bulging muscles. Nightwing. Nightwing. He's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Spider-Man chanted like a cheerleader. Biting down on his lip, Nightwing fought to suppress both his laughter and the strain threatening to overpower him. Come on, Lizzie, join me. Spider-Man hollered. Oh God, Nightwing muttered, just as he heard Lizzie's distant voice chime in. Hell yeah, she yelled. Together, they chanted at the top of their lungs, Nightwing. Nightwing. He's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Nightwing let out a groan, part exhaustion, part amusement, as he pushed the meteorite higher. Ghost Spider's voice came through the comms, sharp and exasperated. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Use your key. You're straining yourself for no reason. Nightwing grunted in response, his voice laced with stubborn defiance. Are you kidding me? My girlfriend's watching. If I use my key, it'd feel like a cop-out. My pride won't allow it. All the girls aboard rolled their eyes, except for Lizzie, who stifled a giggle. A mischievous glint sparked in her eyes as an idea came to mind. She motioned for Spider-Man and the others to move away from the comms. Shoo, shoo. I want to give him some private encouragement. Though they stepped back, their enhanced senses still picked up every word she whispered. If you can lift it in one go, Lizzie said softly, her voice dropping into a sultry tone, I'll give you a special reward. Nightwing froze mid-effort, his voice faltering. Special reward, he muttered. Lizzie sighed theatrically. I'll use my mouth. Heya. Nightwing roared with renewed vigor. Fueled by determination, he heaved the meteorite with an explosive burst of strength, lifting it high above his head. The motion highlighted every muscle in his suit as he crouched and sprang upward. The seabed cracked beneath him from the sheer force he unleashed. Heya! Nightwing continued to bellow, his face pressed against the meteorite as his legs blurred with speed, creating a propulsion effect. From below, all anyone could see was the massive rock cutting through the ocean at incredible velocity. As he rose higher, the diminishing sea pressure allowed him to accelerate further, becoming a mere blur as he darted past startled sea creatures. Sunlight pierced the water as he neared the surface. With one final, mighty roar, Nightwing propelled the meteorite out of the water. It shot through the air like a comet before vanishing into a golden, shimmering portal that materialized above it. The portal closed just as suddenly as it appeared. Back aboard, Spider-Man and the others stared at Lizzie in stunned disbelief. Her cheeks turned scarlet as their expressions sank in. Wow, Felicia finally said, breaking the silence. You are bold. You have my respect. I don't want it, take it back. Lizzie stammered, burying her face in her hands. What we do in private isn't any of your business. We never said it was, Felicia replied innocently, though a sly grin tugged at her lips. You're the one who, well, you know. She mimed with her tongue, her cheeks bulging in mock demonstration. Before she could take it further, Spider-Man placed a hand over hers, shaking his head. Felicia smirked but relented. Lizzie's embarrassment reached its peak, and her hair literally ignited in small, fiery flickers of flames. The moment was cut short by Nightwing's voice over the comms. He sounded uneasy. Ah, guys. I don't mean to alarm anyone, but the meteorite just disappeared. What? They all shouted in unison. Nightwing hadn't seen the portal as his eyes were still adjusting to the sudden sunlight, and the others had been too distracted by Lizzie to notice. Before panic could set in, Aria's calm voice cut through. The Ancient One just sent a message, stop freaking out. I have received the meteorite. You can come over whenever you want to mine it. Your new suits will be ready in a week. Ah, they all muttered, visibly relaxing. The jet lowered, and Spider-Man extended his hand out of the hatch. Nightwing grabbed it, letting himself be pulled aboard. His gills along his neck sealed shut, and his webbed hands returned to normal. As he stepped onto the jet, seawater pooled on the floor around him. His skin glistened under the lights, and his wet hair clung to his face. Reaching up, he removed his domino mask and ran his fingers through his damp hair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Well, that was both fun and disheartening. He turned to Lizzie, spreading his arms wide open. No, she said firmly. While his suit was dry thanks to its unstable molecule design, his skin and hair were still wet. Harry simply grinned and ignored her protest, pulling her into a hug. Ugh. Lizzie groaned, but she rolled her eyes, her expression softening into one of fondness. Can you dry me off? I need a really warm hug, he said, his tone slightly childlike. So what am I? The group's personal drying rack and heater, she quipped. Not the group's. Just mine, Harry replied, holding her tighter. Lizzie's smile widened as she sighed in mock exasperation. With a gentle wave of heat, she dried him completely. Felicia rolled her eyes at the display, turning to the others and mimicking her earlier cheeky gestures. Spider-Man intercepted her hand, running his own across her face to stop her. All right, Aria, take us back to the base. Understood, Aria confirmed, and the jet surged forward, breaking the sound barrier as it sped toward New York. By the time they arrived, the sun was rising, casting the city in a golden glow. The jet completed its routine landing, parking itself in the base's hangar. As the hatch opened, Peter stepped out, his mask retracted, dragging a webbing filled with antimetal behind him. The others followed, doing the same. Aria, Peter called out, please run a full inspection on the jet to check for any negative effects from the antimetal and have the Spider-Bots handle any necessary fixes. On it, Aria replied. Thanks, honey, Peter said, hauling the antimetal to a secure location to ensure it wouldn't interfere with the lab's equipment. Harry approached him, a hopeful expression on his face. Would you mind covering patrol for Lizzie and me today? Not at all. After how much you guys covered for Gwen and me, it's time I paid back the favor. Peter gave him a knowing wink. Enjoy yourselves. Harry chuckled, playfully punching Peter's shoulder. Oh, shut it, he said, his cheeks tinged red. Felicia stretched with a yawn. I'm heading home. Enhancements and adventures in one day are exhausting. She leaned in to kiss Peter on the cheek, but he caught her hand, spun her around, and kissed her on the lips. She melted slightly in his arms. You know, Petey, she purred, her nails lightly tracing his chin, if this is how you say goodbye, I might leave more often. She kissed him again before sauntering off, swaying her hips. Peter sighed, watching her go. I hate to see her leave, but I love to watch her go. She exclaimed, Felicia smirked, glancing over her shoulder. Giving her backside a playful slap and winking at him before disappearing out the door. Gwen scoffed as she carried her bundle of herbs. I'll be busy planting these, she said, rolling her eyes. Don't worry. I love watching you go too, Peter teased. She snorted dismissively but couldn't hide the tiny smile playing on her lips as she shook her head. Peter turned to MJ, who removed her mask beside him. This might be the only time I'd ever want you to walk away from me. MJ playfully punched his arm. Perv, she said, though the playful skip in her step gave her away. Peter clasped his hands together in mock prayer, looking skyward. "Oh, Heavenly Father, who art in heaven, I thank thee for bestowing upon us the gift of sight." MJ let out a chortle, her laughter bubbling up as she shook her head in amusement. Chapter 235, Fantastic Four, 1. Third person's POV. 2 days later. Date, June 11, 2008, Tuesday. Location, Midtown High School. Time, 3:05 p.m. Peter and the others were walking down the street, backpacks slung over their shoulders, having just left school. "Why do we have to walk?" Felicia complained, exaggerating her steps like a child. Peter glanced back at her with a scoff. "Looks like someone's gotten too used to their cushy lifestyle of being chauffeured everywhere," he teased. Felicia rolled her eyes. "No, I just mean there are faster ways to get there. You know, like a little thwip-thwip," she said, mimicking the sound of Webb's shooting. "We'd be there in no time." "I actually enjoy the walk," MJ chimed in. "It's nice to slow down and just be among everyone else for a change." "That's some hippie nonsense," Felicia shot back, her tone dripping with disdain. Ignoring her, the group continued on, eventually arriving at Peter and Gwen's part-time job. As they entered the building, Gwen glanced at MJ. "I'm surprised Jameson gave you the day off." "He didn't," MJ replied flatly, her expression deadpan. "I just texted him saying to clock me in because I saw Spider-Man and needed to follow him for a scoop." Gwen snorted, shaking her head. "So, you're basically getting paid to ditch work." Peter returned from the reception desk with visitor passes. He handed one each to MJ and Felicia, then passed the others to Harry and Lizzie. In the elevator, MJ turned to Lizzie. "You know, I've been meaning to ask, why don't you have a part-time job? You and Felicia are the only ones who don't. I mean, I get why Harry doesn't, he was supposed to work for his dad, but, you know." Lizzie shrugged as the elevator doors slid shut. "It wasn't mandatory, and I don't really need the extra money." She scratched her cheek, looking a little uncertain. "I also don't know what I want to do yet. I don't have any big aspirations right now. I'm still figuring things out." The group nodded in understanding before turning to Felicia. Felicia gave them a nonchalant look. "I'll just follow my mother's career path. But there aren't any jobs or internships for someone my age in her field. Those only start in college if you're aiming to be a lawyer." "You want to be a lawyer?" they asked in unison, their voices a mix of surprise and disbelief, as the elevator doors opened. "Why does everyone sound so shocked?" Felicia said, deadpan, as they stepped out. They mumbled half-hearted apologies just as Peter knocked on a nearby door. Johnny Storm swung it open, a grin on his face. "Why are you knocking?" "Oh, right, you brought guests. Well, come in, ladies and gentlemen, and witness greatness," he said dramatically, sweeping his arm to usher them inside. As they walked in, it was clear the others had been waiting for them. "You're finally here," Reed Richards exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. "You have no idea how hard it was to restrain myself from starting without you." His gaze shifted to the group behind Peter and Gwen. "And you must be the friends Peter mentioned. Welcome." "I've met you all before," Johnny said confidently. "Let me do the introductions and see if I can remember your names correctly." He pointed at MJ first. "The redhead is Mary Jane." She gave a timid wave. "Correct," she said simply. "And that's Felicia, if I remember right." He gestured toward her. "Right in one," Felicia replied flatly, nodding politely toward the others. Johnny squinted at Lizzie. "The other blonde." "Lizzie." Lizzie nodded, and Johnny grinned, moving on to Harry. "And last but not least, Larry." Boom. He pointed at Harry, looking quite pleased with himself. The others immediately stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. "Larry," they repeated in unison, struggling to keep straight faces. Harry's eye twitched as he glared at Johnny. "It's Harry. With an H." "Ah, sorry about that," Johnny said, looking sheepish. Reed took the opportunity to introduce the rest of the Fantastic Four. "This is Susan and Ben," he said with a nod toward them. "No need to introduce Johnny, I see you're already acquainted. Johnny gave a cocky wave. Now, can we get started? Reed asked, barely able to contain his excitement. Hell yeah. Peter said, just as enthusiastic. Reed didn't waste another second. He quickly led them to a large room, and the group followed, their curiosity piqued. When they entered, they were left speechless. The portal was an enormous metallic circle connected to both the floor and ceiling, with countless wires branching out to various devices. Its opening was blocked by a massive metal gate. Watch your step, Reed warned as they approached. He stepped to the side, picking up a black plug attached to a cable and an outlet on another wire. He handed the outlet to Peter, smiling widely. You ready? Peter took the outlet with a smirk. Always. Good, Reed said, connecting the plug to Peter's outlet. A faint spark passed between them, and they both grinned like madmen before dashing to different devices connected to the portal. How's it looking? Peter shouted from across the room. All systems are green on my end. Reed called back, flipping switches. How's the interdimensional radar? Any activity from the other side? Nothing here. It's all clear. Peter replied, scanning a large radar screen. The display looked like a sonar system, with rippling waves radiating from the center, but the screen was blank. No anomalies on the other side. We're good to go. Excellent. Reed said, adjusting more dials. Containment shields are up and fully operational. On my count, we'll open the gate. The rest of the group stood near the wall, watching Reed and Peter's frenzied movements with amused expressions. Johnny leaned against the wall, hands behind his head, smirking. Yo. Let us in on the fun. Let us do the countdown. Reed glanced at Peter, who shrugged and nodded, chuckling. All right, Johnny, Reed relented. You can do the countdown. Hell yeah. Johnny straightened up, clapping his hands together. Okay, everyone, from 5. You're such a child, Susan muttered, rolling her eyes. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Here's the continuation with edits for clarity and flow. Peter and Reed exchanged a brief, determined glance before both reached for the red button to their side. They pressed it simultaneously and then rushed to the center of the room, their eyes glued to the portal as the metal door began retracting. The group held their breath as the gate fully opened, revealing the world beyond. It was as though a perfect circular hole had been cut into the fabric of their reality, leading to an entirely new dimension. Through the portal, they could see a desolate, rocky terrain. The wind whipped fiercely across the landscape, carrying reddish dust and small rocks. Yet, something invisible, a shimmering barrier, kept the chaotic elements from passing through the portal into their world. Whoa! Peter and Reed breathed in unison. The others, who had been leaning casually against the wall, moved closer, drawn by the sight. This is straight out of a sci-fi movie, Felicia said, her mouth slightly open in awe. I've seen some crazy things in my life, but this. Lizzie trailed off, her voice tinged with amazement. Susan pressed her hands against the invisible shield. She tapped it lightly and turned to Reed. Will this hold? It should, Reed said, though his casual shrug wasn't exactly reassuring. Man, I should have brought my... MJ exclaimed before flipping her bag around to the front. She rummaged through it and pulled out a camera. Can I take a picture? That's a good idea. Ben said with a nod. We should document this. Reed nodded his approval. MJ stepped back and began snapping pictures of the portal and the group, capturing their wide-eyed expressions and the swirling red landscape beyond the barrier. Are you planning on going in? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Later today, Reed replied. For now, we're just testing to see if the portal works and observing the other side. Susan still had her hands pressed against the shield when a loud, blaring alarm cut through the room. Everyone froze, exchanging apprehensive glances as red warning lights bathed the room in a pulsating glow. Johnny broke the silence. Should we be worried about that? Peter and Reed sprinted to the interdimensional radar. On the screen, something fast and massive was approaching from the other side. The radar displayed it like a forecast map, a swirling mass moving rapidly toward their location. Reed's face paled. A cosmic storm. And it's moving faster than. Before he could finish, he saw the speed of the storm's approach on the monitor. His heart skipped a beat. Peter, close it. It's about to hit. Reed shouted, bolting toward the manual override controls. Through the portal, the group saw a multicolored wave, a churning storm of energy, bearing down on them. Peter's hands flew over the controls, closing the metal gate just as the storm reached the portal. Boom. The room trembled violently as a surge of power ripped through it. Lights flickered erratically, and a deafening sound like shattering glass filled the air. Reed turned in horror. He didn't need to look at the control panel to know what had happened. The containment shield, it's gone. Ben, disconnect it. Reed yelled, his voice tinged with panic. Ben lunged for the main power cable, but before he could pull it free, the storm's energy pierced the metal gate. A surge of raw, cosmic energy burst into the room, engulfing them in a blinding light. Everyone's instincts kicked in. Peter's body crackled with faint electric sparks as he stepped forward. Gwen's hands instinctively released a wave of ice, trying to block the incoming energy. Felicia tried to summon her magic and forming a glowing shield of protection. MJ's eyes glowed with a fierce psionic chi, radiating an unseen energy. Harry grabbed Lizzie and turned her away, using his body as a shield. But the cosmic storm was too fast for anyone to react. A wave of energy erupted from the center of the room, sending chaos in every direction. Ben, who was the closest, was hit first. Rocks and dust that had been swirling in the air earlier flew toward him, clinging to his skin as he was violently pushed backward. Susan was next. Fragments of the containment unit broke apart, dissolving into the storm and washing over her. She was lifted off her feet, her body absorbing the storm's energy in a way that seemed eerily unnatural. Johnny let out a scream as he was engulfed by an intense wave of heat. His entire body burst into flames, a fiery glow radiating from him as he struggled to control the sudden transformation. Reed was hurled across the room, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. The force of the storm stretched his body unnaturally, his elongated form pressed against the surface as if molded by the storm's chaotic energy. Harry and Lizzie were also flung into the air. Harry twisted mid-flight, cradling Lizzie protectively as they smashed into the wall. The impact left a massive dent, and Lizzie's skin began to glow with an unearthly light, her entire body radiating an unnatural hue. Felicia was lifted off her feet, her magical aura reacting violently to the storm. The energies intermingled, swirling around her in a chaotic dance as her body curled instinctively, glowing with a strange fusion of power. MJ's camera shattered around her neck as she was hurled backward. She struck the wall spread eagle, her face contorted in pain. Boils began to form at the corners of her eyes, a grotesque reaction to the storm's radiation. Gwen, in contrast, remained grounded. She crossed her arms in front of her as the ice coating her body thickened. The storm's power intensified her transformation, encasing her in a frozen cocoon that resembled an ice statue. Peter was slammed against the wall with tremendous force, the impact denting the structure. His body absorbed the electricity from the exposed wiring, the energy surging through him and connecting to the portal's systems. As the power drained into him, the building plunged into darkness, the portal shutting down in a cascade of sparks. In the aftermath, all that remained was chaos. Chapter 236, Fantastic Four, 2. Third Person's POV. The room was plunged into darkness. Electrical sparks flickered erratically, casting brief flashes of light across the chaos. Suddenly, the emergency power surged on, and the lights flickered back to life. As they did, the chaos erupted once more. Johnny was running around, screaming at the top of his lungs, his entire body engulfed in flames. Susan was nowhere to be seen. Reed was peeling himself off the wall, his body stretched and distorted. Ben stood frozen, staring at his hands in disbelief. His gaze darted to the portal, which was now inert. When he looked back, he realized he had somehow managed to disconnect it. Peter struggled to push himself up, but something was wrong. His body vibrated unnaturally, his entire body, whether his face, hands, feet, all appeared to be motion blurred. MJ clutched her face, crying out in pain. Felicia was nowhere to be found, and Gwen stood frozen in place, her body a statue of ice that was now cracking and splintering. Harry was the first to regain his senses. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the chaos, before landing on Lizzie, whose skin glowed with an unnatural orange hue. "Are you all right?" he asked, panicked. Lizzie groaned, holding her head. "I think so, but I feel weird. What's happening to me?" "I'm trying to figure that out," Harry replied, his voice tight with worry. His gaze locked on Johnny, whose flames raged uncontrollably. "We need to help him. Lizzie, try to put him out." Lizzie hesitated but then extended her hands toward Johnny, focusing. With a deep breath, she willed the flames to leave his body. Slowly, the fire peeled away, swirling through the air and into her own hands. Johnny collapsed to the ground, naked but unharmed, his body smoldering slightly. Ben snapped out of his own shock, his rocky hands flexing involuntarily. His eyes widened as he spotted Reed. "Reed. Are you all right?" Reed, still recovering, stared at Ben in disbelief. "Ben. What happened to you?" "I asked you first," Ben grunted, though his voice softened. "I'm fine, I think," Reed stammered, his voice unsteady. "What about Susan? And Johnny? Oh my God, Ben, the kids, are they okay?" Ben's concerns momentarily overshadowed his transformation. Scooping up the stretched-out Reed, he began scanning the room. "Susan. Where are you?" "I'm over here, Reed." Susan's voice called out, disembodied. I think I'm invisible." Reed's face twisted in confusion and realization. "The cosmic storm," he murmured. "It's affected us more than we could have imagined." "Peter." Harry called out urgently, drawing their attention. Peter staggered to his feet, looking disoriented. "What's happening to me? I feel weird," he froze, his voice distorted and echoing unnaturally. Harry approached cautiously. "Pete, how are you feeling?" "Don't move," but it was too late. Peter took an unsteady step forward, and his body blurred as he moved at an impossible speed. He knocked Harry over, flipping him in the air, before crashing face first into the wall and shattering it with a deafening impact. A groan escaped Peter as the force of his movement sent a shockwave rippling through the room. A force field emerged around Susan, shimmered and broke, rendering her visible again. The same shockwave shattered the icy cocoon around Gwen, unleashing a gust of frigid air. Gwen staggered, hugging herself tightly as her body trembled violently. Her teeth chattered, and a long, visible breath of cold escaped her lips. Her eyes, now marked with snowflake-shaped pupils, locked on the others in terror. "What's happening to me?" she stammered, her voice trembling like the chill in the air. "Are you all right?" Lizzie asked softly, crouching down beside MJ. MJ looked up from her trembling hands, and Lizzie instinctively jerked back. "Oh God," she muttered under her breath. Is it bad?" MJ asked, her voice shaking as she touched the strange boils forming at the corners of her eyes. Lizzie hesitated, but MJ didn't wait for an answer. She fumbled for her phone, turning on the front camera. The moment she saw her reflection, a horrified scream tore from her throat. "Ayaha!" But as she stared, her panic turned into confusion. The skin around the boils began to peel and flake away, revealing something entirely unexpected. Beneath the damaged skin, gleaming, gem-like eyes of a pink hue emerged, 4 on each side of her face, surrounding her original eyes like a constellation. Lizzie and MJ stared in stunned silence at the transformation. Meanwhile, Harry groaned as he regained his footing after being knocked over. He turned to stand, but froze when his gaze landed on a small black cat near the spot where Felicia had been before the chaos. The cat shook its head, as if trying to orient itself. Harry's eyes widened as a strange sense of recognition washed over him. "Felicia," he called out in disbelief. The black cat's ears perked up at the sound of her name. She opened her mouth and let out a confused meow. Her feline eyes widened in shock as though realizing she had actually meowed. Looking down at her tiny black paws, she hissed loudly, the sound a mix of frustration and disbelief. Harry glanced around the room, his confusion boiling over. What the hell is going on? Later, Reed, having finally managed to stabilize his body and return to a more solid form, helped Susan guide everyone into the examination room. They had done their best to patch everyone up, covering them in sensor pads to monitor their conditions. "Peter, will you please stop vibrating?" Susan said, trying to take a reading on him. "I can't help it." Peter snapped, his blurred figure buzzing like a live wire. You think I haven't tried? Peter wasn't the only one being difficult. Most of the others resisted the idea of being examined, their apprehension palpable. Reed adjusted his shoulders with a grimace, forcing them back into place after they had begun to stretch again. He looked over at Harry, who was standing stiffly by the wall. I think I'm too young to be examined without my dad's signature, Harry said nervously, clearly making an excuse. I am fine, Gwen stammered, her teeth chattering. She clutched a blanket tightly around her trembling body, though the spot where she sat had already turned into solid ice. Across the room, the black cat, Felicia, was hissing menacingly at Johnny, who was covered in his own set of sensor pads. He was attempting, with little success, to stick one onto her fur. Reed let out an exasperated sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Finally, he turned to face Peter and the others. Are you all seriously worried that we'll figure out your identities as Spider-Man, Nightwing, Ghost Spider, Scarlet Spider, Firestar, and Spider-Cat? He asked, his gaze moving to each of them in turn. The room fell silent. Everyone froze, staring at Reed in stunned disbelief. Even Peter, for the first time since the accident, stopped vibrating entirely. Reed glanced at their wide-eyed expressions and sighed again. Yeah, he said. I thought so. How? Peter muttered, still processing the revelation. How long have we known? Johnny asked with an amused expression, crossing his arms. Since the first day you two started your internships, Ben said gruffly, sitting on the floor, his bulky frame covered in pads. He glanced at Peter and Gwen knowingly. Why you all knew TT this whole time? Gwen stuttered, her icy breath visible in the air. Susan let out a soft chuckle. You two weren't exactly subtle. The injuries you both came in with were questionable, to say the least. Johnny kept showing us news clips of Spider-Man and Ghost Spider fighting supervillains and the collapsed buildings. Then, a few minutes later, you'd show up here, looking like you'd been through the ringer. Not to mention, Reed added with a faint smile, you both had a habit of being conveniently late, and then we later find out that around the time Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were spotted. The timing made it pretty obvious after a while. And when Peter said he was bringing over 4 friends, I immediately guessed it was your superhero team. Johnny even mentioned meeting them before. Why didn't you say anything? Peter asked in a whisper, still stunned. Like, that you knew. Johnny shrugged. It wasn't our secret to share. You clearly didn't want your identities to be public, so we respected that. It was important to you. That's surprisingly mature of you, Peter admitted, still astonished. Susan scoffed. Oh, please. He wanted to ask the moment he figured it out. I had to convince him not to. Sis. Johnny exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. I was having my cool moment, and you just had to ruin it. As if to emphasize his embarrassment, a faint blush appeared on his cheeks, quickly followed by an uncontrolled burst of flames, which incinerated his pads. Oops, he muttered, closing his eyes and concentrating until he extinguished the flames. Susan rolled her eyes and held up fresh pads. Can we please examine you all now? The group exchanged hesitant glances, still processing the fact that their secret had been uncovered long ago. Peter sighed, relenting, and pulled off his shirt. Whoa. Susan murmured, her eyes widening at the sight of his enhanced musculature. Without thinking, she reached out. Susan. Reed snapped, glaring. Susan froze, flushing as she realized what she'd done. Embarrassed, she vanished from sight, leaving only her floating clothes behind as she carefully affixed 2 pads to Peter's pecs. Sorry, she squeaked, mortified to remember Peter was only 15. Peter, however, didn't seem to mind. In fact, he looked a little proud before turning to Harry with a mischievous grin. Now that they all know, I've been dying to say this, Peter said, barely able to contain his excitement. It's been killing me. Harry tilted his head, confused. What is it? Wally and Dick are best friends in the comics. Peter declared triumphantly, grinning ear to ear. Harry blinked, trying to process the comment. A moment later, realization dawned, and his eyes widened. His grin spread across his face as he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hell yeah. Talk about a freaking coincidence. Peter joined in, cackling uncontrollably. I know, right? I can't believe I'm a freaking speedster. The rest of the room stared at the two as they collapsed into hysterics, utterly baffled by what was so funny. Chapter 237, Fantastic Four, 3. Third Person's POV. It was merely a thought, but it appears the cosmic storm really did mutate all of our DNA, giving us, well, in an unscientific term, superpowers, Reed said in disbelief. All right, I understand that, but what's wrong with me? Am I going to remain orange forever? Lizzie asked, looking at her skin worriedly. You think you're the only one with a problem, Missy? Ben snarled. You only have to worry about glowing skin. Try being me for a size. At least you don't look like a monster. Lizzie shrank back slightly. Sorry. Ben grunted and looked a bit apologetic. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. So, what are our superhero names going to be? Johnny asked excitedly. Superhero names? Susan asked with a skeptical look. Johnny, you can't be thinking. Of course I am. Just imagine, people shouting my name, mostly girls, though. Johnny. Johnny. Johnny, he said, cupping a hand over his mouth and mimicking the chants of a crowd. Reed ignored Johnny for the moment and turned to Lizzie. Your situation is a bit easier to explain compared to the others. It seems your cells have managed to store the cosmic radiation that mutated all of us, giving us our powers. That orange glow around your skin is pure cosmic radiation. Ah. That explains it, I suppose. Now I'll just have to release it, and my skin will return to normal, right? Lizzie asked. Yes, but don't do it now. We don't know what might happen if you just suddenly release it into the air like that. It would be better if we find a way to store it, Peter interjected, stopping her from doing anything rash. WWE would be better back in our L lab, Gwen said with chattering teeth. Susan hummed in confusion, looking at Gwen. MJ decided to explain for Gwen. She means our hideout. We have all the gadgets there to do a full and thorough analysis. Felicia let out a meow to join the conversation but realized she could only meow, which left her frustrated. Yeah, what Felicia said. We also have Arya, her help will be very valuable, MJ nodded. They all turned to look at her weirdly. She looked back at them in confusion. What? What do you mean, what Felicia said? All she did was meow, Harry said with a confused expression. No, she didn't. She spoke. That's what you said about Arya, right? That she would be helpful, right? MJ asked, and the black cat nodded in agreement. MJ, my love, I think you've gained the power to talk to and understand animals. Peter said with a smile. Cool, she said, puffing her chest proudly. I'm a Disney princess now. My love. Susan asked, taken aback by the way Peter addressed her. She wasn't the only one who noticed. Reed and Ben also raised an eyebrow at that. That's right. Johnny exclaimed, remembering. You're dating both of them. I forgot about that. Felicia let out another meow, did her little catwalk, and jumped towards Peter, who caught her. She meowed towards Johnny with her head held high. They all looked towards MJ, who had an amused look. She says, and I quote, I think you mean the three of them. Peter, my respect for you rises with each passing second, Johnny said with a serious expression. Seeing that the others had questions, Peter looked at them in exasperation. You can ask later. Can we focus on the task at hand? Sure. Susan said, but she was looking at Peter with a hint of disdain. Peter only smiled awkwardly and lightly scratched Felicia's chin, making her let out a subconscious purr. Peter looked at everyone for their opinions. What do you all say? Shall we take them back to our hideout to properly handle this? The others nodded after exchanging glances. Like Felicia said, we're gonna need Arya. Her help will be essential, Harry said. And not to mention, they already know about our identities, Gwen stammered. MJ nodded. There's no point in keeping it hidden then. This hideout is becoming less and less of a hideout and more of a superhero meeting and resting base, Lizzie sighed, though she didn't object. Peter scratched his cheek, realizing Lizzie had a point. Hell yeah. We're going to see a superhero secret base. That's awesome. Johnny exclaimed. Seeing the skeptical looks on Susan, Reed, and Ben's faces, Peter reassured them, trust us, we have the tools to test everything. How do you think each of us trains our super strength and abilities? We'll have everything we need there. And how do you plan to get there without being seen or causing a scene? I can't exactly be out in public, Ben said deeply. Peter and the rest smirked. I'm so glad you asked, Peter said proudly. He held his watch to his face and said, Arya, bring out the jet, and warn Bruce of our arrival and what just occurred. All right, you're quite lucky too, I just finished the repairs, Arya's voice responded. Who's this Arya? Another girlfriend of yours? Susan asked coldly. Peter had a look of disgust that made Susan taken aback. No, ew, that's disgusting. That's my AI daughter you're talking about. You have an AI? Both Reed and Johnny asked excitedly. What do you mean, ew, that's disgusting? Arya exclaimed from the watch, appearing with her hands on her hips. Because, like I said, you're my daughter, so ew, Peter scoffed in disgust. You don't have to be so mean about it. A little, oh no, she's my daughter, would have sufficed. Not, ew, that's disgusting. You're ew and disgusting. Tough. She spat to the side and disappeared with a huff. Harry covered his mouth, shaking with laughter, while Peter looked embarrassed. Sorry about her, she gets her attitude from her mother. Gwen glared at Peter, even though she couldn't stop shaking, making it look like she was shaking with anger. See. Peter pointed to Gwen, chuckling at his own joke. Come on, let's go. We should wait for Arya on the rooftop. Everyone was on the rooftop of the Baxter building, waiting. Peter had handed Felicia to MJ, while hugging Gwen, who was snuggling up to him tightly, trying to find warmth. They all saw the jet appear before them. It wasn't exactly visible, but it gave a brief flash to show its presence, which they all noticed. Come on in, Peter said, leading everyone inside. He sat down with Gwen on his lap, her head resting on his shoulder. Cool, Johnny muttered as they got in. Ben looked slightly hesitant but, after reassurance that it could support his newfound weight, he got inside. And with that, they took off toward the hideout. The four of them were extremely curious to see where the secret hideout was and were more than surprised to learn that it was an underground subway station repurposed as their base. Awesome. Johnny muttered as he looked around, Reed and the others wearing fascinated expressions as they observed the high-tech environment. So, you opened an interdimensional portal and paid the price, huh? They all turned toward the voice to see Bruce walking toward them, clad in a hazmat suit. What are you wearing? Harry asked, amused. Protection. Against you lot. I don't know what kind of interdimensional radiation is leaking out of you, and I don't want to find out what happens when it mixes with mine. Anyway, follow me, Bruce said, leading them to the testing room. You have your own personal superhero doctor? Johnny exclaimed in disbelief. What? No, Peter scoffed. Bruce is so much more than a doctor, he said, shaking his head as he followed Bruce. The facility was incredibly high-tech, beyond anything the future Fantastic Four had seen, aside from the portal. Spiderbots suddenly appeared, flying into the room, scanning everyone from head to toe before flying away as if their job was done. A few Spiderbots returned, causing everyone to flinch and wince, instinctively slapping the areas where the bots had extracted blood samples before moving away. A warning would have sufficed, don't you think? Reed said, rubbing his arm. Arya is being moody at the moment, so please bear with her, Peter explained with a sigh. Ben looked annoyed as a Spiderbot lazarate off a piece of his rocky exterior, carrying it away for examination. How efficient. Susan nodded, noting how quickly the bots worked compared to the earlier lengthy procedures. Arya's voice then filled the room. As I am always recording everything Father witnesses, we can analyze what has occurred. For example, Miss Storm, it appears that due to the containment shield shattering, a few pieces merged with you during the cosmic storm exposure. This has led to your ability to turn invisible and create force fields, as we've seen so far. If you have any additional abilities, they remain to be seen and tested. I suspected as much, Reed nodded. What the others have or have developed, I can only speculate until I finish examining all of your samples. As for the limits of what you can currently do, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Arya said rather excitedly. Chapter 238, Fantastic Four, 4. Third person's POV. Alright, who wants to test their powers first? Any volunteers? Arya asked as her spiderbot swam around the room, scanning everyone present. You know, I'd usually jump at the chance, but I think Gwen needs the help more than anyone right now, Johnny said, motioning towards Gwen, who was trembling. The blanket she clutched had turned into solid ice, barely keeping her warm. Her problem is actually easy to solve, Arya explained. All the new freezing energy she's gained is trapped inside her. It's looking for a way out. She's holding in more energy than her body can handle, which is why she seems like she's on top of Mount Everest. Come, Bruce said gently, guiding Gwen. We'll take you to an isolated room so you can release all the cold energy. In the meantime, everyone else should change into their unstable molecules uniforms. They'll be really helpful right now. Good idea, Reed agreed, nodding. Peter gestured for everyone to follow him to the changing room. As they exited the changing rooms, their breaths became visible in the air, the temperature dropping drastically. Harry and Peter exchanged uneasy glances as the cold enveloped them. Peter and the others rushed towards the source of the cold and were stunned by the sight. The entire room was frozen, blue glowing ice covering the floor, walls, ceiling, and the door. Bruce stood a bit further back, looking at the door with a horrified expression. Those temperatures are dangerous. As the door creaked open, a fog of icy air rushed out, enveloping them. Is it snowing? Lizzie exclaimed in disbelief. From the fog emerged Gwen, wearing her ghost spider outfit, her mask in hand. A misty breath escaped her mouth as she exhaled. Oh, I feel 10 times better now, she said, visibly refreshed. Sorry about the damages, she apologized, stepping out of the room. So, did you find out what powers you have? Peter asked, a mix of amusement and concern as he surveyed the ice-coated room. Yes. I can control 0-point energy, Gwen said proudly. But what about all this ice? Reed asked, intrigued by the potential of her powers. That's the thing, Gwen explained. I'm able to bring objects to a state of absolute zero. As a side effect of it, I'm causing them to freeze completely, or at least that's how Arya described it. Apparently, a cosmic storm intermingled with my bio-ice, which is why I can freeze things so thoroughly. That's insane. Peter exclaimed, astonished. I know, right? Gwen echoed excitedly. And check this out. Gwen curled her fingers, forming a bright blue energy in her palm. The energy transformed into a bird that appeared almost lifelike. It flapped its wings rapidly, let out a soft tweet, and flew up, rubbing against Gwen's face before darting off like lightning. The bird seemed to fly through Peter before dissipating. Pete? Harry asked, noticing how rigid Peter had become. I can't move. Peter muttered, his mouth the only part of his body that could move. Harry shook Peter, realizing how stiff he was. He's as stiff as a board. Harry caught him before he could fall over. Can you undo this? Peter asked, struggling to move. Gwen giggled and snapped her fingers, releasing Peter from the paralysis. Thanks, Peter said with a sigh of relief. Johnny. I think your powers are going to be needed here, Peter said, glancing at him before looking back at the ice. Johnny smirked, cracking his knuckles. Time to shine. Hey, what about me? I'm a pyrokinetic too, you know, Lizzie pouted. Fire's my thing.